I am with child, and the father is not you. After 3 years of unrequited affection, the world suddenly learns of her pregnancy. After 3 years of devotion, the campus belle ultimately carries another child. Chuan, abruptly awakened to reality, turns and enters Red Romance. Tonight, the expenses will be borne by young Master Gu. However, an unforeseen event propels him back to the day of his confession. This time, Chuan resolves not to look back, firmly embracing the affluent woman's leg. Witnessing her former admirer cease his pursuit, the green tea school belle is unexpectedly brought to tears, exclaiming, "On what grounds do you not favor me? Chuan, please listen to me. I am pursuing you. Is that not enough?" Chapter 1. I merely wish to indulge in a foot massage, never anticipating a rebirth. Chuan, I am pregnant, and the child is not yours. I confess, I have betrayed you, but what of it? Please do not utter phrases about my responsibilities. It was you who insisted on being with me. I bear no responsibility. You cannot provide what I desire. In this materialistic society, what right do you have to profess love for me? Remember, my wedding is on the 8th of next month. Do come. See me marry the one I love. You should feel happiness for me, shouldn't you? On the streets of Nan City, Chuan braves the cold wind, the beer bottle in his hand creaking under pressure. Meanwhile, the incessant voice of his girlfriend echoes in his phone, breathless, as if she were running. To hell with it, you wretched woman. At this, Chuan can no longer contain his fury and erupts in a tirade. After toiling tirelessly to build a promising future, what does he find? His girlfriend is getting her hair done with another man. What is this? This is nothing short of disgraceful. Why choose to be a devoted admirer when the outcome is so dire? A match made in heaven. At the very least, the matchmaking deity has executed his duties astutely. A harlot deserves a dog. I can only blame myself for my prior blindness. How charming. Harlot, wretched woman. Loose shoe, standing on the street. Chuan unleashes his heart-wrenching curses before picking up a small card from the ground. Red Romance Bathhouse. 20 off. A paradise for men. Damn, after all these years of hard work, am I not entitled to some enjoyment? Let the foot massage commence. Tonight, all expenses will be covered by young Master Gu. Ding dong. Tucking the card into his pocket, Chuan turns to enter a dim alley when he receives a text message. Developer absconds with funds. XX community halted and abandoned. Damn. Before long, a young girl's choking voice resonates in his ear. Sister, what should I do? He fainted before we even started. Fainted. Prepare a pacemaker. Let us see if we can revive him. Doctor, what is happening? He has likely worn himself down through years of labor. Coupled with excessive drinking, his excitement has led to a myocardial infarction. Is there any hope? Looking at his ECG, conventional methods might prove futile. Wake up. I'll show you my black stockings. Beep, beep, beep. The ECG displays a surge before. It flatlines completely. As you step onto the platform, walking alone from now on, I can only offer you my deepest blessings. The campus broadcasting station plays the graduation song, and the atmosphere in the teaching building is raucous. Papers swirl through the air, cascading into the hollow courtyard, seemingly releasing the pent-up pressure of 3 years of high school. Chuan, why have you consumed so much? A powerful wave of dizziness washes over him, and he feels as though his mind has briefly stalled. His eyelids grow heavy, with sounds echoing around him, melodious yet tinged with a hint of tea. What does this have to do with you? Just start with the foot massage. Chuan shakes his head and drunkenly shouts, lying still like a lifeless fish. Chuan, are you even listening to me? I have stated, I am not interested in dating right now. The girl before him appears somewhat irritated, unable to resist giving him a couple of kicks. Chuan blinks in surprise. As he opens his heavy eyelids, a slender figure clad in a school uniform comes into view. Do today's technicians still indulge in cosplay? Why is she wearing a school uniform to work? He waves his hand dismissively and turns over. Fine, I understand. I'll give you extra later. But before he can settle back down, a glass of water is splashed onto his face. Chuan bolts upright, his eyes blazing with fury. Who is this technician, serving customers in such a manner? Splashing water on my face? This is outrageous. Is she attempting a rebellion? Where's the manager? I wish to file a complaint. Yet, as he sits up, the scene before him leaves him momentarily stunned. The dilapidated teaching building, the playground resembling a dog's chew toy, the painfully grating broadcast. Especially the figure before him, so hauntingly familiar. Clad in a blue and white school uniform, her figure remains alluring despite the attire. With a high ponytail, rosy lips, and a heart-shaped face adorned with subtle makeup, this is none other than Lin Xiuya, the girl I adored for years, now pregnant with another child. How would you be here? Wait, why am I also dressed in a high school uniform? Could it be I have been reborn? Just moments ago, I was at a foot massage parlor. How have I suddenly returned to the campus? Chuan strains to remember. Is today the day the college entrance examination has just concluded? If memory serves correctly, in my previous life, I confessed to Lin Xiaoya on this very day, only to be met with inevitable rejection. Tisk, with a soft click of his tongue, Gu Chuan reclines once more. In truth, I merely wished for a foot massage. How did I end up being reborn? My money remains unspent. The girl in the alley. I had yet to enjoy her company. Ha ha. A poor boy from the countryside, daring to pursue Xiaoya, truly deluded. See? Rejected, just as expected. At this moment, several students from his class approach, one of whom is named Wang Lang, a second-generation wealthy heir from the mountain city. Relying on his family's wealth, he struts about arrogantly, despite his somewhat unattractive appearance. Of course, he is also one of Lin Xiaoya's suitors. Upon witnessing Gu Chuan's rejection, his mouth twisted into a grin that could reach the back of his head, and at this moment, he could not resist the urge to mock. Wang Lang, could you kindly refrain from speaking? The class monitor, Lin Hui, shot him a glare. What's wrong with being poor? The poorer, the more honorable. Moreover, Gu Chuan excels in both character and academics, and possesses good looks. Why shouldn't he be pursued? Wang Lang scoffed. Can good looks be converted into sustenance? At this juncture, someone in the class interjected in rebuttal. While they cannot be turned into food, with a face like yours, merely looking at you is enough to ruin one's appetite. Wang Lang, furious, turned a shade reminiscent of liver, while others erupted into laughter like pigs. Lin Xue noticed that Gu Chuan had reclined once more, seemingly unaffected by her words. She immediately furrowed her brows, her proud visage marred by displeasure. Gu Chuan, what sort of attitude is this? I understand that my rejection has caused you distress, but I genuinely do not wish to engage in a romantic relationship at this time. Furthermore, I have merely postponed my acceptance. I have not declared that I shall never afford you a chance. You could apply to the same university as me. Perhaps in the future, we might find ourselves together. Do you not feel that your current demeanor lacks grace? Upon hearing this, Gu Chuan was so incensed that he found it amusing. You dare speak of grace to me? You have already adorned me with the metaphorical green hat while you lecture me on decorum? And you suggest I apply to the same university as you? I know a locksmith. Might I inquire if you're a match? How many keys can you provide? In my past life, I foolishly believed her deceitful words, forsaking prestigious universities to attend a subpar institution alongside her. Thus, my life's trajectory underwent a cataclysmic transformation. Do not even utter the phrase about remaining friends. I am but a humble scholar from a remote village, unworthy of such lofty aspirations. With that, Gu Chuan turned on his heel and departed. This woman was not only a relentless manipulator, but also had an affinity for fishing. Throughout my 4 years in university, I had not courted a single girlfriend, while she was nearing a collection of surnames. Even more revolting was her simultaneous rejection of my affections while forbidding me from pursuing other young ladies. Continue as friends? How could she muster the audacity to utter such a thing? Are you dissatisfied with my unremarkable history as a devoted admirer, seeking to further burden me with your whims? Or do you intend for me to one day inquire, does your boyfriend prefer dumplings or savory pancakes for breakfast? How utterly shameless. Lin Xiaoya was taken aback, her eyes reflecting a newfound incredulity. This was not right. He was not supposed to respond with a cheerful dismissal, then continue as my devoted admirer, subject to my whims. How could he possibly adopt such a demeanor? It was as if he had been the one to cast me aside. Gu Chuan, halt this instant, Lin Xiaoya admonished, her brow furrowed in irritation. Chapter 2. I am your English teacher Gu Chuan, feeling somewhat exasperated, remarked, what is the matter? Did I not articulate my words clearly? Or is it that you simply cannot comprehend human speech? Gu Chuan was not one to possess an abundance of patience. After being humiliated, he could hardly maintain a cheerful facade as a friend. The fact that he refrained from hurling his size 43 shoes at her face and cursing her with foul words was already a testament to his restraint. As he observed Gu Chuan's nonchalant departure, Lin Xiaoyue's eyes widened in disbelief, her expression a mix of astonishment. Was this truly the same Gu Chuan who had once shown her concern and kindness? How could he speak to her in such a manner? The other classmates, equally bewildered, stared at Gu Chuan, as if he had mistakenly swapped scripts today. Pedaling past the teaching building, Gu Chuan let out a soft sigh, gradually coming to terms with this new reality. His previous life had been squandered as a sycophant, and now that he had been reborn, it was imperative to reclaim the opportunities he had missed, all while enjoying a bit of leisure. Although he hailed from humble beginnings, he had managed to establish his own studio, thanks to a tattered book left by his father. He dealt in appraisals and sold second-hand antiques. While his monthly earnings were modest, he was living quite well, though the illustrious Lin family beauty had little regard for his trifling accomplishments. Ultimately, she had chosen to elope with a middle-aged man, plump and in his 40s. In this new life, Gu Chuan had 3 objectives: to amass some wealth, to indulge in a bit of drinking, and to pursue that lovely girl. The crux of it all could be distilled to earn money, and drink with the attractive young lady. But where would he acquire his first pot of gold? In this era, real estate was undoubtedly booming, yet he found himself devoid of funds. Chuan, are you heading home? At that moment, he heard someone call from behind. Turning around, he was greeted by a mature and intellectual woman, her radiant smile brightening the day, clad in a flowing white dress. With her long hair cascading down her shoulders and a tall, elegant figure, she exuded the allure of a refined woman. His English teacher? Chuan paused, momentarily taken aback before recognition dawned. Fortune had indeed smiled upon him. Just when he felt weary, a pillow had been presented to him. His heart chuckled with glee. Xin, the English teacher of Class 10 in her senior year, was young and beautiful, always donning a different outfit each day of the week. He later discovered that she was a bona fide heiress, planning to resign after the college entrance examination to travel the world. Her father was a true coal magnate, with assets in the hundreds of billions. Not only was she wealthy, but she was also strikingly attractive. What serendipity! He was still the English class representative, often visiting her for a bit of milk. Hello, Sister Xin, Chuan waved, greeting her with a smile. Xin blinked in surprise, clearly unaccustomed to being addressed as sister, but she soon returned the smile, accepting the title with grace. Given her age, it was only natural for him to call her sister. Where are you headed, Sister Xin? Chuan inquired, noticing her arms laden with thick tomes. Xin shrugged her delicate shoulders and replied with a smile. I've resigned and am preparing to move back home and rely on my parents. Although Chuan was already aware, he feigned surprise. You've resigned? Xin nodded, indeed. Being a teacher is rather dull. I plan to explore the magnificent landscapes of our country. Chuan smiled and teased. Then, Sister Xin, are you in need of a travel companion? I'm quite fit and capable. Xin shot him a playful glare. I fear I might end up losing you. Then my mother would come to hold me accountable. Are you going home, Sister Xin? Chuan asked again with a grin. Xin nodded in affirmation. Then hop on. I'll give you a ride home. Chuan patted the back seat where a cushion lay, initially prepared for Lin Shiyue. It's all right. It's not far. I'll walk. I'll be there in no time. Xin waved her hand dismissively. The school provided accommodation for faculty, but she preferred her own small apartment. She had a car, but it was currently in for maintenance. Besides, she wanted to take a stroll around the campus, which held many memories. You're still in high heels. Walking will surely wear your feet raw, Chuan remarked. You wouldn't want me to carry you, would you? Xin playfully rolled her eyes at him, but ultimately, she had no choice but to take a seat on the back of the bicycle, gently grasping the edge of his shirt. Chuan wobbled a bit, almost standing up to pedal, when suddenly, he came to an abrupt stop. Xin, unable to steady herself, collided against his back. Sister Xin, you'd better hold on tight. Otherwise, we might just tumble into the flower bed, he warned. Xin playfully smacked him. I see you're doing this on purpose. Nevertheless, she obediently wrapped her arms around his waist. Chuan chuckled. How could I? Even as he spoke, his hands instinctively reached for the brakes. Cycling along the tree-lined path of the school, Chuan glanced back with a smile. Sister Xin, are you free tonight for a drink? Xin's pretty face froze in surprise. A drink? Just to unwind after the intense college entrance exams and to express my gratitude for your care during this time. Chuan casually replied. After a moment's consideration, Xin agreed. All right then, where shall we go? I haven't decided yet. I'll text you later, he assured her, as he had her number saved on his phone. Xin shot him a quizzical look. This is the first time I've met someone who invites me to dinner without knowing the location. How did you fare in the exams? Xin inquired, wrapping her arms around his waist. SOSO, excluding the competition class, I should rank in the top 10, Chuan responded. Xin's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. You're quite confident. As his teacher, she was well aware of Chuan's academic performance, and this year's exam papers have been notably challenging. Of course. Who do you think taught me? Chuan replied, showering her with flattery. Xin shot him a teasing glare. When did you become so eloquent? Your words are quite sweet. I speak only the truth, he retorted. As your student, if I perform well, is there any reward? Xin's, what kind of reward are you seeking? Well, I lack only two things, money and a girlfriend. Perhaps you could choose one? Chuan's expression resembled that of a lecherous uncle teasing an unsuspecting girl. Xin paused, her face momentarily bemused before laughter broke through. But I'm merely an ordinary English teacher. How could I possibly have money? As for a girlfriend, I'm several years your senior. Chuan turned his head. Feigning innocence? Ordinary? Surely not. Xin blinked. Then her cheeks flushed with color as she playfully pinched Chuan. I am your teacher. After escorting Xin to her residence, Chuan began to wander aimlessly on his bicycle, contemplating where to take her for dinner that evening. However, Where would he procure the funds to treat Sister Xin? It would be quite embarrassing to have her pay. After all, he had already been bumming off her generosity for far too long. Just then, his phone rang, a relic from a bygone era. Hello, he answered, his voice tinged with indifference. Chuan, I have some things here. Can you come help me move them home? Oh, by the way, I still desire those soup dumplings from the shop in the west of the city. Please fetch them for me and deliver them directly to the dormitory downstairs. On the other end of the phone, Lin Qia's voice resonated, her tone as imperious as ever, exuding an air of superiority. Are you out of your mind? Do you not possess hands or feet to fetch them yourself? I am not your servant. Why should I cater to your whims? After uttering this, Chuan abruptly ended the call. He had initially wished to avoid answering, yet his insufferable subconscious had compelled him otherwise. Ugh, the wretched soul of a sycophant, truly despicable. Meanwhile, downstairs at the girls' dormitory, Lin Qia stared blankly at her phone, her eyes widening in disbelief. Upon closer inspection, she confirmed it was indeed Chuan's number. But why did he respond to her in such a manner? Cold and accusatory, questioning her sanity. Infuriated by this thought, Lin Qia stomped her foot, her fingers clenched tightly, her gaze brimming with indignation. She had intended to offer Chuan an olive branch, yet he had shown no gratitude whatsoever. Chuan, I never wish to lay eyes on you again. Chapter 3, Childhood Sweetheart, will you marry me? Once dreamed of gallivanting across the world. Just then, Chuan's phone rang again. Pressing the answer button, he immediately launched into a tirade. Do you not comprehend human language? I am not your father. There's no need for this. However, before he could finish, a fierce voice erupted from the other end. Chuan, are you itching for a fight? Who do you think you are? Hearing that voice, Chuan fell silent, a sheepish smile forming as he hastily clarified. Ahem. I was referring to that green tea seller earlier, not you, my lady. The person on the other end seemed uninterested in his explanation, merely dismissing him with a curt remark before hanging up. Chuan smirked, surprised that upon his return, this formidable woman still retained her ferocity. Despite his complaints, he dared not delay, pedaling his bicycle as if it might catch fire, racing down the street. While others might merely threaten, this young lady was genuinely capable of inflicting harm. Before long, he arrived at an abandoned railway track, where a girl stood not far away. Clad in a blue and white school uniform, bathed in sunlight, she seemed to radiate an ethereal glow. Tall around 5 feet 7 inches, her ponytail swayed gently, adorned with a pink hairpin. Remarkably beautiful, with bright eyes and a captivating smile, her gaze held the depth of a starlit river, devoid of any blemishes. Her skin, flawless and delicate, appeared to possess a natural radiance despite her bare face. Chu Liao, the acknowledged belle of Shanxing No. 1 High School, excelling both academically and in character, was the white moonlight in the hearts of many. She was leagues above Lin Qiya, a mere half-hearted vase in comparison. However, Chu Liao's temperament was undeniably fiery. The two had grown up together, though her family had moved from the village to the county. This formidable girl represented Chuan's childhood shadow, having mercilessly beaten him in their youth. They had rolled in piles of firewood and sipped muddy water together, forging a bond that was as deep as life itself. Chuan owed his growth to her mercy in those formative years. Upon seeing Chuan approach, Chu Liao raised her elegantly arched eyebrow, passing him the guitar slung over her shoulder. Here, this is from your aunt. Ever since middle school, Chuan's demeanor had shifted towards introversion. Concerned that he might bottle up his emotions, his mother had gifted him a guitar. He quickly took it, offering a sycophantic smile. Is it really necessary for the esteemed Chu Liao to make such a trip for something so trivial? Chu Liao shot him a piercing look. You are aware of that? She then handed him a can of ice-cold soda, and they settled on the railway tracks, sipping in tandem. Observing her casual posture with legs crossed, Chuan couldn't help but mutter, you are, after all, a woman of stature, the belle of Shanxing No. 1 High School. Such a posture. Chu Liao raised her chin defiantly, adopting a spoiled demeanor. What? Not satisfied? Chuan, seeing her expression, chuckled awkwardly. Who would dare? I'll keep my mouth shut and enjoy my soda. Chu Liao shot him a look that conveyed, good, you know your place, before wiping her mouth with his sleeve. Chuan's face darkened further, yet within, he felt a warmth. This tempestuous young lady, despite her temperament, possessed a kind heart. Due to his family's circumstances, Chuan had grown introverted, insecure, and sensitive. Chu Liao always stood by him, sharing her treats and adventures. He had been blind to pursue the false moonlight of a green tea girl, neglecting the true beauty before him. Noticing Chuan's gaze upon her, Chu Liao raised an eyebrow. What are you staring at? Keep it up, and I might just poke your eyes out. Have you lost your mind after being rejected? Why you look so foolish when you smile? Gu Chuan's expression darkened. Indeed, this woman relished sprinkling salt on his wounds. Why must a good child speak so carelessly? Leaning her head against Gu Chuan's shoulder, Chu Liao took a sip of soda. Are you hurt after being rejected by that green tea goddess? Gu Chuan had developed immunity to her sharp tongue, nodding in agreement. Of course I'm hurt. How could I not be, since I'm so heartbroken? Will you marry me and soothe my wounded soul? Chu Liao remained silent, merely waving her fair hands before him. Look at my newly done nails. Aren't they lovely? Gu Chuan nodded in agreement. Indeed, they are beautiful. A dangerous smile crept onto her lips as she continued. Now tell me, if these nails were to dig into your skin, would it hurt? Gu Chuan wisely closed his mouth, refraining from further comment. Still, he ventured tentatively. If you're not going to marry me, perhaps you could lend me some money? Before long, Gu Chuan had stashed 500 yuan in his pocket. Oh dear, summer hasn't even arrived, and the mosquitoes are already here. Look at the marks they've left on me. Gu Chuan grimaced at the 2 prominent red welts on his arm, cursing the mosquitoes of the area. Yet, the thought of the crisp bills in his pocket brought him some solace. In these times, 500 yuan was considered a small fortune. Just moments ago, Chu Liao's remark about his remaining 500 had underscored his financial woes. He recalled that her family was involved in the garment business, boasting assets in the millions. While not on par with those who possessed mines, they were certainly affluent. To use a little rich girl's money to treat a wealthy lady to dinner. What a delightful irony. With this thought, Gu Chuan grinned. After bidding farewell to the esteemed Chu Liao, he visited a barber shop to rid himself of his once trendy, overgrown hairstyle. In this day and age, the shamat style was still prevalent, with some people engaging in whirlwind romances, only to emerge without even knowing what their partner looked like. Staring into the mirror, Gu Chuan couldn't help but smile, turning to the barber. Am I not striking? The barber paused, slightly taken aback. Well, I can't say you're striking, but you do have a certain presence. Nevertheless, he had to admit that Gu Chuan's features were quite well defined, with sharp angles and a depth to his eyes that was merely a shade less than his own. Gazing at his reflection, Gu Chuan flipped his hair flamboyantly. The beauty once concealed beneath his thick bangs now finally liberated. A quintessential figure of the mountain city, Gu Chuan bears an uncanny resemblance to the charismatic Eddie Peng. As the old adage goes, clothes make the man, and a horse is known by its saddle. Even a striking visage requires the enhancement of a suitable hairstyle. With such looks, he would be more than a match for the belle of Chu University. In days past, while perusing those reincarnation novels, Gu Chuan would scoff at the notion that a mere change of hairstyle could transform a man's appearance so drastically, deeming it utterly absurd and lacking in authenticity. Yet, as fate would have it, the narrative of fiction has converged with reality in his own life, for he is indeed handsome. As for others, they are merely the figments of an author's imagination. A mountain chicken, regardless of how long it lets its feathers grow, will never become the formidable Chuan Haonan of Causeway Bay. Strength of character is paramount. Before departing, Gu Chuan contemplated capturing a photograph to adorn the shop's entrance, thus evading the cost of his haircut and savoring the thrill of recognition. The barber, however, greeted him with a rather brusque, "You can leave." Just then, he heard someone call his name from behind. Upon turning, he was met with the sight of a stout, dark-skinned fellow, charging toward him like a wild boar. It was Liu Bowen, a native of the mountain city, standing at around 5'7", bespectacled, and indeed resembling a boar with his rotund figure. Upon seeing Liu Bowen, a smile flickered in Gu Chuan's eyes, for it had been ages since they last met. Memories flooded back. Liu Bowen had returned to the mountain city after graduating from university, marrying a girl he met through an arranged match. However, domestic life proved tumultuous, leading to a divorce by the age of 30, during which he lost a significant portion of his wealth and succumbed to a life of inebriation and melancholy. Goodness, you look like a different person. If it weren't for that school uniform, I might have mistaken you for someone else, Gu Chuan remarked. With a new hairstyle, Liu Bowen was nearly rivaling Gu Chuan's own handsomeness. Approaching closer, he was taken aback at how striking Gu Chuan had become. Previously, he had only noted Gu Chuan's well-defined features and fair complexion, obscured by thick bangs and his naturally introverted demeanor. He never anticipated such a transformation. Gu Chuan, with a hint of pride, tousled his bangs, remarking, "How else could I possibly be worthy of the belle of Chu University?" Liu Bowen, however, regarded him with disdain. "Oh, please, as if you could ever be with the belle. Why don't you just claim you're married to your English teacher instead? Chapter 4, no photographs." But I recorded it. With that, Liu Bowen shifted the conversation back to serious matters, attempting to console Gu Chuan. "Don't be disheartened, brother Chuan. If at first you don't succeed, try again. One day you'll win her heart." Hearing this, Gu Chuan's expression turned slightly peculiar. "I never realized you had the potential to be a persistent suitor," he teased. Lu Bowen, puzzled, inquired a persistent suitor. What do you mean? Chuan, disinterested in elaborating, merely shrugged. In this day and age, it's hard to find a three-legged frog, but there are plenty of two-legged girls. Don't hang all your hopes on one tree. Indeed, Lu Bowen replied, somewhat derisively. You haven't even managed to secure one tree. And you're already thinking of others? Chuan nodded earnestly. You're right. I just had a rather intimate conversation with the belle of Chu University. When I mentioned I had to leave, she insisted I stay, saying she couldn't bear to part with me. The marks on my arm are evidence of her reluctance. Lu Bowen rolled his eyes. You can't even win over Lin Xiaoyue, and now you're aiming for the belle? If you actually manage to win her over, I'll stand on my head and call you dad in front of the whole class. Chuan chuckled. Then you should shout out twice. And I'll record it for your mother to hear. Lu Bowen's face flushed crimson, exclaiming, you scoundrel. How can you expect to be taken seriously? With so many rich and handsome suitors in the fray, what chance do you have? Unless you have Diao-chan hidden away, perhaps? Lu Bowen added with a smirk. Are you planning to cry into your pillow later? Chuan shot him a glance, replying nonchalantly. Crying into my pillow is at least better than shaking the bed. Don't you think? Lu Bowen paused, his face turning beet red as he seethed with embarrassment. What? Have you been snooping through my phone? Chuan shook his head. I'm not that idle. It's just that the noise from your bed shaking was too loud at night. In our dormitory, who doesn't wait for you to finish before sleeping? At this, Lu Bowen wished he could sink into the ground, utterly mortified, contemplating a new planet to escape to. Then, glaring at Chuan, he demanded, so why didn't you warn me? Chuan patted his shoulder with a grin. This is all about creating cherished memories for you, for our entire dormitory, really. Cherished memories indeed. You're the one leaving behind such precious moments. Lu Bowen retorted, his face as red as a cooked liver, feeling as though he could die from embarrassment. Suddenly, Lu Bowen seemed to recall something, his expression turning suspicious as he eyed Chuan. You didn't take any photos, did you? Chuan shook his head. Relieved, Lu Bowen exhaled. But Chuan's next statement shattered his composure. But I did record it. Chuan, you scoundrel. Lu Bowen roared. The sewing machine bar, situated in a relatively obscure locale, appeared rather desolate, hinting at a struggling business. The sign outside was constructed from sturdy iron framing, treated to achieve a charred appearance. The iron door bore splashes of paint and graffiti, exuding a distinct metal rock vibe. In 2008, during an era when KTVs were all the rage in this small county, bars were a rarity. Despite being afternoon, the interior was dimly lit and sparsely populated. Its decor was simplistic, featuring a bar counter, a dance floor, a liquor cabinet, and projections, all consistent in style with the graffiti everywhere. As it was not yet open for business, only a few staff members were present. Seated in a booth, Chuan found himself engaged in a vigorous debate with a middle-aged man dressed in a sleeveless dragon-patterned shirt who was twirling prayer beads. Chuan, with fervor and eloquence, was employing persuasive tactics he had honed over the years. Originally, he had intended to scout the place for a casual drink with Lu Xian, but he found himself struck by a bold idea instead. Thus, he engaged in a verbal sparring match with the bar owner. While the location was undeniably important, marketing was equally crucial. KTV venues felt too corporate and were ill-suited for fresh graduates, where limited space often forced dozens to vie for just 2 microphones, relegating them to mere background figures. Conversely, a bar would be a novel experience for many students. The dance floor was ample enough for uninhibited enjoyment, and as long as the drink prices were reasonable and some promotion was conducted, the business should thrive. Chuan passionately articulated his plan to Chen Gang. Uncertain about Lu Xian's reliability, Chuan felt the need to devise a backup plan. While substantial profits might elude him, earning enough for living expenses would suffice. Chen Gang inhaled deeply before responding. The venue itself isn't an issue, but promoting it might prove challenging. While it's not like KTV, bars don't hold a particularly favorable image in students' minds, so convincing them to host their graduation parties here could be quite difficult. Chuan nodded, having anticipated this concern. Therefore, the owner would need to make some concessions. To successfully host graduation parties, the venue must be exclusively reserved for students. After all, the outside world is rife with unsavory characters, posing considerable risks, and ensuring safety is paramount. Should any incident occur, it would deter students from returning, which is a significant concern for parents and teachers alike. Although the students are not engaged in formal employment, their pocket money is not insignificant. Once the promotion begins, you'll have a steady stream of customers throughout the summer, and the profits will be quite substantial. Furthermore, such graduation parties can be promoted continuously, as there are always students graduating each year. After graduating from high school, everyone becomes an adult, and naturally, university life is where romantic relationships blossom. With boys and girls mingling together, it is likely that some may find themselves captivated by one another. For the students, this serves as an enticing promotional angle. While for the parents and teachers, the emphasis can be placed on safety and security. After all, there is nothing shameful about making money. Unfortunately, high school students possess more discernment than university students, who often exhibit a naive and innocent demeanor, readily lured by a mere lollipop into the clutches of unscrupulous individuals. Chen Gang took a deep drag from a cigarette and regarded Chuan with newfound respect. He had not anticipated that this young man before him possessed a modicum of business acumen. With the cigarette perched behind his ear, he appeared to be a streetwise character. Due to Chuan's prior change of clothes and his failure to disclose his identity, Chen Gang was unaware that he was merely a high school student. Otherwise, he might subconsciously deem the venture implausible and underestimate him. Chen Gang remained silent for a prolonged moment, while Chuan was in no hurry, fully aware that there were inherent risks involved. After all, he was merely here to scout the location and was not necessarily intent on sealing the deal. Eventually, as the cigarette neared its end, the owner acquiesced to Chuan's proposal. "All right, we shall proceed as you suggested." Upon receiving his agreement, Chuan flashed a grin. "In that case, I would appreciate it if you could arrange a private room for me. This evening, I have an important guest arriving to discuss a project worth several $100 million. Chen Gang's compliance fell within Chuan's expectations. Given that the establishment was rather quiet, had it been a more popular bar, he doubted they would have been so accommodating. Chen Gang blinked in surprise, regarding Chuan with a newfound admiration, exclaiming, "A business worth hundreds of millions? Truly impressive for one so young." He nodded affirmatively, assuring, "Rest assured, I shall make the necessary arrangements." Chuan lit a cigarette and sauntered out of the bar, hands tucked into his pockets, exuding an air of confidence as if he had no rivals. This trip had proven fruitful. Not only had he secured a private room without charge, but he had also initiated a business venture. Glancing back at the soot-blackened iron frame, Chuan exhaled a smoke ring, pondering the name Sewing Machine. Quite a clever title indeed. However, Gonggu's bar had a nicer ring to it. He then retrieved his phone and texted the bar's location to Lu Xin. Chapter 5. Lin Qiya was brought to tears. Noticing that the time was still early, Chuan decided to purchase a women's dress and a men's belt at the mall before heading home. "Qiya, what troubles you? Did Chuan upset you again?" After leaving school, Lin Qiya had called her friend Chen Xiaomin to go shopping and alleviate her spirits, yet she felt utterly dejected. Was it so unreasonable to decline his confession? She had rejected him before without such a reaction. Was it possible that after being spurned, he no longer harbored feelings for her? She had already provided him a way out, yet Chuan continued to mock her, which only fueled her frustration. The more she pondered, the more vexed she became. It was Chuan who had been rejected. Why then did her spirits plummet so drastically? She was certain she did not care about him. At that moment, she caught sight of Chuan and was momentarily taken aback. Was that truly Chuan? Why had he become so handsome? When he smiled, it seemed as if he radiated light. He was holding something in his hands. Could it be that Chuan realized his mistake and had brought her a gift as an apology? Chen Xiaomin, unaware of the preceding events, assumed that Chuan had once again angered Lin Qiya. At that instant, upon seeing Chuan approaching with a gift, her expression froze slightly as she rubbed her eyes. Was that really Chuan? Surely she wasn't imagining things. When had he become so handsome? In her mind, Chuan had always been merely a polite and studious boy. Though he was good-looking with distinct features and fair skin, he was nothing more than that. Yet now, seeing him, the word handsome loomed large in her thoughts. It would be a shame if he didn't pursue a more glamorous career. Perhaps she could even lend a hand with his business. Snapping back to reality, Chen Xiaomin shot a knowing glance at Lin Qiya, saying, "Look, Qiya, Chuan has come to apologize with a gift." Seeing her friend share the same assumption brightened Lin Qiya's mood slightly. However, with her prideful nature, she retorted, "Humph. Even if he comes to apologize now, I shan't forgive him." Chen Xiaomin chuckled and linked arms with her. "Indeed, suitors for our Qiya are lined up from here to France. Although Chuan is handsome and academically gifted, it ultimately requires Qiya's consent." Lin Qiya's expression shifted from gloomy to bright, lifting her chin in pride, although her joyful demeanor did not manifest outwardly. She remained entirely oblivious to Chuan's presence. Yet, out of the corner of her eye, she kept a vigilant watch on his movements. As Lin Qiya eagerly anticipated Chuan approaching her with a gift to seek her forgiveness, he walked right past her without sparing her a glance. This only deepened her discontent. Her expression soured, and she fidgeted her fingers, stamping her foot in frustration. Chen Xiaomin, observing this, felt perplexed. Did Chuan truly not see Qiya? "Don't be upset, Qiya. This is surely just a ploy to gain your attention," she reassured. You'll see within 3 seconds. Gu Chuan will undoubtedly return to seek you out. Hearing this, Lin Qiya felt a flicker of hope ignite within her, suppressing the urge to turn around and silently counting down in her mind. Yet, 10 seconds passed without a sign of Gu Chuan's return. Chun Xiaoman began to feel anxious, awkwardly laughing as she turned back and called out, Gu Chuan. Upon hearing someone call his name, Gu Chuan halted and turned to see Chun Xiaoman approaching with Lin Qiya in tow. Qiya is here, he remarked, his brow furrowing slightly, his tone tinged with impatience. What do you want? Presently, he felt no fondness for Lin Qiya. In fact, conversing with her felt like a form of torment. Gu Chuan's words left everyone momentarily stunned, especially Chun Xiaoman. Did he not recognize the significance of her presence? Isn't the item you purchased meant for Qiya? Chun Xiaoman questioned, bewildered. Gu Chuan was taken aback for a moment, then flashed a radiant smile, revealing a dazzling set of white teeth, and gave her a thumbs up. You are truly astute. In the future, you shall undoubtedly carve your niche among the world's brilliant minds. Before that man emerged, brilliant minds was merely a compliment. Gu Chuan, I demand an apology from you. Upon hearing Gu Chuan's mockery, Lin Qiya could no longer contain her anger, speaking in a haughty tone. Gu Chuan's demeanor transformed instantly, his eyes dimming with coldness. Are you out of your mind? Did I sleep with you or kick you to the curb? Why should I apologize for anything? He added, and don't ever speak to me in that tone again. I owe you nothing. With that, Gu Chuan turned and walked away, disinterested in further engagement. Gu Chuan found it repugnant to tolerate someone who was so self-important and perpetually maintained an air of superiority. Meanwhile, Chun Xiaoman stood in disbelief, wondering if Gu Chuan had lost his mind. That was Lin Qiya, the girl he had pined for over 3 years. Why was he treating her with such disdain? In the past, upon witnessing Lin Qiya upset, he would have rushed over to apologize and plead for her forgiveness with gentle words. What transpired today was truly perplexing. Not only did he fail to offer an apology, but his gaze also betrayed a sense of disdain. As Lin Qiya watched Gu Chuan's distant silhouette fade away, her spirits plummeted to an all-time low. Stamping her foot in frustration, tears cascaded down her cheeks, her voice tinged with a sobbing timbre, overwhelmed by a profound sense of grievance. Gu Chuan, I shall never forgive you in this lifetime. Standing beneath the residential building, Gu Chuan felt an inexplicable sense of anxiety creeping into his heart. His mother had remarried when he was in middle school, while his father had passed away during his elementary years. The only emotions he could recall regarding his father were those of resentment. Alcoholism, gambling, domestic violence. His father had indulged in every vice imaginable. This tumultuous childhood had left indelible scars, contributing to Gu Chuan's later struggles with inferiority and sensitivity. Some individuals can heal their lives through their childhood, yet others must dedicate their entire existence to mending the wounds of their youth. His father perished in a drunken driving accident, bearing the brunt of the blame due to reckless driving. The driver who struck him, out of humanitarian concern, covered the funeral expenses. On the day of his father's death, Gu Chuan did not shed a single tear. Many labeled him unfilial, and he chose not to contest their judgments. After smoking a cigarette downstairs, Gu Chuan ascended to the upper floors with his belongings in hand. Before room 301, he hesitantly knocked on the door, and soon enough his mother's voice resonated from within. Coming. As the door swung open, a familiar face greeted him. His mother, Chun Lan, appeared considerably younger than he remembered, her face adorned with a smile. Upon seeing her precious son, she paused momentarily, taken aback by his new hairstyle, which made him look like a different person. Truly, he was her son, and he was handsome. Her smile widened, coming quickly. Uncle Li just cut a watermelon. Upon entering, Gu Chuan spotted Uncle Li emerging from the kitchen, carrying 2 platters of watermelon. Upon noticing him, Uncle Li hurriedly invited him to take a seat. You must be exhausted from the college entrance examination. Look, you've lost weight. Come, eat some watermelon. With that, he pushed a platter of watermelon towards Gu Chuan. Chapter 6. The English teacher's banquet. Uncle Li, whose real name was Li Xiangshan, was an honest man of modest height and slightly lean build, exuding a sense of stability. He harbored no ill will towards Gu Chuan for being an outsider. On the contrary, he treated him exceptionally well, often bringing him delightful treats to school. Employed in a government office, he may not have earned a substantial income, but he managed to provide for his family without fail, ensuring that no one ever lacked for food or clothing. Thank you, Uncle Li, Gu Chuan said with a smile, feeling at ease as he sank his teeth into the watermelon. Is Ling Jie coming back for the summer vacation? He inquired, referring to Uncle Li's daughter, who was 2 years his senior and currently attending university, and was quite beautiful. Uncle Li nodded. She should be back. That girl has been trying to obtain her driver's license for 2 years, but hasn't succeeded yet. Gu Chuan chuckled and then retrieved a gift from his bag. Mom, this is for you. With the heat rising, it's time to update your wardrobe. Chun Lan's expression shifted, momentarily taken aback by the dress he presented her. Oh, you're just wasting money again. We have enough clothes at home. Despite her words, the joy radiating from her face was undeniable. Her son was thoughtful enough to buy her clothes. Then, Chuan handed a leather belt to Uncle Lee. Uncle Lee, this is for you. You've been a tremendous help during this examination period. Uncle Lee accepted the belt, but his expression turned serious. What are you saying? This is merely my duty. Besides, you're about to enter university. Wouldn't it be better to save your money for treating your classmates? Chuan smiled reassuringly. It's all right, Uncle Lee. I found a part-time job during the summer, so I'm not short on money. Upon hearing this, both adults exchanged knowing glances, and Lan settled beside him. A part-time job? What kind of job? Uncle Lee offered Chuan another slice of watermelon, then said, Listen, you don't need to worry about saving money for us. Your mother and I have already prepared for your university expenses. As the day grew hotter, Uncle Lee continued, What kind of part-time job could you be doing? It sounds exhausting. If you need money, just let me know. I can help you out. Chuan chuckled. Uncle Lee, it's not about the money. I want to gain some experience. After all, once the college entrance examination is over, I will officially be an adult. Hearing this, Chun Lan's face lit up with pride as she gently patted Chuan's hand. That's wonderful. My son is growing up. After some casual conversation, Chuan stood up to leave, but Chun Lan called out, It's almost time for dinner. Where do you think you're going? With a smile, Chuan replied, I have plans with some classmates to eat out. Seeing this, Uncle Lee reached for his wallet to offer Chuan some pocket money, but he was quickly stopped. There's no need. Uncle Lee, I have some cash with me. After a few rounds of insistence, Uncle Lee relented. As Chuan approached the door, he suddenly turned back to Uncle Lee. Thank you. These words came from the depths of his heart. Being with him made his mother happy, sparing her from the past struggles of gathering tuition fees under harsh conditions. Uncle Lee chuckled warmly. What silly talk is this? We are family. There is no need for thanks. Watching Chuan's receding figure, Chun Lan beamed with pride. Xiao Chuan seems different from before. Uncle Lee nodded in agreement. Indeed, he rarely spoke in the past. Sitting on the curb, Chuan lit a cigarette, half of it consumed by the wind. Then, he began to contemplate. Why was it that others could effortlessly soar after reincarnation while he found himself facing difficulties? It appeared that novels and reality were vastly different. Nevertheless, Chuan remained undeterred. Hadn't Lei Busi once said that standing in the right place could help even a pig take flight? In this era, opportunities were plentiful, yet money was scarce. He keenly observed the impending changes in the future, recognizing that his previous studio had stemmed from the foundation of the internet. Given a second chance, Chuan felt that the likelihood of earning money was quite substantial. Of course, this hinged on whether he could satisfy Xing tonight and earn her financial generosity. They often said that if a man experiences something for the first time, the girl should offer a red envelope. That saying seemed to refer to something else. Sighing, he thought, if all else fails, perhaps he could learn some martial arts techniques to withstand the extravagant pursuits of wealthy women. In this day and age, if hard work was truly effective, why would there be a need for affluent individuals? Alas, who could blame him for lacking a system or extraordinary memory? He was merely an unremarkable handsome guy. The path of literary imitation was unfeasible. After all, not everyone could contain millions of words of novels and hundreds of famous songs in their minds. However, when it came to melodies, he did recall a few. They were merely folk songs he enjoyed playing, and the unpublished selection should suffice for him to earn a little extra. As for novels, although his mind was sharp, retaining such a vast number of words was an insurmountable challenge. Yet there was one short story that lingered in his memory, not because he particularly enjoyed it, but because the despicable author had cruelly written off all the characters he adored. In light of this, Jiangnan, you shall not blame me for seeking fame unjustly. With this thought, Chuan let out a gleeful chuckle. He was familiar with the plot, and for the prose. Seeking assistance to refine, it should allow him to piece together something coherent. He recalled clearly that Jiangnan's first work, Dragon Clan, was published in 2009, while the current year was 2008. Jiangnan, oh no, I've become a substitute. Indeed, Chuan comforted himself. Most people's first pot of gold was obtained through unclean means. Jiangnan, can this truly be applied here? As evening approached, at 7 o'clock, with the sun setting behind the mountains, Chuan and Lu Xan met and made their way to the sewing machine bar. The private room was ready, complete with food and drinks, for Chuan was discussing a significant business deal. At this moment, Lu Xan had donned a particularly refreshing outfit, a white tank top, light gray jeans, and a pair of white sneakers. Standing beside Chuan, they appeared as if they were classmates. The bar's decor exuded an artistic ambience. As Lu Xan gazed at the graffiti adorning the walls, Her beautiful eyes sparkled with surprise. Rock and roll veterans do tend to be rather unconventional, Chuan remarked with a smile. The private room was located on the second floor, boasting enormous floor-to-ceiling windows that offered a panoramic view of the surroundings. Chun Gang's assertion was indeed accurate. The bar's business was dismal, with only a scant 20 patrons present, rendering the place exceedingly spacious. You didn't summon me here merely for a meal, did you? Lu Xen, perceptive as ever, fixed her clear gaze upon Chuan, a faint smile gracing her lips. Chuan, unperturbed, placed 2 bottles of beer in front of her and chuckled. Didn't I mention before? I currently lack 2 things, money and a girlfriend. Which one would you prefer, Sister Xen? Lu Xen shot him a playful glare, her eyes lingering on him for an extended moment without a word. I've noticed you seem different from before, she observed. Chuan leaned closer, unabashedly asking, have I perhaps become more handsome? Lu Xen nodded, yes. You are indeed more handsome than before, and your confidence has certainly blossomed. In the past, Chuan had been rather introverted, often looking down and harboring a sense of insecurity. Yet now, he seemed transformed, engaging in playful banter and displaying a much more cheerful disposition. Enough of this chatter. Let us drink. Once we're pleasantly inebriated, we can discuss other matters, Chuan proposed, raising his beer bottle to clink with Lu Xen's before downing its contents. Take your time. No one is competing with you, she retorted, rolling her eyes, before pouring her beer in her glass and finishing it off as well. Sister Xen, your drinking capacity is quite impressive, Chuan grinned, promptly refilling her glass. Chapter 7. Sister Xen, is your family in need of a son-in-law? Chuan chose this bar because the mature and alluring Lu Xen had an affinity for excitement. In her previous life, she had indulged in bungee jumping, skydiving, and canyon rafting, thrilling activities that she relished. This was also the reason for her resignation from teaching. The profession felt unbearably monotonous to her. Lu Xen tilted her snow-white chin slightly, a captivating smile illuminating her face. But do be cautious. I wouldn't want to be responsible for taking you home if you overindulge, she warned. Chuan waved his hand dismissively, not a chance. I won't stop until I've thoroughly intoxicated you, at which point I shall pledge myself to you. Though Lu Xen feigned annoyance at Chuan's cheeky remarks, she secretly cherished this laid-back dynamic between them, free from constraints and formalities. In this day and age, teacher-student romances are rather common. Wouldn't you agree? Chuan quipped. After several rounds of drinks, both had consumed a total of 12 bottles of beer, yet Chuan showed no signs of inebriation. Glancing at Lu Xen, he was genuinely surprised by her impressive drinking ability. At that moment, her beautiful cheeks bore a delicate flush, enhanced by the ambient lighting, making her appear exceedingly alluring. However, despite her tipsy appearance, it was evident that her awareness remained intact. Even another case of beer would likely leave her unperturbed. Resting her chin on her hand, Lu Xen blinked her long eyelashes, her slightly intoxicated gaze fixed on Chuan. So, what is it that you wish to discuss? She inquired. Chuan remained silent for a moment before clapping his hands, prompting the bartender to bring in 2 more cases of beer. With a decisive pop, Chuan opened them, pushing one toward Lu Xen. Drink up. Let us enjoy ourselves first, he encouraged. Lu Xen shot him a sidelong glance. I'm not beautiful right now. Even if she were to consume another case of beer, it was unlikely she would become drunk. However, the frequent trips to the restroom would indeed become quite bothersome. Chuan grinned. Of course you're beautiful, Sister Xen. But I must say, after a few drinks, you become even more enchanting. After downing several more bottles, Lu Xen's cheeks flushed a deeper shade of red. She waved her hand, signaling that she could drink no more. It wasn't that she was approaching drunkenness, but rather the restroom visits were becoming tiresome. At this moment, her gaze had grown slightly hazy, her cheeks rosy, and her demeanor exuded a hint of inebriation. Just as Chuan had stated, she truly did appear more captivating with each sip. Aren't you going to the restroom? Chuan, having consumed at least 17 or 18 bottles, displayed no signs of intoxication, having only made 2 trips to the restroom himself. Chuan chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. No way, my kidneys are just too good. Surprisingly, he felt no trace of drunkenness, which was rather unusual. In his previous life, while he had a decent tolerance, it had never reached such heights. Could this be one of the perks of reincarnation? Lu Xen blushed at his remark, playfully scolding him with a glare. Is it time for you to speak now? Chuan, noticing her slightly dazed expression, felt the moment was ripe. With a mischievous grin, he leaned closer and asked, Sister Xen, could you lend me some money? Lu Xen blinked in surprise, then reached for her bag. How much do you need? A rare hint of shyness crossed Chuan's face as he awkwardly held up 3 fingers, 3 million. Liu Xian nodded, rummaging through her wallet. However, upon hearing the amount, her beautiful face froze, her eyes wide with astonishment. The haze in her gaze seemed to clear as she asked, "How much?" Chuan realized that asking for such a sum was somewhat abrupt, but she was the only person he could think of, though the likelihood of rejection was high. He repeated, 3 million. In this day and age, those who could earn money often possessed a thick skin. Liu Xian's eyes momentarily lost focus. Her previously hazy expression now tinged with clarity. What on earth do you need such a large sum for? Chuan smacked his lips, noting the confidence of the wealthy. A pauper hearing such a figure would simply exclaim, "Where on earth would I get that kind of money?" Yet the affluent would only inquire, "What do you need it for?" Chuan opted to be transparent, as anyone intending to borrow money ought to disclose its purpose. Otherwise, if he were to use the funds for gambling or other illicit activities, she would inadvertently become an accomplice. Of course, he refrained from revealing all his cards, as some sources of information were not easily articulated. "I intend to use this money to purchase several properties and subsequently profit from the compensation for demolition." Chuan explained candidly. "Compensation for demolition?" Liu Xin zbunde inji. Chuan nodded. "The real estate market is booming and many older districts will be undergoing redevelopment, resulting in substantial compensation payouts. Although the policies have yet to be officially announced, if my memory serves me correctly, they are set to be implemented this summer." This was precisely why he sought to borrow money from Liu Xian at this juncture. Any delay would mean missing the opportunity. Liu Xin, seemingly well-versed in the real estate sector, countered with a question, "Where did you source this information?" Chuan shrugged. "I promised that particular big shot I wouldn't divulge it. However, I can assure you that the information is entirely accurate and will not result in any losses for you, Sister Xian." Liu Xian leaned back against the sofa, her demeanor shifting as the alcohol seemed to dissipate from her system. "Why should I trust you?" At that moment, her expression remained cheerful, yet her beautiful eyes conveyed the shrewdness of a seasoned businesswoman. Chuan shrugged, acknowledging that he had no means to convince Xian. After all, if he were to incur a loss, the risks would fall heavily upon her. As the weaker party in this scenario, Chuan could only be forthright, vowing that such promises and oaths were utterly futile in the realm of commerce. Liu Xian leaned forward, her delicate hand propping up her chin, gazing intently at Chuan. "How did you discern my wealth?" Chuan chuckled softly, noting that Xian's wardrobe was always unique. Her choice of vehicle, though niche, was undeniably valuable. Furthermore, even if she did not reside in the faculty dormitory, renting a room was entirely feasible. There was no need to purchase a property outright. Of course, much of this was mere speculation on his part. Yet, judging by her reaction, it appeared his assumptions were not unfounded. Upon hearing Chuan's analysis, a flicker of surprise danced in Liu Xian's eyes. "You're quite the guesser, aren't you? But why would I lend you money?" Chuan shrugged again, expressing his lack of capital to bargain with Xian and admitting, "I am simply pleading for your assistance." This was the unvarnished truth, as he was merely a struggling youth, having borrowed even the funds for tonight's dinner from the illustrious Chu, the campus belle. Although he possessed some insider information, such tidbits were hardly secrets, especially to Xian. With just a slight exertion of her connections, she could easily acquire such knowledge. He could never leverage it as a means of coercion against her, for the straightforward reason that Xian was not in want of money. Liu Xian was taken aback by his candor. She had anticipated he would leverage insider information to negotiate, yet he had instead requested her assistance directly. "You are remarkably forthright." Chuan shrugged, a hint of resignation in his tone. "It is all I have left, this scant honesty." Liu Xian smiled. "What if the information is unreliable?" In response, Chuan reclined on the sofa, declaring, "Then I shall offer myself in servitude to repay my debt." Liu Xian shot him a teasing glance. "You are quite greedy, wanting both food and favor." Chuan sighed. "What can I say? A skilled cook cannot create a feast without ingredients. Despite the wealth of knowledge in my mind, I lack the capital. Thus, I resort to this desperate measure, treating a dead horse as if it were alive. I believe it is far more probable to curry favor with a wealthy lady than to strike it rich through a lottery." Liu Xian tilted her head thoughtfully. "Since you put it this way, I suppose I shall indulge you. 3 million may be an astronomical sum for many, but for Liu Xian, it was merely a casual wager in Macau. She did not expect Chuan to genuinely profit. She simply found the notion entertaining. Whether it was the so-called game of price differences or Chuan himself, she found both amusing. For her, money was merely a number, far less significant than emotional value. Based on Chuan's invitation to dinner, his lack of the typical distance other students maintained from her, his camaraderie with friends, and his endearing address of Xian, she felt that even if the 3 million were to vanish, it would be of little consequence. Upon hearing her words, Chuan was momentarily rendered speechless, struggling to comprehend her swift agreement. You've already acquiesced? But I had prepared numerous toasts and touching anecdotes. How could you agree so readily? This is quite unexpected. Moreover, he did not genuinely believe Xinjia would comply. After all, despite their somewhat closer relationship as teacher and student, it was still confined to the realm of friendship. To lend 3 million so casually seemed utterly implausible, something even fiction would hesitate to portray. Yet, inexplicably, Xinjia had readily agreed, and with remarkable decisiveness, akin to Chuan purchasing a 50-cent snack from a convenience store. No, that analogy was flawed, given his current financial standing. He would hesitate even over a 50-cent purchase. Indeed, charming a wealthy lady seemed to make acquiring wealth as effortless as sipping water. A mere gesture of generosity could amount to what an ordinary person might toil for a lifetime to earn. Contemplating this, Chuan found himself adopting a new perspective on life. Xinjia, do you happen to need a son-in-law? Chapter 8 Xinjia, please do not test me with this. Goodness, Xinjia, you truly are affluent, living alone in such a spacious home. What is the other bedroom reserved for dignity? After hailing a cab, Chuan escorted Lu Xin to an upscale residential complex. Upon entering, he marveled at the minimalist yet elegant decor, once again acutely aware of his own poverty. Supporting Lu Xin as he settled her onto the sofa, Chuan straightened his back, stretching his limbs. Thank goodness I have some strength. Otherwise, I truly could not have managed. They say that drunken individuals are like dead weights. It was surprising to find that beautiful women could be just as heavy. I want water. Lu Xin mumbled sleepily from a sofa, her eyes half closed and her gaze somewhat unfocused. Very well, I shall see to your comfort before I depart, seeing as you are my patron, my little fortune. With that, Chuan poured a glass of water, sitting beside her to gently assist her in sipping it, as one might feed a small kitten. After half a glass, Lu Xin reclined on the sofa, her hands beginning to fidget, tugging at her t-shirt as if to remove it. Observing this, Chuan swiftly grasped her wrist, muttering, "What you see, you must not touch. Xinzi, while I may not be excessively intoxicated, please do not challenge me in this manner. I know I am handsome and of good character, but even I cannot withstand such trials. Behave, do not undress." Lu Xin had consumed a considerable amount of alcohol that evening. Her earlobes and graceful neck were slightly flushed, resembling ripe apples, evoking an irresistible urge to take a bite. Chuan swallowed hard, suppressing his wandering thoughts, muttering to himself, "I've heard that tipsy girls are warm. Damn it, what am I thinking? I'm a gentleman." With that, Chuan lifted Lu Xin's arms as if he were a bandit abducting a bride, transporting her from the sofa to the bedroom. He then proceeded to remove her shoes, remarking, "What a shame it would be if these lovely feet were not put to better use." Afterward, he fetched a basin of water to wash her feet. But as he did so, he suddenly paused. What on earth am I doing? Is this truly my place? Is this not the role of a sycophant? Am I, after being reborn, destined to become a mere toady? Shaking his head, Chuan attempted to reassure himself. No, no, this cannot be servility. It is merely an act of respect toward a wealthy lady. I am yielding to wealth, not to a woman. Yes, it must be that. Once he had washed her feet, Chuan returned with a damp towel to wipe her face. Fortunately, Lu Xin had not worn makeup. Otherwise, the task of removing it would have been an arduous one. After finishing these duties, he tucked her in, contemplating whether to indulge in a post-task cigarette. No, what absurdity. This wretched sycophant spirit is influencing me again. Besides, smoking in someone else's home is decidedly impolite. After waiting a moment longer to ensure Lu Xin had truly fallen asleep, Chuan finally felt at ease to depart. Yet, after he left, Lu Xin slowly opened her eyes, her cheeks slightly flushed. It was the first time in many years that a man had so intimately touched her feet. With all your grandiloquent words, you certainly weren't so demure during the foot washing, Lu Xin murmured playfully. Even now, she could still recall the sensation of Chuan's touch. However, this young man had not taken unfair advantage of her. Throughout their journey back, Chuan had been remarkably respectful, refraining from any untoward advances or accidental contact. Consider yourself perceptive. A smile graced Lu Xin's face as her enchanting eyes casually swept over the counter. There, she noticed medals from a Taekwondo black belt competition. Yet, for reasons unknown, a sense of emptiness settled in her heart, accompanied by a hint of regret. Reflecting on this, Lu Xin couldn't help but feel her cheeks flush. Oh dear, Lu Xin, what are you thinking? You are his teacher, after all. After escorting Lu Xin home, Chuan returned to the sewing machine bar. Observing the bar's increasingly dismal business, Chuan became more resolute in his decision to host a graduation party. By midnight, the bar was devoid of patrons, and Chuan, tossing and turning in bed, pulled Chuan into discussions about the various details of the party's preparations. He may be a rock veteran, but even the most rock and roll individual needs to eat. The more they discussed, the more Chuan felt that Chuan was adept and thorough in his approach, considering many issues more comprehensively than he had. Even half of the drinks on the shelf had been replaced with non-alcoholic beverages. As for promotion, Chuan already had a rough plan in mind. After a brief discussion with Chuan, they could begin to execute it. They could recruit a few attractive young ladies to stand at the entrance, their radiant smiles sure to create an excellent effect. After all, no matter how beautifully a ballad is sung, it pales in comparison to the allure of a pretty girl. Wasn't it sung in the song? If your neighboring performer cannot stay, who will sleep with you until dawn? With offline promotion settled, the online aspect could not lag behind. The Penguin Group presented a good avenue for publicity. However, Chuan wasn't in a hurry to promote through the class. He could first find some outspoken students to experience it. Once the promotion reached a certain level, they could then proceed with class-wide promotion. Using the enticing theme of if graduation cannot rock, youth will always bear regret. At that point, recording a few video clips of performances and enlisting some school goddesses to garner attention should yield promising results. With this thought, Chuan exhaled a smoke ring, realizing he indeed possessed the potential of a cunning businessman. Naturally, he wasn't merely a goody-two-shoes helping others profit. He intended to take a share as well. Finally, after laboring until 2 in the morning, Chuan collapsed in the bar and fell into a deep slumber. Awakening around noon, he suddenly felt as though he were being pressed down by a ghost. His body felt heavy, and something soft seemed to rest upon his chest. As he opened his bleary eyes, he was greeted by a familiar face, with long eyelashes fluttering and beautiful eyes fixed upon him. Goodness, Demonis, get off me. You're going to break my back. After locking eyes, Chu Liao's visage reflected in his pupils. At that moment, she was perched upon him in an exceedingly comfortable manner, causing Chuan to spring upright in bed, startled. Yet despite his protests, Chu Liao remained unmoved, looking down at him from her lofty position. Did you spend the night with a woman? She inquired, her elegant brows raised in a fierce manner. Chuan shook his head vigorously. How could that be? I was discussing the graduation party preparations with Brother Chen all night. Chu Liao tugged at Chuan's collar. Then how come there's a lipstick mark on your shirt? Chuan looked down and indeed spotted a conspicuous lipstick mark on his collar, mentally chiding himself for being careless. It must have been from when he escorted Lu Xian home last night. However, Chuan, ever stubborn, would never admit it, and instead casually replied, "Oh, I was drinking with Sister Yin last night. It must be hers." Yin Shui was the DJ at the sewing machine bar, the red-haired girl he had encountered yesterday, held in high regard by the boss. Chu Liao's beautiful eyes scrutinized Chuan, attempting to discern any signs of deceit on his face. Unfortunately, Chuan's thick skin revealed no traces at all, prompting Chu Liao to relent. Get off me quickly, my back is about to break, Chuan complained, arching his back. Logically, his action was indeed reasonable, but their position was undeniably suggestive, causing Chu Liao's cheeks to flush crimson in an instant. Chuan, you dare move again? Her cheeks, resembling ripe apples, flared with indignation as she gripped her waist, her previously aloof demeanor vanishing, resembling a fluffed-up turkey. You're the one who made me move, not me, Chuan replied languidly, then moved slightly again. Chapter 9. Capturing the Moonlight School Beauty. Chuan, you scoundrel. If I don't beat you into a pulp today, I'm not your great aunt, Chu Liao exclaimed, losing her composure. Her hands clasped together as she attempted to choke Chuan. Oh, the tiger doesn't show its might, and you really think I'm a sickly cat? Little girl, prepare to be punished. Chuan arched his body, grabbing both of Chu Liao's wrists and gently pulling her to the side, causing her to lose her balance. In the next moment, the roles reversed, with Chuan on top and Chu Liao beneath him, the little great aunt captured with ease. Lying on the bed, Chu Liao's lively eyes fixated on Chuan, her voice a mere whisper, her long eyelashes fluttering in disbelief. Had she truly been subdued by Chuan so effortlessly? Though she knew he had always been accommodating towards her, she couldn't believe she had been so easily overpowered. So cocky, so arrogant. Whereas your prowess from before? Chuan, feeling triumphant, gazed down at Chu Liao, his expression brimming with the glee of a petty victor. Wow, I'm going to tell Annie that you bullied me. Boo-hoo. You've been such a rogue. Chu Liao's eyes sparkled mischievously as she feigned tears, 2 droplets rolling down her cheeks, her brows knitting together, her face a portrait of utter grievance. Chuan panicked and quickly released her hands. I'm sorry, is that not enough? He scrambled off her. bowing in apology as if he were about to kneel and beg for forgiveness from this little great aunt. Then you must bark like a dog. At her command. Her tears ceased abruptly, and she lifted her delicate chin, her demeanor proud as if she had just won a battle. What? Gu Chuan was taken aback. Chu Liao shot him a glare. I said, bark like a dog. Gu Chuan nodded, promptly repeating, I said, bark like a dog. Chu Liao pout that, fu ming. I told you to bark like a dog, not to mimic my words. Gu Chuan grinned. Exactly, I am barking like a dog. Chu Liao's pretty face momentarily froze, only to quickly register her realization, her eyes flashing with indignation as she grasped a pillow and hurled it at Gu Chuan. Gu Chuan, you dare call me a dog? Gu Chuan evaded the pillow, chuckling. Even if I'm a dog, I'm a pretty one. After lunch, Gu Chuan sat on a high stool with his guitar, tuning the strings as the spotlight enveloped him. Across from him, Chu Liao set up the camera, activating the recording mode, and then gestured an OK sign to Gu Chuan. Ding, ding, ding. Gu Chuan nodded, strumming the strings, and a melodious tune began to resonate throughout the bar. Did I promise you too much, or was what I originally gave insufficient? You always have countless reasons, and I have always followed your feelings. Gu Chuan's clear voice bore a hint of raspiness, yet it did not sound muddled. Rather, it conveyed a deep resonance that easily evoked emotions, rich in infectiousness. Yin Shui, Chun Gang, and others gathered behind the camera, captivated by the performance. The radiant smile on Chu Liao's face mirrored the spotlight that seemed to envelop Gu Chuan, who appeared to exude an ethereal glow. Ever since his rejection, something about Gu Chuan had seemingly transformed. However, as she listened, a sense of disquiet crept in. The lyrics felt awry. With a piercing glance at Gu Chuan, she pondered, could it be that he still harbored feelings for that green tea girl? How could I bear to blame you? It was my indulgence in granting you freedom that led to your solitude, drawing you into the whirlpool of emotions. How could I bear to see you tormented? It was my reckless grant of freedom that left you adrift. Gu Chuan, oblivious to Chu Liao's tumultuous thoughts, deftly danced his long fingers across the guitar strings. Each chord as familiar as his own heartbeat. In the past, he had felt this song encapsulated his sentiments perfectly, having poured his heart out only to be met with disdain. Yet in this second chance at life, he had released those past burdens entirely. As he strummed the song anew, it felt like a fitting closure to the chapter of his youth that had been squandered on unreciprocated affections. Once the first song concluded, Gu Chuan hesitated for a brief moment before plucking the strings again, a novel melody unfurling gently. Let me see you once more from south to north, like the North Fifth Ring Road with blinded eyes. Let me hear it again, about that day, the girl with the box and the man wiping sweat. Chun Gang nudged a couple of prayer beads, smacking his lips. You won't find many wives who can sing with such flavor, will you? Yet after a while, he found the tune strikingly unfamiliar, as if he had never heard it before. Have you heard this song? Chen Gong In Quid, Glancing au Chuleo. She blinked in surprise, shaking her head. No wonder. On Her Bridge had been released in 2013, and it was currently 2008. If anyone had heard it, it would indeed be a miracle. I know. Those summers, much like youth, are irretrievable. What replaces dreams is merely a reluctant acceptance. I know. The boasts of youth will fade away with a smile. After the song ended, Chu Liao gestured an okay to him. Gu Chuan set down the guitar and leaned closer to the camera, asking, what do you think? The preceding song, Over the Fire, was already a well-known anthem. Yet Gu Chuan felt that since it was meant for promotion, it should carry some novelty. And so he casually played On a Bridge. This piece had yet to be released, making it a novelty for many, surely captivating. Before a response could be given, Yin Shui, the bar's spirited DJ, exclaimed, outstanding, tall and striking with her vibrant red hair. Her attire was daring, featuring a black tank top and a short skirt that revealed her alabaster thighs. Chuan Ge, your singing is simply captivating. Have you ever been dumped? Gu Chuan's expression darkened. If you can't speak properly, perhaps you should refrain from speaking at all. Your guess is quite accurate. Don't bother guessing again. He waved dismissively, his previous compositions hardly worth mentioning. Do you think you're amusing? Song, a fellow observer, remarked. Chun Gang approached, offering Gu Chuan a cigarette. Did you write those lyrics too? Upon Gu Chuan's nod, Chun Gang gave him a thumbs up. Impressive. How could someone so young pen lyrics so profound? How many relationships had this fellow experienced? One could only wonder how often he had been cast aside to write such poignant lines. This must surely be a sacrifice for the sake of art. After reviewing the footage, Gu Chuan nodded. Let us proceed as such. Please upload the video to my QQ. This video would serve as promotional material disseminated across various class groups to generate some attention for the sewing machine bar. Chu, how'd it go with the people you were supposed to find for me? Gu Chuan inquired, flicking his cigarette and looking at Chu Liao. With a hint of pride, Chu Liao shook her phone. Rest assured, I am absolutely reliable. Here they come. With that, she gestured towards the bar's entrance. As her gaze fell upon a group of youthful and vibrant girls entering, casting curious glances around the dimly lit room, their eyes shimmered with caution. Chapter 10. Singing, dancing. Rapping, unfortunately, no basketball. They too held a skeptical view of the bar. However, upon spotting Chu Liao, their apprehension gradually dissipated, and they approached with smiles. Liao, why did you invite us to this place? Upon seeing Chu Liao, Lu Xen rushed forward to envelop her in a warm embrace, her face alight with joy, though her gaze held a hint of mischief. Lu Xen, Chu Liao's close friend, stood around 7 meters tall, her long legs captivating. Dressed casually with a high ponytail, her laughter revealed charming dimples, and though not as stunning as Chu Liao, she was undoubtedly a rare beauty. Noticing Lu Xen's hand wandering, Chu Liao shot her a fierce glare, but Lu Xen merely stuck out her tongue, unbothered. Here, these are the goddesses from our school, whom I met in extracurricular classes. Aren't they lovely? Stepping aside to reveal a few beautiful girls, Lu Xen introduced them to Chu Liao. Hello, Chu Liao, not that. Greeting them. Just then, Gu Chuan approached, prompting Chu Liao to introduce him. This is my friend, Gu Chuan, also from Shansha No. 1 High School. Good afternoon, ladies. Gu Chuan greeted them with a smile. Lu Xen, taken aback, thought to herself, this guy is quite handsome. I wonder if he has a girlfriend? However, her surprise quickly morphed into suspicion as she wrapped her arm around Chu Liao's. Her friend had never been seen in the company of a male, and Gu Chuan was the first to be dubbed a friend. Could it be that their relationship was more than platonic? As the realization dawned upon her, Lu Xen's gaze towards Gu Chuan grew increasingly wary. Was this man a potential rival for her friend's affections? Among the 4 girls, one seemed to recognize Gu Chuan, her beautiful eyes widening in surprise. You're Gu Chuan? Gu Chuan nodded. Do you know me? Chun Shui shot him a lingering, melancholic glance. How could I not? You've overshadowed me for 3 years. At this declaration, all eyes turned to Gu Chuan, their expressions shifting to one of intrigue. He overshadowed her for 3 years? That was quite the revelation. Perhaps he should elaborate? Chu Liao's beautiful eyes fixed on Gu Chuan, her gaze unspoken yet demanding, as if to ask, how did you overshadow her? Under the intensity of their scrutiny, even Gu Chuan's thick skin felt somewhat exposed, and he awkwardly scratched his head. Ladies, one can indulge in a hearty meal, but must choose words wisely. We seem to be strangers, don't we? Realizing the misunderstanding, Chun Shui flushed crimson and quickly clarified, please don't get the wrong idea. I was referring to academic rankings. She and Gu Chuan attended the same division, with 10 classes competing in exams, where she consistently ranked below him, excluding the competition class. Shansha No. 1 High School's overall teaching quality lagged behind that of the city. She had seen Gu Chuan a few times before, but he always kept his head down, concealed by his thick bangs. Today, she was taken aback by his striking appearance. Hearing this, Gu Chuan breathed a sigh of relief. It was merely about grades. Had it been anything else, he might have been in for quite the scandal. The reason for inviting you all here was to ask if you could help me take some photos or videos for promotional purposes. Rest assured, I will compensate you. I would never allow these ladies to work in vain. During the summer break, a few of them have come here for leisure. Drinks are complimentary, and alcohol is half price. Would you consider this proposal? Gu Chuan invited the ladies to take a seat, uncorking a bottle of beverage for each, and with a smile, elucidated his intentions for their presence. These young women were exceptionally beautiful, regarded as goddesses at their school, with numerous admirers. Enlisting their assistance for promotion would undoubtedly yield better results than distributing flyers on the street. After all, it is the devoted admirers who truly comprehend the psyche of fellow admirers. Just as Gu Chuan once did, wherever Lin Qiao went, he would dutifully trail behind her. Casting glances at one another, the ladies' eyes flickered with caution. Meanwhile, Lu Xen, having learned of Gu Chuan's friendship with Chu Liao, harbored an unyielding disdain for him. With a huff, she remarked, my friends are all proper individuals, mind you. The 4 nodded in agreement. In this dimly lit environment, the subtle atmosphere, could those photographs be deemed serious? Were it not for Gu Chuan's handsome, sunny visage, they might have already been preparing to flee. Gu Chuan chuckled, reassuring them, fear not, they will indeed be serious photographs, solely for the purpose of promoting the bar. Upon hearing this, the ladies exchanged doubtful glances at Chu Liao, and upon her nod, timidly acquiesced. With their consent, Gu Chuan retrieved his camera, prompting confusion among them. Aren't we changing outfits? Gu Chuan smirked, placing a hand on his forehead as he explained, ladies, we are truly engaged in legitimate business here. The girls' cheeks flushed slightly, wishing they could vanish into the ground. To enhance the relaxed atmosphere conducive to the photographs, which would showcase the bar's welcoming ambience, Gu Chuan refrained from immediately capturing images. opting instead to engage the ladies in deeper conversation. Much like in certain films, everything required a natural flow. A genuine connection was essential for authentic results. As neighbors stepped out to take out the trash, fix plumbing, or as nurses and secretaries passed by, Liu Bowen exclaimed, "You scoundrel, have you been peeking at my phone?" With Chuan guiding the conversation, the ladies gradually relaxed, sharing jokes that had them in fits of laughter. The bond between them deepened amidst the merriment. At the opportune moment, Chuan lifted his camera, clicking the shutter, capturing the ladies' radiant smiles, a tableau of beauty that would make any admirer envious. The bar's lighting seemed to possess an enchanting quality, rendering even the most mundane fare particularly appealing. As their rapport blossomed, Su Wanner and Li Shishir, both dancers, twirled gracefully on the dance floor, their lithe figures and elegant movements leaving Chuan utterly captivated. Which admirer could resist such allure? Not even he could escape the flutter of his heart. Wu Mingming, a music student specializing in contemporary pop, dazzled under the spotlight, her voice enchanting all who listened. As for Chen Shui, although lacking a standout talent, she nevertheless sang a lovely tune, drawing admirers to her effortlessly. Chuan nodded in approval. Though a peculiar expression crossed his face, they had singing, dancing, and rapping, yet regrettably, no basketball. Gazing at the masterpieces Chuan had captured, Chu Liao pouted, "Oh, these are rather well taken. You must often take photos of other girls, don't you?" Chuan smiled wryly, snapping another shot of her, an adorable picture of her pouting lips. Who would have thought the aloof Chu Liao had such a charming side? This could fetch a handsome price if shared, he mused. Oh, how hideous. You must delete that at once. Chu Liao et Gulim, her brows furrowing at the sight of her own awkwardness in the photo, reaching for Chuan's camera. Is that all? Chen Shui and the others stared at the $200 bills in their hands, incredulous. Was that money earned too easily? Chuan nodded. What else did you expect? He then added with a grin, if you truly wish to take some risque photos, I wouldn't mind. The girl's cheeks flushed deeper, casting him a playful glare. Subsequently, Chuan had the newly hired beautiful waitress change outfits for a few more shots. They were stunning, yet untouched by any unsavory reputation. As this bar aimed to serve students, not to cater to those seeking princesses. Chapter 11. Hee, the little heiress, says she wants to support me. As he sat on the bus returning to his rural hometown, Chuan gazed out at the setting sun, feeling an emptiness within. His mother had found a new family, which brought him joy, and Uncle Li treated him well, yet it was not his true home. He harbored the memory of an old man who had grown alongside him since childhood, always asking to be carried. In the eyes of many, the impoverished and backward village was but a blight, yet to Chuan, it was a sanctuary, holding his cherished childhood memories. Ding ding. At that moment, his phone vibrated with a notification from QQ. In this era, most phones still sported physical buttons, and Lin Qiya's name topped the list. Chuan, what is going on? Did you anger Qiya again? A brown plush bear avatar flickered. It was Chun Xiaomin messaging him. Don't you like Qiya? Why do you keep upsetting her? Although you look more handsome than before, and match Qiya better now, that doesn't give you the right to bully her. What is the big deal about being rejected? A man should be magnanimous. As Qiya's close friend, I can discreetly reveal that she is actually testing you to see if you truly care for her. What does this imply? It means you have a significant chance. Otherwise, why would she test anyone else? Reading the stream of messages on his screen, Chuan couldn't help but chuckle. Truly, birds of a feather flock together. Why doesn't she test anyone else? A man should be magnanimous, he mused, pondering the absurdity of it all. With a clumsy thumb, he typed a message. I must say, I'm truly honored. On my way home, I'll check if the ancestral grave is smoking. After sending, he promptly deleted the message, along with Lin Qiya's QQ contact, as if it were mere trash. A test? In this day and age, aside from the shining red star, who could possibly test me? As for love, as long as I Haven T declare my feelings, even if we've shared a bed, it's merely friendship. Such a classic sentiment deserved to be immortalized in my notes. Thus, Chuan indeed inscribed those thoughts into his memo, titling it boldly, The Dating Guidelines of the Ancestor. As for the pin chat, that was merely a fleeting performance. It's simple. Whoever bed, I find myself and gets pinned. Upset? Want to break up? Splendid. There's always a more obedient one waiting. In a bedroom of a certain apartment complex in the mountain city, Lin Qiya lay on her bed, staring at the ceiling in a daze, her mind replaying Chuan's visage. He truly seemed to have changed, growing not only more handsome, but also exuding a remarkable charm. In the past, he was always buried in his studies, resembling a bookish introvert. Yet yesterday, when she encountered him, he appeared invigorated, radiating an effortless charisma, his smile as bright as sunlight. There was an inexplicable allure about him. However, Why has his attitude towards himself undergone such a drastic transformation? He is now cold and seemingly imbued with a hint of disdain in his gaze. Previously, he was someone who cared deeply about himself. Shortly thereafter, Lin Xiuyi's best friend's avatar lit up. What happened? What did he say? Lin Xiuyi hurriedly inquired. After a considerable wait, Chun Xiaoman finally sent a message. He deleted me. Lin Xiuyi. Chun Xiaoman. I told him that Xiuyi doesn't dislike you. She's merely testing you. And then he sent one message before logging off. Lin Xiuyi, what did he say? Chun Xiaoman promptly forwarded Gu Chuan's message. Well, I am truly honored. On my way back home, I might as well check if my ancestral grave is smoking. Upon reading this, Lin Xiuyi was infuriated. How could she not detect the sarcasm laced within Gu Chuan's words? Yet, she also felt a sense of grievance when you confess to me. Do you not have the right to be rejected? Why must you treat me this way? The more she contemplated, the angrier she became, prompting her to scour the chat list, preparing to confront Gu Chuan personally. However, she soon discovered that she had also been deleted by Gu Chuan. Seeing this, Lin Xiuyi flung her phone onto the bed and furiously slapped her plush bear, her irate voice echoing throughout the bedroom. Gu Chuan, I never want to see you again in this lifetime. The half-hour journey swiftly came to an end as Gu Chuan, with a familiar accent, called out to the driver. Master, please brake at the intersection ahead. Disembarking with a large assortment of belongings, Gu Chuan strolled along the familiar country path, the setting sun casting a long shadow behind him. Finally, he was back. He remembered that no matter when he returned home, his grandfather would always wait for him at this intersection, holding a flashlight when it was dark and a folding stool and fan when it was hot. The highway was not far from the village, just a few miles, taking merely 10 minutes to reach. Nothing could impede his return. Just then his phone rang, and upon answering, the voice of Chu Day's campus bell was heard. So how is it? Have you arrived home? Gu Chuan was somewhat taken aback. How did you know I was back? Chu Liao huffed. Is that difficult to guess? Did you call just to ensure I wouldn't run off with your money? Gu Chuan jested. Chu Liao rolled her eyes at him. Which university are you planning to apply to? Gu Chuan, puzzled, replied, but the scores haven't been released yet. What? Are you planning to attend the same university as me? Chu Liao's gulp. I have looks to sell. Do you want to buy? Once the scores are out, remember to call me first. Oh, and don't forget to send my regards to Grandpa. Gu Chuan pondered for a moment before responding. I haven't decided on a university yet, but I can tell you my score right now. Chu Liao's pretty face momentarily froze. Then she displayed a disdainful expression. Cut the nonsense. I don't believe you. 666, a rather auspicious number. Gu Chuan shrugged nonchalantly. Chu Liao, through the phone, gave him a thumbs down, her expression proud. If you really score 666, then I'll support you. Gu Chuan chuckled. That's what you said. You can't go back on it. Chu Liao gone feed in Zima. Whoever goes back on their word is a little dog. With that, she hung up, naturally skeptical of Gu Chuan's proclaimed score. Although Gu Chuan excelled in his studies, it did not mean he could accurately assess his own score. After hanging up, a smile crept onto Gu Chuan's face. Well, I've managed to snag a little wealthy lady. Life is looking up. As for the college entrance examination score, the moment he put pen to paper, it was destined to be 666, the top of his class and 9th in his grade. However, while the scores were the same, fate diverged completely at the moment of confession. Oh right, I should send a message to Sister Xin to check in. Gu Chuan suddenly recalled. Sister Xin was no longer just his teacher. She was also a benefactor, and he needed to cling tightly to her support. It would be even better if she had some black stockings. Chapter 12. Does your dog smoke? Finally, before the sun had completely set, Gu Chuan beheld that familiar little courtyard. Nestled at the edge of the southern village, it stood out prominently, comprising 5 small rooms with a spacious yard. The courtyard walls were a blend of red bricks and earthen layers. Smoke wafted from the yard, drifting into the southern woods. The old man used to say that food cooked over firewood tasted better. Even if one got lost at night, the smoke would lead them home. Gu Chuan often joked, if one truly got lost, it would certainly be at night. Would you be able to see your house's smoke then? The old man would chuckle in response, telling him to scram. The courtyard door was made of wood, with distinct vertical grains, polished to a sheen despite its age. As he pushed open the door, he noticed many fruit trees planted in the yard, many of which he had planted as a child, along with a vegetable garden. The mingling scents of soil and greenery were particularly refreshing. Gazing at the familiar surroundings, a sense of nostalgia washed over Gu Chuan. This was the place where he had grown up, filled with the most beautiful memories of his childhood. Grandpa! Upon entering, Gu Chuan called out loudly, and soon, an echo came from the kitchen as an elderly man in his 60s emerged. He was of short stature, around 5'6", somewhat frail, wearing a tattered tank top and long pants, which he had rolled up due to the warming weather. A homemade cigarette dangled from his lips, which he occasionally puffed. The sight of the person most familiar to him made Chuan's heart skip a beat, having missed the chance to see his grandfather one last time due to work. It was a pain that lingered in Chuan's heart and one of his greatest regrets. Now, seeing him again, Chuan's eyes reddened, yet he managed to muster a smile. Oh, you're quite fashionable. Wearing ripped clothes in this era, you've been ahead of the trend for over a decade. The old man shot him a glare. You little rascal, you can't spit out ivory from a dog's mouth. Chuan grinned. Oh, with such a witty remark. It seems a few days apart has turned you into a cultured man. He then carried the items into the kitchen. This is what my mom and Uncle Lee brought for you. The old man extinguished his cigarette, slightly reproaching, spending unnecessary money again. You little rascal. You should have told me you were coming back, so I could pick you up at the village entrance. Chuan chuckled, rolling up his sleeves. It's just a short distance. No need for that. Seeing Chuan about to lend a hand, the old man shooed him away. Go, stay inside. Don't cause a ruckus here. Chuan chuckled. I'll help you start the fire. As he picked up the firewood to toss into the stove, the old man kicked him away. Scram. Don't forget the last time you tried to cook. You burned my pot. All right. No more standing around. It will be ready soon. Chuan awkwardly laughed, yielding to the old man's wishes and retreating inside, moving a small table and bench outside into the yard. As dusk approached and early summer drew near, dining outdoors in the yard felt exquisite. Before long, the meal was served. The old man filled a small wine cup, and Chuan drank a couple sips with him. The dishes were all home-style cooking, yet Chuan savored them as if he were a starving ghost reincarnated. They were the flavors he remembered. To be honest, the food cooked over firewood truly tasted better than that from any restaurant. Finished with the exams? Puffing on his homemade cigarette, the old man inquired. Chuan nodded. Yes, I finished. Good, that's great. You've nearly turned into a monkey for being so thin. Chuan smiled faintly, choosing not to respond. The old man never inquired about his academic performance. His sole concern was whether he had eaten his fill. After dinner, the two sat in the courtyard, gazing at the stars. They also had a large yellow dog. A local mutt, easy to care for. Since Chuan could remember, they had bid farewell to 2 or 3 large yellow dogs in that yard. And he had handled the funerals, weeping uncontrollably each time. Leaning against the old man, the sounds of crickets mingled with the barking of dogs, an unusual combination that inexplicably soothed his spirit. Just as he was about to express some sentiment, he caught a whiff of something burnt and looked around. Does your big yellow dog smoke? The old man flicked the ash from his cigarette and shook his head no. Then why does it smell burnt? Chuan inquired, perplexed. The old man extinguished his cigarette and quietly picked up a broom from the ground. Because you tossed the cigarette but into my shoe. Upon hearing this, Chuan's expression gradually hardened. So that's what it was? The old man nodded. When I give you a beating later, don't make a sound. The neighbors are all asleep. Then, Chuan took off running, the old man chasing after him with the broom, scolding as he went. You little rascal. I knew you would bring trouble the moment you returned. The following morning, Chuan awoke early and hung the sandbag he had bought in middle school from the jujube tree in the yard, striking it with a satisfying thud. Youthful vigor infused his body, and after half an hour, he still felt invigorated, as if he could conquer the world. He removed his drenched tank top, revealing his fair and muscular physique, drenched in sweat, yet feeling remarkably refreshed. Though Chuan usually appeared refined and reticent, he possessed considerable fighting prowess. In middle school, he had sent 6 or 7 burly boys, who derided him as a fatherless child, to the hospital. However, after witnessing his mother apologize and cover their medical expenses, he refrained from physical confrontations henceforth. Nevertheless, from that day on, he was never again a victim of bullying in school. You little rascal, why are you up so early? Were you practicing the call of donkey? At that moment, the old man entered the courtyard with a stool, peeling a yellowing cucumber to feed the large dog. Chuan turned and smiled, flexing his arm to showcase his muscles. What do you think of these muscles? You look as thin as a firewood chicken. Where did those muscles come from? The old man did not even look up, disinterested. Subsequently, Chuan fetched a basin of warm water to wash his face, pushing his bangs aside to style a middle part, beaming with pride. How do I look? Handsome, right? The old man glanced at him and retorted, what a ridiculous hairstyle. You look like a traitor. Hurry up and shave it off. Chuan grimaced slightly, feeling somewhat speechless. You, an elder, should really refrain from such coarse language. It's quite unbecoming. Upon hearing this, the old man opened his mouth to utter a beautiful piece of traditional wisdom and picked up the broom, preparing to strike him. Old Chen, have you heard? That girl from so-and-so's family in our village scored 500 points on the exam. Truly, it's a miracle from the ancestral grave. Just then, a tall, thin old man entered the courtyard, a pipe clenched between his teeth. Oh, when did you return, Xiao Chuan? Oli asked. somewhat surprised to see Gu Chuan. It's Grandpa Li. I just got back yesterday, Gu Chuan replied with a smile, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Old Li, the former blacksmith from the southern part of the village, occasionally crafted farming tools, though he seldom fired up the forge these days. He was akin to Gu Chuan's grandfather, both of similar age and having grown up together. Ah, Xiao Chuan, you're taking the college entrance examination this year, right? How'd it go? Gu Chuan, being introverted and rarely venturing beyond his home, had not even shared his results with many in the village, let alone his grades, as most villagers could not even ascertain which grade he was in. I heard that your aunt's child scored 500 points. If that's true, they will be the second college student from our village. Old Li continued. There had only been one college student in the village before who scored 560 points. And when the news broke, the village buzzed with excitement, akin to a festive celebration. The scene had been one of jubilant drums, firecrackers, and fluttering red flags. Gu Chuan invited Old Li to sit on the stool and, feeling puzzled, asked 500 points? But didn't they just finish the exam? The results aren't out yet. His parents were from the same village, and he had an older uncle, but their relationship was strained. They were wealthy and looked down upon them. That aunt was quite a character, always either scolding or on the verge of a tirade. During one argument, she had even smeared a pack of snacks on someone else's door. He vaguely remembered a cousin, a year older, who had not performed well last year and was repeating a year. However, Gu Chuan had little impression of them, and due to his father's influence, had minimal contact with them. Consequently, he could not recall how well that cousin had performed. Old Li took a puff from his pipe and said, I heard it was an estimate from them, claiming this year's questions were particularly easy. Gu Chuan's expression turned peculiar upon hearing this. Particularly easy, yet they scored 500 points? What kind of absurdity is that? If you remember correctly, this year's exam questions were among the most challenging in recent years, with many students who typically performed well lamenting their struggles. How could his cousin claim the questions were easy? Gu Chuan chose not to voice his thoughts, simply wishing her success. After all, different fields yield different challenges. Oh, Gu Chuan is back. I heard you're also taking the college entrance examination this year. If you don't score as well as my Chin Chin, it would be quite embarrassing for you. I will be too ashamed to show my face. Just then, a sarcastic voice drifted in from the doorway, making one wonder if she had stepped on a thorn. Chapter 13. The little rascal's cursing is truly unpleasant. As soon as she finished speaking, several women in their 40s, dressed in vibrant clothing, entered the courtyard, exuding an air of festivity. Gu Chuan recognized them. Though he was not particularly close to them, they were the gossipers of the village, often seen at the village entrance. They possessed a wealth of information, with some details even the people involved were unaware of. They sat at the village entrance all day, gossiping about everyone who passed by, even the dogs. The speaker was Gu Chuan's aunt, Wang Guifang, a petite woman about 5 meters tall, resembling a little grasshopper, with a sharp and scornful expression. I heard you're taking the college entrance examination this year. How many points do you estimate you'll score? Perhaps accustomed to asserting authority in the village, Wang Guifang did not bother to look at Gu Chuan, adopting a condescending tone. Although Gu Chuan attended the same school as his cousin, they were not in the same grade, and he rarely even saw her, let alone knew her results. Gu Chuan smiled politely. As an ordinary citizen, I wouldn't dare to estimate my score. If I overestimate and get it wrong, I'd be subjected to ridicule for a lifetime. Wang Guifang frowned. What kind of talk is that? My Chin Chin would never misestimate her score. Unlike you, who doesn't even know how well you did or what school you're in. I reckon you're afraid of not scoring as high as my Chin Chin and being embarrassed. Gu Chuan nodded earnestly. Indeed, I am terrified of not even surpassing the undergraduate line and having to repeat a year. Wang Guifang's expression darkened. She could easily detect the sarcasm in Gu Chuan's tone. I am your aunt. Is this how you speak to your elders? Gu Chuan replied coolly with an innocent facade. Oh, I didn't mention your Chin Chin. You must be projecting, aren't you? You mentioned being an elder. How can you stoop to my level? After all, I am still just a child. Gu Chuan's words left Wang Guifang trembling with rage. She had not anticipated that the usually reticent Gu Chuan would be so sharp-toned. The little rascal's cursing is truly unpleasant. With a disdainful snort, Wang Guifang continued. Humph, these days university students are quite valuable. Do you think gaining admission to a university is an easy feat? It is not uncommon for students to repeat a year. For some, even after 10 years of repeating, they may still fail to gain entry to a university. If Ching Ching truly manages to get into university, it will be as if smoke is rising from your family's ancestral grave. Gu Chuan nodded in agreement, giving her a thumbs up. Not just smoke from the ancestral grave, but she ought to be inscribed in your family genealogy. Wouldn't it be splendid to have a dedicated page for her? Since you possess such lofty aspirations, I shall wish your Ching Ching the best of luck in passing the exam next year, he added. Wang Guifang was taken aback for a moment. then swiftly reacted with a sharp tongue. You little rascal, how dare you speak like that? Are you cursing my Ching to fail this year? Chuan hastily shook his head. How could that be? Did you not say that repeating a year is commonplace? The questions this year are quite difficult, so it wouldn't be surprising if she needed another year to prepare, right? However, do keep in mind, once is a mistake, twice is a habit. But 3 times would raise concerns about her intellect. A classmate of mine has a father who is a psychiatrist. If she fails again, we might need to consult him. After all, even if a person with a low IQ repeats for a decade, it would be quite challenging for them to get into a university, wouldn't you agree? Chuan's words infuriated Wang Guifeng, causing her fingers to tremble with rage as she erupted. You little brat, can't you speak like a decent human being? I tell you, only someone like you, who drags down the class, would find the questions difficult. My Ching thinks they are quite easy this year. Chuan feigned surprise. Oh, how impressive. But if your Ching finds the exam easy, why did she only score 500? I suppose the remaining 250 points must have gone to you. Wang Guifeng, seething with anger from Chuan's sarcastic remarks, picked up a broom, ready to strike him. At that moment, De Huang suddenly broke free from his leash and charged towards Wang Guifeng. Oh dear, De Huang just ate something unsavory. If he bites her, it would be akin to falling into a cesspit, and she would be the subject of ridicule for a lifetime. My memory fails me. You've handled worse things barehanded before, so you probably don't mind. Just endure it, it will pass. Despite the anxious expression on his face, Chuan had no intention of intervening. Instead, he stood aside with a mocking smile, not forgetting to add a few jabs. Woof woof woof. Seeing De Huang lunging towards her, Wang Guifeng was so frightened that she immediately ceased her tirade, dropping the broom and fleeing outside, her voice rising in a panicked wail. Help! Murder! The other women, witnessing the commotion, dared not gossip any longer and scurried away from the courtyard. Before long, Wang Guifeng's sharp voice rang out from outside. You little rascal, just wait. If my Ching doesn't perform well, I shall see how you can still prance around. TSK, your dog is indeed peculiar. It doesn't bother anyone else but is fixated on Wang Guifeng, oldly remarked, puffing on his dry tobacco. Dogs are quite perceptive. They can distinguish between the good and the bad, the old man concurred. Chuan bent down to smooth De Huang's fur, a smile gracing his face, as he dismissed the long-tongued woman from his thoughts. Sometimes, dogs can be far better than humans. It is indeed strange. De Huang is typically gentle and never bites anyone. Yet he chases Wang Guifeng away, even from the streets. After lunch, Chuan packed a few clothes to return to the city. As the promotional campaign for the sewing machine bar had already commenced, the matter of demolition also needed to be prioritized. TSK, looking dapper. You could easily be a trophy boy for a wealthy woman, he mused while gazing at his reflection in the mirror, pride evident on his face. Dressed in a white tank top, black shorts, and casual white shoes complemented by a black cap, he exuded a relaxed yet stylish aura. The old man glanced at him from his chair and spat out a puff of dry tobacco, looking like a street urchin. Chuan helped him extinguish his cigarette, chuckling, You ought to smoke less. Otherwise, you might not live to see the day you hold your great-grandchild. The old man shot him a glare, but no retort emerged. Chuan smiled, knowing the old man had taken his words to heart. To encourage him to quit smoking, he aimed at his soft spot, prodding insistently. All right. No need to see me off. It's just a short walk, and I want to get lost. It's quite hot today. I should head back. At the village entrance, Chuan and the old man engaged in a tug-of-war. The old man insisted on accompanying him, claiming that a stroll after a meal aids digestion. Unable to dissuade him, Chuan picked up a stone from the ground and tossed it into the courtyard, inadvertently knocking over De Huang's food bowl. Woof woof woof. Following this, a cacophony of enraged barking erupted in the courtyard, seemingly protesting. Who the hell knocked over my food bowl? The old man's expression darkened upon seeing this. Oh no, my flowers. You rascal, you don't do anything useful, he shouted, grabbing a shoe to chase after Chuan, but by then, Chuan had already vanished from sight. On the country road, Chuan dashed away, his grin stretching from ear to ear. Once he reached a safe distance, he turned back and waved, Hurry back, or the house might be torn down. The old man laughed and scolded him, ultimately relenting and deciding not to follow. After Chuan had walked far, he returned home. Before long, a mournful howling from De Huang echoed through the courtyard. Chapter 14. Who would show their good friends to others? A half-hour journey swiftly passed, and as Chuan exited the bus station, he spotted Chu Liao waving at him in front of an ice cream stand. Her sweet smile dimmed everything around him, as if the concrete around his heart had begun to crack. Dressed in casual attire, Chu Liao wore a white t-shirt adorned with an adorable koala, paired with loose-fitting jeans that still accentuated her stunningly long legs. Her flowing hair cascaded like a waterfall, topped with a deep yellow cap, exuding a pure, yet charming aura. Upon seeing Chuan, a momentary daze crossed her beautiful eyes. With distinct features and fair skin, his casual outfit, coupled with his sunny smile, was enough to captivate countless girls. How had she never noticed how handsome he was before? With such looks, perhaps keeping him wouldn't be a loss after all. Here, have an ice cream, she chirped, bouncing toward him and offering a cone. What a stroke of luck to have the illustrious Chu, the campus beauty, personally greet me, Chuan said with a grin. Chu Liao rolled her eyes at him, her expression tinged with playful arrogance, as if, I'm just worried you'd abscond with my money. Upon returning to the sewing machine bar, Chuan immediately said about promoting it. He approached passers-by, sharing videos and photos across various class groups, embellishing them with exaggerated headlines that rapidly drew a wave of attention. Wow, is that my goddess Qin Shui? My goddess Suwaner is also there, and Wu Mingming too. Oh gosh, what have I done to deserve a dance from the goddesses? My goodness, who recorded this video? It's practically a dream come true for all the admirers. Where are they? They look so happy. My heavens. Lu Xin's legs are almost as long as my lifespan. Sewing machine bar? What a strange name. I've never heard of it before. Wow. The waitstaff here is so beautiful, looking so pure. Indeed, he bears a striking resemblance to my neighbor's aunt. Goodness, it truly is my neighbor's aunt. My word. Who is this fellow? His singing is absolutely enchanting. Yes, indeed, his caliber rivals that of renowned stars. Surely, no mere amateur could evoke such a flavor in their performance. However, why is he donning a cap? His visage remains obscured, leaving me in wonder as to his true identity. Yet, judging by his silhouette, he must be quite handsome. Could it be that a famous singer is incognito, gracing this bar with his presence? Goodness, you've stumbled upon a revelation. How else would these goddesses frequent such a venue? Meanwhile, Chuan's performance video has garnered considerable attention. His clean, deep voice is profoundly captivating, raising questions about the number of admirers he might possess. With the bar sewing machine receiving widespread attention, the casual observers in the class group began to seize the opportunity to promote it. Shocking. The owner of Sewing Machine Bar has ties to a contemporary, renowned singer. Breaking news. Sewing Machine Bar is specifically established as an entertainment venue for students. Astounding. The doorman at Sewing Machine Bar is actually a participant from the XXX beauty pageant. During the summer break, Sewing Machine Bar will be fully accessible to students, offering an opening day discount of 20 on beverages and a designated venue for graduation parties. Throughout the summer, a mysterious handsome man will perform as the resident singer, inviting all to revel in the festivities. If graduation doesn't include a rock concert at Sewing Machine Bar, youth will undoubtedly be left with regrets. The fervor from the onlookers propelled Sewing Machine Bar to instant fame among the student populace. Concurrently, the group chat for Class 10 of senior year erupted with excitement, as videos and photos were shared fervently. Wow, even without seeing his face, I sense this guy is incredibly handsome. Indeed, his voice is truly delightful. Could he genuinely be a star? I previously believed that bars were solely frequented by ne'er-do-wells, but it appears I was mistaken. Shall we form a group and check it out tonight? At that moment, a profile picture of a suave man sporting black sunglasses appeared online. What is so special about a bar? Are you going, Chuya? I'm quite familiar with the owner of this establishment. At that juncture, Chuya found herself lost in thought on the sofa. Her mind was consumed by Chuan, his frigid countenance often resurfacing in her mind. Why does he treat her this way? Just because she rejected his confession, does it mean they can't even be friends? Especially now that Chuan has become so handsome, she feels a surge of injustice. There is nothing worse than an ex who surpasses you. Or worse yet, a simp who is even better off than your ex. The more she thinks, the more vexed she becomes, and the more vexed she is, the more thoughts of him invade her mind. Suddenly, a message notification from QQ interrupted her reverie, revealing that Wang Lang was messaging her in the group chat. Disinterested, Lin Xuya was about to decline, but then she saw the video and clicked to watch, quickly captivated by that pristine voice. It truly is beautiful. Regrettably, his face is obscured, but judging by his chiseled features, he must be quite attractive. With a clean voice and distinct facial structure, coupled with a slightly melancholic aura, he embodies the very template of her ideal future boyfriend. Upon this realization, Lin Xuya hastily sent a message to her best friend, Chun Xiaoman. Xiaoman, do you know who this mysterious handsome man is? I need all his information in 5 minutes. As Chun Xiaoman was engaged in idle chatter within the group, she promptly responded with an emoji. Xuya, you're not falling for him, are you? This progression seems rather swift. Lin Xuya proudly nodded. Don't you think he is incredibly handsome? That melancholic aura, that pristine voice, and he sings so well. To fall for someone, even at first sight, is a timeless phenomenon. I call this love at first sight. Her favorite type has always been boys with beautiful singing voices, particularly those who possess a hint of melancholy, perfectly complementing the song Over Fire. Perhaps due to her character, Lin Xiuya has never looked kindly upon boys her age. Instead, older boys from outside school possess an undeniable allure, exuding a mature charm. Even a boy riding a motorcycle seems more appealing to her than a simp like Gu Chuan. Unfortunately, her simp, Gu Chuan, has never serenaded her. Although the reason is that she never afforded him the opportunity. Wouldn't he seek one out? Moreover, Gu Chuan's earnest demeanor suggests he likely wouldn't sing. Chen Xiaoman expressed surprise. Wow, this handsome guy must be incredibly fortunate to catch the eye of the esteemed Lin Xiuya. After a moment, she inquired, what about Gu Chuan? Lin Xiuya replied, nonchalantly, him? Just a simp. How could he compare to my idol? Merely a video clip has already led Lin Xiuya to regard this mysterious man as her idol. It must be said that sometimes love arrives with the swiftness of a whirlwind. As for Gu Chuan, at this moment, he has been completely cast aside from her thoughts. Shall we go together tonight? Chen Xiaoman asked. Lin Xiuya nodded. See you at 8. After agreeing on a time, Lin Xiuya dove into her wardrobe, selecting an outfit for the evening. How fortunate for Gu Chuan the simp. It matters not. After all, I'm dressing for my idol. With a triumphant smile, Lin Xiuya began to envision herself in a beautiful dress at the bar, basking in the adoration of countless onlookers, ultimately sharing a moment with her idol. Surely, numerous photos would circulate within the school group, allowing her to revel in her beauty. And these stunning pictures would merely serve as a testament to her simp, Gu Chuan. Perhaps, by then, Gu Chuan would return, much like before, seeking her affection. Regrettably, even if Gu Chuan were to confess his feelings anew, she would not acquiesce. For at this moment, she has already envisioned the perfect candidate for a boyfriend. With this thought, a joyful smile graced Lin Xiuya's face, her proud demeanor returning. Soon enough, 8 or 9 individuals in the group had arranged to meet at Sewing Machine Bar at 8. Gu Chuan, where are my photos? Did you delete them? In the snack street, Gu Chuan was being tugged by Chu Liao, who was fuming. The photos had been shared across various class groups, garnering a positive response. Yet Chu Liao was displeased. Every album had been filled with pictures taken by friends, except for hers. It wasn't that she particularly cared, but there was a photo of her with Gu Chuan that was missing. Gu Chuan chuckled awkwardly. Do you believe I forgot? Chu Liao glared at him. Do you think I would? Gu Chuan offered her a skewer of grilled sausage, explaining with a smile, if others knew that our esteemed Chu Liao was present, who would dare show up? Look at you all bundled up and still so beautiful. Wouldn't that overshadow everyone else? After hearing his words, Chu Liao raised an eyebrow. So it's my fault? Not all. How could I dare blame you? Gu Chuan chuckled. You're quite perceptive. Chu Liao turned away. Yet a smile lingered on her face. Considering how charming he was with his words, this miss would reluctantly forgive you. As for Gu Chuan's motivations, there are 2 primary reasons. Firstly, of course, there is the recent pretext he employed. Secondly, these photographs serve a promotional purpose, intended for display to others. And Gu Chuan has no desire to allow those lecherous men to admire the beauty of the esteemed Chu Daxiao. As a man well acquainted with their minds, he knows all too well that no one would carelessly showcase their close friends to others. Regarding Chen Shui and her friends' photos and videos, he had paid for them himself. Chapter 15. Gu Chuan, I need you to add me back. I'll head home to change my clothes, and I'll come over shortly. As Chu Liao ran, she waved her small hand at Gu Chuan. Take it easy, don't end up in someone else's pot. Gu Chuan chuckled helplessly at her whimsical demeanor. With a playful grimace directed at him, Chu Liao's figure soon vanished into the throng. Boss, 1 serving of grilled cold noodles, no spice. Fuan Yi. While strolling back with his snack, Gu Chuan suddenly heard someone calling him. Turning around, he was surprised to see Lu Bowen accompanied by 7 or 8 classmates. I told you, this guy's now a suave charmer. Lu Bowen boasted to his classmates, as if Gu Chuan's handsome face belonged to him. My goodness, is that really Gu Chuan? He looks astonishingly different. It's as if he has transformed into a completely new person. How did we not notice that our class had such a treasure? Indeed, if it weren't for his confession to Lin Qiuya, I would have considered pursuing him myself. As Gu Chuan approached, several girls in the class were momentarily mesmerized, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. They had heard Lu Bowen extolling his praises along the way, and now they found themselves convinced. Lin Qiuya, witnessing the astonished reactions of her peers, instinctively lifted her chin, as if to flaunt her conquest. Gu Chuan's confession to her felt like a badge of honor, a testament to her glory. Today, she had intentionally donned a white dress, her elegant figure and long legs drawing all eyes, exuding an aura of purity. Hello, everyone. Gu Chuan greeted them politely with a wave. What is so impressive about being handsome? He is only fit to eat this street food. Someone in the crowd scoffed disdainfully. Wang Lung, a local from Shansheng and a sort of second-generation rich kid, had recently splurged on a watch worth over 10,000, parading it around as if it were a trophy. However, his looks left much to be desired. Could you refrain from speaking? Lin Hui, the class monitor, interjected, casting a disapproving glare at Wang Lang. Where you all headed? Gu Chuan ignored Wang Lang and turned his attention to Lu Bowen. We heard a new bar has opened, and we're planning to check it out, Lu Bowen replied, throwing an arm around Gu Chuan's shoulder with a grin. Come on, let us go together. A new bar? Gu Chuan questioned, then shook his head. Never mind. I have other matters to attend to. You all enjoy yourselves. With that, he turned to leave, but Qin Xiaomin quickly called out, Gu Chuan, join us. Qiya will be there too. Gu Chuan cast a calm glance at her. What does that have to do with me? He retorted before walking away. Chu Daxiao wants some candied hawthorn. If you don't buy for her, she might just bite. Lin Qiya said, visibly irritated. Gu Chuan, why did you delete my penguin? I wanted to add me back right now. Compared to before. Her tone had softened slightly, but it still carried an air of superiority. Hearing her words, Gu Chuan halted and furrowed his brow. Are you out of your mind? Do you think it's an honor for me to add your penguin? I'm not your servant. Stop ordering me around with that condescending tone. No one is obliged to indulge you. Oh, by the way, I know someone who can make keys. Do you need any? He turned and walked away. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, exchanging incredulous glances. Hadn't Gu Chuan harbored feelings for Lin Qiya? Why was he treating her this way? Despite their confusion, no one felt Gu Chuan's words were out of line, for they had all witnessed the efforts he had made over the years. Gu Chuan's past deeds should have melted even the hardest of hearts. Yet Lin Qiya, she had always addressed him with an imperious tone, as if all his efforts were merely expected of him. To put it bluntly, she treated him with less kindness than she would a stray dog on the street. Yet they could not voice their thoughts, as it was all Gu Chuan's voluntary actions. Observing Gu Chuan's demeanor now, they felt a sense of vindication. Lin Qiya watched Gu Chuan's retreating figure, her expression darkening, her fingers entwined tightly in frustration. She felt utterly wronged. Why? Hadn't I already extended an olive branch? Why hasn't he come to apologize? Seeing her distress, Chun Xiaomin quickly intervened. Qiya has merely had a recent spat with Gu Chuan. How could he not like her? She shot a glance at Lu Bowen. However, he appeared oblivious, chuckling amiably. Oh, what a beautiful day it is. Wang Lang, sensing an opportunity, smirked and said, just a broke loser. I really don't understand where he gets his arrogance from. Qiya, don't mind him. Let us head to the bar, Lin Hui suggested, aiming to diffuse the tension. Yes, let us go to the bar. Didn't Wang Lang already reserve a table? Wang Lang laughed heartily, echoing her sentiment, though in truth, he had made no reservation at all. The sewing machine bar? He had never heard of it and assumed it was nothing special. Surely, if they threw enough money around, the owner would come running to befriend them. Wait, why are there so many people? Upon arriving at the bar's entrance, Wang Lang was taken aback by the throngs of people, resembling a discount sale. Forget about charming the owner. At this point, they couldn't even get through the door. Wang Lang, are you even capable? Qin Xiaomin complained, having been stuck at the entrance for over 10 minutes. Wang Lang's face flushed with embarrassment. He too felt the pressure, cursing under his breath. Had I known, I would have reserved a spot in advance. Yet, unwilling to lose face in front of Lin Qiya, he forced a smile and approached the bartender. Hey, I'm friends with your boss. Let us in, will you? The bartender eyed him skeptically and retorted, You? Friends with my boss? You're the 30th person to say that. I know someone who can make keys. May I ask how many do you need? If you have no reservation, get lost. I can't even eat with that ugly mug of yours blocking my view. Defeated, Wang Lang returned to his group. All eyes upon him. He could only mask his embarrassment, pretending to be confident. There are just too many people today. The boss just called to say the computer crashed, and our reservation didn't go through. He told us to wait a bit. Upon hearing this, disappointment washed over everyone's faces. Are you even capable? Qin Xiaomin couldn't help but criticize. Wang Lang seethed inwardly, thinking, Shut up, you nagging woman. I can handle this. And I could make you call me daddy if I wanted. Were it not for Lin Qiya, he wouldn't bother exchanging another word with someone like Qin Xiaomin. At that moment, Lu Bowen called out across the street, Chuan Gu, drawing the attention of everyone present. Chapter 16. If you can secure a reservation, I shall call you father. On the opposite side of the road, Gu Chuan approached, carrying a bag of snacks and a skewer of candied hawthorn, looking somewhat surprised upon seeing them. What brings you here? Gu Chuan inquired, glancing at Lu Bowen with a hint of puzzlement. This bar just opened, and we thought we'd come take a look, Lu Bowen explained. Noticing the gleaming red candied hawthorn in Gu Chuan's hand, a girl smiled and asked, Is that for Qiya? Gu Chuan turned to her with a grin, giving her a thumbs up, then pointed to Qin Xiaomin. You're quite clever yourself, resembling the legendary figures of Zhuge Liang and Jiangguan. The girl looked puzzled, wondering who else it could be for if not Xiaoya, considering Gu Chuan's affection for her. However, that mattered little to her. Gu Chuan had just praised her intelligence. Amidst the crowd, Lin Xiaoya spotted Gu Chuan approaching with a candied hawthorn. Initially filled with anticipation, her eyes dimmed upon hearing the conversation. Just opened? She recalled Liu Bowen mentioning a newly opened bar, only to realize it was the sewing machine. Yet, the bustling scene before her certainly resembled that of a freshly inaugurated establishment. Why not go in? Gu Chuan asked again. Liu Bowen replied, somewhat dejectedly. Wang Lang said the reservation he made was not confirmed by the owner, so we can't get in. Gu Chuan cast a glance at Wang Lang, understanding the situation. This guy must have wanted to show off in front of his classmates, not anticipating the sewing machine's popularity. The crowd size was indeed more than Gu Chuan had anticipated. He thought the promotional effect would only become evident after a few days, yet it was already packed tonight. Were it not for the bouncer at the entrance, there would likely have been no space to stand. Come on, I'll take you in, Gu Chuan said with a smile. Hearing this, the dejection on Liu Bowen's face vanished, his eyes widening in astonishment. Really, father? Wang Lang, however, wore a derisive smirk. Huh, if he can secure a spot, I'll call him father. Gu Chuan shot him a disdainful glance. I'm not as pathetic as your son. With that, he headed toward the bar's entrance. Liu Bowen nervously trailing behind, whispering, Chuan Ge, can you really do it? Gu Chuan shook his finger, stating, a man must never say he cannot. Behind them, Wang Lang sneered at Gu Chuan as retreating figure, thinking to himself, just wait, he'll surely be thrown out by the bouncer. If even wealthy folks like him can't manage it, how could this country bumpkin succeed? No sooner had he finished his thought than he saw the bouncer approaching Gu Chuan with a broad smile, calling him Chuan Gu with palpable respect. The contrast between this demeanor and the previous hostility was stark. Witnessing this, Wang Lang's smirk faltered, his expression turning as stiff as if he had bitten something unpleasant. Shall we go in together? Gu Chuan beckoned. Lin Hui and the others nodded eagerly, hurrying forward, astonished. Gu Chuan, did you get a reservation? The bouncer smiled, explaining. Chuan Gu is a friend of our boss. There are reserved seats for him inside. Chuan Gu, you're amazing, Liu Bowen exclaimed, eyes wide, giving Gu Chuan a thumbs up. Look at Wang Lang. His face is as dark as the bottom of a pot. Gu Chuan, uninterested in Wang Lang as petty drama, said to Lin Hui and the others, let us go. Lin Hui nodded but then recalled Xiaoya and hesitated. Gu Chuan, what about Xiaoya? Thinking they might have had a falling out, she sought to mend their relationship. Gu Chuan turned to the remaining friends, apologizing, I'm sorry, but I have friends inside. There is no more space. He then looked at Wang Lang. Wang Xiao, with your wealth, securing a reservation shouldn't be a challenge, right? Wang Long scoffed, huh? In a bar like this, reserving a table is easy for me. Even if it's 10, Gu Chuan nodded with a smile, giving him a thumbs up, though Wang Lang felt an ominous chill from that gesture. Well then, see you all later, Gu Chuan concluded, turning to lead Liu Bowen and the others into the bar. Behind them, Lin Xiaoya's expression darkened drastically, her fingers tightly intertwined, nearly digging into her flesh. In the past, Gu Chuan would have begged her to accompany him. Now, however, he appeared impatient and disdainful, leaving Lin Xiaoya feeling dejected, biting her lip until it bore deep imprints from her teeth. Xiaoya, shall we head back? Chun Xiaoman ventured. Noticing Xiaoya's anger, Lin Xiaoya shook her head vigorously, coldly huffing, no way. Since Gu Chuan did not cherish the opportunity she offered, she saw no reason to indulge him any longer. What was so special about him? Just because he looked a bit more handsome than before. Did he think he was worthy of her? At the end of the day, he was still just a poor boy. There were countless suitors lining up to court her, and letting him be her sycophant was merely a sign of her goodwill. Did he truly believe he was indispensable? Regardless, she had not come today for Gu Chuan, but for the bar's mysterious resident singer, her future boyfriend. With this thought, Lin Xiaoya's pride resurfaced, as she turned to Wang Lang, book me a VIP table. I'll cover the cost. Wang Lang, unaware of Lin Xiaoya's true feelings, saw her demeanor and assumed she was thoroughly disappointed in Gu Chuan. He patted his chest confidently, declaring, Xiaoya, why would you need to pay? When you're out with me, how could I let you spend? Don't worry. I'll secure a table that's far better than Gu Chuan's. With that, he pulled out his phone and began making calls. As they passed through the entrance of the sewing machine bar, they were greeted by a captivating ambience. The dimly lit room, illuminated by soft yet vibrant lights, stirred the emotions of the patrons within. The bar's interior was spacious, capable of accommodating 300 guests, featuring scattered tables, booths, a dance floor, a bar, and a performance area, all adorned with vibrant graffiti that lent an unmistakable artistic flair. Wow, this bar's atmosphere feels distinctly different from others, Lin Hui remarked, gazing at the colorful graffiti in astonishment. Beside her, the lovely Wang Chong nodded enthusiastically, her eyes sparkling. Indeed, the starry ceiling is so romantic. In addition to the two girls, a boy and a girl from their class were also marveling at the sewing machine bar, intrigued by the environment. In their minds, bars were places of chaos, filled with alcohol, hormones, impulsiveness, and sexuality. Yet, this establishment seemed to defy that stereotype. Many patrons held drinks that were not alcoholic, and there was no raucous behavior or drunken antics. Instead, people engaged in lively conversations, swaying to the melodious music. Chuan, do you really know the owner of this bar? Lu Bowen asked, still in disbelief at the scene before him. The owner can't possibly be a woman, right? You're not being kept as a toy boy, are you? After all, someone of your looks would be quite appealing to wealthy women. Chuan Gu, you've returned. Just then, Yin Shui walked over from the dance floor, beaming as she hugged Gu Chuan's arm. The shoulder-length, wine-red hair shone strikingly under the illumination of the lights. Chapter 17. Foster father, let the class begin. I am listening on my knees. With a smile and a nod, Gu Chuan gazed at the dance floor, his expression slightly surprised at the throngs of people surrounding the booths. He recalled that when he had stepped out earlier, the bar had been nearly empty, occupied only by the staff, yet in the blink of an eye, it had filled to capacity. At this point, Yin Shui's face radiated excitement as she directly linked arms with Gu Chuan. You have no idea, Brother Chuan, when I opened the door just now, I thought I was hallucinating. The crowd poured in like it was a market day. I even suspected I had opened the door incorrectly. So I closed it and opened it again, only to find even more people. She had previously considered that Gu Chuan's promotion might have some effect, but never anticipated such a remarkable outcome. Within half an hour, almost all the booths were reserved. Since starting her job here, she had never witnessed such a turnout. The waitstaff were nearly overwhelmed. Even the owner, Chun Gang, had set aside his beads to join the ranks of those serving drinks. After all, accumulating merit was far more gratifying than counting cash. Gu Chuan nodded, equally astonished by the scene before him. Yet it confirmed the success of his promotion. It seemed he had underestimated the power of infatuation. Waving to Yin Shui, he leaned in to whisper in her ear, "Oh, by the way, if a reservation comes in for someone named Wang Lang, triple the price and tell him that only the boss's booth is available." Upon hearing this, Yin Shui's pretty face contorted with skepticism. Triple the price? If he isn't a fool, he probably won't book it, right? Gu Chuan chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. Young Master Wang is wealthy. He won't mind a trifling sum. If he doesn't want to lose face in front of Lin Xioi, he will surely reserve that booth. Yin Shui playfully rolled her eyes at him, lightly smacking his chest. Brother Chuan, you're so wicked, but I quite like it. Foster father, who is that? Lu Bowen stared wide-eyed at Yin Shui's departing silhouette. This little punk was strikingly beautiful, with her fiery red hair, black crop top, fishnet stockings, and a minuscule skirt that could easily steal a person's breath away. Normally, encountering such a socially bold beauty on the street would leave him too timid to even glance at her. Yet just moments ago, she had embraced Gu Chuan, calling him brother with admiration evident in her eyes. Meanwhile, Gu Chuan remained nonchalant, exuding an air of familiarity that left Lu Bowen questioning the sanity of the world. The others, including Lin Hui, shared similar sentiments, wondering if that girl was Gu Chuan's girlfriend. Waving his hand dismissively, Gu Chuan replied casually, just a friend, before leading them to a booth. Hello, Brother Chuan. Chun Shui greeted with a radiant smile, her charm laced with playfulness. After a deep exchange, their relationships grew more comfortable, shedding any previous formality. Gu Chuan smiled and nodded, then gestured for them to take a seat. This is my classmate, Lin Hui, Lu Bowen, and Wang Chong. The four nodded in acknowledgement. Hello there. As they beheld the lovely girls before them, Lin Hui and Lu Bowen stood frozen, their minds struggling to catch up. They were looking directly at the very girls whose photos had been fervently circulated in their group. These girls were school celebrities, goddesses in the eyes of many, often regarded as untouchable. Yet here they were, smiling and greeting them. When had Gu Chuan's charm grown so profound? He appeared at ease, effortlessly engaging in conversation, a stark contrast to the person they once knew. As for Lu Bowen, he was utterly stunned. Was this the same Gu Chuan he once knew? Had he been possessed by some mischievous spirit? This was a guy who used to blush at mere interactions with girls. Now, he seemed like a seasoned flirt, unscathed by the allure of countless beauties. Were he in the same position, he wouldn't even dare to smile, let alone speak. At that moment, Lu Bowen finally understood why Gu Chuan hadn't shed a tear after being rejected by Lin Xioi. It turned out he truly wasn't hanging from just one tree. Foster father, let the class begin. I am listening on my knees. You all sit. I'll go grab a meal. I leave my classmates in your capable hands. With that, Gu Chuan stood and ascended to the second floor. Don't worry, Chun Shui said with a bright smile, giving him an okay gesture. She then turned to the others, cheerfully patting the soft sofa. "Please, have a seat. I'll get you some drinks." The group nodded absently, settling onto the sofa, still clearly in a state of disbelief. In the booth, Liu Bowen sat rigidly, like a wax figure, straight as a board, hardly daring to breathe. Inside, he was cursing Chuan, thinking, "That scoundrel just ditched me here." Sitting alongside several campus goddesses was overwhelming. He could barely utter a word. Normally, he would chat casually, but this was another level entirely. Fortunately, Chen Shui and the others were quite amiable, engaging them in conversation, albeit mostly revolving around Chuan. Liu Bowen listened, feeling as if he might choke on his drink, his heart churning with confusion. Why did it seem that these campus goddesses were genuinely interested in Chuan? Just as they were finishing their drinks and preparing to leave, Chun Gang approached, drenched in sweat. "These students are utterly unbelievable. Do they think drinks are free? I nearly worked myself to death." He plopped down onto the sofa, wiping his brow while grumbling about how he, a bar owner, ended up running errands. However, despite his complaints, seeing the influx of patrons made his smile widen more than any AK could suppress. Since the bar opened, he had never witnessed such a crowd. Handing Chun Gang a cigarette, Chuan leaned over the darkened railing to gaze below, chuckling, "You'll need to hire more attractive servers. In the coming days, the foot traffic will likely increase, and I fear you might not be able to keep up." "No worries, consider it a workout," Chun Gang replied, blowing a smoke ring, his eyes sparkling as he watched the youthful students below. "Admit it, your strategy actually works." Though the students rarely ordered alcoholic drinks by the end of the night, the beverage stock would surely be depleted. With thin margins and high volume, if every night unfolded like this, his monthly revenue might surpass what he earned a year. Chuan lit a cigarette, observing that humans are inherently competitive, especially these impassioned youths. The booths in the bar served as a symbol of status. Sitting in a plush booth while gazing at the crowded tables naturally instills a sense of superiority. Once that sense of superiority arises and rapidly expands, would one still want to squeeze into those cramped tables? Chapter 18. Wang Lang. Charge it. Among the students, there were certainly those who were foolishly wealthy, especially when the presence of beautiful girls, eager to showcase their superiority. At such times, a timely suggestion, why squeeze into those crowded tables when you could sit on a sofa, could be a game changer. The greater the price disparity between the high-end booths and the regular tables, the more it accentuates the vanity lurking within human hearts. At that time, a grand scrolling screen could be customized to perpetually display the names of the highest spenders in the venue, thereby satiating the vanity of those individuals. This scrolling screen bears a resemblance to the donation leaderboards used by female streamers, ranked according to spending levels, which serves to ignite a competitive spirit among patrons. After listening to Chuan's analysis, Chun Gang stood by, scratching his head not out of confusion, but rather in realization that he might need to sharpen his intellect. Chuan extinguished his cigarette with a chuckle, remarking that earning money from the impoverished was of little significance. It was the wealth of the affluent that provided true fulfillment. The poor would remain poor. Even if thrown into a juicer, little profit could be gleaned. He then suggested that more attractive young women be mingled among the students, adopting the role of delicate, adorable girls, as surely there would be those willing to indulge them. Chun Gang, puffing thoughtfully on his cigarette, gave Chuan a thumbs up, exclaiming, "You are truly wicked." Although he had not known Chuan for long, he sensed that this fellow was far more astute and meticulous than himself. Such meticulousness was hardly befitting someone of his age, bearing no semblance to a student, but rather resembling a seasoned veteran navigating the complexities of society. "No wonder you're making the money," he mused. Chuan smiled, choosing not to respond, for while money could be earned anew, if one lost their conscience, they would find themselves achieving even more dubious gains. Good heavens, is that VIP booth made of gold or silver? It's exorbitantly priced. Just then, a familiar voice resonated from downstairs, laced with apparent anger. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Wang Lang. Chuan signaled to Chun Gang with a nod, indicating, "Look, here comes the naive rich." Following Chuan's gesture, Chun Gang spotted a rather unattractive yet ostentatiously dressed student presently confronting someone at the bar. Wang Xiaoming wore a professionally feigned smile, apologizing, "Sir, this is our bar's boss booth, accommodating 16 guests. Due to its prime location and the exclusive sofas imported from France, the price is rather steep. Our aim is to highlight the superiority of the boss booth, providing our guests with the utmost enjoyment. That doesn't justify charging 10,000 for a booth. That's the price of my watch." Wang Lang argued vehemently. Even in this moment, he couldn't resist rolling up his sleeves to showcase his newly purchased watch. He had frequented bars before, and many establishments with prime locations and exceptional service charged no more than 6,000 for a boss booth. In this rundown place, you dare ask me for 10,000? Are you done yet, Wang Lang? At that moment, Lin Qiya and her companions approached, urging him to hurry. Indeed, since her entrance, Lin Qiya had become the center of attention. After all, she was the belle of Shanxing No. 1 High School, a goddess in the eyes of many, with countless admirers eager to fawn over her. Surrounded by admirers, she raised her chin, resembling an imperious swan. However, amid basking in the limelight, she was also on the lookout for Chuan, eager to witness his reaction to her moment of glory. She wished to see expressions of regret and frustration etched upon his face. Yet, after scanning the entire bar, she found no trace of him, and a flicker of disappointment crossed her eyes. Wang Lang turned back with a forced smile. Almost done, just a moment. He then addressed Wang Xiaoming again. Hey, it's the opening day, how about a discount? Despite his wealth, that 10,000 would nearly account for half a year's living expenses. Parting with it would certainly sting. Hey there, handsome, are you alone? At that moment, Yin Shui approached, delicately sipping from a wine glass. Her fiery red lips, paired with her wine-red bob hair, captivated Wang Lang's attention. I'm a manager of this bar. Are you looking to reserve the boss booth? Wow, that's impressive. You're quite accomplished for your age, she remarked, her red lips curling into a playful smile, her flirtation evident to Wang Lang. Goodness, are you testing the students with this? Wang Lang, who often boasted of his prowess at school, found himself reduced to a mere sycophant in the outside world, still harboring the heart of a student. Overwhelmed by Yin Shui's allure, he lost all sense of agency, his expression utterly enamored, observing Wang Lang's infatuated demeanor. Yin Shui's smile widened, raising an eyebrow and signaling to Lin Qiya. Is he your boyfriend? You have quite the discerning eye. A dashing young man with a beautiful girlfriend. This comment shattered what little rationality remained in Wang Lang. With a grand gesture, he slapped the table and declared, Charge it. I told you, there's no shortage of foolish rich people these days, Chuan remarked with a puff of smoke. Chuan Gang clicked his tongue. You must be studying psychology, as you seem to grasp students' minds effortlessly. Chuan shook his head, explaining, actually, the competitive mentality in schools is quite pronounced. Everyone wears identical uniforms, making it impossible to discern who is more affluent. The only distinguishing feature is shoes. But how many truly appreciate footwear? Thus, once the uniforms are shed, the students' competitive instincts are magnified. While I may not fully understand others, I have a firm grasp of Wang Lang's nouveau riche mentality. However, the true mastermind remains Yin Jia, who comprehends the thoughts of young men thoroughly. Chuan added with a grin. Shen Gong nodded, then turned to Chuan with a wary expression. This bar has only one capable girl. Please don't whisk her away. Chuan, catching the hint, shot him a knowing glance. How do you know she's capable? Chuan Gang, momentarily taken aback, quickly retorted, I'm not that kind of person. Chuan nodded, hands tucked into his pockets as he descended the stairs, but his voice echoed from a distance, darkening Chuan Gang's countenance. You may not be, but I am. Chapter 19. Chu Liao as Tong Halu. Kah. Let me tell you, this is the only boss booth in the entire bar. Most people can't even book it. Wang Lang boasted while sipping a cheap drink, his face brimming with pride as he glanced at Lin Qiya. He raised his voice intentionally, as if afraid those nearby might miss his proclamation. Seated comfortably on the plush sofa, Chun Xiaomin surveyed the surroundings with curiosity and then turned to Wang Lang. Wow, this spot is amazing. It must have cost a fortune, right? The boss booth was centrally located in the bar, directly facing the dance floor and music stage. Undoubtedly, the focal point of the entire venue. Upon hearing her words, Wang Lang felt a pang of discomfort but managed to feign a carefree demeanor, pretending not to care. It's nothing, just 10,000. He acted as if it were mere pocket change, eager to impress Qiya. When mentioning the price, he cleared his throat, nearly leaning in to whisper, My goodness, 10,000? Wang Lang, you must be incredibly wealthy. That's nearly equivalent to my family's annual living expenses. Chun Xiaomin exclaimed in astonishment. The accompanying classmates stared at Wang Lang with expressions of sheer astonishment. A staggering 10,000 yuan just to reserve a single seat. Such extravagance was beyond comprehension. No wonder he could only indulge in the cheapest beverages. Lin Qiya's face bore a hint of pride, her chin raised high as if she were a proud swan basking in the limelight, reveling in the attention. She relished the sensation of being the center of admiration, a feeling that gratified her vanity and reinforced her sense of superiority. Even Chun Shui, who had previously garnered significant attention, paled in comparison to her. Suddenly, her peripheral vision caught sight of Chuan descending from the second floor, a skewer of candied hawthorn in hand. Upon spotting him, Lin Qiya arrogantly lifted her chin and casually tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, presenting her beautiful profile to the world. She savored the adulation, basking in the spotlight. Her proud demeanor seemed to convey, "Do you see? I have never lacked for admirers." Yet, Chuan remained utterly oblivious to her presence, striding directly towards a secluded booth in the corner. "Why should I concern myself with a pauper like him?" she thought dismissively, viewing him merely as a pitiful figure. Wang Lang also observed Chuan's arrival from the second floor and couldn't help but snort derisively. He had anticipated a grand entrance, only to find Chuan ensconced in a remote corner, utterly inferior to his own prominent booth. Why was Chuan seated alongside Chen Shui and the others? Chen Xiaomin turned her head as well, and upon seeing Chuan with them, gasped in disbelief. Wang Lang turned back again, and when he saw Chuan seated with the prominent figures from the photo scandal, his eyes nearly bulged out of his head. What the hell? How is this possible? Especially with Li Shi and Su Wan'er, two dance majors who were the epitome of beauty, coveted by countless admirers and dreamers alike. Chuan, a mere commoner, had no right to be in their company, and their eager demeanor towards him only deepened Wang Lang's sense of injustice. How could someone who could afford a booth like his be overshadowed by a mere loser like Chuan? Lin Qias also turned around and noticed Chuan laughing and chatting at the booth, letting out a cold huff. However, a pang of discomfort stirred within her. After all, witnessing her admirer fawn over someone else was bound to evoke feelings of discontent. Yet she quickly regained her composure, raising her alabaster chin with renewed pride. She recognized Chen Shui and Su Wan'er, but what did it matter? Despite their goddess-like status, they paled in comparison to her beauty. She had initially presumed Chuan had found an extraordinary beauty to replace her, but it seemed his taste was quite lackluster. "Chuan, which university are you planning to apply to?" Chen Shui inquired, her beautiful eyes sparkling with curiosity as they fixated on him. The other girls turned their attention to him as well, initially impressed by his looks, but now surprised to discover his academic prowess. Chuan shook his head, indicating that he had yet to decide. "Brother Chuan, aren't you tired holding that candied hawthorn? Would you like me to eat it for you?" Lu Bowen had been eyeing the treat for quite some time, assuming it was intended for the girls. However, Chuan's inactions suggested otherwise. Chuan swatted his hand away. "You're close to becoming a pig. You shouldn't eat anymore." Lin Hui too was curious. Since entering the bar, Chuan had clutched the candied hawthorn tightly. "Chuan, who is that treat for?" Based on previous interactions, it was evident that the candied hawthorn was not meant for Lin Qias. Yet who else could it be for? Just then, an excited voice echoed from nearby, and the group turned their attention to the source, eager to discover the identity of the treat's owner. When they saw who it was, Lin Hui and the others were rendered speechless, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. Had they truly not misjudged? It was none other than Chu Liao. As the girl approached with a light jog, everyone was stunned. Not just those at the booth, but the entire bar fell silent, their expressions filled with incredulity. Was it the ethereal beauty of Shanxing No. 1 High School, the cool and aloof Chu Liao? At that moment, she had traded her casual attire for a stunning red gown that cinched at the waist, accentuating her figure. A black bow adorned her hair, blending an air of elegance with a touch of playfulness. Though her long, graceful legs were concealed beneath the skirt, her presence remained breathtaking. The moment she appeared, even the bar's lights seemed to dim in her presence. "Wow, this is quite sweet," she exclaimed upon reaching Chuan, taking a bite of the candied hawthorn with a look of pure satisfaction on her exquisite face. Clearing his throat, Chuan shot her a resigned glance. "What is wrong?" Chu Liao asked, puzzled. Following his gaze, she noticed that everyone in the bar was staring at her, their expressions frozen in shock as if they had turned to stone. "Oh my God, am I seeing things? The cool, white moonlight of Shanxing No. 1 High School is here, and she looks so adorable." A soft gasp escaped her lips as she quickly tucked the candied hawthorn behind her back, brushing the sugary residue from her mouth, attempting to regain her usual aloof demeanor. Yet inside, she felt a flurry of emotions, silently cursing Chuan. "Ah, it's all your fault." Chuan chuckled. "It's all right. No matter how much our Chu Danny eats, she will always look beautiful." He even reached out to wipe the sugar from her lips. Chu Liao shot him a fierce glare, her lovely brows furrowing. "How dare you say that? Liao's here. Come sit," Chen Shui exclaimed, sensing the tension in the bar dissipating as she smiled and pulled Chu Liao beside her. Chu Liao, as if seeing a savior, hurried over and, after sitting down, didn't he forget to push Chuan forward, using him as a shield. As Chu Liao settled in, the once silent bar erupted back into its lively atmosphere. Yet countless gazes remained fixated on them. No one had anticipated that the illustrious Chu Danny would also make an appearance, the very object of affection for every male student at Shanxing No. 1 High School. With her enchanting singing voice, captivating dance moves, and stellar academics, she was the embodiment of the ideal. In the past, They had only dared to admire her from a distance. No one brave enough to approach her within a 10-meter radius. Under her cool gaze, even the boldest of hearts would falter. Upon her arrival, she became the focal point of attention, illuminating the once dim corner. However, soon after, countless glares shifted towards Chuan, filled with resentment and jealousy. They had just witnessed this rogue tenderly wipe Chu Liao's mouth, their intimate interaction igniting a fury within them. They longed to storm over and claw at him. Over at the booth, Lin Hui and her companions bore witness to the entire scene, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief as they regarded Chuan, struggling to comprehend the reality before them. If Chuan's closeness to Chen Shui and Li Shishir had been surprising, this was an entirely different level of astonishment. The encounter between Chuan and the illustrious flower of Chu University is enough to drive one to madness. Moreover, the apparent intimacy between these two raises questions. Could it be that there's something more? If that is indeed the case, Chuan's demeanor toward Lin Qiya becomes rather comprehensible. After all, she is the belle of Chu University, admired not only by countless boys, but also by many girls who look upon her with envy. As for Liu Bowen, he was utterly dumbfounded, staring blankly at the Chu University flower. His mind echoed with the words, "If you can win over the Chu University flower, I will stand on my head and call you dad in front of the whole class." At that thought, Liu Bowen's expression fell in an instant. This can't be happening. Can it? Is he really going to stand on his head and call him dad? I merely offered you a word of comfort. Why did you take it so seriously? This is more painful than death. Brother Chuan. Liu Bowen gazed at Chuan with a face that resembled someone in desperate straits. His smile more akin to a grimace than a grin. Chuan crossed his arms and approached him, a playful smile dancing on his lips. "Come on. Let us hear you call me dad." "Qiya, how does Chuan know Chu Liao?" At the boss booth, Chun Xiaoman looked at Lin Qiya in astonishment. These two should be worlds apart. Yet why did Chu Liao adopt such a playful demeanor in Chuan's presence? A stark contrast to her usual aloofness? She even went so far as to run a considerable distance to buy her candied hawthorns. If their relationship were merely casual, she could hardly believe it. At this moment, Lin Qiya's previous pride had dissipated entirely. Her brow furrowed tightly, her fingernails nearly digging into her flesh. Her expression was one of deep discontent as her gaze fixated on Chu Liao in the booth. Despite being the school belle of Shanshu No. 1 High School herself, Chu Liao's mere appearance captivated everyone's attention, creating a stir far surpassing that of Lin Qiya. In comparison, Lin Qiya felt akin to a counterfeit. What stung her further was Chuan's demeanor towards Chu Liao, which was a stark contrast to the coldness he exhibited towards her. His gaze towards Chu Liao brimmed with affection, a look that had once been reserved solely for her. Why does he treat her this way? She had never harbored any genuine feelings for Chuan, regarding him merely as her loyal admirer. Yet, witnessing the scene before her, she felt an inexplicable pang of sorrow, as if something that once belonged to her was being forcibly taken away. Could it be that Chuan's change in attitude was indeed due to Chu Liao? "Qiya, don't be upset. Perhaps Chuan and Chu Liao are merely friends?" Chun Xiaoman attempted to console her, though even she lacked conviction in her words. After all, this was Chu Liao. Humph, just a mere admirer. What is so great about that? Lin Qiya shot a deep glance at Chu Liao, scoffing defiantly before resolutely turning her back. There are countless men in this world. While Chuan is indeed handsome, he is not the only one. As for Chu Liao, how naive to think she struck gold. She is merely discarded trash in Lin Qiya's eyes. I shall make Chuan aware that there are far more charming and worthy individuals than him. Lin Qiya's expression regained its proud demeanor as she directed her gaze toward the central platform of the dance floor, where a high stool stood, accompanied by guitar. Even she had to concede that the magnetic voice and chiseled jawline of the performer were undeniably captivating. If she could win him over and make him her boyfriend, then what would Chuan amount to? At that point, how could Chu Liao even hope to compare to her? At this moment, the most disheartened individual was Wang Lang, his face resembling that of someone who had just swallowed a bitter pill. Here I am, spending so much money on a boss booth, hoping to impress. And yet all the beautiful ladies flock to Chuan. And Lin Qiya, though she has given up on Chuan, has now set her sights on the handsome musician. What am I? I've put in all this effort, only to end up losing both the lady and my pride. Even now, no girl has approached me for a chat. Had I known it would turn out this way, I might as well have taken my money to a KTV to find a princess. Even if it meant hearing, "Hey, sing a song for us, just don't touch. My stockings are pilling, it would still be better than sitting here, drowning my sorrows." This act of ostentation might work in other bars, where the ladies are often more worldly wise. However, here at the sewing machine bar, the clientele is mostly students and money holds little allure for them. In this place, being handsome trumps wealth. turning to seek out that fiery-haired girl. He was instead met with a sight that made him choke on his own disbelief. She had also made her way to Chuan. Chapter 21. Hello everyone. I'm the resident singer of this bar. Ahem. Welcome to the sewing machine bar. At this moment, Chuan, clad in a different outfit to appear more approachable, took the microphone and cheerfully introduced himself. His opening remarks were brief, devoid of pleasantries, as the audience was composed of students who had little patience for such formalities. After a few simple sentences, he proceeded to discuss the bar's featured activities, drinks, and refreshments, for he was a businessman at heart. After some more trivial chatter, Chuan chuckled. All right, enough of the small talk. I know you all are here to see handsome guys and beautiful girls, so I won't bore you with my presence any longer. Now, let us invite our resident singer, who has run off with several wives, to perform a couple of songs for you. At this point, a girl in the audience teased, "Don't be so self-deprecating, uncle. Perhaps someone like your type." This elicited a wave of laughter, with many students joining in the jest, remarking, "Yes, every uncle has his charm." No one expected the seemingly worldly owner to be so affable, which helped to ease the tension among the crowd. Chuan smiled, thinking to himself, "If I were to engage in such a scandalous affair, I would lose all face." Saying that, he stepped off the stage, took a cigarette, and smiled as he watched the scene. One must admit, mingling with these students truly makes one forget their age. Youth is indeed a splendid thing. Back at the booth, the group was gradually relaxing, save for Lu Bowen, who remained tense. The rumored white moonlight belle did not seem so aloof, after all. "Please, make yourselves comfortable. I'll go put on a show and be right back. Don't eat too many candied hawthorns. Too many will give you a toothache," Chuan said as he stood up, not forgetting to remind Chu Liao before leaving. "Mind your own business," Chu Liao huffed rebelliously. "Brother Chuan, where are you going?" Lu Bowen quickly rose as he saw Chuan about to leave. Sitting amidst these goddess-like figures, he felt as though he were an ant on a hot skillet, fidgeting restlessly. Upon noticing Chuan preparing to leave, he hurriedly followed, pleading to be included in his departure. Chuan, puffing on a cigarette, cast a cheerful glance in his direction, patting his shoulder with a casual remark, "If you need something, ask your mother." As he spoke, he exchanged a knowing glance with Chu Liao. "Chuan, you scoundrel, why have you left me here all alone?" Seeing Chuan abandon him once more, Lu Bowen's face flushed with indignation. He wanted to bark like a dog, but feared disturbing others with his outburst. At that moment, Chu Liao noticed Lu Bowen, her lively eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Hello, I am Chu Liao," she said, her beautiful eyes twinkling as she approached him, extending her hand in greeting. Lu Bowen turned around, intending to sit down, but upon witnessing this scene, his expression stiffened instantaneously. He forced a smile, yet it appeared more tragic than a frown. "Hello, I am Lu Bowen, a friend of Chuan," he stammered, trembling as he reached out to shake hands with Chu Liao, only to retract his hand as if electrocuted. "I actually held the hand of a goddess. I must be cursed. There's no need to be nervous. I'm also a friend of Chuan. I've heard you have a good relationship with him, so I wanted to chat." Chu Liao smiled, her words soothing. Lu Bowen, momentarily stunned, then inexplicably bowed to Chu Liao, his face serious. "Sister-in-law, feel free to ask anything. I assure you, I will speak candidly about all that I know." Chu Liao was taken aback, a faint blush gracing her cheeks as she shot a reproachful glance at the departing Chuan. Yet, inexplicably, a sense of joy blossomed within her heart. "Sister-in-law? Well, Lu Bowen, is it? You're a good person." Navigating through the crowd, Chuan made his way to the circular stage, flicking ash from his cigarette as he picked up the guitar, making a few simple adjustments to the strings. How did Chuan get up there? Lin Hui and others at the booth voiced their confusion upon spotting him. Meanwhile, Li Shi and Su Wana wore expressions of surprise, and then it dawned on them. Their mouths agape. Could it be that the person in the video circulating in the school group was indeed Chuan? When they arrived, Chuan had already edited the video and changed his outfit, leaving them unaware of the identity of the mysterious performer. "Liao, don't tell me the person in the video is Chuan." Just then, Lu Xian appeared seemingly from nowhere, plopping down into the booth and wrapping her arms around Chu Liao's waist in astonishment. Chu Liao offered no response, disdainfully pushing her away and feigning mystery with a couple of playful hums. "You'll find out soon enough." Lu Bowen stared at Chuan, who sat on the high stool with the guitar, his eyebrows nearly shooting skyward in disbelief. "What the hell? Just when I thought I had seen it all. You come back with this? Father, please leave me a way out." Lu Bowen felt as if struck by lightning, his insides trembling, nearly losing his ability to speak. Was this truly the Chuan he knew? When had he acquired the skill to play the guitar, a talent he had never once displayed? At the boss's booth, Lin Shi noticed Chuan approaching and furrowed her brow. What was his intention? Was he coming to apologize? Even if he sought forgiveness, she could never absolve him. Yet, Chuan seemed oblivious to her presence, walking past her without a glance. This only tightened her grip on her fingers, brimming with irritation. Then, to her utter astonishment, Chuan took a seat on the high stool, casually cradling the guitar. Witnessing this, Lin Shuyue felt a chilling sense of foreboding. Could it be? No, that was impossible. Chuan had spent 3 years as her loyal admirer. How could he possibly know how to play? But as she opened the video and compared the two figures, the ominous premonition in her heart grew clearer. The video was dimly lit, obscuring half of the person's face beneath a cap. However, the distinct contours and features bore an uncanny resemblance to Chuan. Yet, a flicker of hope lingered within her, wishing that the person was not him. But Chuan's next words shattered that hope entirely. Hello everyone, I'm the resident singer at this bar. As the two figures in her mind converged, Lin Shuyue's complexion turned an ashen hue, her face paling as if recovering from serious illness, devoid of color. Why? Why is it Chuan? Chapter 22. Lin Shuyue's mental collapse. Heavens! The male lead in the viral video, circulating in the school group, was actually Chuan? What an international joke. Chuan's brief statement sent shockwaves through Lin Hui and the others, leaving them dazed on the couch, unable to process what they had just witnessed. Lu Bowen also wore a dazed expression. Did I actually guess correctly? As for Li Shishir and her companions, they were merely surprised, not overwhelmingly shocked. Their gazes towards Chuan now tinged with admiration. Others in the bar shared the sentiment, joining in the raucous cheers that elevated the atmosphere. They curiously observed Chuan, who undeniably exuded charm, with sharp features, fair skin, and a radiant smile. A cigarette dangled from his fingertips, a hint of rebelliousness about him, and a subtle melancholy in his lowered brow that blushed the cheeks of many girls. Unaware of Chuan's past roles, they were merely curious onlookers, their reactions far less intense than those of Lin Hui and her friends. As the spotlight shone upon Chuan, he appeared to radiate light. Ding dong. With his long fingers deftly strumming the strings, Chuan placed the cigarette on the nearby shelf and began to softly sing. Have I promised you too much? Or was what I gave initially insufficient? You always have countless reasons, while I have consistently followed your feelings, allowing you to indulge, believing that one day you might be moved. Seated atop the high stool, Chuan played with ease, the clean yet sorrowful melody wafting through the bar, as if narrating a heartrending love story. Wow. Chuan's voice resonated powerfully, the mere opening line captivating countless listeners, especially among the male crowd. They had come here to draw closer to their goddess, and Chuan's song seemed to encapsulate the unrequited love of a devoted admirer, stirring a collective resonance that prompted a harmonious chorus. The girls were equally enchanted by Chuan's voice, and coupled with his handsome visage, it was easy to fall for him. How could I blame you for making mistakes, when it was I who granted you too much freedom, leaving you lonelier, leading you into the whirlpool of emotions? As the chorus approached, Chuan skillfully strummed the strings without uttering a word, as the entire venue erupted into a chorus, with many boys singing passionately, their gazes brimming with affection for their beloved girls. At that moment, those girls looked back at Chuan with longing eyes. Damn, Chuan Yi, I love you. However, the wildest among them was Yin Shui, her vibrant red hair drawing attention as she danced in the crowd, her glow stick almost sparking with excitement, her face alight with joy, even voicing the sentiments of many girls in that moment. TSK, 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 Lu Yao, could it be that your friend is a scoundrel? On the sofa, Lu Xen listened to Yin Shui's screams from the dance floor, curling her lip and turning to glance at Chu Liao. Chu Liao gave a soft hum, dismissing him as merely a straightforward man. Lu Xen leaned in closer, her beautiful eyes blinking inquisitively at Chu Liao. Come on, confess, do you have feelings for him? Upon hearing this, the others at the booth cast curious glances, intrigued by the connection between the aloof campus beauty and Chuan. Even Lu Bowen perked up his ears, as this was a matter that could potentially involve an additional father in his life. Chu Liao felt somewhat uneasy under Lu Xin's penetrating gaze, her demeanor shifting to one of discomfort as her eyes began to dart away. How could I possibly like him? After her response, a look of relief spread across Lu Bowen's face, thankful that he wouldn't have to deal with multiple fathers. The others, including Li Shishir, redirected their attention to Chuan playing in the center, though their smiles seemed to deepen with intrigue. As for Lin Hui and her companions, a hint of disappointment flickered in their eyes. They had secretly hoped for a romance between Chuan and the cool, elegant beauty. Only Lu Xan continued to stare intently at Chu Liao, her lips pursed in a high, petulant pout, as if feeling a tinge of grievance. Oh no, It seems my prize cabbage has been plundered by a pig. Others may have failed to perceive Chu Lu Yao's true feelings, yet she understood them all too well. In her earlier response, there was a flicker of evasion in her gaze, accompanied by a barely perceptible hint of panic. What does this signify? It suggests she was not being truthful. Woe is me, has my sister ceased to love me? Lu Xin wrapped her arms around Chu Lu Yao's waist, theatrically feigning distress. At the VIP booth, Lin Xiaoyan's gaze was fixated on Chuan, who was illuminated by the spotlight as he played. Her anticipation shattered utterly when Chuan uttered that fateful line. Prior to his declaration, a glimmer of hope lingered in her heart, believing perhaps he was lying. However, upon hearing his melodious voice, reminiscent of the video, that flicker of hope extinguished completely. She stared blankly at the figure perched on the high stool, her nails digging into her flesh as her lips nearly bled from being bitten. The boyfriend she had fantasized about turned out to be the very one who had confessed to her and been rejected. The sensation felt akin to receiving a stinging slap across her face. At that moment, Chuan sat atop the high stool, strumming his guitar and singing, his handsome visage complemented by his enchanting voice, as if he were radiating light. She had never before realized how exceptional Chuan was, how sought after by the ladies. Under the spotlight, he became the focal point of everyone's gaze. The lyrics he sang reverberated in her mind, serving as a profound mockery. Yet amidst her grievance, Lin Xiaoyan felt a deep ache in her heart, convinced that Chuan was intentionally humiliating her. In a fit of defiance, she stood up, her voice quivering with emotion as she shouted, Chuan, how dare you treat me this way? I demand an apology. The moment those words left her mouth, the bustling bar fell silent, countless eyes turning towards Lin Xiaoyan, embodying the expression of onlookers eager for drama. At the booth, Chu Lu Yao's expression shifted, her smile gradually fading. What on earth is this green tea doing here? Lu Bowen, witnessing the scene, quickly found a corner to cower in, trembling as he envisioned a chaotic confrontation. On stage, Chuan's fingers ceased their strumming as he looked up at Lin Xiaoyan, his previously joyful eyes now turning icy. Are you out of your mind? What have I done to warrant an apology? I've seen women with bound feet, but this is the first time I've encountered someone with a bound mind. He remained oblivious to the elaborate narrative Lin Xiaoyan had conjured in her mind, as well as the origins of her perceived humiliation. She was so wrapped up in her own thoughts that she didn't even realize she was seated there, let alone why he should apologize. Lin Xiaoyan maintained her proud demeanor, yet her eyes brimmed with unspoken grievance, and she cried out, What gives you the right to humiliate me? Is it merely because I rejected your confession? I demand an apology right now. And you are not permitted to like any other girls. You can only like me. Upon hearing her declaration, the bar erupted into a buzz of astonishment, all faces revealing a mix of curiosity and disbelief at the unfolding drama. The crowd's gaze flitted between Chuan and Lin Xiaoyan, sensing a deeper story at play. However, some more rational observers furrowed their brows at Lin Xiaoyan's audacity, pondering how she could dictate such terms after having rejected his affection. Chuan, upon hearing Lin Xiaoyan's words, couldn't help but laugh in disbelief. Ah, here we go again, this phrase once again. In my past life, I must have committed sins to end up liking such a peculiar character. He set down his guitar and stood up, striving to remain calm. Let me reiterate once more. Your rejection of my confession is your prerogative. I have no objections. My affections for you? That was merely the folly of my heart, a misfortune, if you will. From this moment forth, we share no connection whatsoever. I implore you, do not trouble me further. Do you understand? Lin Xiaoyan seemingly suffered from selective hearing, only grasping what she wished to hear. After Chuan finished, she stubbornly replied, her pride unyielding, I refuse to believe you don't like me. What give you the right to not like me? Chapter 23. My sister-in-law is truly impressive. Chuan stood there, dumbfounded like a statue, as a torrent of thoughts raced through his mind. Good heavens, how many wrongs have I committed in my past life to find myself enamored with such a bizarre individual? What give you the right to question my lack of affection? That question is utterly absurd. Look around you. Which of those ladies does not surpass you? Slender waist, long legs, and a shapely figure. Sure, and Warner dance beautifully. What about you? You'd likely strain your back just attempting to keep up. And Ming, your singing is so out of tune. How can you compare? As for Chun Shui, your grades combined don't even match one of theirs. Frustrated, Chuan laid it all out, concluding with, Now tell me, what makes you think I should like you? Li Sure and her companions felt their cheeks flush, casting him an indignant glare. Slender waist and long legs are one thing, but how do you know about her figure? You've never even touched. Lin Xiaoyan remained defiant, gazing at Chuan with conviction. It's simply because I am more beautiful than they are. Chuan, upon hearing this, felt as if he might lose his mind. A small voice within him was in turmoil, clawing at the walls. Good heavens, from where does this woman derive her confidence? Throwing such a tantrum? Yet this time, Chuan held his tongue, instead directing his gaze toward Chu Lu Yao at the booth. His eyes seemed to convey a message, as if saying, "Dear lady, stand up and put on a show." Chu Lu Yao shot him a disapproving look, her beautiful eyes reflecting a hint of disdain, as though to say, "Oh, is this truly your taste?" Quite unique indeed. Lin Shuyin, noticing Chuan's gaze, instinctively turned around, only to spot Chu Lu Yao seated at the booth. Their gazes intertwined, and in an instant, Lin Qiuyi's complexion paled, her pride evaporating in the face of such scrutiny. The esteemed school beauty, Chu Liao, remained silent, her cold eyes fixed on Lin Qiuyi with a calm, yet scrutinizing gaze. Under the weight of that gaze, Lin Qiuyi felt a surge of insecurity and instinctively diverted her gaze elsewhere. This silent confrontation had swiftly established a clear victor and vanquished. Lin Qiuyi was indeed beautiful, resembling a proud swan. But who stood before her? It was none other than Chu Liao, the cherished dream of every male student and many female students at Shanqingno. One high school, her mere presence, without uttering a single word, had already secured her triumph. Without any justification, it was simply because she was Chu Liao. Yet Lin Qiuyi stubbornly spoke up, adopting a condescending tone as she questioned Chuan. "What is your relationship with her?" Chuan, taken aback, felt his expression turn icy. "Do I owe you an explanation regarding my relationship with her? I'm not your father. I am not obligated to cater to your every whim." Initially, Chuan harbored disdain for Lin Qiuyi, but recent events had pushed his feelings of disgust to an unbearable level. Even engaging in conversation with her felt like a torment, inducing a physical discomfort. "Chuan, I loathe you. I never want to see you again." Lin Qiuyi fled, tears streaming down her face as she ran, her emotions as tumultuous as a rain-soaked flower. This evening, she had not only felt Chuan's humiliation, but also that of Chu Liao. The latter had said nothing, yet her mere presence was a source of humiliation for Lin Qiuyi. Chun Xiaoman hesitated for a moment before chasing after her. Wow, sister-in-law is truly formidable. Her aura as the main heroine is enough to bring Lin, the school beauty, to tears without uttering a word. From beneath the table, Lu Bowen peeked out, his eyes filled with admiration for Chu Liao. Lin Qiuyi had departed, yet the illusion many boys held of her shattered. They were astonished that this seemingly pure school beauty was, in fact, such an unreasonable person. Many who gradually learned the truth began to sympathize with Chuan. In stark contrast, Chu Liao remained silent, simply standing there, and was revered by countless admirers. However, those who had grasped the situation regarded Chuan with unkind eyes. That scoundrel deserves to be punished. He has managed to provoke 2 school beauties. He ought to be fried in oil and served golden brown. As the night drew to a close, Chuan lit a cigarette and picked up his guitar, casting a glance toward the booth, only to receive a fierce glare from Chu Liao. Sheepishly, he shrugged. "You can't blame me. That woman is simply unhinged." Strumming the guitar strings, he began to sing, allowing a series of melodious songs to erase the earlier unpleasantness. Li Shishir and Su Warner subsequently took the stage, delivering a beautiful dance that elevated the bar's atmosphere to a crescendo. As midnight approached, the patrons, reluctant to leave, began their journey home. After escorting Chu Liao back, Chuan returned to the bar. He had initially contemplated staying with his mother for a few days, but Sister Ling was expected to return soon, which would be inconvenient. After all, the apartment was small, a 2-bedroom unit where he had been residing in Sister Ling's room during the college entrance exam period. Fortunately, the bar was spacious, and after Chun Gang allocated a room on the 2nd floor for him, he settled in. With everyone else gone, he found himself alone in the vast establishment. Lighting a cigarette, Chuan felt wide awake as he marked potential redevelopment sites from his memory on the map. Most were old yards, expansive, and reasonably priced. After completing this task, he sat down at the computer, created a new document, and began typing furiously. At 4 in the morning, Chuan reviewed the 10,000 words he had written, clicking his tongue in surprise. Reborn, and still a struggling wage slave. Yet, why does it feel like my mind is sharper than before? Not only was his memory remarkably enhanced, but many scenes from his previous life, such as neighbors taking out the trash or fixing plumbing, felt as though he had been the protagonist in them. Damn it, this wretched sycophant soul is utterly ridiculous. As for the business landscape, Chuan understood well that one cannot achieve greatness overnight. Many things require a cautious approach, and those inexperienced souls perched in high positions do not earn respect. Rather, they are viewed like monkeys in a zoo. However, Chuan was confident that he could establish his own business empire in this lifetime. His assurance stemmed not only from his keen insight into the opportunities presented by the evolving times, but also from his thick skin and robust constitution. After shutting down the computer and taking a quick shower, he collapsed into bed, only to awaken to the sight of someone before him. The figure was stealthily observing him, and, to his astonishment, leaned in to kiss him. Chapter 24. The Sensation in the Class Group. Damn it, boss, I sell my talents. Not my body. I'm not that kind of person. Extra money won't change that. Chuan thought. If it had been a girl, he might have pretended not to notice and enjoyed the moment. But as he peered through a narrow gap, he was startled to discover it was Chuan, who promptly sat up in shock, retreating a few steps with arms crossed, adopting a defiant posture. Chuan plopped down on the bed, grinning as he offered Chuan a cigarette. Brother, you are truly my lucky star. Do you know how much we earned last night? 23,000 yuan. That's comparable to an entire quarter's earnings. Looking at Chuan now, he was no longer the spirited young man. He was evidently a cash cow, his grin stretching from ear to ear. Many of the girls had come specifically to see him, and with such an extraordinary performance, upcoming business would undoubtedly flourish even more. Really? Chuan lit a cigarette, surprised. In this era, over 20,000 yuan was a considerable sum. Chen Gong nodded. Although most of it came from your silly classmates' reserved VIP booth, the profits after deductions are still quite substantial. He genuinely hadn't anticipated that these students would be so affluent, casually reserving booths for nearly 1,000 yuan without batting an eye. Their drinks seemed to flow as if they were free. Chuan clicked his tongue. Never underestimate the power of a sycophant. They were willing to spend lavishly just to elicit a smile from the goddess. Chuan looked at him suspiciously. Are you implying that you were once a sycophant too? Chuan, far from feeling shame, wore his past as a badge of honor, nodding calmly, of course. Who hasn't been a sycophant at some point in their life? Haven't you? Chuan's face flushed, and he chuckled. Who hasn't fawned over a few goddesses in their lifetime? Exactly, Chuan replied. It was precisely this understanding of the sycophant mentality that allowed him to seize the business opportunities within it. However, he recognized that this was merely a means of quick profit. After all, who would want to remain a sycophant forever? It seems some really do. Last night, what happened with that girl? The gossiping spirit of Chuan was ablaze as he curiously inquired, grinning widely. Chuan waved his hand dismissively, realizing that being blinded by greed was indeed his misfortune, a calamity destined in his fate. Here, this sum of 1,500 is for you. Nodding, Chuan refrained from asking further and promptly pulled out several banknotes, stuffing them into Chuan's hands. This was the fee for the song requested by that little rich lady last night. According to the usual practice, the bar would take a 30% cut. However, witnessing the bar's booming success, Chuan dared not to take any commission. He would rather revere this fortune bringer. To be fair, your youthful visage does possess the potential of being cherished by a wealthy patroness. Chuan handed a few notes back to Chuan. Covering the expense of the meal, he had treated Lu Xin to that day. The remainder he tucked into his pocket, glancing at his reflection in the mirror. I concur with that notion. After lunch, Chuan resumed his position at the computer, embracing the life of a keyboard warrior, for this endeavor was indeed profitable. Initially, he had intended to finalize the demolition matters and acquire those plots of land, but Sister Xin had returned home to celebrate her mother's birthday. With no choice but to wait with eager anticipation for her return, Chuan found himself lost in thought, envisioning the scene of him bearing gifts to celebrate his mother-in-law's birthday. Damn it, that wretched sycophant spirit is influencing me again, Chuan spat in frustration. The sudden popularity of the sewing machine bar from last night would undoubtedly generate a wave of favorable publicity, ensuring that business would flourish in the days to come. The presence of beautiful women was essential, as many admirers would flock to the place, drawn by the allure of the goddesses. As for the girls, they could continue to exploit their charms to maintain a steady clientele. Naturally, the more affluent patrons, the better. In the WeChat group of Class 30, excitement erupted. Whoa, can you guess who sang at the sewing machine bar? Definitely not you. I assure you, when I reveal the name, you will be utterly astonished. It's Chuan. Indeed, it's our very own Chuan. No way is this for real? Chuan? That can't be true. Yes, Chuan, aside from his academic prowess, hardly had any presence in class. When did he ever sing? Exactly, in the video he looks so handsome. How could it possibly be Chuan? Confronted with the skepticism of the crowd, Lu Bowen swiftly shared a video clip from the bar. Although somewhat blurry, the image was still discernible. How could I bear to blame you? Having erred, it was my freedom that led you astray. Oh, my love, let us marry. I long to share a home with you. I know that the bravado of youth fades with time. In an instant, the vast WeChat group fell into stunned silence. Everyone fixated on the young man in the video, their mouths agape as if they could fit a frog inside. Whoa, it truly is Chuan. This world is too surreal. Is this still the Chuan I know? He looks remarkably handsome. Indeed, before, Chuan had hardly any presence in class, save for when he excelled academically. It was surprising to find such a striking face hidden beneath that concrete-like fringe. Suddenly, the entire group erupted in fervor, gasps of disbelief resounding. Indeed, Chuan not only excels at playing the piano and singing, but also seems to attract the attention of the fair sex. This topic reignited everyone's enthusiasm, with Lin Hui and Wang Chong, who had visited the sewing machine bar, flooding the group with photos. Though the angles were awkward, it was still clear that Chuan was seated with campus goddesses such as Li Shih and Su Wanner, sharing laughter and conversation. Witnessing this scene, the group was left speechless in shock. However, the most sensational revelation came next, as a photo surfaced of Chu Liao feeding Chuan a candied hawthorn, sending the group into an uproar. This is simply too magical. The aloof campus beauty Chu Liao, the beloved of Shanxi No. 1 High. Surely, I am not imagining this. Not only would I be content to have a goddess feed me candied hawthorns, but even a mere smile from her would be a blessing beyond measure. Chuan, oh, great one, please accept my homage. Foster father, please begin your lecture. I shall kneel and listen. In an instant, countless admirers began to fawn over Chuan. Yet he seemed to have vanished, his profile picture appearing as a somber memorial. Strangely, however, none mentioned the events of the previous night regarding Lin Qiya, as if it had never transpired at all. At that moment, Lin Qiya was also monitoring the group's activity, her eyes reflecting an unspoken grievance as she tightly gripped her phone. The more exceptional Chuan became, the more unbalanced she felt inside. Particularly when she witnessed his joy alongside other girls, it felt as though something was suffocating her chest. She had hoped someone would champion her cause. Yet no one in the group brought it up, leaving her feelings of injustice with no outlet. Besides her, another individual was also closely observing the group's dynamics, Wang Lang. As his classmates discussed Chuan, Wang Lang felt his teeth nearly shatter from frustration. I spent a staggering 10,000 yuan. And not only did I fail to woo any girls, but I also gained no recognition. As the saying goes, those who persistently dwell on something will inevitably find a response. Suddenly, someone in the class group mentioned him, and Wang Lang's face lit up with joy. Finally, it was his turn to shine. However, upon reading the messages, his face turned a ghastly shade of green. He hurled his phone into the trash can, cursing vehemently. Damn it, have you heard? Last night, a fool spent 10,000 yuan reserving a table. Is that true? 10,000 yuan? Has this person lost their mind? 3 days swiftly passed. On the first day, the bar's grand spectacle created quite a stir, once again elevating the sewing machine band's renown. This spared Chuan the effort of advertising, allowing him to focus on reaping fortunes. Thanks to various factors, the bar's booths and tables were sold out within mere minutes of being listed. Even the boss booth, priced close to 3,000 yuan, was snatched up early. As Chuan monitored the reservation information on the back end of the computer, Chun Gang couldn't contain his delight, smiling widely as he beheld Chuan's growing prominence, wishing he could embrace him in joyous celebration. Meanwhile, discussion surrounding Lin Qiya, the pure and innocent school belle, ignited fervent debates. Some labeled her domineering, while suitors defended her as straightforward, inevitably drawing a barrage of insults. Following that incident, especially after Chuan's history of sycophancy was unveiled, Lin Qiya's reputation plummeted. Beyond this, the bar's DJ, Yin Shui, garnered considerable attention as well. Her fiery red hair, beautiful visage and slender figure, coupled with her attention-grabbing attire, made her particularly appealing to naive students. After lunch, Chu Liao called Chuan, informing him she would arrive later due to relatives visiting. As for Liu Bowen, as soon as the break commenced, his mother enrolled him in driving school, leaving him sunbaked and charcoal-like. Finally, as the sun began to dip in the afternoon sky, Chuan rose from his chair, his joints creaking like firecrackers. Jiang, an old thief, your fortune has reached its end. Throughout the afternoon, Chuan diligently typed out 30,000 words, his relentless speed honed from previous lives spent as a wage slave. If I were to write like the author, I fear I would never witness the conclusion before meeting my demise. Chuan, I want to drink Coke. At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed from the staircase. Chu Liao dashed down the stairs in a flurry, leaping onto Chuan's back with a sudden bound. Crack! This unexpected action caused Chuan to stiffen, his face instantly flushing crimson as he exclaimed, Damn, my poor back. You vixen, get off me. I might break. Seeing Chuan seemingly incapacitated, Chu Liao was taken aback and hurriedly dismounted, her gaze filled with a hint of skepticism. Chuan limped slightly, clutching his back, and turned to glare at her. You try sitting like that for an entire afternoon. Chu Liao stuck out her tongue and giggled. I didn't do it on purpose. Chuan glared at her, muttering about her weight in a way that implied she should know better. Upon hearing this, Chu Liao's beautiful brows shot up, her eyes widening in indignation as she placed her hands on her slender waist, puffing up in annoyance. What do you mean? Are you saying I'm fat? Gu Chuan chuckled awkwardly. How could I dare to imply such a thing? However, Chu Liao was unyielding, resembling a spoiled child. I don't care. You must treat me to dinner to atone for my wounded spirit. Gu Chuan appraised her from head to toe, ultimately letting his gaze linger on her chest. A mischievous smile curling at the corners of his lips as he quipped, a wounded spirit? I think it's rather ample. Chu Liao blinked in surprise, then followed his gaze downwards, her cheeks instantly tinged with a rosy hue. Gu Chuan, you letcher. I'm telling Annie that you're bullying me. Do we really need this many oysters? Gu Chuan muttered, staring at the table laden with oysters at the barbecue stall, his face darkened with dismay. Suspecting that this enchantress was mocking him, Chu Liao let out a light huff. Didn't you say your back hurt? I'm being magnanimous and helping you recover. Upon hearing this, curious glances from nearby patrons were drawn, their expressions laden with intrigue. Gu Chuan's expression grew even darker. Could you keep it down a bit? Shouting in public makes it sound like I'm truly incapable. After dinner, Gu Chuan accompanied Chu Liao back to the bar, where a new night of revelry awaited. Meanwhile, in a lavish hotel in the mountain city, the melodious strumming of a guitar resonated. I know those summers, just like youth, cannot return. What replaces dreams is merely a feeble semblance. On a laptop, Gu Chuan's video of a live performance at the sewing machine bar played, his clean yet slightly raspy voice captivatingly alluring. On the sofa sat a slender figure, her graceful form accentuated by long, wine-red hair that drew attention. She lounged languidly, her long legs swaying gently, her features flawless. At that moment, she was fixated on the video playing on the laptop, repeatedly listening to the song on a bridge. Ingya, I've gathered the information you requested. Just then, a quiet girl with black-framed glasses approached, clutching a stack of documents and presenting them to the woman. Upon hearing this, the woman's previously dazed eyes sparkled with life, and she leaned forward eagerly. Let me see. The boy in the video was named Gu Chuan, a graduating senior from Mountain City High School. The footage captured his performance at the sewing machine bar. This song, titled On Her Bridge, was said to be his original composition. The woman scanned the documents, noting not only Gu Chuan's information, but also the lyrics to On Her Bridge. A peculiar expression crossed her face as she murmured. To compose such a melody, this young man must have endured quite a bit. This shouldn't be. He seems rather handsome in the video. Handing the documents back to her assistant, the woman raised an eyebrow, smiling. Come, let us go see him. The assistant furrowed her brows. Sister, we're supposed to return to the Magic City tomorrow. Will we make it in time? The woman waved her hand dismissively. Don't worry, we'll definitely make it. After a moment's hesitation, the assistant spoke again, but I heard this bar only allows students inside. The woman paused momentarily, then spun around, her graceful figure unmistakable. Do I not look like a student? The assistant rolled her eyes and replied, with that head of red hair, you certainly don't. What shall we do then? Perhaps we could sneak in? I found a hidden corner when I scoped it out today. Hearing this, a smile brightened the woman's face. Oh, don't be silly. As long as we can get in, that's all that matters. With that, she hurried off to change her clothes. Watching her depart with such flair, the assistant cast a glance at her own modest figure, her expression tinged with uncertainty. But, Ingjia, you might not get in. As the bar thrived, it became crowded with countless figures at the entrance, and the security could barely keep up. With no other option, Gu Chuan led Chu Liao through the back door. Oh my goodness, my lucky star. Why did you take so long to return? The girls had been waiting impatiently. Upon seeing Gu Chuan, Chun Gang rushed forward, dragging him towards the stage. It's only 8 o'clock. Why the rush? Gu Chuan pulled a cigarette from Chun Gang's pocket and lit it, leisurely settling down on the staircase to smoke. However, Chun Gang's words felt oddly misplaced. The girls have been waiting impatiently? This isn't a brothel. And you're not a madam, nor am I a courtesan. What was once a perfectly good bar was beginning to take on an unsavory tone under his management. Gu Chuan had transformed from a bar performer into a mere gigolo. Ding dong. Just then, Gu Chuan received a text message that made his heart leap. It was from the little heiress he had been longing for. Liu Xian invited him to discuss the land acquisition for demolition the next day. Overjoyed, Gu Chuan hugged his phone, planting a few kisses on it. Xian, I adore you. Of course, he mused. It would be even better if that phone were replaced by Xian's leg. Good evening, ladies. He waved at Sure and her friends at the booth. As the bar's good luck charm, they naturally couldn't be absent, for many patrons were drawn here merely to glimpse their divine beauty. Chun Gang's position as the owner was no mere decoration. They were essentially part-timers, earning a wage for their performances. Singing and dancing brought in a handsome income, and they were more than willing to comply, especially since summer break left them with little to do. The atmosphere here was also quite enjoyable, especially with Chuan around. Upon seeing him, the girls smiled back. Initially intending to deepen their camaraderie, they decided against it upon noticing Chu Liao as presence. Indeed, having the illustrious Chu standing beside me has made me rethink my approach to dating. Though spoken softly, Chu Liao caught the remark, her brows knitting together as she delivered a sharp kick to him. Chuan, you scoundrel. Even after being rejected, you're still seeking a girlfriend? Ahem. I told you, that was due to a moment of folly. Chu Liao remained unconvinced, offering him a disdainful glance before turning away with a can of cola, heading towards Li Sure and the others. And what is your relationship with that girl? Chen Gang lit a cigarette and approached with a cheerful grin, sporting an expression rife with curiosity. Chuan shrugged, asserting, friends, indeed, merely innocent friends. Chen Gang was incredulous. You don't fancy her? For a man, making money is paramount. Romance is something even a dog would shun. He declared, I have fortified my heart with cement, no matter how beautiful a girl may be. She cannot penetrate my defenses. Of course, if a wealthy matron were to come along, let us just pretend I never said that. With that, Chuan whistled and strode toward the circular stage, hoping to catch the eye of a rich woman that evening. Chen Gang watched his retreating figure, scoffing slightly, pondering how many years this guy had been a devoted admirer, leaving him with emotional scars. He mused, he claims not to speak of love, but with such a girl nearby, even the sturdiest heart would likely find crack. Folk music is impoverished, yet the guitar is extravagant, and the girl is exquisite. Alas, the boy does not deserve her. The first song of the evening, a folk tune, might be unfamiliar to many, but that does not diminish its beauty. This melody is dedicated to you, on the cusp of entering university. May you one day marry the girl of your dreams, thus concluding your youth with a perfect denouement. Perched on a high stool with his guitar, Chuan was illuminated by the bar's spotlight, while the girls on the dance floor waved glow sticks, listening intently. His fingers danced over the strings, and the melodious notes gradually filled the air. Ding, ding, ding. On the day I turned 19, I stood before Huang Huai, and for the chance to meet you, I sacrificed 4 years of my life. On the day I turned 20 with the guitar by my side, my clumsy hands opened up, and my love for you surged within me. Chuan's clean, yet husky voice wove the beginning of a tale, capturing the essence of youth at 18 and 19. The prelude struck up, and the bar erupted into a frenzy. Both boys and girls were enraptured by Chuan's distinctive voice. Those still in their student years, untouched by the harsh realities of life, were most capable of empathy. And for them, love was akin to the forbidden fruit of Adam and Eve, both anticipated and feared. The melody, played by Chuan, accompanied by his heartfelt delivery, seemed to imbue them with immense courage. You are the dream I cherish and fear, while I am merely an inconsequential figure in your life. After all, the arrows that traverse mountains and rivers pierce only those who feel deeply. You are the dream that keeps me restless, while I am but a nostalgic figure in your enchanting world. On the second floor, Chen Gang listened to Chuan's raspy rendition, utterly entranced, oblivious to the extinguished cigarette in his hand, having unknowingly lit several more. Hiss, why is this lad experienced? This song, these lyrics, are painfully poignant. Could it be that he has poured his experiences as a devoted admirer into this song? Or perhaps he indeed has several wives? In a booth, Chu Liao and her companions were equally spellbound, having forgotten that their cola had run dry, still sucking on the straws. Did Chuan write this song himself? Chun Shui was moved, her gaze fixated on Chuan, lost in thought. For reasons unknown, she felt that Chuan's very being was steeped in stories, brimming with life's trials. Yet, he was merely 18 or 19. How could he compose such a sorrowful melody? There was an air of maturity about him that belied his years, and such depth of experience undoubtedly held a fatal allure for many girls. Chuan is truly remarkable. Wu Mingming couldn't help but exclaim from the depths of her heart. Everyone nodded in agreement. Even Chu Liao was absorbed in Chuan's song, entranced. Yet, inexplicably, she felt as if the songs he sang chronicled his history as a devoted admirer. The music was enchanting, yet there remained an unsettling quality to it. Could it be that these songs were written for that green tea girl? Not appealing at all. Absolutely dreadful. She pouted, her face clouded with displeasure, as she picked up a plush toy from the sofa and began to beat it. Meanwhile, in a cramped corner backstage of the bar, 2 figures were lurking stealthily. One of them seemed to be wedged in the gap between the walls, flailing helplessly, her beautiful face reflecting her frustration. Xiaoya. The woman struggled for quite some time. Yet her body could not budge, only becoming more ensnared. Finally, like a deflated balloon, she sat dejectedly in the crevice, wearing an expression of deep discontent. Why is it that you can pass through, yet I cannot? The little assistant had successfully squeezed through and was now crouching in the corner, gazing at her with an innocent expression. Sister Ing, this can't be my fault, can it? After a glance at her own chest, the woman followed suit. And upon noticing that the wedge position was precisely at her ample bosom, her expression turned despondent. Dear girl, why are you squatting there? Why not come inside? Just then, Chuan approached with an air of nonchalance, exhaling a smoke ring as he inquired of the assistant. When she did not respond, he followed her gaze, and upon spotting the silhouette trapped in the wall, his expression brightened dramatically. What the heck? Filming a movie? They say art is derived from reality. It seems that the scenario of being stuck in a washing machine is indeed true. Chapter 27. Wow, a big star is stuck in a wall. Chuan then looked around as if searching for a camera. Rubbing his head, he grinned. If we're going to film, we ought to find a more secluded spot. In broad daylight, if someone sees a young lad like me, they might just rush over to play the leading role. Realizing she had been noticed, the woman wedged in the wall quickly bowed her head in embarrassment, fearful of being seen by Chuan. Meanwhile, the assistant Xiaoya blushed, using her handbag to shield her face, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Wait, why do you look so familiar? Through the backstage lighting, Chuan began to discern the features of the woman stuck in the wall. His eyes widened in recognition as he exclaimed, "Oh my gosh, are you Ko's Ma?" Inside the wall, Chu Ing initially thought she had been recognized and quickly shook her head in denial. Yet when Chuan uttered that name, her face flushed instantly. A few strands of hair clung to her forehead, and she glared at him, wishing to slap him. What kind of eyes do you have? I'm a singer, not someone who resembles those film stars. Kozima, who is that? Are they famous? The assistant curiously chimed in, peeking at Chuan. Chuan nodded, of course. They're famous. They were my inspiration. He then turned his attention back to the trapped Chu Ing. How on earth did you think you could squeeze through here? Don't you know your own size? It's no surprise you got stuck. He glanced at her ample bosom wedged in the wall, taking a drag from his cigarette and clicking his tongue in astonishment. Chu Ing shot him an indignant look and retorted, "Who told you to set such ridiculous rules in this shabby bar?" Chuan understood. "So you're a stowaway then?" He promptly asked, "Can you get out?" Chu Ing shot him a glare. "If I could get out on my own, would I be stuck here?" She sighed, enough pretending to be a groundhog. "Come up with a way to help me out." Chuan turned to the little assistant beside him. The young assistant nodded vacantly, responding with a faint "oh." However, after surveying the scene for a while, she was at a loss as to how to proceed. Should she pull forward or push backward? Suddenly, with a click, Chuan took out his phone and snapped a photo. Though it was a basic model, it still had a camera, albeit with somewhat blurry pixels. As the spotlight flashed, Chu Ing and Xiao Yu were momentarily taken aback. What a time for him to be concerned with taking pictures. Chuan chuckled sheepishly. "I apologize. It's just that I've never seen anyone get stuck in a wall gap before, so I wanted to capture the moment." "Delete it," Ying exclaimed, her voice tinged with exasperation. As a figure in the music industry, she was somewhat of a celebrity, and if this photo circulated, it would surely become her social death's black mark. The young assistant, witnessing her distress, hurriedly approached Chuan, pleading, "Could you please delete that photo? If it gets out, it might create negative repercussions." Chuan's interest was piqued, though. Negative repercussions? Might you be a celebrity? That seems unlikely. Who would want to squeeze into a wall gap? If someone caught that on camera, you'd be making headlines tomorrow. Inside the wall gap, Chu Ing felt an overwhelming urge to find a hole to hide in. "All right, enough already. If you keep scolding me, do you think I won't consider ending it all?" Upon seeing the assistant nodding, Chuan's expression transformed into one of sheer amusement. "Wow, you really are a celebrity." He was eager to take a closer look. After all, he had never encountered a living celebrity in his many years, let alone one with such a unique approach to life. "Put in some effort. If it doesn't work, you can come to the front, and I'll push from behind." Outside the wall, Chuan tied the hands of the esteemed celebrity with a rope, pulling her out as if she were a cow. Meanwhile, the young assistant had gone around to push from the back. After much exertion, they finally managed to extract her. But Chuan's expression turned peculiar as he beheld the tightly bound celebrity. The scene, with her disheveled attire and restrained hands, was reminiscent of something from movie. "You are Chu Ing? You really are a celebrity." He gazed at her beautiful face for a moment before recognizing her, astonished. "Keep your voice down. You don't want anyone else to hear about me being stuck in a wall, do you?" Chu Ing, upon hearing this, quickly covered Chuan's mouth with her hand. Her striking eyes filled with indignation as she glared at him. Chuan, feeling a bit embarrassed, apologized. "I'm sorry. It's just my first time seeing a living celebrity." Chu Ing shot him a look, retorting, "What? Have you seen dead celebrities before?" Chuan chuckled. "Not really. I've never had that opportunity." He glanced at her with a hint of suspicion. By the way, where's your hand just now? It smells oddly sweet. Chuan froze, sniffed her hand, and her face flushed crimson. Earlier, when Chuan was unaware, she had been soothing her own big white rabbit, leaving a lingering scent of her undergarments on her hand, which she had just used to cover his mouth. Mind your own business. Chuan deliberately raised her voice, as if that would justify her actions. Still, you look somewhat familiar. Have we crossed paths before? After scrutinizing him for a moment, she expressed her doubts. The young assistant leaned in, her mouth agape, exclaiming, "Isn't he the guy from the video?" Chuan, observing their synchronized reaction, raised an eyebrow. "So you two have seen me in a video? Was it a serious one or a not-so-serious one?" Chuan rolled her eyes. "What? Have you filmed something inappropriate?" Chuan shook his head, his gaze playful as he replied, "Whether I've filmed anything inappropriate is unknown to me, but I know for sure that you've definitely seen something. Otherwise, how would you know who Xiao Zema is?" At this, Chu Ying's face turned beet red, while the young assistant looked on in confusion, inquiring, "Who is Xiao Zema?" Almost simultaneously, Chuan and Chu Ying chimed. "Adults are speaking. Children should refrain from interrupting. Stay out of societal matters." The young assistant stuck out her tongue, wisely closing her mouth to avoid further questions. "What? You want to buy the copyright for my song?" Inside the private room, Chuan expressed his surprise at Chu Ying's intent. She nodded. "Though your song only has a guitar score, its completeness is quite high, and the lyrics have great singability." Then, she leaned in with curiosity, asking, "Did you write these lyrics?" Chuan, without a hint of embarrassment, nodded affirmatively. "Que Ying's curiosité intensified." "Did someone kick you to the curb?" At her words, Chuan's expression darkened, and he replied, enunciating each word, "I'm not selling anymore. Just joking. Why are you getting upset?" Chu Ying laughed lightly, casting a flirtatious glance at Chuan, attempting to appear more amiable. However, to Chuan, that expression seemed more akin to a deranged woman. He scoffed, "This song isn't suitable for you." Chu Ying raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean it's not suitable?" Chuan shrugged. "Your usual style leans towards contemporary pop music. This song is folk, slow-paced, and carries an overall somber tone, making it incompatible with your genre." Chu Ying was taken aback, surprised that Chuan had such an understanding of her musical style. "I can sing folk too." Chuan nodded. "You can? But this particular song isn't right for you." Chu Ying caught the underlying meaning in his words, her beautiful eyes brightening. "Do you have other songs?" "Yes, but they come at an additional cost," Chuan responded, mimicking a money-grubbing manner, gesturing as if he were demanding $2,500,000. Chu Ying rolled her eyes, thinking he was no different from those who treat money as the utmost priority, devoid of any noble spirit. Chuan grinned. In this day and age, having money is paramount. No matter how well you sing folk music, in the end, girls always leave with the wealthy. Chu Ying's lips curled into a subtle smile, gazing at Chuan with a knowing expression. "So, you really have been rejected by girls?" Chuan's expression darkened. "Can we not discuss this?" "Juste kidding," Chu Ying replied. "Indeed, I have faced rejection. How about the esteemed celebrity come and soothe my wounded heart?" Chuan coaxed. Chu Ying raised an eyebrow. "All right, how would you like to soothe it?" Chuan leaned forward, a playful smile on his face. "We could do a bondage theme, role play, home invasion, or delivery scenario. Choose one." Chu Ying's cheeks flushed bright red, and she shot him a fierce glare. "You can go die." Chuan was taken aback. "Wow, I didn't expect a big star to have such a wide range of interests. You must watch quite a lot." Chu Ying, infuriated, grabbed the cushion from the sofa and hurled it at Chuan, her eyes flashing with annoyance at his teasing. Meanwhile, the young assistant stood by, watching their verbal sparring with a bewildered expression. Though they spoke in Chinese and each word was clear to her, she couldn't comprehend how the entire conversation eluded her understanding. At 2 o'clock in the night, as the bar closed, Chuan escorted Chu Liao home before plunging headfirst into his computer, typing furiously as if he were a keyboard warrior. He did not deceive Chu Ying. The song Hikyo was indeed unsuitable for her vocals. Thus, in pursuit of monetary gain, Chuan took it upon himself to creatively borrow a melody for her. Shaking his head, he dismissed the term plagiarism. For how could the endeavors of a cultured individual be labeled as such? "I do not create songs. I merely transport them. And this is not plagiarism, but rather an advancement of their release by a few years." In the early days of entrepreneurship, employing somewhat dubious methods is entirely normal. Chuan reassured himself. As for whether they would eventually find themselves overshadowed by his success, that remained uncertain. Half an hour later, Chuan printed the lyrics along with a simple score, limited to a guitar arrangement since the song was folk in nature. The title, A Diao, boldly adorned the first page of the lyrics. Chuan had no intention of entering the entertainment industry. His mind was filled with borrowed compositions, and his repertoire was not extensive. Agreeing to assist Chuan in writing a song was merely a means to earn some initial capital. After all, regardless of how beautifully one sings or how brilliantly one acts, even the most gorgeous of ladies often find themselves embraced by wealth. He was not driven by the desire for romantic entanglements, but rather to broaden his horizons, merely peeking through the cracks of opportunity. Wow, it's been a few days, and you look even more stunning, Shinjia, Chuan exclaimed as he settled into Liu Xin's mini, fastening his seatbelt. He turned to gaze at the teacher, exuding a mature aura, beginning with a compliment. After all, one must flatter a wealthy woman. Today, Liu Xin wore a blouse reminiscent of professional attire, paired with a short skirt and those classic black-rimmed glasses, leaving Chuan momentarily entranced. It felt as if the concrete weight upon his heart had loosened. Liu Xin playfully rolled her eyes at him, retorting, "You're just sweet-talking me." Chuan grinned, unabashedly leaning closer. "Would you care to try a taste, Shinjia?" Liu Xin's cheeks flushed as she pushed his head away, exclaiming, "I am your teacher. Have you chosen a location?" Chuan nodded, then retrieved a stack of documents from a paper bag, detailing the sites slated for demolition, along with the necessary contracts for the transfer of ownership. In this day and age, land transfers did not require excessively rigorous procedures. It was all about money. Liu Xin glanced over the documents, somewhat astonished. "Did you draft this contract?" The contracts were laid out with remarkable clarity, devoid of any omissions. And the details were meticulously handled, something she herself could not have achieved. Chuan nodded, explaining, "I outlined the general framework and consulted a few lawyers to refine the details." "Have you been plotting this all along?" Liu Xin's beautiful gaze fixed upon Chuan, a hint of irritation in her tone. Chuan chuckled, "Truth be told, I initially had my sights set on you, Shinjia. But alas, since you looked down upon me, I had to settle for a more tangible pursuit, your assets." Liu Xin shot him a glare, clearly unimpressed by his jest. She then started the car, heading toward the location Chuan had designated, while silently adding to her thoughts. "Actually, that might not be such a bad idea. My back is truly going to break," Chuan lamented, sprawled on the couch at the sewing machine bar, looking utterly despondent. "Is this really all you can manage? You still want to be my travel companion?" Liu Xin, sipping on a can of ice-cold soda, gazed at him with a smile. 10 days, 10 days. Do you know how I spent these 10 days? I've run myself ragged just to get them to sign the contracts. Meanwhile, you've been lounging at home, enjoying the air conditioning and sipping tea while pontificating on grand plans. How could you possibly grasp the hardships we endure?" Chuan mimicked the tone of an elderly man from television, feigning a delicate gesture as he complained. Liu Xin chuckled softly, leaning back against the sofa. "You can't expect me to suffer in the heat, can you? And besides, you said it yourself. I only need to provide the funding." Chuan, disheartened, lit a cigarette and sighed. "Well, it seems that having money makes one the master, and having milk makes one the mother. After all, Shinjia is my benefactor. I'm merely a lackey." Fortunately, the preliminary plan had been successfully executed, and all necessary signatures had been obtained. Now, he merely awaited the issuance of the demolition regulations, after which he could relax at home, counting his riches. The thought alone caused a wide grin to stretch across Chuan's face, as visions of crisp banknotes danced before his eyes, alleviating his fatigue. "Truly, money seems to cure all ailments. How did I not realize before that you are such a money-hungry fiend?" Liu Xin remarked, unable to resist rolling her eyes at Chuan's avaricious demeanor. Chuan stretched lazily, sinking deeper into the sofa. One does not comprehend the value of food and necessities until one has to manage a household. You, Shinjia, were born with a silver spoon in your mouth. How could you possibly understand the struggles of us children from impoverished backgrounds? Liu Xin shot him another glare, but a smile soon graced her lips as she teasingly suggested, "How about I support you then?" Upon hearing this, Chuan's eyes sparkled with excitement, sitting upright with a sudden jolt, raising an eyebrow. "In that case, Shinjia, could you order me 10 skewers of kidneys? I need to replenish my strength." Chapter 29. Living with the Campus Beauty, Chuan Gu. The results are out. Quick, check how many points you scored. On the afternoon of the 25th, Chuan was still lost in a dream, battling with the old rogue from Jiangnan, when he was roused by Liu Bowen's booming voice. Placing his phone far from his ear, Chuan cursed under his breath. "What the hell? It's the middle of the day. Why not let a man sleep? You are the top of our class. Everyone is eagerly waiting to find out." Liu Bowen chuckled. The class group chat buzzed with speculation about Chuan's score. Some claimed he had scored at least 600, while others doubted his chances, given that this year's examination was more challenging than in previous years, leaving many students with good grades struggling. Top, top, top. Before Chuan could respond, the unmistakable sound of footsteps echoed from the staircase. No doubt it was the Campus Beauty. Ju. Indeed, moments later, a A small head peeked around, and without a word, Gu Chuan abruptly hung up the phone. With her sparkling eyes, Chu Liao swiftly dragged Gu Chuan from his bed, forcing him to the computer. He was compelled to input his examination registration number. At that moment, Chen Gang and Yin Shui also gathered around, having become aware of Gu Chuan's true identity over the past few days. They were astonished, particularly Chen Gang, who had smoked 2 packs of cigarettes without grasping the reality. This streetwise youth was still a student. He exuded the demeanor of a seasoned veteran, utterly devoid of any resemblance to a typical student. Wow, Chuan Ge, you're amazing. 666. Gu Chuan was forced to enter his registration number multiple times before his results finally appeared. Before he could speak, Yin Shui leaped into the air, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Chen Gang, meanwhile, scratched his head in confusion, unable to comprehend how someone with such a rough exterior could achieve such high marks. Could it be that just pretending? He must have entered someone else's registration number. Several of his friends' children had also taken the exam this year, and they had heard that the questions were particularly difficult. The combined scores of 3 of them did not match Gu Chuan's. Truly outrageous. Is it really 666? Beside the computer, Chu Liao's expressive eyes were fixated on the score displayed on the screen, her mouth agape in disbelief. Gu Chuan had actually guessed correctly. Was he some sort of fortune teller? How could he possibly know his score in advance? Gu Chuan extracted a cigarette from Chun Gang's pocket and lit it, the hazy drowsiness dissipating slightly as he cast a smug glance at Chu Liao. Did the little rich girl, as previous words, hold any weight? Upon hearing this, Chu Liao proudly lifted her chin and lightly huffed. Of course my words count. It seemed that having a pretty boy like Gu Chuan to support her was not a loss at all. However, she insisted, but you must tell me how you knew your score beforehand. After speaking, she leaned closer, her large eyes shimmering with curiosity. Gu Chuan, exhaling a smoke ring, feigned a mystical demeanor, claiming, because I possess the ability to divine, known as Gu Banzian. Chu Liao shot him a scornful glance. You? Then, lifting her pristine chin once more, she challenged, since you're so adept at divination, can you predict my score? Gu Chuan leaned in closer, a smile spreading across his face. If I guess correctly, will you marry me? At this, Chu Liao's cheeks flushed a rosy hue, while Chun Gang and Yin Shui observed as amused bystanders, chuckling at the unfolding drama. Fine, if you can truly guess it, I'll accept, Chu Liao responded, skeptical about Gu Chuan's abilities. Seeing her agree, Gu Chuan grinned triumphantly, snuffing out his cigarette before theatrically performing a ritualistic act, his demeanor oddly convincing. Adai, I've calculated it. Before Chu Liao could interject, Yin Shui eagerly leaned in, her curiosity piqued. Is it 656? Did Gu Banzian guess correctly? Gu Chuan turned to Chu Liao, his eyes twinkling with mischief. Chu Liao stood there, stunned, her mouth gradually widening in astonishment, her beautiful eyes sparkling with disbelief. The expressions on her face left Chen Gang and Yin Shui without a doubt that Gu Chuan had indeed guessed right. Alas, the little rabbit was about to fall into the clutches of the big bad wolf. Yet, they too were curious as to how Gu Chuan had divined Chu Liao's score. Could he truly possess such abilities? Observing Chu Liao's dazed expression, Gu Chuan smirked. My dear, when will you take me home to meet your mother? At this, Chu Liao slowly regained her composure, her delicate face flushing crimson, and she stubbornly retorted, I don't care. You must have cheated. In class 30. Within a class group chat, Lin Hui inquired, Lu Bowen, have you found out how much Gu Chuan scored? Lu Bowen replied, that rascal hung up on me. He must have just woken up and hasn't checked his score yet. He added, oh, by the way, I think I vaguely heard the voice of the school flower. Ju. The entire group was left in stunned silence. What kind of absurdity was this? Just waking up and being with the school flower? Had they started living together? Soon, a flurry of messages erupted about Gu Chuan, all underscored by a chorus of, you truly deserve to die. Meanwhile, Lin Kia, who had been lurking in the group, felt a pang of discomfort as she observed the reactions. The more outstanding Gu Chuan became, the more her heart ached. Why didn't he like her anymore? Since the day she left, she had not returned to the sewing machine bar, reflecting on the reasons for Gu Chuan's cold demeanor towards her. Ultimately, she concluded that his frosty attitude was due to Chu Liao, not because of her treatment of him. Gu Chuan's closeness with other girls must be a ploy to make her jealous, to incite anger, leading her to apologize to him. With this thought, Lin Kiwia huffed softly, I refuse to apologize to you. If you wish to engage in a cold war, who is afraid of whom? Let us see who gives in first. Wang Lang scoffed. Why do you all believe whatever he says? A poor boy like Gu Chuan could never be worthy of the school flower. Lin Hui retorted, Wang Lang, how did you perform? Wang Lang replied, not to say, but a guy like him probably won't even find a girlfriend in the future. Lin Hui pressed, so, How did you perform, Wang Lang? Wang Lang suggested. Once we finish selecting our preferences, let us all go out for a picnic. Lin Hui persisted. So, how did you perform? Behind the screen, Wang Lang's face darkened, akin to a pot's bottom. What does my score have to do with you? Lin Hui quipped. He's getting anxious. Wang Lang logged off. The class group erupted in laughter, with many giving Lin Hui a thumbs up. Clearly, Wang Lang's ostentatious persona had irked many, as some genuinely believed they could soar high. Just then, a notification indicated that Chuan had logged on, igniting the previously quiet class group into a frenzy. Lu Bowen exclaimed, "Holy cow, father, you're online." Wang Chang chimed in, worshipping the male god. Li Dong added, worshipping the ancestral master. A torrent of messages flooded the group, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a festival. Chuan, bemused by the barrage of messages resembling a barrage of comments, was taken aback. Wasn't Lu Bowen supposed to be reporting scores to him for the class monitor to tally? What was happening? Chapter 30, Don't Hold Back. How many points did you actually score? Hello, everyone. Chuan nonchalantly typed a message. Lin Hui asked, male god, how many points did you score? Chuan replied. Lu Bowen echoed, father, what is your score? Chuan responded. Wang Chang queried, male god, how many points did you score? At that moment, Wang Lang's faded avatar lit up again. With such a difficult exam, you must have flunked, right? Though he didn't send an emoji, Chuan could easily envision Wang Lang's haughty demeanor on the other side. Chuan shot back. Did someone step on your prostate? Wang Lang, furious. Everyone, oh. Lin Hui teased. Currently, the highest score in our class is 582, which belongs to Lin Jing. Lin Jing, an obedient girl and math class representative, usually hovered around the top 10 in grades. However, this time, the exam was exceptionally challenging, and many who typically performed well faltered. The perennial runner-up, Qin Shuheng, managed to score only 567, a full 80 points below his predicted score. Ironically, Lin Jing performed remarkably well this time. Qin Yuhang retorted, did you also mess up? Chuan. Qin Yuhang had always had a contentious relationship with Chuan, consistently outperformed by him, earning the moniker of perennial second. The fear of personal failure paled in comparison to the anxiety over a friend's success, which encapsulated Qin Yuhang's current mindset. He secretly hoped Chuan would fail, ideally not even surpassing the undergraduate threshold. Chuan nodded, then sent a message. Yeah, I didn't do so well. I scored about 40 points less than expected. Upon hearing this, the class group erupted in an uproar. Scoring 40 points less than anticipated likely meant he hadn't reached 600. Oh my god. Even Chuan didn't do well. It seems this exam was indeed quite challenging. Alas, what terrible luck to have encountered such a year. Was it really that hard? I didn't notice. Haha, perhaps you should first hide your score of 250 before commenting. With your grades, I could toss my answer sheet on the ground and stomp on it, and it would still score higher than you. In the group chat, Lin Qiya, who had been lurking silently, was startled to hear that Chuan had also performed poorly on the exam, immediately prompting a bold conjecture in her mind. Could it be that Chuan intentionally sabotaged his results to apply to the same university as I did? Her own score had been released, 488. While it surpassed the cutoff for undergraduate programs, it only qualified her for an ordinary second-tier institution. Upon noticing her contemplative state, Qin Yuhang's eyes gleamed with excitement as he relentlessly pursued the truth. Chuan, what was your score after all? Wang Lang also took a keen interest. Chuan's misfortune pleased him more than inheriting a fortune from a deceased father. I told you, no matter how well you perform in practice. It all comes down to this. Lu Bowen, unable to tolerate the mockery, retorted, you didn't even score 200. What are you blabbering about? Wang Lang shot back, oh. So now we can't even comment on a poor score? Lu Bowen replied, Brother Chuan, ignore him. He simply enjoys being a nuisance. Chuan smiled and shook his head. It's fine. I have no habit of entertaining fools. Wang Lang's expression darkened, his grip on his phone tightening with frustration as he found the insults of this impoverished wretch quite unbearable. Lin Hui attempted to soothe the atmosphere. It's all right. Even if you didn't do well, there's always next year. She added, please let me know your score so I can report it to the homeroom teacher. Chuan responded with a casual 666. Wang Lang exclaimed, what's this? Are you too embarrassed to share your poor score? What's with the 666? Qin Yuhang chimed in. Come on, Chuan, no matter how poorly you did, it can't be worse than my score. You're the top of our class. Qin Yuhang's remarks were laced with sarcasm, elevating Chuan to an unrealistic pedestal. Should his score be lower than Qin's, it would certainly be a spectacle. Unfazed by their banter, Chuan simply shared a screenshot of his results and logged off. Wang Chang inquired, what is this? As the group clicked on the screenshot, myriad expressions of disbelief spread across their faces. Goodness, 666 points? So Gu Chuan wasn't merely being coy. 666 is indeed his score. This was 40 points lower than anticipated. Did he actually aim for Tsinghua or Peking University? You must be joking. Liu Bowen exclaimed. Incredible. My adoptive father is amazing. He added. Wang Lang, Qin Yuheng, shout louder if you can. Why the silence now? On the other end of the call, Liu Bowen was nearly laughing uncontrollably. When it came to showing off, his adoptive father was unmatched. No one else could pull off such a feat. Qin Yuheng was left speechless. He had thought that by elevating Gu Chuan, he would witness a grand fall, only to be slapped in the face by a screenshot. Did he dare call a score of 666 poor? Excluding the competition class, that score would place him among the top 10 in the grade, even within the competition class. It was commendable. Wang Lang, upon viewing the screenshot, smashed his phone in frustration, cursing, "You must be kidding." Meanwhile, Lin Qia, still lurking, caught sight of the score screenshot. Gazing at the numbers she could only dream of, she dug her nails into her flesh, and the fantasies she harbored shattered in that moment. After sharing the screenshot, Gu Chuan paid no further attention to the group chat as he pedaled his bicycle towards the driving school. Initially, he intended to take the driving test. After all, a multitude of tasks awaited him. However, the campus belle, with her enchanting charm, had compelled him to relent. Fortunately, the relocation project was completed, and the theft of fortune was nearing its conclusion. The superstar wedged in the wall had received her song. Most of his days were consumed by performing at the bar, relishing the cheers of the girls, hoping to catch the eye of a wealthy patron. With the promotion of the sewing machine bar, many classes had begun to book it for graduation parties. Since there was little else to occupy his time during the day, he decided to seize the opportunity to obtain his driver's license. Otherwise, once he entered university, he likely wouldn't find the time. While daydreaming of adventures beyond the horizon, his phone rang. It was his mother calling. Gu Chuan pressed the answer button. "Hello, Mom." Soon, the anxious voice of Ms. Chanlan reached him. "My dear, I heard the exam results are out." In the urban garden community, Building 4, Unit 2, Room 301, the two sat tensely before the phone, hitting the speaker button, with Li Xiangshan appearing even more anxious than Chunlan. Gu Chuan nodded. "Yes, they're out." "What score did you get?" Chunlan asked, her tone fraught with tension. Gu Chuan chuckled. "It's decent enough." As he teased her, Chunlan shot him an exasperated look through the phone. "You rascal. Why can't you just tell me the truth?" 666, Gu Chuan said calmly. "What?" Upon hearing his response, Chunlan's voice jumped several decibels. 666, after stating this, Gu Chuan promptly hung up the phone, or else his ears would have been assaulted by her exuberance. Staring at the dial tone on the disconnected call, Chunlan and Li Xiangshan were momentarily stunned, exchanging incredulous glances. "Did you hear how many points Xiao Chuan said he scored?" Chunlan swallowed hard. Li Xiangshan nudda unsartaili. "I think it was 666. "Really? Xiao Chuan actually scored 666? Chunlan found it hard to believe, pinching Li Xiangshan's arm. Li Xiangshan grinned widely, his face glowing with joy. "I knew it. I knew Xiao Chuan was exceptional." Chunlan, overwhelmed with emotion, wept tears of joy, feeling as though all her years of effort had finally borne fruit in this moment. Chapter 31. Can 666 points get you into a junior college? "Hello, Grandpa. The results are out. 666. "Yes, what? Can I get into a junior college?" "Yes." "Huh. You say someone scored 985? That's impressive. Are there others who scored 211? When are you coming home?" "In a couple of days. I'm a bit busy lately." "What? You've arranged a marriage for me?" "Oh, come on, Grandpa. I just got into university. I'm not graduating yet." "What? A divorce with 2 kids? What are you talking about?" "I can't hear you." After 2 beeps, Gu Chuan hung up, a few lines of frustration forming on his forehead. With his streetwise demeanor, did his grandfather truly think he would struggle to find a partner? Once he dyed his hair blonde and rode a flashy motorcycle, wouldn't girls flock to him? Subsequently, Gu Chuan called Xinjia to report his results. Regardless of how things unfolded with the wealthy patron, she had at least been his English teacher. While dreaming of adventures, his phone rang again. He pressed the answer button, and a lively voice came through. "Guess who I am?" Gu Chuan rolled his eyes. "Ling Jia. Do you not know that caller ID exists?" "Humph, how boring. Can't you just play along?" The voice on the other end complained. "What has prompted you to call me out of the blue?" Gu Chuan asked, smiling. Li Ling, the only daughter of Li Xiangshan, was 2 years older than Gu Chuan and studied at a university in South City. With a lively personality, she was quite charming and enjoyed being a drama queen. Li Ling rolled her eyes at him through the phone. "What? Am I not allowed to call you just because it's not a holiday? Do you miss your sister?" Gu Chuan, feeling cornered, had no choice but to humor her. "Of course, I miss you. I dream about you all the time." Li Ling paused, taken aback by such words, then quickly adopted a dramatic tone. "Oh, in your dreams? What kind of dream?" Do tell your sister. Chuan shifted the topic. Have you returned? What the heck? Have you installed a camera on me? Li Ling exclaimed, her agile eyes darting around, yet she could not find Chuan's presence. Chuan chuckled softly. I was just teasing you. Chuan, are you feeling particularly mischievous today? Don't let me catch you. If I do, Li Ling laughed like a little imp, her laughter reminiscent of a playful trickster. Are you back to retake your driving test? Chuan immediately touched upon her sore spot. Upon hearing this, Li Ling on the other end of the call deflated like a punctured balloon, then furiously retorted, Chuan, you know the rule. Don't hit the face when you're fighting, and don't expose weaknesses when you're scolding, understand? Do you believe I could run you off the road? Chuan nodded in unwavering belief. Yes, I certainly do. After all, you've done it before. Weren't you the one who collapsed the driving school's restroom last year? Li Ling, exasperated, shot back. I had no idea you were in the restroom at that moment. Must you bring it up every single time? All right, I want to ramble on. I'll be home tomorrow. Oh, and by the way, I'm bringing back a beautiful girl, stunning beyond compare, our school flower. You must seize the opportunity, or else your best friend will become your sister-in-law. Just think about it, how delightful. Well then, I must thank you. Chuan shook his head helplessly before hanging up. Li Ling's tastes were truly questionable. What on earth could her friend possibly look like? Shall I take my leave? Suddenly, a chill ran down Chuan's spine at the thought. Nanshan Village. The old man sat in the courtyard, amusing himself with the dog, occasionally puffing on his pipe. This rascal refuses to entertain any matchmaking proposals. With a trader's demeanor and a street urchin's essence, finding a wife will be a challenge. Nonetheless, scoring 666 points is quite a contrast to the 985 points of others. Still, securing a place in a vocational college is commendable. The old man didn't care how many points Chuan achieved, as long as he wouldn't go hungry. Old Chuan. At that moment, the courtyard gate swung open, and the village secretary entered with several others, all wearing cheerful expressions as they greeted the old man. The old man smiled and promptly invited them inside. However, the village secretary waved his hand, opting to sit on a stool in the courtyard, grinning as he inquired, Do you know how many points your grandson scored? The accompanying villagers leaned in with curiosity. They initially believed that only one student from the village was taking the college entrance examination, namely Wang Guifeng's daughter. However, they had recently learned that Chuan was also sitting for the exam this year. For students who successfully entered college, the village offered financial assistance. And for those with exceptional scores, even rewards from the town were a possibility. The old man nodded. That rascal just called me, saying he can get into a vocational college. Upon hearing this, the village secretary sighed. Alas, this year's exam questions must have been quite challenging. Wang Guifeng's daughter performed terribly, scoring exactly 250 points, half of what was anticipated. Nonetheless, it is good that Chuan can enter a vocational college. At least he will be able to find a decent job upon graduation. The old man smacked his lips, pondering. Did this little rascal have a stroke of luck? I recall the last time he visited, he mocked Wang Guifeng, calling her a fool, and now her daughter has indeed scored 250. The women's director, still curious, pressed the old man. What exactly did Chuan score? He said he scored 666. When I asked if he could enter a vocational college, he affirmed that he could. The old man replied leisurely. Earlier today, while out for a stroll, he overheard some gossipy women saying that someone in town had scored 985, significantly surpassing his grandson's 666 points. How much? Upon hearing this, the village secretary froze momentarily, then sprang up from the stool, his eyes widening in disbelief. The old man shot him a glare. Keep your voice down. You'll give me a heart attack. The village secretary scratched his head, quickly asking, Did you just say Chuan scored how many points? 666 points, the old man reiterated. The women's director wore a look of exasperation. You call 666 points a ticket to a vocational college? Thank goodness I asked. Otherwise, this old man would have let it slip by. The old man, puffing on his pipe, retorted, Can't 666 points get into a vocational college? The village secretary, at a loss for words, could only grit his teeth and reply, Of course, whatever vocational college you wish to attend, you can go. Afterward, the group hastily exited. Their faces lit up with joy akin to that of a groom on his wedding day. With a score of 666, they had a remarkable figure in their village. The rewards from both the village and town would cover 4 years of college tuition. Not only that, but they'd also have bragging rights when mingling with people from other villages. Moreover, they would announce it loudly for 3 days and nights on a loudspeaker, ensuring that every household within 10 miles knew of this honor, a true testament to their ancestral pride. Chapter 32. At the village's loudspeaker, Wang Guifeng was seething with rage. How did you miscalculate your score? These past few days, she had been bustling about, boasting to everyone, even accepting gifts. Now the entire village knew they had a college student in the family, yet her daughter could not even secure a spot in a vocational college. Where could she possibly hide her face? In the courtyard built of blue bricks and green tiles, Wang Guifeng trembled with fury, her daughter too afraid to raise her head, tears streaming down her cheeks. Beside them, Gu Hai wore a grim expression, seated silently on a stool. I told you not to get ahead of yourself before the scores were out. And now look at this mess. It's truly embarrassing. Upon hearing this, Wang Guifeng turned and glared at him with ferocity. How dare you say that? Who was I working so hard for? Wasn't it for your family? To bring glory to your name? To save face in front of others? I didn't see you stopping me when I was busy boasting before. Now that my daughter has failed, you start lecturing me? My heavens, I can't go on living like this. With that, Wang Guifeng plopped down onto the ground, hands slapping in despair as she cried out, her theatrics reaching their peak. Gu Hai, witnessing this, hurriedly apologized and attempted to lift her off the ground. All right. It's all my fault. Gu Hai, known throughout the villages for his submissive nature, heeded Wang Guifeng's every word, afraid to utter a single dissent. Yet, one could only imagine how anyone would manage to stand firm against such a woman. I truly must have been cursed in my past life to end up in your family. And you, how did I end up with such a disappointing child? It was bad enough that you didn't pass last year, but to regress even further after a year of studying? What a waste of my investment. Wang Guifeng scolded, rising like an agitated rooster, ready to unleash her wrath on anyone in sight. That little brat is truly a jinx. In the end, she couldn't resist cursing Gu Chuan as well. If it weren't for him cursing my daughter earlier, she wouldn't have failed to meet the undergraduate threshold. Indeed, it all comes down to that little brat. As she mentioned Gu Chuan, Wang Guifeng seemed to have grasped a lifeline, turning to Gu Hai. That little rascal also took the entrance exam, didn't he? How many points did he score? While facing her own failure was daunting, the thought of another's success gnawed at her even more. Given that my own daughter has failed her exams, it is certain that scoundrel Gu Chuan cannot be faring any better. He is typically as unproductive as a three-legged dog, brooding silently. How could he possibly excel? If he performs worse than my daughter, it would certainly ease my heart a great deal. Just wait and see how that little rascal will strut about then. Gu Hai shook his head, unsure. Upon hearing this, Wang Guifeng's expression changed instantly, and she directed a torrent of scathing insults at him. Unsure? What on earth do you know day in and day out? I have wasted my precious daughter's youth on you. Gu Hai, feeling awkward, did not dare to retort. Observing him still seated, Wang Guifeng pointed accusingly at his nose and continued her tirade. Has a donkey kicked your brain? Sitting here, waiting for others to inform you? Why don't you hurry and find out for me? Wang Guifeng, in a fit of rage, nearly rolled her eyes to heaven. How'd I end up marrying such a useless person like you? And you, with your dense head, have taken after your good-for-nothing father. You will surely drive me to my grave. After her outburst, she turned her ire towards her daughter, who was quietly wiping her tears nearby. Enough already. My dear daughter didn't wish for this outcome either, so please spare her a few words. Gu Hai interjected diplomatically. At this, Wang Guifeng grabbed a broom, ready to strike, when suddenly the village loudspeaker blared to life. Hello, can everyone hear me? I am the village secretary of Nanshan Village, here to share some good news. Old Master Chen's grandson, Gu Chuan, has participated in this year's college entrance examination and achieved an outstanding score of 666. He is only the second individual from our village in decades to gain admission to university, and the first in our town to score 666. I have already represented the village committee to apply for reward from the town, and even the county, and our village will also provide generous rewards. In the courtyard, Wang Guifeng, who had been brandishing the broom, suddenly halted, ears perked to listen. Upon hearing the secretary announce Gu Chuan's score, her expression shifted dramatically, her hand trembling as she gripped the broom. Oh heavens, I can't live like this anymore. With a wail, Wang Guifeng collapsed onto the ground, repeatedly slapping her thighs in despair, banging her head against the earth. That little rascal is deliberately making our lives miserable. How could I have given birth to such a useless child? It's all his fault. If it weren't for his foul mouth, my daughter wouldn't have failed like this. He must have cheated. Ha ha ha. 666 points? Does he possess the brain to score 666? He must have copied. No. I must call the police to report him. Yes, I will report him. He certainly cheated. Wang Guifeng, fuming, sat on the ground like a shrew, cursing incessantly. Suddenly, she felt a wave of darkness wash over her, dizzy and disoriented, as if the sky were about to collapse. Then, she fell backward in a daze. Was she going to be killed by her own anger? At 2 a.m, in the sewing machine bar, Gu Chuan stretched lazily, concluding a period of fortune-telling. After penning a heartfelt note at the end of his chapter, he lit a cigarette. gazing at the manuscript of over 200,000 words. He could hardly contain his smile. This was indeed a fortune. The operation of the sewing machine bar had fallen into a steady rhythm, raking in 70 to 80,000 every day. In this day and age, that is considered quite a substantial income. Chuan had pocketed approximately 100,000, an amount he had not anticipated before. Ding dong. At that moment, a text message arrived. XXX Bank has credited 50,000 yuan, balance 60,001,234 yuan. Before Chuan could read further, a phone call came through, displaying the name Chuan. Chuan promptly answered, and it was evident that she was indeed a star. Her generosity evident in the sum of 50,000. A few days prior, he had sent the contract to the magical city, selling a jiao to Chuan. The agreed price was 400,000, which, for the value of the song itself, was undeniably modest. However, it couldn't be helped, as he only had the guitar score. Although other instruments in the accompaniment were indicated, overall, it was not complete. This price was already quite reasonable, given that before that woman's cover, the song had only enjoyed a small degree of popularity. Nevertheless, Chuan did not sell all the rights. He would still receive royalties moving forward. Once the song became a hit, the subsequent income would be substantial. However, if it didn't succeed, what did it matter to him? It wasn't like he had written it. To his surprise, Chuan added an additional 100,000 on top of the original price. Did she truly regard money with such disregard? What can I say? Our music director believes the song is worth that much, came Chuan's voice, tinged with resignation. Chuan was somewhat taken aback. Oh, your music director certainly has a discerning eye. Chuan rolled her eyes at him through the phone. Praising oneself is quite the skill. However, do you truly not intend to sell on a bridge? Oh, still thinking about that song, are you? Chuan chuckled. Chuan nodded earnestly. I have a feeling that song will surely be a hit. Ah, the big star does have an eye for talent. Chuan replied, it will definitely be sold. But that song is truly not suitable for you to sing. Seeing a glimmer of hope in Chuan's words, Chuan said, it doesn't matter. Even if I buy it just to look at it at home, it will bring me joy. Originally, she had intended to bring Chuan into her company and release an album for him. After all, he sang on her bridge with the most feeling. However, after many discussions, she realized Chuan had no desire to enter the industry, so she had to settle for the next best thing and purchase the song. Chuan pondered for a moment. Let us start at 800,000, and from the subsequent proceeds, after deducting your company's distribution costs, I'll take 30% of the sales. Without hesitation, Chuan nodded in agreement. Chuan clicked his tongue, inwardly wondering if he had asked for too little. Shaking his head, 800,000 was already a considerable sum in this era. All right, I will draft the contract and send it to you shortly. Chuan concluded. For Chuan, these songs were merely a means of earning money. No matter how good the songs were, if he couldn't sell them, they were just worthless paper. Waiting a few years might increase their value, but Chuan had no intention of waiting, nor did he have time to spare. If he waited until the year 2013 for the rightful owner to release the song, he would end up with nothing. Chapter 33. Do you want a wife? The next day, Chuan, do you want a wife? Just say the word, and I'll send one over to you. At the sewing machine bar, Chuan was busy searching for a publishing house to submit his work when suddenly, Li Ling's call came through. Chuan's expression darkened. He already had a wife, and now she was trying to bring another one over. Wasn't that just chaos? But after a moment's thought, he relented and provided her with the address, the sewing machine bar. After all, she had brought her classmate along. It would be rude not to show my face. Just as he hung up, Chuan's phone rang again. Seeing the caller ID, he answered with a smile. Hello, Shinji, are you missing me? On the other end of the line, Liu Xin cast him a sidelong glance, remarking on how his audacity had only grown thicker after days of absence. Chuan chuckled and inquired, what brings you to seek me, Sister X? Has the compensation for the relocation finally arrived? At the thought, Chuan's eyes brightened, sparkling with an insatiable desire for wealth. Money, 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 are you so fixated on it? Am I not still alluring enough without it? Liu Xin retorted, exasperation lacing her tone. Chuan, sheepishly grinning, replied, how could that be? Sister Xin is not only beautiful but also affluent, undoubtedly more captivating. And what if I were penniless? Liu Xin Gao De. Then I shall support you, Chuan unabashedly declared. All you know is to say sweet words to please me. Liu Xin shot him a disapproving look. She then added, I heard you're performing as a resident singer at the sewing machine bar. Indeed, Sister Xin, would you care to join me? Chuan responded, remember, it was you who invited me, not my own desire, Liu Xin said languidly before ending the call. Gazing at the phone in his hand, Chuan paused, feeling inexplicably deceived. Shaking his head, he reassured himself it was merely a figment of his imagination, then turned his focus to selecting a publishing house. Yet, an ominous premonition lingered in his heart. Ultimately, he chose the publishing house run by the notorious Jiang, an old thief from his previous life. Since he was destined to seize fortune, he resolved to uproot it entirely. On the bustling streets of the mountain city, before a barbecue stall, Li Ling gazed at the tantalizing menu, her mouth watering. Yan'an, I tell you, our mountain city's barbecue is far superior to that at school. Look, did you see the sign behind? Traditional herbal barbecue, she exclaimed, gesturing toward the enormous blue placard above the shop. Beside Li Ling sat a girl donned in a pale blue dress, strikingly beautiful. Her delicate features framed like gentle makeup, exuding the warmth of a neighborly older sister. With a graceful figure, fair skin, and an ever-present smile, her long hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall. Senjanan, the belle of Nan City University and a literary prodigy, had published her work in a literary magazine during her freshman year. Currently, she was serializing a youthful campus novel, garnering a multitude of readers. Leaning closer to Shun Yan'an, Li Ling whispered conspiratorially, "This barbecue uses ancient methods and contains numerous herbal ingredients. It nourishes women's beauty and enhances men's vitality." Upon hearing the latter, Shun Yan'an's cheeks flushed slightly, casting Li Ling a reproachful glance. "What use is that when I don't even have a boyfriend?" Li Ling shook her head, her expression earnest. "Not having one now doesn't mean you won't in the future. You should start nurturing yourself." Then, with a mischievous grin, she raised her eyebrows at Shun Yan'an. "Haven't I already introduced my brother to you? Though a bit of a bookworm, he is quite handsome. A perfect match for your quiet allure. And of course, he is in excellent shape. One round of passion with him could plow 2 acres of land." Hearing this, Shun Yan'an's face reddened further as she shot her a fierce glare. "What nonsense are you spouting? Plowing land? He's no ox." Li Ling shukulat playfully. "They say one can glimpse an author's soul through their writing. You wouldn't be oblivious to how your readers critique your work, would you?" Senjanan feigned innocence. Taking a sip of water. "I don't know what you're talking about." Li Ling raised an eyebrow in disbelief. "Oh really? A little minx like you suddenly plays coy? I'm curious how you managed to write such vivid scenes without ever having a proper romance." Having read Shun Yan'an's works, Li Ling couldn't help but draw comparisons to adult literature. The similarities were striking. Certain passages made her blush, feeling as if the words were pressing against her face. Shun Yan'an huffed lightly. "I merely emulate what I read. Others write it that way too. I'm simply drawing inspiration." Li Ling was unconvinced. "Oh please, you're just fantasizing in your sleep." Shun Yan'an's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, glaring at her. "Keep talking, and I'll stop letting you read my work." Li Ling loga fartily. Ikunsada. Chuya, has Gu Chuan come to apologize to you yet?" On the streets of the mountain city, Chun Xiaomin idly strolled with Lin Xiuya, her curiosity piqued. At this, Lin Xiuya's eyes betrayed a hint of anger as she shook her head. She hadn't sought Gu Chuan in days, engaging in a silent standoff. For the first to speak would signify defeat. She was determined not to be the one to concede. Yet, despite her resolute facade, her thoughts incessantly drifted back to Gu Chuan. Feeling both furious and wronged, she questioned why he no longer liked her. Could 3 years of affection be so easily discarded? Why could he greet everyone else with warmth while remaining icy toward her? It felt profoundly unjust. Over the past few days, she had reflected, acknowledging that perhaps she bore some blame. Yet fundamentally, she believed the root of the issue lay with Chu Liao. If it weren't for her, Gu Chuan wouldn't exhibit such indifference. She was the one who had stolen Gu Chuan away, and all the blame fell upon her. "Why don't you ask Gu Chuan which university he is applying to? It might ease the tension between you two," Chun Xiaomin suggested tentatively. "I believe Gu Chuan wouldn't simply give up on you. After all, he has liked you for 3 whole years." Lin Xiuya shook her head stubbornly. "I refuse to ask him. If I initiate the conversation, it would mean I've surrendered." Chun Xiaomin found herself at a loss for words, unsure how to console her. Lin Xiuya's pride and haughtiness sometimes even made her frown. With a sigh, Chun Xiaomin pondered that if Lin Xiuya continued to hold her ground, Gu Chuan might very well be snatched away by Chu Liao. But what did that matter to her? Gu Chuan wasn't becoming a gigolo, and she had no way of managing his affairs. "Father, how have you been of late?" At 6 in the evening, Lu Bowen arrived at the sewing machine bar, carrying 2 portions of grilled cold noodles, his voice booming as he called out to Gu Chuan. Gu Chuan glanced up, his expression one of prideful mentorship. "Your path is broadening." The two then squatted by the railing on the 2nd floor, indulging in their meal while watching the lively dancers below, an enjoyable accompaniment to their feast. Leaning closer, Lu Bowen's inquisitive nature ignited. "Brother Chuan, what is your relationship with the campus belle, Chu?" Gu Chuan shrugged. "Just friends. Good friends." "Really good friends?" Lu Bowen was skeptical. Gu Chuan turned to him, raising an eyebrow. "What, do you need to adopt a godmother to be satisfied?" Lu Bowen fell silent, fearing that such inquiries might conjure yet another maternal figure. Chapter 34, Brother, Sing Me a Song. The Sewing Machine Bar? What a peculiar name. On the streets of the mountain city, Li Ling guided Shunya, Nan like a headless fly, searching for the bar Gu Chuan had mentioned. Hey, classmate, do you know where the sewing machine bar is? Suddenly, Li Ling spotted two girls who appeared to be students and approached them with a smile to ask for directions. Upon hearing this, Chun Xiaomin cast a doubtful glance at Li Ling, and then couldn't he help but feel captivated by the enchanting presence of Shun Yanan beside her. What a stunning neighborly older sister. Ah, you're headed to the sewing machine bar? Just turn right on the street ahead and walk about 500 meters. And you'll arrive. Chun Xiaomin offered her assistance in directing them. Curiously, she inquired, are you going to graduation party? Judging by their appearance, they seemed to be students, albeit slightly older than herself. Graduation party? Li Ling responded with uncertainty, then shook her head. No, I'm taking my brother's girlfriend there. He mentioned it was at the sewing machine bar, but he didn't mention anything about a graduation party. Oh, by the way, are you students from Shanqing now? One high school? Li Ling asked. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed at the two. Chun Xiaomin nodded. Seeing this, Li Ling displayed a look of surprise. Do you know my brother? His name is Gu Chuan, and he is also a student at Shanqing No. 1 High School. Your brother is Gu Chuan? Chun Xiaomin exclaimed softly. Even Lin Qiya, who had been disinterested, turned her gaze toward Li Ling upon hearing this revelation. How come she was unaware that Gu Chuan had a sister? Li Ling nodded, slightly taken aback by the girl's rudeness. This is my brother's girlfriend. Shin Yanan shot her a disapproving look. What nonsense are you spouting? Li Ling shuklat, perturbat. Why be shy about it? When it became apparent that they weren't interested in joining, she decided not to linger any longer. Well then, we shan't disturb you goodbye. With that, Li Ling took Shin Yanan's hand and headed toward the sewing machine bar. Xiaoling, do you think that girl has feelings for your brother? Shin Yanan asked curiously as they walked to the next block. Li Ling paused, slightly taken aback by the question. That rude girl? Surely not. When did Xiao Chuan's taste become so poor? Although she is quite pretty, there's just something about her that feels unrefined. Perhaps it's just my impression. Meanwhile, Lin Qiya furrowed her brows deeper, her fingers clenched tightly, her eyes betraying a hint of anger. Beside her, Chun Xiaomin seemed to sense her thoughts and tentatively suggested, shall we go take a look? On the second floor, Gu Chuan leaned over the railing, smoking, while Lu Bowen stood nearby, watching the girls dancing in the club with a smitten expression. Just then, a familiar voice rang out from a distance. Turning to the sound, they spotted Lu Xin, dressed in casual attire. A white t-shirt, light gray jeans, and a pair of sporty sneakers accentuated her alluring figure. Gu Chuan waved, a peculiar expression crossing his face. While others might dress down for the bar, Lu Xin was the opposite, dressed quite modestly. What the hell? Is that my English teacher? Lu Bowen exclaimed, turning his head at the sound, his eyes widening in disbelief. I must be a prophet. He recalled the time he had teased Gu Chuan, saying, why don't you just say you're marrying your English teacher? Seriously, Gu Chuan, you're not actually doing this, are you? Leave us some fantasies. Lu Bowen thought, feeling overwhelmed. The English teacher was a dream girl for many boys in their class, exuding a charm distinct from the typical school beauty. With her intellectual aura and mature grace, she was the epitome of a perfect partner in the hearts of many. As Lu Xin climbed the stairs with delicate steps and spotted Lu Bowen, she paused, slightly startled. After all, she had once been their teacher, and running into them in such a setting was bound to be awkward. Nevertheless, she greeted him with a smile. Lu Bowen, frozen like a wax figure, experienced a mental glitch and mechanically bowed, stammering, hello, teacher. Lu Xin blinked, glancing at Gu Chuan, clearly perplexed by Lu Bowen's odd behavior. All right, stop lingering here and go help out. Gu Chuan waved them off, urging them to move along. Well then, I'll leave you two to it. Lu Bowen awkwardly chuckled before bolting down the stairs, eager to avoid being a third wheel. Inside, he cursed under his breath, you're truly despicable. Even the English teacher isn't spared. Lu Xin watched Lu Bowen scurry away, chuckling softly to herself. This was more like the student life she remembered, shy and awkward, unlike Gu Chuan, who was thick-skinned and cunning. However, Lu Bowen's earlier remark was quite ambiguous, and it left her blushing. Indeed, spending too much time with Gu Chuan had its consequences, and she shot him a playful glare. Have you eaten Xinjia? Gu Chuan opened a can of soda and handed it to Lu Xin with a smile. What? Are you inviting me to dinner? Liu Xin Zipli, whatever Xinjia wants. I'll ensure there is plenty, Gu Chuan declared grandly. Seeing the extravagant demeanor of Gu Chuan, Lu Xin rolled her eyes playfully. Maybe next time. I've already eaten tonight. Then, her curiosity piqued again, she asked, did you write that song in Hikyo? Gu Chuan shamelessly nodded. Then sing it for me. Liu Xin Jialin, raising her chin expectantly. Sure, But only if you beg, Chuan responded, crossing his arms with a smirk that resembled a sly fox. Liu Xin shot him a disapproving look. I'm still your teacher. Chuan shook his head. No, you're not a teacher anymore. Come on, just a little charm, and I'll sing for you. Chuan's grin widened, resembling a mischievous trickster. Just then, a boisterous voice piped up from behind. Brother, sing for me. Both Chuan and Liu Xin turned to see that it was Chun Gang, and Chuan's expression darkened immediately. His teeth ground together in frustration, wishing to grab a nearby chair and throw it at him. Liu Xin stifled a laugh, finding the scene amusing. The originally delicate line sounded comically out of place, coming from Chun Gang, reminiscent of a dramatic performance gone awry. Keep it up, and I'll have your DJ kicked out of the bar, Chuan threatened, his face dark with annoyance. Chun Gang chuckled. I was just passing by. You two carry on. With that, he sauntered downstairs, grinning widely, nearly splitting his face in two. Chapter 35. Chuan, I brought your girlfriend. Ding ding dong. In the blazing sun of the south, snowflakes dance. In the cold night of the north, spring thrives year-round, if time permits before darkness descends. I wish to forget your eyes. On stage, the spotlight illuminated Chuan, making him appear radiant as if he were glowing. The chords of the guitar pulsated rhythmically, with a percussive strum replacing the traditional drumbeat, perfectly complemented by Chuan's clean, yet slightly husky voice, evoking a palpable sense of narrative. Oh wow! Yet another song they had never heard before. As the chords resonated, the entire bar fell silent, with every patron quietly listening to his performance. Anha Bridge had been played countless times, but Chuan felt that Nan was more suited for Liu Xin. On the second floor railing, Liu Xin listened intently to Chuan's soft strumming and singing, her chin resting on her delicate hand as she observed him quietly. A smile began to bloom at the corners of her mouth. Folk music, by nature, tends to cater to a niche audience, yet some individuals revel in its charm. Each song seems to weave a story of its own. This young fellow possesses quite the talent. For her, the naive innocence of her student days had passed, and it was challenging to be swayed solely by the allure of youth and good looks. However, Chuan's slightly raspy voice, paired with his melancholic aura, was undeniably captivating. Moreover, he exuded a maturity that belied his age. At that moment, Li Ling, accompanied by Shun Yanan, pushed through the crowd and entered. As Chuan had given them a heads up, so no one impeded their passage. This bar, it seemed, was quite infused with an artistic vibe. As she surveyed the walls adorned with graffiti, Li Ling expressed her surprise. How had she never noticed this hidden gem in a mountain city before? And what that silly boy Chuan? He showed little enthusiasm in receiving his wife. Searching around with Shun Yanan, they failed to spot him, prompting Li Ling to voice her frustration. Oh, this bar has live performances, and the singing is quite delightful, though I don't recognize this song. She continued, oh, that handsome young man is rather good-looking. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. Perhaps I can introduce him to someone? At this point, Li Ling also noticed the figure on stage, listening closely to his performance, which indeed carried a certain charm. She mused, I wonder how many wives he has had? Beside her, Shin Yanan was also gazing at the performer, her interest piqued not just by the person, but the song itself. The lyrics were somewhat straightforward, yet when pieced together, they formed a narrative. The chords were simple, yet they resonated deeply. Did he write this himself? Yanan, you're not really falling for this pretty boy, are you? I must warn you, those who play guitar and sing often turn out to be scoundrels. Adept at charming naive girls like you. And just look at that fair complexion. He has likely all show and no substance. Seeing that her friend Shin Yanan seemed to take her words to heart, Li Ling hurriedly covered her eyes and pulled her away. Lingia, what are you doing here? Just then, Liu Bowen approached with a plate, his eyes widening in surprise upon spotting Li Ling. As Chuan's close friend, he was well aware of his family situation and recognized this half-sibling. Where's that rascal Chuan? I can't believe he didn't come to greet his wife. Li Ling, taken aback, quickly inquired about Chuan's whereabouts. Wife. Liu Bowen scratched his head, unsure of how to respond. Isn't there already a sister-in-law? Why is Ling Jie bringing him another one? Li Ling waved her hand dismissively. Let us not dwell on that. Where is that rascal? You're friends with Chuan, aren't you? At that moment, Chun Gang sauntered over, a cigarette dangling from his lips, adorned with flashy jewelry that exuded an air of streetwise confidence. Clearly, Li Ling had not recognized Chuan, who was flirting with the girls on stage. After all, the transformed Chuan bore little resemblance to the boy she once knew. Liu Bowen and Li Ling nodded, casting suspicious glances at Liu Bowen, pondering the presence of such a socialite in the bar. Liu Bowen chuckled, then introduced, This is the bar's owner, Chun Ge. Are you here to find Chuan? Chun Gang greeted them with a smile. Li Ling nodded in response. I have no idea where that rascal has run off to. How about this? You go over there and call for him through the microphone. Chen Gong grinned mischievously, his expression a mix of playful and sly. Lu Bowen looked at him quizzically. Isn't Gu Chuan over there flirting with the ladies? Why are you making things up? Li Ling hesitated. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Chen Gang waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry. The microphones have separate tracks. Only he will hear what you say. Upon hearing this, Li Ling felt relieved and quickly made her way to the control booth, grabbing a microphone and looking to Chen Gang for guidance. He chuckled, adjusting the volume to the maximum. All right, go ahead and shout. Li Ling shot him a wary glance, sensing an ulterior motive behind the smile of this streetwise figure. However, since he was a man of the streets, known for his credibility, she figured he wouldn't deceive a naive girl like herself. Clearing her throat, she seized a microphone and bellowed, Gu Chuan, I brought you a wife. The moment her words echoed through the bar, an immediate hush fell over the crowd. All eyes turning toward her, Li Ling was startled, her voice faltering as the microphone slipped from her grip, her eyes wide with disbelief as she looked at Chen Gang. Her expression seemed to convey a hint of grievance. How could you, a prominent figure, deceive a young girl? Wasn't it supposed to be on a separate track? How did the entire bar hear that? Chen Gang, still grinning, picked up the microphone, his smile stretching impossibly wide. He feigned remorse. Oh dear. I must have adjusted the track incorrectly. My apologies. As he spoke, the spotlight descended abruptly, illuminating Shen Yanan. It was clear to even the most oblivious that Chen Gang had orchestrated this moment deliberately. In an instant, countless gazes converged upon the illuminated figure, their pupils narrowing in astonishment. Heavens, what a stunning neighborly sister. With such beauty and grace, she could easily be the campus goddess. Wait a minute. What had the previous speaker said? Here to deliver a wife to Gu Chuan, this beautiful neighbor? How could this be? Immediately, a wave of envious and resentful glances were cast toward Gu Chuan, as if he were drowning in a sea of spiteful gazes. How on earth did this rascal manage to attract such beautiful women? Seated at a booth, Chen Shui, Su Waner, and others turned their attention toward the spotlight as well. Their first impression was one of sheer amazement. She was a beauty rivaling Chu Liao. Moreover, she exuded a gentle and serene aura that was irresistibly endearing. Yet, what had that person just said? Delivering a wife to Gu Chuan? Did this imply that the beautiful girl had a betrothal with him? As this thought crossed their minds, their expressions darkened. Meanwhile, Chun Xiaomin and Lin Chu entered, catching sight of the scene. Their nails dug painfully into their flesh, their faces a picture of discontent. On the second floor railing, Lu Xian's beautiful eyes were also drawn to the figure beneath the spotlight, her surprise evident. What a beautiful girl. She couldn't help but roll her eyes at Gu Chuan, you little scoundrel, surrounded by so many beauties. Under the spotlight, Shen Yanan felt somewhat flustered by the unexpected attention. Her cheeks flushed as if she were frozen in place, only able to cast a pleading glance toward Li Ling for help. On stage, Gu Chuan was momentarily taken aback. He first glanced at Li Ling, then directed his gaze towards the somewhat anxious, neighborly sister illuminated by the spotlight. Ultimately, his eyes settled on Chen Gang, who was grinning broadly, and in an instant, he discerned everything, a few strands of dark lines appearing on his forehead. You truly have never encountered the H Society, have you? If I don't steal your bar SDJ, I'll write Chuan upside down. Chen Gang seemed to sense Gu Chuan's gaze, and his smile widened, raising an eyebrow at him with an air of smugness. That expression seemed to convey, well, how about this scene? Quite impressive, isn't it? After a momentary silence, the spotlight returned to Gu Chuan, allowing the half-finished performance to continue. Li Ling, filled with suspicion, scanned the crowd again and returned to her friend's side. Yet still failed to spot Gu Chuan. Where on earth is that silly boy? Lu Bowen approached with a fruit platter, then gestured towards the stage, saying, look, there he is, the one serenading rich women. Li Ling refocused her attention on the figure on stage, peering closely, her pupils gradually widening, and her mouth agape in disbelief. Is that Gu Chuan? When did he become this handsome? Did he have plastic surgery? The figure on stage was handsomer than the Gu Chuan she once knew by several notches. Yet upon scrutinizing his brows and facial contours, Li Ling was certain this was the same bookworm from before. However, the transformation was rather drastic. In the past, he would get so nervous he'd fumble the chords even when singing at home. Yet today, what had happened? Had he been possessed by a spirit? Moreover, he exuded confidence, frequently casting flirtatious glances at the girls in the audience. What a quintessential playboy. Chapter 36. Senior? Auntie? Can you believe it? I still feel as if I'm dreaming. Lu Bowen grinned widely. Li Ling's eyes remained wide open as she turned to Lu Bowen, earnestly inquiring, how long has he been like this? Lu Bowen tilted his head in thought. Since the day he was rejected, it's been over half a month now. Catching the crucial information, Li Ling's expression turned inquisitive. He confessed to someone? Lu Boa nodded. Yeah, to our school belle. Or well, she is not exactly that. Upon hearing this, Li Ling flashed a mischievous smile and exchanged a knowing glance with her friend. Yanan, now is the perfect time for you to swoop in and seize him. See, I wasn't lying. My bookworm brother is quite dashing. Isn't he? The key is, he is in great shape. Shun Yanan wore a cute expression, seemingly still recovering from the previous scene. But you just said he is a playboy. With a face that screams weakness. Li Ling scratched her head, smiling awkwardly. Well, I didn't recognize him at first. However, I assure you, my brother's character is beyond reproach. After saying this, Li Ling glanced at Gu Chuan on stage, winking at the girls, feeling somewhat guilty. Surely, he is alright, right? After finishing a song, Gu Chuan relinquished the stage to Yin Shui, as cheerful DJ music resonated throughout the bar. After all, it was their graduation party. He merely needed to show off a bit. If he continued to hog the limelight, it would overshadow the occasion. Don't scare the poor girls. Stepping off the stage, Gu Chuan shot a glare at Chun Gang nearby. Chun Gang chuckled. I'm just helping you cure your dog-like affliction. He then approached a few people and, with a smile, apologized to Shun Yanan. Sorry about that. Just a little joke. Shun Yanan shook her head, offering a polite smile. It's all right. Don't just say it. The girl is parched. Gu Chuan quipped, offering a drink as a peace offering. Chun Gang blinked in surprise, dark lines forming on his forehead. You rascal. Even the wild geese flying south must lose a few feathers to you. Nevertheless, he arranged for a stack of drinks to be sent over as an expression of his apology. Lingjia, you're late. What? Did you run someone over with your car again? Gu Chuan popped open a drink, smiling at Li Ling. Upon hearing this, Li Ling's expression darkened instantly, and she playfully punched Gu Chuan's chest. Why bring that up? Are you planning to take the entrance exam? Gu Chuan chuckled, choosing not to reopen old wounds. Here, this is your wife that I brought back. How about it? Pretty, right? With a fierce glare, Li Ling quickly pulled Shun Yanan closer and mischievously winked at Gu Chuan. Gazing at the beautiful girl before him, Gu Chuan skeptically asked Li Ling, when did your taste in aesthetics become so normal? Shun Yanan quickly shook her head. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she explained, don't misunderstand. I'm a friend of your sister S. Don't listen to her nonsense. Gu Chuan smiled, unfazed, and politely extended his hand. Hello, I'm Gu Chuan. Shun Yanan nodded adorably and reached out to shake his hand. Hello, I'm Shun Yanan. At that moment, she could distinctly feel the warmth of his palm, akin to a small furnace. They say that warm-blooded boys radiate heat, so it seems Li Ling's words might not be far from the truth. Realizing this, Shun Yanan suddenly came to her senses. Her cheeks flushed as she withdrew her hand as if shocked. In her mind, she began to concoct scandalous scenarios, the tantalizing imagery making her wish she could vanish into thin air. The sound of footsteps approached, and Lu Xn descended from the second-floor railing. Gu Chuan smiled and introduced the two. This is my English teacher, Lu Xin. But she is not one now. Just call her Xin Jia. Li Ling's eyes widened in surprise. You even have your English teacher here? Gu Chuan seemed to read her expression, shooting her a glare. Our relationship is completely innocent. All right, I call her teacher, not the other way around. Hello, Xin Jia. The two greeted with nods and smiles. This is my unreliable sister. And this is Shun Yanan. Gu Chuan introduced Lu Xin. Hello, Lu Xin smiled warmly, greeting them. It's only been a short while, and you've upgraded to a new model, Li Ling teased, circling Gu Chuan with her gaze. I heard the results are out. How did you do? Gu Chuan shrugged. Not too bad, I suppose. I scored about 40 points lower than I expected. Upon hearing this, Li Ling displayed a gleeful expression. Oh, Gu the Talented actually flopped? Knowing Gu Chuan's usual grades, she estimated he must have scored around 600. Looks like you're out of luck. Our Yanan is the belle of Nan University, and the senior you had your eyes on is slipping away. What is that saying? You had your chance, but you couldn't seize it. Though she and Shun Yanan were not from the same school, given her grades, she would never qualify for Nan University, but the two institutions were fairly close. Gu Chuan was somewhat taken aback. He anticipated that this neighborly sister was not only beautiful, but also academically accomplished. As a prestigious university, Nan University had a high cutoff score. Last year's threshold was around 630. Lu Xin also appeared surprised. You're a student at Nan University? Shun Yanan nodded. Xin Jia, you're not a graduate of Nan University, are you? Gu Chuan asked, eyeing her suspiciously. Lu Xin shook her head. I'm not. But I do have an aunt who teaches there. Nan University? Huh? That seems quite impressive. Gu Chuan mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. We are not drawn to the esteemed school flower, nor to any alluring aunt. Our affections are purely for Nanjing University. Yes, indeed, it must be so. Alas, the beautiful sister is about to fall victim to the clutches of that scoundrel once again. Lu Bowen observed Gu Chuan's eyes darting about, and he knew the senior sister was in for trouble. An aunt, you say? If she is beautiful and single, she is unlikely to escape unscathed. After all, with Gu Chuan's academic standing, gaining admission to Nanjing University is practically guaranteed. Greetings, senior sister. I hope you will take good care of me in the future. With this thought, Gu Chuan broke into a grin. He then extended his hand, his gaze towards Shen Yanan resembling that of a wolf with sinister intentions. Shen Yanan appeared bewildered, glancing at Li Ling beside her, yet her hand involuntarily clasped Gu Chuan's. Did you not fail your exams? Li Ling questionat skeptically. Gu Chuan nodded, feigning a tone of inevitability. I originally aimed for Tsinghua or Beida, but now I can only attend Nanjing University. Is that not a failure? Li Ling's expression darkened. Must you always boast? Gu Chuan, what is your relationship with her? Just then, a familiar voice resonated from behind, and upon turning, Lin Qiya approached. Her brow furrowed, and her demeanor accusatory. Upon seeing her, Gu Chuan's expression immediately soured. Beside him, Li Ling and Shen Yanan exchanged glances, recognizing her as the impolite girl they encountered earlier. Chapter 37. To buy osmanthus flowers while carrying wine, yet is not like the youthful adventures. Lin Qiya maintained her haughty demeanor, always relishing in her authoritative stance over others. Now, standing before Gu Chuan with a tightly knitted brow, she cast a glance at Shen Yanan before speaking, her tone rife with inquiry. Are you out of your mind? Do you not comprehend a single word? What is my relationship with her to you? Who do you think you are to demand an explanation? Gu Chuan was on the verge of madness. Having explained himself countless times, how could she fail to grasp the simplest of concepts? What sins had he committed in a past life to find himself attracted to such an eccentricity? After enduring Gu Chuan's tirade, Lin Qiya stood frozen, her face a portrait of grievance, with tears welling in her eyes, yet her expression remained obstinate. Had it been any other time, Gu Chuan would have cajoled her in a bid to soothe her feelings. However, now, all he could feel was revulsion, a physical discomfort that he struggled to suppress as he stood there. And you dare suggest you still have feelings for me? Lin Qiya declared, both defiant and hurt. Gu Chuan chuckled, a mixture of helplessness and exasperation, wishing he could bang his head against the wall. So, you took my previous declarations as mere nonsense, did you? Very well. Let me state this clearly once more. I, Gu Chuan, a model student from Shansha No. 1 High School, the darling of women, do not harbor any feelings for you. I do not like you. Gu Chuan does not like you, do you understand? Taking a deep breath, Gu Chuan endeavored to restrain his impulse to scream. If he did not clarify this matter, it would likely haunt him indefinitely. In that moment, he regretted ever confessing his feelings to her. Lin Qiya stared at him, and after a lengthy pause, uttered the nearly maddening words, I don't believe you. Gu Chuan felt as if he might explode. She did not believe him. Such a revelation was akin to a knife stabbing at his very essence. Nearby, Li Ling, Shen Yanan, and Lu Exen silently observed the unfolding scene, and through Lu Bowen's explanation, they began to grasp the context. This is not rudeness. It is a lack of upbringing, Li Ling remarked, her brow furrowing as she formed her judgment. Though Lu Exan remained silent, her brows also knitted in disapproval, as Lin Qiya's reputation in her eyes diminished significantly. Hearing the quarrel, Chan Shui, Su Waner, and others cast their gazes from a distance, their brows slightly furrowing. Following the last incident, Lin Qiya's image could no longer be associated with purity in their minds. What? Is this a case of infidelity? What nonsense! Did your language arts teacher teach you to articulate? Is it not a case of infidelity? Look at how Lin, the school flower, presents herself, as if here to confront someone. Did you not hear? They have already severed ties. Then what is this? I suspect the school flower is jealous and does not wish Gu Chuan to associate with other girls. Truly insightful, my friend. May I ask your name? No need for formalities. A most peculiar name indeed. Among the students, there were those eager to analyze the unfolding drama. Gu Chuan found himself laughing in disbelief, fumbling in his pocket for a cigarette, trembling as he lit it. Now, tell me, how can I convince you? Lin Qiya defiantly raised her chin. You like me for 3 whole years. What gives you the right to stop liking me now? Is it because of Chu Liao? Excellent question. What gives? Let me tell you what gives. Is the breakfast I brought you daily, met with a dismissal of this is terrible, only to be tossed into the trash. It is the birthday gift I lent you, which you disdainfully handed to a beggar at the school gate. Is the 30 kilometers I biked to bring you the dumplings you craved, which you nibbled once before discarding to a dog. Is simply because I am a poor boy from the countryside, able only to afford a bicycle, while you chose a BMW. You a lofty swan, while I am but a toad rolling in the mud. How could I ever be worthy of you? My disinterest in you has nothing to do with Chu Liao or anyone else. The absurdity lies in you still seeking excuses elsewhere. Indeed, a noble swan, such as yourself, is destined for luxury. How could you ever be at fault? Extinguishing the cigarette, Chuan tossed it into the trash, gazing steadily at Lin Qiya. Now, do you understand? Upon uttering these words, the crowd erupted in a cacophony of astonishment, many raising their thumbs in admiration. Incredible. Chuan is astounding. This is the quintessential example of pure love. Chuan, you are truly the patriarch of devoted admirers. Alas, what a pity that such a paragon of pure love ultimately meets a tragic end. Indeed, the warm-hearted man is often left behind by the superficial. Surprisingly, the one who appeared to be a cad, enticing affluent women, once possessed such depth of feeling. Regrettably, it did not culminate in a favorable outcome. Who would have thought that beneath the guise of the pure school flower lay such a character? Yes, dangling hope before others while rejecting their affections, and even forbidding them from liking other girls. This is quite reprehensible. Indeed, appearances can be deceiving. One must look beyond the surface to discern the truth. How foolish I was to have once revered her as my goddess. Compared to the school flower of Chu University, she is nothing but a green tea girl. In contrast to Chuan's heartfelt persona, Lin Qiya's reputation was tarnished. The once cherished school flower now appeared to them as nothing more than a mere ornamental vase. To put it bluntly, she had become a green tea bitch. Lin Qiya stood rigidly, absorbing the derogatory remarks directed at her, as though she were sinking into the depths of the ocean, suffocating and in anguish. She struggled to comprehend how events had unfolded in such a manner. Why? Why had they chosen to treat her this way? Had she erred in some regard? Yet, as Chuan's words echoed in her ears, incessantly pricking at her nerves, she began to grasp the rationale behind his frigid demeanor. It was because she had never truly paid attention to Chuan, nor had she ever realized how remarkably kind he had been towards her. Sometimes, even a most casual remark from her would linger in his thoughts for an extended period. It was akin to the small steamed buns from that little shop in the west of the city. When Chuan used to buy them, they seemed inconsequential. But upon her own visit, she discovered the distance was indeed considerable. Riding a bicycle from school to that location took an inordinate amount of time. Yet, she appeared oblivious to everything he had done for her, or perhaps she simply took it for granted, especially his final words, which felt like a resounding slap across her face. Even now, she sought reasons in others, and reflecting on it now, it was truly laughable. Wiping the tears from her face, Lin Qiya vigorously shook her head, stepping forward to grasp Chuan's arm, her voice tinged with a sob. Chuan, I was wrong. I should not have treated you this way. Can we reconcile? Let us return to how we once were. I will accept your confession and be your girlfriend. By the end, a beseeching expression graced Lin Qiya's face. Chuan chuckled self-deprecatingly, then shrugged off her hands and posited a question in return. If I were to revert to how I used to be, would you still agree to be my girlfriend? Lin Qiya stood frozen, his inquiry reverberating in her mind. Indeed, if Chuan were to return to his former self, would she still choose to be his girlfriend? Though she was reluctant to admit it, the answer was a resounding no. Chuan's gaze revealed he had already discerned her answer, a smile growing ever more pronounced on his face. So why should I turn back? Perhaps I might still hold feelings for you as I once did, but I will not revert to who I was. This, in itself, is a proposition that cannot coexist. There is a phrase that may not be entirely fitting here, yet it resonates. To purchase osmanthus flowers while carrying wine is never akin to the youthful wanderings of our days. Your feelings for me are not born of affection, but rather a desire to possess, akin to guarding an object from being taken by others. Apologies, but I am human, equipped with legs, and capable of running away. With that, Chuan lit a cigarette, thrust his hands into his pockets, and departed the bar. Left behind, Lin Qiya stood rigid as a statue, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks, her nails digging painfully into her flesh, her lips seemingly bitten until they bled. Inside her, an overwhelming tide of regret and bitterness surged. At that moment, she finally realized that Chuan truly no longer harbored feelings for her. She had lost someone who once adored her so deeply. In the park, Chuan sat on a bench, smoking one cigarette after another, the swirling smoke preventing any insect from approaching within 3 meters. His mood was somewhat irritable. Click, click. The flint struck as Chuan attempted to light the cigarette in his mouth, but each spark was extinguished by the wind. Nonetheless, he persistently continued to strike, akin to a plowing ox. Smoking excessively could lead to health issues. Just then, a familiar figure approached from across the way. Chuan looked up to see Liu Xin smiling as she approached him. She then extended her long fingers, and Chuan assumed she intended to remove the cigarette from his lips. Yet in the next moment, her palm curved like a crescent moon, shielding him from the night's breeze. Click. The flint sparked, igniting the cigarette. Chapter 38. Lu Xian, then marry me. Yu and Kia leaned against Gu Chuan on the bench. Lu Xian smiled brightly, her eyes shimmering with curiosity. Gu Chuan smirked. Sister Xian, do you still enjoy picking at old wounds? Lu Xian shrugged. Those who remember are the ones who carry the scars. Gu Chuan shook his head with a smile. The only thing I can't forget is money, not scars. Lu Xian shot him an exasperated glance, calling him a money grubber. Gu Chuan shrugged. Love without a material foundation is like a pile of loose sand. You should understand that, right? Lu Xian nodded, conceding that he had a point. How about we go to my place for a drink? Gu Chuan raised an eyebrow, a mischievous smile playing on his lips at this hour. You want me to come to your house? Sister Xian, you're not plotting something nefarious, are you? Just you? Aside from being somewhat handsome, what did you possibly offer me? Lu Xin Vito. Gu Chuan chuckled. A little rich lady like you must enjoy someone impoverished like me, who has nothing but a pretty face. Rest assured, as long as the money is right, I can handle anything, be it steel wool or other tricks. My health is excellent. Lu Xian glared at him playfully. What are you thinking? I'm your teacher. Teachers are even better. They come with a buff. Gu Chuan grinned. People say that the flower language of steel wool is patience and wealth. It seems that is indeed not incorrect. This is a bottle of red wine my father gifted me on the day I got into university. I've saved it until now, having prepared a few simple dishes. Lu Xian retrieved a bottle of red wine from the cabinet, pouring it into a decanter to breathe. Gu Chuan wore a peculiar expression. Wealthy families truly differ from us ordinary folk. A gift for passing the college entrance examination is a bottle of wine. Is this the fabled 1982 Lafite? Gu Chuan asked, inspecting the label with wide-eyed wonder. Lu Xian shook her head. No, but it hails from France, with a limited quantity of only about 2,000 bottles. What is its current market value? Lu Xian pondered for a moment, then held up 5 fingers. 500,000? Gu Chuan guessed tentatively. Lu Xian nodded with a smile. Gu Chuan gasped. Is this the unpretentious lifestyle of the wealthy? I toil endlessly as a wage slave, only to find that my earnings are worth less than a single bottle of their wine. Indeed, sometimes the gap between people is greater than that between humans and dogs. Gu Chuan then feigned shyness, striking a pose. Sister Xian, I seek sponsorship. Lu Xian shot him a look. I knew you'd be poor. As they clinked glasses and savored the exquisite 50,000 yuan wine, they chatted about everything under the sun, and soon, a rosy hue graced Lu Xian's beautiful face. Gu Chuan smacked his lips, noting that this 50,000 yuan wine was indeed superior to the cheap stuff at Chengang's bar. So you don't like her anymore? Lu Xian gently swirled her wine glass, her dreamy eyes fixed on Gu Chuan, curiosity evident. She hadn't anticipated that Gu Chuan had a secret history of infatuation. When she had been his teacher, how had she not noticed? Gu Chuan shrugged. I'm just a poor boy from the countryside. How could I ever be worthy of a noble swan like her? Lu Xian smiled slightly at his words, sensing the resentment beneath. However, observing the relief in his eyes, it was clear he had moved on. Yet she felt that Gu Chuan had let go not only of that chapter of unrequited affection, but also of anything related to love. Lu Xian sipped her wine and then inquired, what about that girl you saw at the bar today? Gu Chuan replied, puzzled girl? You mean the one my cheap sister brought back? It was our first meeting. How could I possibly have feelings? Lu Xian's face broke into a smile. Isn't that love at first sight? Wasn't she beautiful? Gu Chuan chuckled, raising his glass to toast with Lu Xian, remarking compared to that girl, I still find Xian Jia to be more beautiful. Lu Xian playfully shot him a glance, clearly aware that he was merely trying to flatter her. Gu Chuan shook his head, adopting a serious demeanor. I speak nothing but the truth. A woman like Xian Jia embodies the lifelong dream of every man. As the saying goes, in youth, one does not recognize the allure of a wealthy woman, mistaking a young girl for a treasure. Lu Xian discerned the underlying meaning of his words and retorted, so you're just after my wealth, huh? Gu Chuan laughed. Even if Xian Jia lacked riches, I would still be fond of her. Lu Xian's enchanting eyes sparkled with a dreamy glimmer, her lips curving into a captivating smile. Really? Gu Chuan nodded earnestly, of course. Then marry me, Lu Xian suddenly proposed, uttering words that took Gu Chuan by surprise. He paused momentarily before responding with a grin. Sure. But it seems I'm not of legal age yet. Lu Xian's gaze turned melancholic as she shot him a reproachful look. I knew it. A man's words are but deceitful lies. Gu Chuan smiled quietly, reflecting on the nature of affection, which often arises in fleeting moments. It is during a particular instant that someone evokes feelings that no one else can provide, striking a chord deep within your heart. Yet, such emotions have an expiration date. Over time, they may wane, leading to a divergence between the shallow and the deeply affectionate. The shallow man, once novelty fades, will seek out the next person who ignites his heart. In contrast, the deeply affectionate man will endeavor to sustain that initial thrill, continually nurturing the bond, akin to wine that grows increasingly fragrant with age. Only such individuals are fit to enter the sacred halls of matrimony. Lu Xian rested her delicate chin upon her hand, her dreamy gaze fixed on Gu Chuan. And which type are you? Gu Chuan replied with a smile. I have a fondness for money. Lu Xian shot him a disapproving glance. You're just a money grubber. You must have died poor in your past life, only caring about wealth. Gu Chuan did not deny it. Without a material foundation, even the finest affections can erode amidst the mundanity of life. Reality is not a fairy tale. Fast food romances depend on money as the foundation of all structures. Lu Xian gazed at Gu Chuan, somewhat dazed, astonished by his rational perspective on love. Though merely 18, he seemed to possess the maturity of someone in their 30s, exhibiting wisdom beyond his years. For them, love was not a necessity, but rather an embellishment, a luxury rather than a lifeline. Such men are the hardest to woo. It seems that to win over this young man, a long journey lies ahead. Could this be the after effect of a dogged pursuer's recovery? What if I go bankrupt and have no money left? Lu Xian inquired softly, her gaze fixed on Gu Chuan. He grinned widely. That's precisely why I work so hard to earn money. When you run out, I'll be able to support you. Lu Xian's lovely face momentarily froze in surprise, her dreamy eyes appearing clearer, as if touched by his words. Especially when Gu Chuan spoke, his eyes were sincere and clear, devoid of any deceit. Their gazes locked, the alcohol heightened the tension in the air. The room fell into an unusual silence, the atmosphere thickening with both embarrassment and unspoken allure. Gu Chuan swirled his wine glass, then averted his gaze, pretending to cough to mask his own nervousness. Yet, across from him, Lu Xian's eyes remained fixed on him, shimmering with a dreamy intensity. Just then, a sudden noise from upstairs broke the moment, reminiscent of something out of a movie, causing the charged atmosphere to escalate. Gu Chuan's eyes widened in surprise, casting a questioning glance at Lu Xian. So, Xian Jia lives here for a reason. Their gazes locked, Lu Xian's cheeks flushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple. Gu Chuan Chuka Hakwadili, Sinzi. Your neighbor has quite a loud voice. Lu Xian, both embarrassed and flustered, shot him a glare before turning her gaze to the ceiling. I've never heard such noises from upstairs before. Or maybe. Gu Chuan drained his glass of wine, leaning forward to look at Lu Xian. I think I'm feeling a bit tired. I'll head to bed. Without letting him finish, Lu Xian abruptly interrupted him. Her face as red as a monkey's backside, quickly rising to escape into her bedroom. The peculiar atmosphere and the cries from above made her wish to vanish into thin air. At the dining table, Gu Chuan stared at the closed bedroom door. Momentarily taken aback, I actually just wanted to ask if I should head home, with a knowing smile. Gu Chuan seemed to have guessed what Lu Xian was thinking. She was adept with her words, yet in reality, she was merely a paper tiger. Gu Chuan had not anticipated that Xian Jia, who usually appeared mature and knowledgeable about matters of the heart, would behave like a bashful girl when the moment called for it. Shaking his head with a smile, Gu Chuan tidied up the dining table, bidding farewell to Xian Jia before taking his leave. Once the noise outside subsided, Lu Xian, her cheeks still aflame, emerged from the bedroom, staring blankly at the tidy room as she sank into the sofa, lost in thought. Lu Xian, what are you afraid of? You're older than him. He hasn't said anything, and you ran away first. Yet, deep down, she felt utterly unprepared for such moments. TSK, TSK, TSK. It seems that is all you're capable of, she thought, her heart racing wildly. On her shoulder, a little devil and a little angel were quarreling, and Lu Xian buried her head in the sofa cushions, overwhelmed. Chapter 39. How about I be your daughter-in-law? The following noon, Gu Chuan was jolted awake by a frantic phone call from Li Ling, dragging his weary body and bleary eyes. He returned home as if he had just returned from the dead. Yanan, what are your plans after graduation? In room 301, Chun Lan held Shen Yanan's hand, sitting on the sofa and chatting about trivial matters, growing increasingly fond of the girl. This girl is so beautiful. How lovely and demure. Such a charming southern girl. It would be wonderful if she could be my daughter-in-law. Shen Yanan smiled, but appeared somewhat awkward. Auntie, I haven't thought about that yet. Jen Lan Lauget? Patting her hand. No rush. You can take your time to consider it. What do your parents do for a living? Gu Chuan, emerging from the kitchen with a plate, interjected with a hint of exasperation. Mom, she is here as a guest, not for matchmaking. Why the detailed inquiries? Chun Lan shot him a look. Can't I like you, Nan? At that moment, Li Ling peeked her head out from the kitchen, raising an eyebrow with a mischievous grin. What if she becomes your daughter-in-law? How would you feel about that? Chuan nodded enthusiastically. That would be splendid. I dream of having such a daughter-in-law. Li Ling shot a knowing glance at Chuan. Did you hear that? Annie has approved. Chuan glared at her. What are you meddling in? Meanwhile, Yanan's cheeks flushed, her ears turning hot, making one want to bite them. Though her personality was not shy, the direct compliment, especially the sensitive title of daughter-in-law, made her heart race uncontrollably. At that moment, Li Xiangshan emerged from the kitchen, balancing 2 plates, and cheerfully remarked, Southern girls are delightful, possessing gentle natures and a knack for being considerate. Sensing he was under siege, Chuan hastily redirected the conversation. Uncle Li, are you implying that Northern girls lack warmth and thoughtfulness, and are incapable of caring for others? Upon finishing his statement, Chuan and Li Ling simultaneously fixed their gazes upon him, while Li Xiangshan stood frozen, his expression darkening as he shot Chuan a glare. What a mischievous child to dig a pit for me. He quickly sought to clarify. Northern girls are equally wonderful, being straightforward, hearty, and also considerate and caring. At this, Chuan and the others shared a knowing look, momentarily sparing him from scrutiny. Soon, they settled at the table, where the spread was lavish. More substantial than bricks or manhole covers, Chuan had never encountered such array of dishes, even during his college entrance examination. With a slight grimace, he reflected on the absurdity of treating the guests as if they were his future daughters-in-law. Just then, a mischievous smile crept across Li Ling's face as she slowly inquired. Aunt Lan, do you prefer Yanan or Liao? If you had to choose one as a daughter-in-law, whom would you select? Taken aback, Chuan hesitated momentarily. Liao? You mean the Liao who grew up alongside Xiao Chuan? Li Ling nodded eagerly, her teeth gripping her chopsticks as she awaited an answer. Though Li Xiangshan remained silent, he too perked up his ears to listen. I find both equally charming. I would be pleased with either as a daughter-in-law, Chuan replied after a brief contemplation, smiling. Liao is lively and vivacious, a quintessential Northern girl. Yanan, on the other hand, is quiet and demure, embodying the gentleness of a Southern girl. Li Ling pouted slightly. Aunt Lan, that's not fair play. But if you could only choose one? Chuan felt a jolt of alarm, realizing he must act quickly. If this topic persisted, it could lead to trouble. He swiftly turned to Li Xiangshan. Uncle Li, Ling Jie is not getting any younger, and she is nearing graduation. Aren't you planning to arrange a match for her? After 2 years in college without a boyfriend, could it be that no one is interested? Before Li Xiangshan could respond, Li Ling's expression darkened. Do you even know how to speak? What do you mean no one is interested? They say if you don't find a partner in your first year, you're likely to remain single throughout college. Chuan casually remarked. Indeed, his tactic of diversion worked. Both Chuan and Li Xiangshan turned their attention to Li Ling. Haven't you dated anyone in college? Don't worry, your father and I are open-minded. As long as the person has good character and values, and treats you well, we would approve, Chuan assured her. Li Xiangshan nodded in agreement. Then, Chuan took Yanan's small hand and asked, Yanan, has Ling found a boyfriend at school? Yanan, who had been savoring her food and eyeing the large shrimp on the table with delight, was suddenly caught off guard. Huh, Ling? Boyfriend? She shook her head vigorously. No, although she had known Li Ling for quite some time, she had never seen her with a boyfriend. While she could articulate the principles of romance fluently, she often quipped that strategists never enter the battlefield. What about you? Have you found a boyfriend? Chuan pressed further. Chuan's face darkened. He thought to himself that this was disastrous. After narrowly escaping one topic, he was being pulled back into another. He quickly employed his diversionary tactics again. Ling Jie. This won't do. You need to take action. Otherwise, you may end up as an old maid. If you don't date in college, once you graduate and start working, it will be even harder to find someone. Li Ling bit down on her shrimp with a crunch, glaring at Chuan. Her anger palpable as she almost crushed the shrimp in her bowl. Chuan, your brother is right. If you meet someone suitable, you should pursue it. Li Xiangshan interjected at the right moment. Oh, understood. Li Ling pouted reluctantly. She then glared at Chuan, who wore an insufferably smug expression, and decided to drop a bombshell. As your older sister, I must admit I am not as bold as my brother. He just graduated from high school and already confessed to a girl. She smirked, challenging Chuan with her eyes. Horrified, Chuan stood up, prepared to make his escape, only be yanked back by Chuan. Wide-eyed, you confess to someone? With no hope of fleeing, Chuan could only nod, casting a fierce glare at Li Ling. Thinking, this is truly a torment. I will remember this debt. Unfazed by Chuan's wrathful gaze, Li Ling stuck out her tongue in defiance, her expression seemingly saying, Go on, take a bite. With Li Ling's revelation, the ensuing conversation revolved around Chuan's confession. What began as an ordinary lunch turned into an ordeal for Chuan. who felt as though he were being subjected to dual torment, both mentally and physically. After the meal, Chuan intended to return to the bar for a quick nap. But Chunlan insisted he take Shenyanin around the city for a stroll. Shenyanin shook her head vigorously, repeatedly insisting, "No need. I can just go to the driving school with Ling Ling." However, Li Xiangshan interjected, "You'd better not go with her. Last time, Xiao Chuan accompanied her to practice driving, and in the time it took him to use the restroom, she ended up driving into the building, nearly burying her brother alive." Casting a sympathetic glance at Li Ling, Chuan obediently followed along. After all, the slight discomfort of spending time alone with Chuan paled in comparison to the value of her life. Li Ling wanted to argue, but the facts spoke for themselves. After all, the last time she crashed the bathroom, Chuan had indeed been inside. Ultimately, she could only storm away in indignation. "Fine, leave if you want." Chapter 40. I'll hold your hand, but just this once. Senior, where are you from? Wandering aimlessly through the streets of the city with Shun Yanin, Chuan treated her to an ice cream, engaging in typical male banter. "Hangzhou," Shun Yanin replied softly. "Suzhou is wonderful. Above is heaven, below are Suzhou and Hangzhou. We should visit together when you have the chance." Chuan smiled. Northern people yearn for the misty Jiangnan, while Southerners dream of the vast snowy landscapes. "Then you can come home with me," Shun Yanin suggested, taking a bite of her ice cream and gazing at Chuan with her beautiful eyes. Chuan was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. "Are you inviting me to meet your parents?" Shun Yanin's cheeks flushed as she hurriedly shook her head. No. I just meant to invite you to visit us. Will you cover the expenses for food and lodging?" Chuan asked, exuding the charm of a penny-pinching character. Shun Yanin nodded. "Sure, I have money." Chuan was taken aback, and his eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Oh, are you perhaps a little wealthy girl?" The heavens have been kind to me. The girls I meet are all exquisite, and most importantly, they are all financially savvy. Then I might need to trouble you, senior." He grinned. Shun Yanin shook her head. "It's no trouble. I'm quite bored at home anyway. I can be your tour guide. Our place is beautiful, with lakes, trees, and lots of delicious food. Of course, there are also those long legs you fancy." Chuan's expression froze for a moment as he quickly adopted a serious demeanor. "Senior, you must not slander me. I am a paragon of virtue. How could I possibly have a preference for long legs?" Shun Yanin's beautiful, large eyes fixed on him, appearing somewhat dazed. "Then why have you been staring at my legs?" Chuan's face flushed crimson. He feigned a cough and hastily explained. "It's because I possess a pair of eyes that are adept at discerning beauty." Shun Yanin puffed out her cheeks. "If you were to write novels, you would undoubtedly make a fortune." Chuan's remarkable talent for spinning tales, even while telling tall stories with a straight face, could surely captivate readers. "Let us go. I'll treat you to something to eat." Chuan skillfully diverted the conversation, knowing such inquiries should not be delved into deeply, lest they reveal his true nature. "Haven't we just had lunch?" Shun Yanin gazed at Chuan with suspicion. Chuan shrugged. "During lunch, you were constantly being interrogated by my mother and hardly ate. Your stomach must still be empty." Shun Yanin quickly shook her head, not wanting to be seen as a glutton. "No, I'm full." Yet, no sooner had she spoken than her stomach betrayed her with a loud growl, instantly turning her face beet red, and she looked down, wishing she could vanish into a crack in the ground. "All right, consider my apology on behalf of my mother. Don't take her words to heart. She is just the kind of person who can't wait for me to bring home a daughter-in-law." Chuan chuckled, leading her toward a hot pot restaurant. Shun Yanin shook her head. "No, I think your mother is lovely." Chuan paused, his expression somewhat peculiar. "What is going on? Have the in-law dynamics already been established?" Shun Yanin, blushing, let out a satisfied burp, indicating that their meal was nearing its end. Afterward, Chuan took her to a nearby mall, where he won several plush toys and race go-karts, having discovered that this girl, reminiscent of a neighborly sister, particularly enjoyed such amusements. Although the odds were heavily stacked against him, Chuan, now with some money in his pocket, could indulge without restraint. After all, making a girl happy is worth every penny spent, as today's investment might yield greater rewards in the future. Clutching several large dolls, Chuan and Shun Yanin strolled through the mall, planning to buy a few articles of clothing. After all, their visit was so spontaneous that she and T brought many changes of clothes. "You don't want them?" "I insist," he insisted as she tried to evade him. But he pursued her relentlessly. The scene was so unusual that even the sales staff at the boutique were taken aback. In this day and age, there are still girls who refuse gifts. "If you truly don't want them, just let me take them. Tonight, I'll go home with you. And you can do as you please," he finally declared. Ultimately unable to refuse, Shun Yanin accepted, though her mind was already calculating how to repay Chuan's generosity. "Chuya, isn't that Chuan?" Just then, several familiar figures approached from a distance. Besides Chun Xiaomin and Lin Chuya, there were also a few extravagantly dressed girls. heavily made up, wearing counterfeit designer clothes. Upon hearing this, the group turned their gazes towards the boutique, where they immediately spotted the pair. Wow, Chuya, your classmate seems quite affluent. The clothes in that boutique are not cheap at all, often costing over 1,000. One girl, clad in vibrant attire and thick makeup, remarked in surprise. Look, that dress is the one I've always admired, but it's so expensive. Over 3,000. My monthly salary isn't even enough to cover it. If someone bought it for me, I'd declimb right into their bed. Another girl's eyes sparkled as she gazed at the garment Chuan held. Who is that girl? She's stunning. Is she his girlfriend? Wow, how enviable. Another chimed in, her gaze towards Shun Yanin filled with envy. Lin Shuya frowned at this scene, her brows knitting tightly as her nails dug into her palms. Shuya, when did Chuan become so wealthy? Chun Xiaoman interjected. She was aware of that boutique, but had never dared to enter, considering her family's financial situation. Presently, Chuan was lavishly spending on the beautiful girl he had met at the bar, purchasing whatever he fancied with an air of extravagance that was undeniably handsome. Lin Shuya stood silently, her expression darkening as her fists clenched tightly. Ever since Chuan had been rejected by her, he had transformed completely. Not only had he grown more handsome, but he also seemed to have acquired wealth. It was rumored that his earnings from the bar had reached a staggering 100,000. For them, freshly graduated, 100,000 seemed like an astronomical figure. While others were busy gaming and partying, Chuan had already earned more than many could in a year. However, the more remarkable he became, the more unsettled she felt. Especially witnessing Chuan's generous gestures towards that beautiful girl, her discomfort deepened. She longed to confront Chuan, but the memories of that night at the bar and his words held her back. Chuan no longer had feelings for her. They were no longer connected in any way, so what right did she have to question him? Regardless of whether that girl was his girlfriend, what did it matter to her? Despite her constant declarations that she was indifferent to Chuan, viewing him merely as a loyal admirer. Why did her heart ache so when she saw him with another girl? Reluctantly, she realized that her feelings for Chuan had slowly but surely changed. She seemed to have genuinely fallen for him. That girl from the bar seems to be looking at you. At that moment, Shen Yanin noticed Lin Shuya outside and whispered to Chuan. Upon hearing this, Chuan glanced over briefly before returning his gaze, treating her as a mere stranger. After all, he had made his feelings clear. Lin Shuya should be able to understand, provided she wasn't foolish. If you hope she will completely give up, I can lend you my hand to hold. But just this once, Shen Yanin quietly suggested, obediently trailing behind Chuan with several toys in her arms. Chuan paused, looking at her with a faint smile. This senior, appearing somewhat dazed, was surprisingly perceptive. You were the one who asked me to hold your hand. It wasn't my idea. With that, Chuan took her small hand in his delicate and icy, making it hard for him to let go. We're not really holding hands out of affection. It's merely to help her move on. Indeed, that was the case. There was no need for doubt. Shen Yanin made no attempt to resist. Her cheeks flushed as she obediently allowed him to lead her away, disappearing from view. Watching Chuan hold Shen Yanin's hand as they walked further away, Lin Shua's grip tightened, and she bit her lip hard. Tears brimmed in her eyes, yet she stubbornly held them back. Chapter 41. When Chu Liao encounters Shen Yanin. June 29th. Today marks the day for filling in college entrance exam applications. Chu Liao arrived early at the sewing machine bar, notebook in hand, rousing the sleep-laden Chuan from his slumber. Accompanying her was her best friend, Lu Exen, whose beautiful face bore an expression of discontent, seemingly voicing her displeasure at being disturbed from her beauty sleep. Father, wake up. It's time to fill out the applications. As soon as Chuan was dragged from his bed by Chu Liao, Lu Bowen's grating voice called out. As I ascended the stairs, I unexpectedly encountered Chuan, who appeared to be under duress from the illustrious Chu Daxia. A hint of embarrassment washed over his face as he offered a sheepish smile. Am I arriving at an inconvenient time? What's that dog barking about so early in the morning? Huh? I asked you, what else with the incessant barking? Chuan felt a wave of frustration, his eyes instinctively darting towards the nearby Chu Liao. It was uncertain whether the remark was a misdirection or a veiled insult. What is the matter? Are you not satisfied? Chu Liao teased, playfully tugging at Chuan's collar with an air of haughtiness. Offering a sheepish grin, Chuan replied, How could I dare to be? Observing Chuan's timid demeanor, Lu Bowen could hardly contain his amusement, his lips stretching into a grin that seemed to reach the nape of his neck. It seemed that fate had turned the tables, and Chuan was now facing his own share of tribulations. Foolish boy, your sister has brought you breakfast. Hurry and get up to eat. You still need to fill out your college applications later, don't you? Just as the situation was settling, Li Ling bounded up the stairs, her footsteps echoing, only to find Chu Liao clutching Chuan's collar. Oh, have you managed to provoke Liao again? Serves you right. Give him a thorough scolding. This brat deserves it. She placed the breakfast on the table, her expression betraying a sense of schadenfreude. Having grown up alongside Gu Chuan, Li Ling was naturally acquainted with Chu Liao, often sharing meals at their homes. Sister Ling, you really are back. Chu Liao exclaimed, her beautiful eyes widening in surprise. She had initially thought Gu Chuan was deceiving her upon hearing of Li Ling's return. How could I not return? I've been trying to obtain my driver's license for 2 years now, without success. Gu Chuan hastily grabbed 2 dumplings and stuffed them into his mouth. His voice muffled as he teased her about her predicament. You rascal, you really have never seen the H Society, have you? Li Ling raturta, delivering a swift kick that nearly sent her own back into a spasm. And who might this be? Chu Liao inquired, turning her gaze towards Shun Yanan, who accompanied Li Ling. Oh, this is my friend Gu Chuan, Li Ling casually explained, rubbing her waist. Sister, you've come so early. You haven't eaten yet. Have you? Here, enjoy a couple of dumplings. Before Li Ling could finish her sentence, Gu Chuan swiftly snatched 2 dumplings and shoved them into her mouth. Li Ling's eyes widened, and she coughed a few times, her face turning crimson as she wrestled the dumplings out of her throat. You nearly choked me. Gu Chuan had almost forced them down her throat. Hello, I'm Ling Ling's friend, Shun Yanan. Shun Yanan stepped forward, offering a gentle nod and greeting Chu Liao. At that moment, she had donned the elegant attire Gu Chuan had gifted her, a white short-sleeved top and a black skirt that fitted her exquisitely, exuding the charm of a neighborly older sister. Those aware of Gu Chuan's thoughtful selection of clothing might assume he was merely indulging in some personal whims. Hello, I'm Gu Chuan's childhood friend, Chu Liao, she reciprocated with a smile. A few days prior, she had heard whispers of a stunning neighborly sister visiting the sewing machine bar, who was likely the very one standing before her now. Their small hands clasped together, both adorned with sweet smiles, creating a scene of remarkable harmony. Yet, in Liu Bowen's eyes, he had already conjured a vivid image of a fierce battle, complete with flashing blades and sparks flying. Liu Xan was also scrutinizing the beautiful senior, arms crossed and adorned with a knowing smile that suggested she perceived everything. TSK. My brother usually appears so miserly. I never anticipated he would be so generous towards Yanan. TSK. This store's clothing isn't cheap. It easily exceeds 1,000 yuan. When will you buy me a couple of pieces? Li Ling, relishing the unfolding drama, circled Shun Yanan twice, casting a mischievous glance at Gu Chuan. Upon hearing this, Chu Liao's gaze shifted towards Gu Chuan, her cheeks adorned with a smile. Gu the talented one, you truly are quite extravagant. How come I never realized you were so adept at winning a girl's favor? Gu Chuan shot Li Ling a fierce glare, offering a sheepish smile as he attempted to explain. After all, she's a guest. If we fail to treat her well, wouldn't that reflect poorly on us? Isn't it what my mother instructed, to take good care of our guests, especially those who have traveled such a long distance? Furthermore, now that we've entered, if we don't purchase a couple of items, people might think we are incapable of affording them. Just as Gu Chuan finished speaking, Liu Bowen interjected with an incredulous exclamation. Wait, have you already met the parents? At this remark, Gu Chuan's expression darkened immediately, and he gritted his teeth. If you had any sense, you would keep talking. Li Ling, seizing the opportunity, added fuel to the fire. Yes. Lan even mentioned that if Yanan were to become her daughter-in-law, she would wake up smiling from her dreams. Chu Liao nodded in agreement, affirming, Lan's taste has always been impeccable. Don't you agree, Gu Chuan? She said, her small hand gently resting on Gu Chuan's shoulder. Then, with a sudden force, Gu Chuan's face flushed a deep crimson. Nevertheless, he persevered against the summer heat, managing a smile that was more painful than a frown. Let us hurry up and fill out our applications. I'll treat everyone to a meal afterward. Wait, Gu Chuan, are you planning to dig up graves? Why are all your applications for archaeology? Liu Bowen's eyes widened in disbelief. Upon hearing this, everyone gathered around, their small heads brimming with confusion. While Gu Chuan's chosen schools were top-tier institutions, the peculiar focus on archaeology struck them as utterly bizarre. Waving his finger, Gu Chuan replied with utmost seriousness. You simply don't understand. Rarity is valuable. My choice of archaeology is deliberate. As the saying goes, in prosperous times, antiques are treasured. In chaotic times, gold is sought after. While others apply for majors with the intent of securing employment post-graduation, my aim is to pursue the faculty at the institution. Since I've been reborn, I intend to embark on a distinct path. Chuya, are you also heading to Nansheng? On the bustling streets of Shancheng, Chun Xiaoman accompanied Lin Chuya while shopping. Upon hearing her application choice, a look of surprise crossed her face. She was aware that Chuan had applied to Nanda. Lin Xiao nodded, her eyes shimmering with determination. Yes, I too wish to go to Nancheng. A complex expression flickered in Chun Xiaoman's eyes. Was it for Chuan? Lin Xiao affirmed, what S mine will always be mine. No one can take it away. Since Chu Liao was applying to the same university as Chuan, why couldn't she go to Nancheng? Especially after witnessing Chuan holding hands with that beautiful senior in the mall, her resolve only strengthened. Although Chuan had made it clear that he no longer harbored feelings for her, Lin Xiao had no intention of giving up. If Chuan no longer pursued her, she would simply turn the tables and pursue him instead. They say that when a girl chases a boy, it's as thin as a layer of gauze. Regardless, what she had set her sights on, no one could snatch away. Chun Xiaoman, upon hearing this, wore a complex expression. She felt that even if Lin Xiao pursued Chuan to Nancheng, the ultimate outcome might be an exercise in futility. Not because of Chu Liao or that charming neighborly sister, but rather due to Chuan's genuine disappointment in her. Yet she was a loss for words. Understanding Lin Xiao's stubborn nature, she would not turn back until she hit a wall. Perhaps it would only be when she was battered and bruised that she would choose to let go. Chapter 42. From now on, I cannot be alone with my sister-in-law. The scorching summer had arrived, and the weather in Shansheng was stifling and hot, feeling like a furnace due to its hilly terrain. Throughout July, Chuan spent his days either at the bar or at the driving school, honing his skills behind the wheel. After a week, Shun Yanin returned home, leaving her contact number for Chuan, stating that she would like him to call if he ever visited Sioux City. On the day of her departure, Chun Lan's reluctant expression resembled that of a mother bidding farewell to her daughter-in-law. Li Ling intended to see her off, but was restrained by both of them, who firmly pushed Chuan into a taxi. Chun Lan stood outside, increasingly convinced of their compatibility. At the driving school, a few individuals gathered under the shade of a tree, clutching watermelons, as they observed Li Ling being scolded mercilessly by the instructor. Sister Ling wasn't foolish. Why did she suddenly appear so dazed upon entering the vehicle? Chu Liao, with her small head, was filled with questions. Chuan took a bite of watermelon and mumbled, "This phenomenon is known as the road killer syndrome. If she were to obtain her driver's license, she would likely end up in a ditch every few days." "Brother Chuan, Chu schoolbell, how come you haven't tan at all?" At that moment, Liu Bowen strolled over under the glaring sun, his face contorted with envy. July was nearing its end, yet Chuan and Chu Liao looked as if they had just arrived at the driving school, their skin glowing pale. In contrast, he himself had tanned significantly since his arrival. What was once merely a lack of fairness now made him resemble a bear emerging from the deep woods. Standing under the streetlight at night, a smile might frighten a good number of people away. Chuan waved his hand dismissively. A darker complexion is healthier. Have you not seen the indigenous Africans? They can run and jump, even chase wild boars. A little more sun exposure wouldn't hurt you either. Liu Bowen, feeling despondent, took a few bites of watermelon and lamented, "Brother Chuan, your comforting words are truly remarkable, but please refrain from such consolation next time." What puzzled him further was that these two, who had arrived later than him, had already obtained their licenses. Their continued presence here was merely to accompany Li Ling for practice. After all, her driving skills were genuinely terrifying. "Brother Chuan, I heard that a professor from the archaeology department at Nanda personally called you. Is that true?" Liu Bowen suddenly recalled, gazing at Chuan with curiosity. On the day the acceptance letter arrived, the archaeology professor had indeed called to confirm whether Chuan would report for the new semester. This was not merely due to his prestige. The department was so niche that its admission scores have been consistently declining without ever filling its quota. Students in archaeology were rarer than the hairs on Xie Guangquan's head, truly a treasure. Rumor had it that in the year with the lowest enrollment, there were more teachers than students in a class. Moreover, considering the difficult exam this year, Chuan's impressive score of 666 would place him among the top, not just in the archaeology department, but across Nanda itself. Such a valuable student could not be allowed to slip away. Indeed, the professor even mentioned that there would be a banner welcoming me on the first day of classes. Chuan nodded, feigning seriousness as he boasted, "Wow, that is impressive." Liu Bowen's eyes widened in disbelief. Chu Liao shot Chuan a sidelong glance. "Just let him boast. I bet by the time school starts, he'll be the only one in the dorm." Chuan chuckled, raising an eyebrow at her. "Well, that is perfect. You can roll around freely when you come." Chu Liao glared at him fiercely. "You roll. Who wants to roll with you?" Ding dong. Just as Chuan was about to say something more, his phone buzzed with a message. XX Bank has credited 600,000,000 yuan. Available balance, 750,032, 145 yuan. Upon seeing that long string of numbers, Chuan's weary eyes lit up instantly. The demolition compensation had arrived. You all practice. I have something to attend to, he said, vanishing in a flash. Where did Brother Chuan go? Lu Bowen, puzzled, glanced at Chu Liao while munching on watermelon. Chu Liao pouted. What else? He probably want to find a girl. Look at that lovesick grin. He likely enchanted. Scoundrel. Lu Bowen felt awkward and refrained from responding, yet he was perplexed. Wasn't he Chu Liao, right here? Which girl could be so captivating that Gu Chuan would abandon Chu Liao to fawn over her? Just then, Chu Liao's gaze fell on Lu Bowen. Classmate Lu, may I ask you a question? Lu Bowen paused, wiped the watermelon juice from the corner of his mouth, and replied with a silly grin, feel free to ask. Chu Schoolbell, I'll tell you anything I know. Did Gu Chuan apply to Nanda because of that beautiful senior? She had only later learned that Shun Yanan was actually a student in the literature department at Nanda. Gu Chuan's choice to apply there seemed closely tied to Shun Yanan's arrival in Shanshan. If there was no connection, she would not believe it. Lu Bowen, upon hearing this, felt a surge of wariness and thought, oh. He quickly feigned ignorance. What are you talking about, Chu Schoolbell? Senior? Which senior? There are no seniors here. If he were to reveal to Chu Liao that Gu Chuan's application to Nanda was not solely due to a beautiful senior, but also because of certain aunt, he was certain he'd be in deep trouble by the next day. Chu Liao's beautiful eyes remained fixed on him, silent yet imposing, causing Lu Bowen to feel an overwhelming pressure, internally cursing Gu Chuan for dragging him into this mess. You created this problem, and now I have to clean up. You're in serious trouble. Oh, but dear, what a day this is. Chu Schoolbell, are you thirsty? Let me get you a bottle of water, Lu Bowen quickly suggested. I'll talk to you later. I need to go practice driving. With that, he got up hurriedly, feeling as if he had just escaped a disaster, cold sweat nearly pouring down his back. He silently resolved to never be alone with Chu Liao again. It was far too terrifying. Humph, scoundrel, always flirting around. You ought to cultivate the sunflower scripture. Chu Liao puffed up her cheeks, treating her plush toy as Gu Chuan, mercilessly tormenting it. Her small tiger teeth peeked out, giving her a fierce yet adorable appearance. And that senior, she's not afraid of losing her kidneys, is she? Suddenly, a terrified scream from Lu Bowen echoed from a distance. Oh no, sisterling, step on the gas. Step on the gas. Don't drive towards me. In class 30 of senior year, the class group chat buzzed. Lin Hui, the date for our gathering is set for August 10th. Everyone should be free, right? After graduation, we'll be scattered far and wide, so it'll be hard to gather again. Wang Chong, I'm free. Qin Yuhang, I'm free. Lu Bowen, I'm free. Soon, most of the class had expressed their agreement. Larry, Gu Xiong, Lu Bowen, that guy's like a ghost, impossible to find. Getting him to a gathering would require a reservation. Lin Hui, Haven T class has been out for a while? Why is he so busy? Lu Bowen, busy making money. I guess. Lu Bowen, by the way, you guys don't know, this scoundrel made nearly 200,000 just for bar dividends. He could buy a car with that. Lu Bowen, I heard he bought a few outfits for that beautiful senior the other day, spending nearly 10,000. Upon hearing this, the class group erupted in disbelief. Everyone shocked. 200,000? Is that for real? I've never seen so much money in my life. Of course it's true. I saw his bank account balance with my own eyes. Plus, I heard that with his high exam score, the bonuses from the village town, and even the county add up to around 70,000 to 80,000. Wow, that's a lot. Had I known, I would have strived for a few more points. Oh, spare me, with your score. Even adding 300 wouldn't surpass theirs. Indeed, when they apply to universities, professors personally call to inquire after them. Can you say the same? My word, for a professor to make a personal call. That is quite the privilege. Isn't it? Truly, the disparity between people can sometimes be greater than that between man and dog. While I was still reveling in my ascent to silver rank, Gu Chuan had already amassed over 200,000. Indeed, those who excel in their studies are formidable in all pursuits. Wow, the male idol is quite generous towards the senior, offering 10,000. That exceeds my living expenses for 3 years in high school. Male idol, please consider supporting Gu Chuan. Male idol, my legs are long, Gu Chuan. Male idol, my waist is slender, Gu Chuan. As Lin Qiya watched the barrage of messages flooding the class group chat, her complexion turned pale. Her grip on her phone tightening as her eyes reflected a tumult of emotions. Over 200,000. Within less than a summer vacation, Gu Chuan had earned that amount. A sum many families could scarcely dream of saving. Once, she had taken pride in her beauty, disdainfully viewing Gu Chuan as a poor boy from the countryside. Yet now, Gu Chuan had transformed into an object of envy for many. The memory of that day in the mall, where Gu Chuan strolled hand in hand with that beautiful girl, was still vivid in her mind. Each recollection felt like an obstruction in her chest, choking her. The more remarkable Gu Chuan became, the more it pained her heart. further underscoring how poor her judgment had been. Qin Yuhang's expression was equally grim. As the perennial second best, he was often compared to Gu Chuan. Not only did his college entrance exam results falter, but Gu Chuan had also earned a sum of money he had never seen in his lifetime. At that moment, a well-groomed man wearing sunglasses entered the chat. Wang Lang. What's the big deal about 200,000? My father has already agreed to get me a car worth at least 300,000. Lu Bowen. What skill is it to rely on your father? Brother Chuan earned it through his own abilities. Soon, many chimed in, dismissing Wang Lang's claims, challenging him to earn 300,000 himself. Wang Lang. Hey, you're just envious of me. Typical case of wealth envy. Lin Hui. So you failed the first subject 5 times. Haven to you? Wang Lang, incensed, erupted in a tirade before tossing his phone into the trash can, cursing, you truly deserve it. Seeing Wang Lang leave the group, laughter erupted, with mockery directed at Lin Hui, who received numerous thumbs up for her sharp retort. It's no wonder she asked the class monitor. Her lethal wit is indeed unparalleled. Your friend Gu Chuan has come online, followed by a system message that drew the attention of countless individuals. L'ennui, Master Gu. You're more difficult to summon than Zhuge Liang in a straw hut. Gu Chuan, I've been busy studying for my driving license lately. Gu Chuan, what were you saying? Failed the first subject 5 times? ISNT, that a bit foolish. You might want to get your head checked. An imbecile behind the wheel is a recipe for disaster. At that moment, Wang Lang retrieved his phone from the trash and re-entered the group, just in time to catch Gu Chuan's well-meaning advice. Damn, you're truly despicable. With a thud, the phone was once again precisely tossed into the trash. Upon noticing Gu Chuan's message, Lin Qiya's dim eyes brightened momentarily as her fingers flew over the keyboard. She quickly hit send. I'm going to. She had refrained from responding, waiting for Gu Chuan. Following the events of their last encounter, their relationship had reached an icy stalemate, devoid of any interaction. Thus, she hoped to use this class reunion as an opportunity to mend their ties, even if it meant exchanging just a few words. L'ennui, Gu Chuan. You're the only one left. Are you free on August 10th? Gu Chuan. We'll see. With that, Gu Chuan abruptly logged off. Naturally, he should not miss the graduation reunion. Yet upon seeing Lin Qiya's message, he felt an instinctive aversion, both physically and psychologically. It was not an obsession he couldn't shake off, but rather a fear of what troubles that woman might stir up again. Her previous words of disbelief had nearly driven him to madness. Watching Gu Chuan's ambiguous response, Lin Qiya's eyes slowly dimmed, her fingers clenched tightly, turning pale. Did Gu Chuan's reluctance to attend stem from her? Has he come to despise himself so much that even meeting became a luxury? A bitter smile crept across her face as Lin Qiya reiterated her message. I want to go. No sooner had she sent that, Gu Chuan surprisingly logged back on, stating he would definitely attend, and then logged off again. In the class group chat, everyone stared blankly at those messages, their expressions shifting to something more intriguing. Gu Chuan's disdain for the class beauty seemed rather evident, didn't it? It appeared the rumors were true. Once a man pulls up his pants, he forgets those behind him. No, that's not right. Gu Chuan hadn't even unbuttoned. Upon seeing this, Lin Qiya's sorrow morphed into anger, leading her to exclaim, Gu Chuan, I detest you. Even if you hate yourself, you don't need to make it so apparent. At the end of July, Gu Chuan obtained his driving license but did not purchase a car. The compensation from the demolition totaled 12 million, split evenly, leaving him with 6 million, a sufficient initial capital for Gu Chuan. According to custom, when someone from the village is accepted into college, a celebration feast is held. However, Gu Chuan declined. The subsidies from the town, county, and village summed to around 70 to 80,000, all set aside for his grandfather. The pretext was that he would help save it for his future bride. Otherwise, he would not keep a single cent. I'll be leaving tomorrow. In the park, Lu Xan strolled aimlessly with Gu Chuan when suddenly she halted, her beautiful eyes fixed on him. Gu Chuan was momentarily taken aback by her unexpectedness. Lu Xan shrugged her shoulders. There is nothing left in this city that I hold dear. She had come to this city to teach because her grandfather lived here, but he had passed away last year. Gu Chuan nodded. Sister Xian, where are you planning to go? To Dali, Yunnan, just as you sing in your song. From south to north, to witness the grandeur of our motherland. In every city, I will leave the footprints of my journey. Liu Xin Salet Sopti, sitting on a park bench, her long legs gently swaying. Dressed in a flowing white gown, adorned with a sweet smile, she appeared extraordinarily beautiful. What time is your flight? Gu Chuan inquired, lighting a cigarette. At 2 in the afternoon, Lu Xian replied. The small county lacked an airport, so she would first need to take a taxi to the city. Her former Mini had already been sold. She still retained her house, perhaps to return to someday. Lu Xin's striking eyes locked onto Gu Chuan, and, after a moment's pause, she softly asked, "Don't you have anything to say to me?" Gu Chuan met her enchanting gaze and then smiled. Everyone has their own life journey to embark on. Those who appear beside you will only accompany you for a while. No one will remain forever. Since Sister Xin has chosen this path, tread boldly upon it. Life is but a journey, and we are all mere travelers. Each person's path is a winding line, intersecting and diverging at various points. A brief departure merely paves the way for a more splendid return. You depart, I shall not see you off. You come, regardless of the tempest or the mud-laden roads. I will be there to welcome you. Sister Xin, may your journey be smooth. Lu Xin has her own path to tread. He should not intervene or alter her course. What he can do is bring her home when she tires during her travels. Gu Chuan's voice echoed in her ears as Lu Xin gazed at him in a daze, astonished by his beautiful interpretation of life. His words possessed a truly inspiring power, solidifying her resolve. Understanding his intentions, Lu Xin gently nodded. Take care of yourself in the days when my sister is not around. She walked along the cobblestones, her captivating silhouette gradually fading into the distance. Without looking back, she softly murmured a farewell and waved to him. It was evident that she and Gu Chuan were destined to walk different paths. Yet she had not anticipated that the day of parting would arrive so swiftly. He was surrounded by numerous beautiful girls who would undoubtedly take care of him. She need not worry. Perhaps she shouldn't worry at all. Chapter 44. How could I bear to let you depart alone? The following day, Lu Xin embarked on her journey to the airport without anyone to bid her farewell. In this small town, it seemed she had only Gu Chuan as a friend. Ladies and gentlemen, the plane is about to take off. Please fasten your seatbelts. The sweet voice of the flight attendant resonated in the business class cabin as Lu Xin sat by the window, lost in thought, staring at her phone. You little rascal. I'm leaving, and yet you haven't even sent a text. She wondered which girl had captured his attention this time, making him forget his dear sister. Suddenly, an inexplicable gloom enveloped her. It was one thing for Gu Chuan not to see her off, but not even a message of well wishes. Had he become so surrounded by charming distractions that he could not recall his beautiful, gracious, mature, and insightful sister tormentor? Yesterday, Gu Chuan's words had profoundly touched her. Life is a journey, and we are all mere travelers. She had long had plans for her own life and intended to walk her path with grace. As she had articulated, there was nothing left in this small town to hold her back. Yet, everything had changed with Gu Chuan's arrival. She had even forsaken her previous plans because of him, choosing to remain in the small town and developing an attachment to it due to his influence. His words had fortified her resolve, yet as she prepared to leave, her heart felt a twinge of reluctance. Sister Xin, are you thinking of me? At that moment, a familiar voice broke through her reverie, laced with a hint of playfulness. Lu Xin turned to see a figure occupying the previously vacant seat beside her. Wearing a baseball cap and a black mask, the deep-set eyes made it clear to Lu Xin who it was. Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. What are you doing here? The figure removed the cap and unfastened the mask, revealing a familiar face, none other than Gu Chuan. With a carefree smile, he replied, even if I were to be heartless, I could never let Sister Xin venture so far alone. After parting ways with Lu Xin the previous day, he had immediately purchased a ticket to Dali in business class, spending quite a sum, which he regretted. He had never been so extravagant in his past life. Lu Xin stared at Gu Chuan, her stunning eyes filled with surprise and warmth. For so many years, she had navigated life alone, treading the path to the future in solitude. It had forged her into a strong character, one who never relied on others. Yet upon seeing Gu Chuan, she felt her resolve waver. Why? Why did she feel an unprecedented sense of dependence on a boy younger than herself? I'll treat this trip as a vacation. Taking a break and being Sister Xion's travel companion, Gu Chuan leaned back, crossing his legs and grinning. He wouldn't utter the cliched, sentimental words, nor did he wish to. Sometimes, a mere glance sufficed to convey the depth of their friendship. Who said I wanted your company? A charming smile graced Lu Xion's face as she turned away, her delicate chin lifted defiantly. I'm the one stubbornly tagging along. Dali is renowned as the city of romantic encounters. I can't possibly let Sister Xion venture alone. What if someone were to whisk you away? Gu Chuan shamelessly retorted. Lu Xion remained silent, merely letting out a soft hum. Yet warmth coursed through her heart. By the way, Sister Xion, could we discuss the expenses for this trip? You know I'm just a poor student. Gu Chuan leaned in closer, making playful gestures as he negotiated, his thick skin seemingly impervious to any objections. Lu Xion shot him a glare. Didn't the compensation for the relocation arrive already? Don't tell me you spent it all. Besides the compensation, Gu Chuan had also acquired 5 properties, though the foundations had yet to be laid. 6 million was a substantial amount in any era. Had he squandered it on gambling? Chuan chuckled. I donated a portion to support disaster relief efforts, contributing to post-disaster reconstruction. I thought I should do my part. Although nearly 3 months had passed since the earthquake, the scene remained one of devastation. In his previous life, Chuan had lacked the means to help. Returning now, he sought solace for his spirit. As for whether the aid reached the affected areas or in what capacity, that was beyond his control. Lu Xian gazed at Chuan. Her beautiful eyes momentarily lost in thought. She realized she could no longer fathom him. When one suddenly acquires a fortune, the first impulse is often to indulge in extravagance. Even she, upon receiving her relocation compensation, had envisioned her own travel escapades. Yet Chuan had resisted the lure of wealth, opting instead to donate a portion to those in need. In that instant, Lu Xian felt deeply moved. This boy, younger than herself, exuded a remarkable charm. Sister Xian, please don't look at me like that. I'm not some sage who treats money as mere dirt. In fact, I'm quite greedy and would love to cuddle it to sleep every night. Chuan felt a twinge of guilt under Lu Xian's gaze and hurried to justify himself. I wasn't planning to praise you. Lu Xian playfully shot him a look before turning her gaze back to the window. Yet, a smile lingered at the corners of her mouth, hinting at her happiness. As soon as the plane landed, Chuan slung his guitar over his shoulder and immediately received a call from Chu Liao. Ah, you scoundrel Chuan. How could you go on vacation without taking me along? I'll tell Annie that you're bullying me. In a bar, Chu Liao pouted at the note left by Chuan, her foot tapping angrily. Chuan held the phone at arm's length, waiting for her voice to soften before responding. I'm here for a field study, planning to start a travel company. What? You came alone? No, I'm accompanied by a burly bodyguard. A 2-meter-tall man who could easily knock me out with a single punch. Out in the world, one must have a bodyguard. Otherwise, with all the distractions and temptations. What if I were to be whisked away? What? You want to come? No. The places I'm checking out are mostly mountainous. And it's not convenient for a young lady like you. Don't worry, I'll be back in a couple of days. I'll bring you a souvenir. With that, Chuan hung up, rolling his eyes. When did this tomboy become so clingy? As soon as he turned his head, Chuan beheld the furious visage of Lu Xian, her silver teeth grinding audibly. Who are you referring to as a burly man? With a tiger's back and a bear's waist? Chuan chuckled awkwardly and replied, Not you, Sister Xian. How could someone as delicate and graceful as you possibly be described as a burly man? Lu Xian shot him a fierce glare. Then her gaze shifted to his phone. Are you checking up on your little girlfriend? Chuan shook his head, lighting a cigarette. Just a tomboy. We grew up together in the village. Lu Xian's eyes widened in surprise. Oh, childhood sweethearts? Chu Liao was part of the competition class, and as Lu Xian was not her teacher, she wasn't familiar with her. Though she had seen her a few times, she was quite beautiful. Chuan grinned. If she's pretty, she gets to be called a childhood sweetheart. If she's not, she's just someone from the same village. All right, let us not dwell on such trivial matters. Since we're here, let us truly immerse ourselves in the romance of Dolly. With that, Chuan took Lu Xian's small hand and led her outside the airport. Lu Xian, holding his hand, did not resist a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. She then noticed the guitar strapped to his back. Why did you bring the guitar? Chuan turned back to smile at her. It's my tool for earning a meal. This time, I intend to show you a different side of fun, street performances, exploring Dolly without spending a dime. This time, I'll be treating you. Lu Xian gazed at Chuan's beaming smile, her beautiful eyes shimmering with delight, and then she beamed back. All right, I shall leave it all to you. Chapter 45, Romantic Dolly I Fancy a Video. Ah, Chuan, you are utterly infuriating. In a bar, Chu Liao hung up the phone, her lips almost protruding to the sky, her petite foot stamping with force, her beautiful eyes filled with indignation. I refuse to believe that without you. I can only remain in this mountain city. She tore the note left on the table into shreds and tossed it into the trash. Picking up her phone, she dialed Lu Xian. Let us go, pack your things. I'm taking you to the capital. We're going to see the Olympic opening ceremony. Since you didn't take me, I don't even care. I can go by myself. You've never seen the Olympic opening ceremony, right? Just go and be envious. Chuan, you despicable scoundrel. I absolutely loathe you. Unbeknownst to Chuan, he was completely oblivious to Chu Liao's little schemes. As he was presently strolling through the streets of Dolly with Lu Xian. At that moment, Dolly had not yet become overly commercialized. It remained a splendid tourist haven. Here, one could witness the snow-capped Songshan, the surging waves of a Rai lake, visitors from afar, and the charming Wutong encountered in films. Songshan does not require ink to paint 1,000 autumns. Rai plays a timeless tune without strings. With the guitar on his back and Liu Xin in her flowing white dress beside him, they ambled along the lake's edge, traversing ancient streets infused with artistic ambience. Brother, why not buy your girlfriend a bouquet? A little girl selling flowers smiled sweetly, reminiscent of Little Red Riding Hood from fairy tale. Chuan did not refuse. He pinched the little girl's adorable face and purchased 2 bouquets, one for Liu Xin and the other for the charming little girl. Meeting in transit is all fate. There is no deeper meaning, merely a heart inclined in such a manner. Just as he refrained from explaining to the little girl whether the lady beside him was indeed his girlfriend. Life is filled with complexities. It is far better to maintain a tranquil heart and cherish the present moment. Hand in hand, they strolled through the streets, resembling a genuine couple. Should someone compliment, "Your girlfriend is beautiful," Chuan would smile and say thank you, while Liu Xin would accept graciously without the need for explanation. Embracing local customs is not merely a term from textbooks. It is not enough to simply adhere to the customs of the place. One must relax both body and mind, immerse oneself, and experience the local culture and stunning scenery, becoming a native of the land. To savor the unique local customs and appreciate the rich tapestry of cultures, that is the essence of travel, rather than merely the space or the meticulously edited travel photos shared later on social media. Some individuals prefer not to capture the landscapes of their journeys through photographs, choosing instead to etch them into their memories. When the memories fade, they embark once more on their journeys to rediscover the images long sealed in their minds. Nothing can hinder your yearning for freedom, a life of boundless possibilities, your heart unencumbered. Having traversed through the shadows of time, you may have felt lost at times. As night fell, the streets illuminated, and feeling fatigued, they settled on a stone platform by the street to rest. When inspiration struck, Chuan took out his guitar, casually dropping the guitar bag at his feet as a makeshift bowl for alms. Passers-by, if they found the music pleasing, could drop a little kindness. A fleeting connection in the vast sea of humanity. Even if they lacked coins, simply standing by to listen and support the performance was more than welcome. His clean, raspy voice resonated through the streets as Chuan skillfully strummed the strings, singing that song that countless listeners dreamt of resigning to. Travelers passing by, weary and drained, would pause to rest and quietly listen. Liu Xin gently rested her head on Chuan's shoulder, a radiant smile illuminating her face. Wishing that time could freeze at that moment. The dim light of the street lamps cast a warm glow on them, reminiscent of an old photograph from the last century. Beautiful, yet imbued with charm. Click! A passerby took out a camera, capturing a moment of exquisite beauty. Their life in Dali lacked any planning. They ventured out whenever they awoke, seeking food, when hungry, often squatting by the street to enjoy a bowl of noodles. When tired, they would simply sit on the ground, indifferent to the dirt on the stone platform. Wherever they roamed, they sang, their pace seemingly out of sync with the rapid tempo of life, aimless yet imbued with an indescribable sense of contentment. As days turned into weeks, many corners of Dali bore witness to their footprints, and they encountered numerous fellow travelers on their journeys. Some were impoverished yet did not covet a few meager coins. Their eyes sparkled with light, as clear as a rye lake. Their smiles were pure, devoid of any taint of selfishness, as sacred as the snow atop the mountains. One day, Chuan crouched on the street, slurping noodles, while across the way, the innkeeper hung a sign announcing the establishment was for sale. Soon after, he sat at the entrance smoking. The innkeeper was a middle-aged man, a few years older than Gang, about 5'7", slightly overweight, with long hair and stubble on his face, his expression forlorn, exuding an air of untold weariness. "Brother, could you spare a light?" After finishing a bowl of noodles, Chuan wiped his mouth, stood, and approached, pulling a cigarette from his pocket with a smile. Wang Meng glanced up, then dug into his pants pocket, retrieving a box of matches and handing it to Chuan. "Thanks." Chuan expressed his gratitude, somewhat surprised to see someone still using matches in this day and age, truly refined. Striking the last match, he lit his cigarette and sat down across from Wang Meng, engaging in a silent communion of smoking, each taking turns. Due to the lack of a lighter, they lit new cigarettes from the embers of the last one. A few butts littered the ground, prompting Wang Meng to glance at Chuan, noting that despite his youth, he had quite the smoking habit. Chuan chuckled. Extinguishing the butts with his foot, he was merely pretending to smoke, following suit. "Why is this place closing down?" The words seemed to strike Wang Meng's prostate, causing him to inhale sharply from his cigarette. In desperate need of funds, Chuan nodded, sensing the gravity of the situation. "Care to share?" Wang Meng glanced at him, revealing that a young woman lay in the hospital, awaiting money for surgery. "Your wife?" Chuan inquired, skepticism etched on his face. Wang Meng shook his head, "A widow." Chuan gasped, his eyes widening in shock. The revelation carried significant weight. So, it is you who fetches water for the widow in the village and donates money to her from afar. Wang Ming rummaged through his pockets. Discovering his cigarette case was empty, then directed his gaze towards Chuan across the table. Understanding the silent plea, Chuan promptly handed him a full pack, to which Wang Ming nodded in gratitude. Perhaps owing to this act of kindness, Wang Ming sighed and began recounting his story. I cherished her for 30 years. From middle school through university, right up until her marriage. In the first year of junior high, Wang Ming met her. The rugged, burly man was often captivated by the petite, charming girl. The fleeting spark of infatuation, which could easily fade with time, instead drew their lives closer together through a series of unforeseen circumstances. Before long, they graduated from university and began navigating the complexities of life. Reality was far from the ivory tower. The mundane struggles of daily life gradually eroded the romance they once shared. Both hailing from rural backgrounds, establishing themselves in a bustling metropolis was an arduous endeavor without parental support. As the years passed, the young woman's family began pressuring her to marry. When Wang Ming proposed, he was unceremoniously thrown out along with his gifts. What makes you, a poor lad, think you can provide happiness for my daughter? Those words extinguished all the youthful hope within him. Wang Ming came from a modest background. His parents not only failed to support him, but often borrowed money from him to cover their debts. In such a household, marrying their daughter would mean a lifetime of hardship. After 10 years of love, it was not easy to relinquish the bond they shared. The girl had a fierce argument with her parents, ultimately using her studies as an excuse to reject marriage, thereby granting Wang Ming an additional 2 years to prove himself worthy in hope of gaining her parents' approval. While she buried herself in her studies, Wang Ming toiled in the real world, and within a year, he opened a sizable barbecue restaurant, raking in substantial profits. Meanwhile, the girl successfully graduated, but the anticipated moment of their union did not materialize. Once again, Wang Ming embarked on a journey to propose, driving his dilapidated second-hand car. However, calamity struck as he received the devastating news that his mother was gravely ill and required immediate surgery. Torn between his ailing mother and the woman he loved, Wang Ming chose the former. He sold his car and transferred ownership of his restaurant, finally gathering enough for the surgical expenses, yet tragically, his mother passed away. He found himself once more as a solitary, impoverished young man, now burdened with debt. His dreams shattered. The woman he adored went on to marry another. On the day of her engagement, it was said that she had planned to elope with Wang Ming, only to be thwarted by her mother's discovery. If you dare step out that door today, I'll drink this bottle of pesticide. The girl capitulated, marrying a man she had known for less than 10 days. Solely because of his wealth and the substantial bride price he offered, married life quickly devolved into chaos. Her husband drank heavily, gambled, and returned home to unleash his fury, subjecting her to physical abuse. The marks of past injuries adorned her face, and when she contemplated divorce, her mother's admonition, "Are you trying to drive me to my death? Endure the consequences," haunted her. In her parents' eyes, divorce was a heinous sin, branding her as a cursed woman who brought shame upon her family. Years passed in this manner until the girl could no longer bear the torment and contemplated ending her life. Yet, fate seemed to show mercy. Her husband drowned one night after a binge, his lifeless body retrieved from the river the next day, bloated and pale. His parents pursued legal action against his friends, securing compensation, yet leaving her with nothing. They condemned her as the harbinger of misfortune, demanding she leave their home, blaming her for their son's demise. Upon learning of the incident, her family labeled her a jinx, denying her entry and declaring she should die outside. "We don't want such a harbinger of bad luck." The girl remained silent, only standing at the door and smiling, while others whispered that she had lost her mind, which she disregarded. Eventually, she collapsed on the street and was rescued by kind strangers who brought her to the hospital, where she was diagnosed with a stomach ailment caused by years of overwork. Neither family was willing to cover her surgery costs, and when contacted, they bluntly refused, claiming not to know her. Years sped by, and Wang Ming remained unmarried. After her marriage, he relocated to Dali and opened this inn. Standing by her hospital bed, witnessing her frail state, Wang Ming, a robust man, wept like a child. Unbeknownst to him, Chuan had also procured a cigarette, engrossed in the tragic tale. As the story concluded, Chuan grasped the essence of the widow's plight. "Are you not concerned that this money might be squandered?" He inhaled deeply, gazing at Wang Ming. The girl's prognosis was grim. The doctor had stated that the success rate of the surgery was a mere 30%, with a likelihood of recurrence. Wang Ming shook his head. A touch of relief etched on his weathered face, thankful that in her final moments, he possessed this inn. Even if he were to sell it and find himself alone once more, he would not feel as helpless as he once did. Chuan nodded, sympathizing with their misfortunes, solidifying the emotional barriers he had erected. In matters of love, one ought not to engage in frivolous pursuits. I wish you both a favorable outcome. Rising, he extinguished his cigarette, his silhouette receding as he approached the stall to order another bowl of noodles. The sorrow of adulthood requires no excessive consolation. The world is vast, and each soul traverses it like a lone wolf in the night, nursing their wounds in solitude. A shared cigarette, a companionable drink, and a mutual smile are sufficient tokens of goodwill. Men are often averse to overly sentimental expressions. Merely offering understanding and support is enough to earn their lasting gratitude. In the realm of adult love, there are no grand oaths. It resembles a robust liquor, fiery, yet intoxicating. That night, Chuan, guitar slung over his back, walked alongside Liu Xin on the cobblestone streets of Dali. Oh, the name of this inn is quite unique, a gentle breeze. Stopping in front of an inn, Liu Xin regarded the sign with surprise. Chuan, upon hearing her words, also looked up, noting the elegant name, but surmising that the owner was likely a scoundrel. Liu Xin shot him a disapproving glance. You of all people dare label others as scoundrels? Unfazed, Chuan replied, I merely shattered my heart into many pieces, distributing them among various young women. Hand in hand, they hummed a tune, their figures elongated in the warm glow of the streetlights. At that moment, Wang Ming emerged from the inn, watching the couple's retreating forms, then glanced at the newly replaced sign. Gu Wuxin, fragrant and beautiful as the gentle breeze blows, is a name rich in meaning. May all be well with you. On August 7th, Liu Xin bid farewell to Chuan, planting a soft kiss on his left cheek, her face tinged with a delicate blush as she gazed into his eyes. Take care of yourself while my sister is away. Chuan felt the fleeting warmth on his cheek and paused for a moment, then broke into a smile. He had teased since just now. Perhaps another one could be given? He pointed to his right cheek. Liu Xin shot him an exasperated glance, dismissing the idea. You think too highly of yourself. On the other side, he remarked, once my sister returns, I will make it up to you. Chuan shrugged and laughed. Then why doesn't Xin just come back with me now? After the jest, Chuan reached out and gently ruffled Liu Xin's forehead. You must take good care of yourself out there. If you encounter any issues, just give me a call. Whenever you wish to return, no matter the time or place, I will come to fetch you. Liu Xin cast him a lingering glance filled with a hint of melancholy. All right, I understand. I'm not a child anymore. Though she spoke dismissively, a warm current flowed through her heart. The feeling of being cherished by someone was truly delightful, instilling in her a sense of belonging, akin to that of home. Departures are always tinged with sadness, yet the knowledge that someone awaits your return, no matter how far the journey, renders the heart unafraid. For she knew that in that small town, there existed a person who would guide her back home. Chapter 47. Chuan, you are utterly detestable. Hello. May I inquire about the name of your inn? Who chose it? Does it carry any special meaning? A beautiful figure stepped into the inn, surveying the antiquated decor within, then turned to the only attendant present. It was a girl who appeared to be in her mid-20s, petite in stature, with freckles adorning her face, giving her an undeniably endearing demeanor. Yin Xiaoqiu assessed the striking woman and nodded with a smile. It was named by our boss. He said it is derived from a poem by Li Bai, something about Gu Wu Xian Xiang Mei, Daomu, Qing Feng Shui. The beautiful woman recited a couplet softly, her captivating eyes momentarily lost in thought, before inquiring, what is your boss's name? Yin Xiaoqiu tilted her head in contemplation. I believe it is Chuan. Upon hearing this, the lovely woman's eyes widened slowly, her pretty face instantly reflecting surprise. Hey, what are you doing? I refuse to converse with a scoundrel. As soon as he disembarked from the plane, Chuan immediately dialed Chu Luyao's number, and soon enough, her irate voice echoed through the line. Guess where I am? The tone indicated that she was still miffed about not being taken along for the outing. Chuan chuckled softly and replied, Humph. What does your location have to do with me, you nuisance? Chu Luyao huffed, her cheeks puffed out like a puffer fish. Turn around, Chuan instructed. What? Chu Luyao pressed the phone closer to her ear, seemingly unable to hear clearly. I said, turn around, Chuan reiterated. Upon hearing this, Chu Luyao, filled with suspicion, turned around, only to spot a familiar figure waving at her from short distance away. The figure donned a white t-shirt and loose black pants, topped with a cap, and wore a broad smile as he gazed at her. Wow, Chuan, what are you doing here? The moment she saw him, all traces of annoyance vanished from her beautiful eyes, replaced by pure joy. She released her friend's hand and sprinted toward Chuan, leaping onto his back like a sloth. With both hands, she grasped his ears, playfully delivering a series of light punches. This is for not taking me along. Ugh, you're so infuriating. Chuan, slightly bewildered by her playful assault, managed to pry her off and set her down gently. Passers-by cast curious glances, wondering if such a stunning girl had fallen for a scoundrel. I genuinely went on a business trip. Look, here are the photos. He pulled out his phone from his pocket, opened the album, and presented the pre-taken pictures to her. With skepticism, Chu Lu Yao scrutinized the images. Is this an inn? Chuan nodded. Yes, I plan to purchase this inn to develop the tourism sector. That way, whenever you wish to visit, you and T have to pay for hotel accommodations. Her lovely eyes brimmed with doubt as she scrutinized him. Is this true? Chuan, unabashed, nodded affirmatively. Absolutely. Pray tell. What stunning woman has made Gouda, Kai, Z travel all the way to Dali? At that moment, Lu Xian approached from a distance, eyeing Chuan with suspicion. She felt that this man was attempting to steal her friend away. Chuan shot her a disapproving look. What kind of talk is that? Am I that sort of person? Lu Xian pouted. Well, I can't say for certain. She didn't dislike Chuan. She merely believed he had the appearance of a rogue, worried that her friend might be taken advantage of. Shall we go? ISNT today, the Olympic opening ceremony? Let's take a look. Chuan was quick to divert the topic, taking both of their small bags and slinging them over his shoulder. Lu Xian linked her arm through Chu Lu Yao's and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. He seems perceptive. A warm-hearted guy. Upon hearing this sensitive term, Chuan felt as though he had been struck in a sensitive area. Please, do not label me with such grand titles. I cannot bear that weight. It is often said that warm-hearted men trail behind dogs, and he certainly did not wish to unwittingly return to that status, much less regress. Lu Xian rolled her eyes at him, complaining even while receiving compliments. Chu Lu Yao, upon hearing this, looked at Chuan with a conflicted expression. But I didn't manage to get tickets. Entry to the opening ceremony required tickets, and she had tried calling her father, but time had been too short to secure any. Do you want to go? Chuan asked, smiling at her. With a face full of anticipation, Chu Lu Yao nodded, then shook her head. No, I don't want to see it all. Lu Xian observed her eager demeanor and could not help but roll her eyes. Yao Yao. You can't even lie properly, can you? You might as well have one of C tattooed on your forehead. There is nothing particularly interesting about an opening ceremony. Come on, let me take you around the capital. You haven't been to the Forbidden City yet, have you? Though her desire to see was glaringly obvious. Chu Lu Yao stubbornly replied, I really don't want to see. Chuan regarded her defiant expression with amusement, then raised an eyebrow and asked, You truly don't wish to see? Chu Lu Yao nodded, her porcelain chin held high with conviction. No, I don't want to see. Chuan nodded, a hint of disappointment flickering across his face. If that's the case, I'll just take Lu Xian to see it. With that, he pulled out 3 tickets from his pocket, extracting one and handing it to Lu Xian. Upon seeing the gleaming ticket in her hand, Lu Xian's eyes widened in disbelief, her face etched with astonishment. This is indeed an Olympic ticket. Am I mistaken? Where did you acquire this? Chuan shrugged. Perhaps I'm just lucky. I found it on the road. Lu Xian shot him a disdainful look. Who would believe that? Yao Yao and I have been here for several days. How come we didn't find one? Beside them, Chu Lu Yao gazed at the ticket in Chuan's hand, her face equally filled with astonishment, her mouth agape, as she stared at him in wide-eyed wonder. Let us go. Since Chu to show Hua isn't interested, we shall go see it. With that, Chuan tucked the remaining ticket into his pocket, feigning regret as he tilted his head towards Lu Xian and began to stroll away. Behind her, Chu Liao gazed at Chuan's silhouette, pulled from her astonishment, her beautiful eyes shimmering with both joy and irritation. With a quick dash, she leapt onto Chuan's back, seizing his ear and shaking it vigorously. Xuan, you are insufferable. Chuan exclaimed in exasperation, feeling a lamenting ache in his lower back. His face flushed as he bellowed. What have you been eating these past few days? You gained so much weight. Upon hearing this, Chu Liao was incensed, grabbing his hair and giving it a vigorous tussle. You odious Chuan, who are you calling fat? Chapter 48, the Olympic Opening Ceremony. Is that Chuan with the campus bell? Chu? At the sewing machine bar, on August 8th, the day of the Olympic opening ceremony in the capital. The bar offered complimentary VIP seating for a limited time, a gesture from Chuan gang to contribute to the Olympics. Consequently, numerous students gathered here, popcorn in hand, sipping cola while they awaited the festivities. In the center of the bar, a colossal white screen was illuminated, the projector slowly whirring to life, broadcasting the live feed of the event. Chun Shui, Su Wanner, along with Lu Bowen, Lin Hui, Wang Chong, and several classmates congregated in this vibrant space. Wang Lang and Qin Yuhang were present as well, while Lin Xue, upon hearing that Chuan was absent from the bar, hesitated to come. Reluctantly, She succumbed to Chun Xiaoman's persuasion, realizing that watching the ceremony alone at home would be rather dull. With some time still remaining before the ceremony commenced, the classmates engaged in lively conversation from all corners of the world when Lin Hui suddenly invoked Gu Chuan's name. Her gaze fell on Lu Bowen. It's been a while since we've seen Gu Chuan. Do you know where he is? Many classmates turned curious eyes towards him, including Lin Xiuyue, who leaned in to listen intently. Lu Bowen shook his head. I don't know. Perhaps he is off traveling with the campus belle. In recent days, he had visited the bar several times without spotting Gu Chuan, who was unresponsive to phone calls, along with the campus belle, who had also vanished. He speculated that they might be enjoying a honeymoon. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiuyue's eyes dimmed slightly, her heart feeling heavy, casting a longing glance towards home, only to be pulled back by Chun Xiaoman. At this moment, Wang Lang sneered, "Ha him? Does he truly believe that having earned a bit of money allows him to pursue the campus belle? Our school has plenty of wealthier individuals, yet none have succeeded." Lu Bowen shot him a glare and, with a nonchalant tone, replied, "Why not? Simply because my adoptive father is renowned." The crowd was left bewildered, unsure of what this meant. However, Lin Hui's expression reflected her curiosity. What is the true relationship between Gu Chuan and the campus belle? Although the campus belle had denied their relationship during their last encounter at the bar, it was evident to onlookers that something was amiss. Cheng Sua, Su Vania, and others switched to a different booth, eager to hear Lu Bowen's insights regarding Gu Chuan's adoptive status. Lu Bowen shook his head. "I don't know. Gu Chuan claims they are merely friends. He even mentioned that he has closed his heart to romance, stating that no matter how beautiful the girl, she couldn't sway him. Well, except for wealthy women." The group exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of intrigue and amusement. How obsessed was Gu Chuan with wealth? Fixating solely on affluent women? Yet, amidst the crowd, some, like Lin Xiuyue, felt a renewed sense of hope. If Gu Chuan and Chu Liao were just ordinary friends, then that night was merely an act for Gu Chuan. Indeed, it must be so. With this thought, a smile blossomed on Lin Xiuyue's face as she felt increasingly vindicated in her decision to accompany Gu Chuan to the mountain city. As for Chen Shui and Su Wan, they exchanged knowing glances while munching on popcorn, their eyes twinkling with delight. Although Chen Shui's score was not as high as Gu Chuan's, she had achieved a commendable 648 points and recently received her acceptance letter from Nanda University. The other three, except for Li Shi, had also applied to universities in the mountain city, albeit not Nanda. What charm does that boy possess to captivate so many girls? Shen Gong, on the second floor, listened to the girls chatter while smoking, his mind puzzled. It's because Brother Chuan is handsome, excels academically, and possesses talent, remarked Yin Shui, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Upon hearing this, Chun Gang felt a twinge of caution. He hoped Yin Shui wouldn't be swept away by that young man. After all, it had taken him considerable effort to find such an outstanding DJ, and he would be devastated if that fellow charmed her away. Yin Shui pouted, leaning against the railing, feeling somewhat disheartened. I would love to follow Brother Chuan, but he is already surrounded by so many beautiful girls. He would never notice me. As the dawn of a new day approached, bringing fresh air, the aroma of tea filled the room with warmth and camaraderie. With the familiar strains of a popular song echoing, the 2008 Olympic Games officially commenced. Oh, the moment the live broadcast flickered onto the screen, the bar erupted into a frenzy. Patrons' faces flushed with excitement. As the grand spectacle unfolded, every individual wore expressions of pride, their spirits soaring. It was an emotion that transcended mere friendship, a surge of patriotic fervor and pride swelling within them. The youth, unblemished by the harsh realities of society, resonated deeply with this sense of national pride. The bar was alive with energy. The atmosphere was electric, even if Gu Chuan were to strip and dash across the stage. It would scarcely compare. If only one could witness the opening ceremony in person, it would be even more magnificent. Lu Bowen mused sincerely. Wang Lang, ever critical, seized the moment to interject. What do you think? You think you can just waltz into the opening ceremony? Tickets aren't something you can just buy with money. He recalled his own futile attempt to have his father procure a ticket, only to be met with a polite but firm dismissal. I want to see it too, Lu Bowen retorted. Just because you can't go doesn't mean others can't. Wang Lang smirked, unable to resist a jibe. What's this? You think your adoptive father can go? He scoffed. Not that I look down on him, but if someone like him were to attend, I'd stand on my head and call him dad. Huh. You said the same thing last time, yet I still haven't heard that dad come out from you. Lu Bowen shot back, his gaze unwavering. At that moment, Qin Yuhang interjected. Don't even think about it. Even if you scored 666 points, you still wouldn't get in. What the? Am I seeing things? Wang Lang. It seems you really might have to stand on your head and call him dad. Someone suddenly shouted, wide-eyed and incredulous, pointing at the bar's projection. Wang Lang's expression soured, and he couldn't help but retort, "Stop talking nonsense." Yet, following the direction of the pointing finger, he turned to look at the screen. As his gaze settled, recognizing a familiar figure on the projection, his expression darkened profoundly. When the camera panned over the viewing stand, he clearly saw a face he would recognize even in ashes, none other than Chuan. At this moment on the stand, Chuan held a vibrant red national flag in his hand, his face adorned with a crimson stamp. Beside him were Chu Liao and Lu Xian, both radiating with joyful smiles as they cheered along with the crowd. Witnessing this scene, Wang Lang's expression soured as if he had just consumed something vile. His fists clenched tightly, making an ominous cracking sound, wishing fervently to rush in and deliver a fatal blow to Chuan. "You truly deserve to die. Are you going to let anyone live? I don't have a father like you." The feeling was akin to Chuan standing before him, unzipping his pants and splashing him in the face. What an unbearable discomfort it was. Chapter 49. Soft rice must be eaten firmly. Goodness, my adoptive father is quite remarkable, isn't he? He actually took the illustrious Chu to witness the Olympic Games opening ceremony. In the VIP box, Lu Bowen was already on his feet, his eyes glued to the figures on the screen, nearly bulging out of their sockets. He then turned to Wang Lang, grinning ear to ear. "When are you going to stand on your head and call him Dad? I'll record it for you." Wang Lang remained silent, feigning ignorance as he gazed at the screen. But upon seeing that detestable figure, he shifted his gaze elsewhere. His complexion darkened to a charcoal hue, his fingers trembling with rage. The others in the bar, upon seeing the figures on the screen, wore expressions of disbelief, some unable to accept the reality. Chuan had brought the illustrious Chu to watch the opening ceremony live. How on earth had he accomplished such a feat? Amidst their astonishment, envy crept onto their faces. Witnessing the ceremony live was far more exhilarating than sitting here watching a broadcast. However, many cast skeptical glances at Lu Bowen. This guy just claimed that Chuan and Chu were merely acquaintances. Now, how would he explain this? Don't tell me they are just ordinary friends. Ordinary friends don't attend the Olympic opening ceremony together. I'm also just an ordinary friend of Chuan's. Why wasn't I invited? Faced with the crowd's scrutinizing stares, Lu Bowen found himself at a loss for words. How could he explain this? Even the most divine being could not make sense of it. Among the crowd, Lin Qiya gazed at the two figures on the screen, her expression darkening as she bit her lip, her fingers digging into her flesh. Tears welled in her eyes, and a profound sense of grievance, sorrow, and regret surged within her. If she had accepted Chuan's confession, would she not be the one sitting beside him now? Had she agreed to his feelings? Would it not be her that everyone envied at this moment? Regret reached its zenith within her, and tears cascaded down her cheeks. Subsequently, she buried her head in Chun Xiaomin's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. "Oh, Xiaomin, I regret it so much. Why doesn't Chuan like me anymore?" Upon disembarking from the plane, Chuan received a text message from Lu Xian. "On my way to Lijiang. Everything is well, don't worry." Accompanied by a beautiful scenic photo. Chuan smiled, began to compose a reply, but just then, another message from Lu Xian arrived. "Sister has prepared a gift for you. It should arrive tomorrow." Chuan felt a twinge of skepticism and texted back, "What gift?" Lu Xian replied, "You'll know when it arrives." Chuan shook his head. Sister Xian was being mysterious. Could it be a black silk blind box? Upon opening it, would it be Sister Xian in black silk beckoning to him? This thought brought a foolish grin to Chuan's face. Yet he suddenly snapped back to reality. Damn that foolish dog-like devotion, influencing me again. Am I that kind of person? What am I grinning about? How ridiculous. At that moment, Chu Liao came bounding up from behind, like a nimble rabbit, and leaped onto Chuan's back. He bent slightly, his face flushing crimson, feeling as though his back might snap. "Demon girl, are you intent on rendering me childless for the rest of my days?" Chu Liao hopped off him, scrutinizing him with disdain. "Is this all you've got?" She then struck a pose of mock arrogance, lifting her chin. "Serves you right. Who told you to be such a flirt?" Chuan rubbed his aching waist, scowling. "Demon girl, one day I'll meet my end at your hands. Furthermore, let me clarify once more, I am merely friends with those girls, purely platonic, all right?" Chu Liao rolled her eyes. "Sure, I believe you. Those pure friends of yours are being brought home to be my future daughters-in-law." Chuan chuckled and raised an eyebrow at her. "What's this? Are you jealous?" Chu Liao retaliated with a swift kick, nearly sending Chuan flying 2 miles away, her hands on her hips, striking a heroic pose. "Jealous? Me? Huh, that's laughable. So, you and that senior are truly just friends?" Seeing her indignant defense from moments ago crumble, Chuan couldn't help but chuckle. "I don't even date. My heart is sealed tighter than concrete. No matter how beautiful a girl is, she can't break through. So, demon girl, you'd best keep your distance from me. Otherwise, beware of my wrath. Chu Liao gazed at Gu Chuan's nonchalant figure. Her expression one of disdain. You think you could take me down? Do you believe I want to kick you into a ditch? Father, wake up. It's time for the class reunion. The next morning, while Gu Chuan was lost in dreams of traveling with Xian, Lu Bowen's loud voice jolted him awake. Gu Chuan chuckled and playfully slapped him on the cheek. Subsequently, Gu Chuan was dragged out of bed by Lu Bowen, resembling a 1,000-year-old mummy. Upon seeing the sunlight, he felt as if he might reveal his true self, his hands flailing as if possessed. Chuan Gu, you're amazing. Where did you get the tickets to take the illustrious Chu to the Olympic opening ceremony? Mentioning this, Lu Bowen couldn't help but exclaim, Dude, I've been telling everyone about my incredible adoptive father, as if I were the one accompanying Chu to the ceremony. Gu Chuan lit a cigarette, his consciousness gradually returning, and then shook his finger dismissively. Incorrect. It was the illustrious Chu who invited me. You know I'm not one to seek the limelight, but I simply could not resist her earnest invitation. If I declined, she would have insisted I attend. It's as if I'm not one to live off others. Yet fate has a way of presenting soft rice right to your lips. Nonetheless, we can indulge in it, but we must do so with a man's fortitude. This money must be earned standing tall. Upon hearing Gu Chuan's eloquent discourse, Lu Bowen was utterly in awe. To articulate the notion of living off soft rice so elegantly and with such bravado, surely no one but Gu Chuan could achieve such a feat. Hey, adoptive father, about that footbath you promised me, is that still on the table? Lu Bowen leaned closer to Gu Chuan with a knowing grin, winking mischievously. Gu Chuan shook his head, seeing this. Lu Bowen assumed Gu Chuan was denying the promise, and quickly adopted a pleading expression. Adoptive father, we can't go back on our word. However, Gu Chuan's next statement made Lu Bowen acutely aware of the chasm between their respective realms. No, that's not a footbath. That's a purification of the soul, a release of self, an elevation of one's state of being. Just imagine, young women shivering in the cold, clad in thin garments, standing in the depths of a dark, narrow alley. Does that not evoke sympathy? Lu Bowen nodded, feeling a pang of sympathy. If you had money in your pocket, would you not extend a helping hand upon witnessing their struggles? Lu Bowen shook his head, asserting otherwise. Gu Chuan, satisfied, nodded in approval, revealing a look of mentorship. Thus, you're not merely going to wash feet, but rather to bestow kindness, aiding those suffering female bodhisattvas. Lu Bowen could not help but give a thumbs up, exclaiming, Father, your aspirations are indeed lofty. Then, a foolish grin spread across his face. So, Father, shall we embark on a mission to rescue the female bodhisattvas tonight? Gu Chuan feigned ignorance, replying, We? No. It was you who stated the intention to save the female bodhisattvas, not I. Lu Bowen's expression became quite animated. Father, if you were to encounter the female bodhisattvas in the dim alleys, would you not lend a hand? Gu Chuan shook his head. One must understand that soft living requires hard work. If I were to go, I would merely assist the female bodhisattvas in washing their feet. Upon hearing this, Lu Bowen could not suppress a loud exclamation. So you intend to spend not a dime, yet find yourself in a position to touch the feet of the female bodhisattvas. And ultimately, they would have to pay you. No wonder you're making a fortune. Chapter 50. Dear companion, you seem to have strayed from your path. The gathering was to take place at the Royal Salute Hotel. Standing at the entrance, Gu Chuan regarded the sign with an odd expression. Royal Salute? Isn't that the name of a liquor? He recalled a certain famous singer's sage words, I do not wish to drink Royal Salute. TSK. How could one traverse such a long distance only to arrive here? Just then, a brand new BMW pulled up at the entrance, and out stepped a familiar figure, wearing a foolish grin, clad in a suit and tie, with sweat pouring from his forehead. The suit appeared ill-fitting, resembling a military overcoat, and passing by him would likely result in a chill. The newcomer was none other than Wang Lang, who, in his flamboyance, called out to the doorman before he even exited the vehicle. As he stood before them, Wang Lang adjusted his shirt flamboyantly and waved to the driver, who promptly drove off. Just as he steadied himself, the oversized garment was caught in the car door, and Wang Lang was dragged along. He chased after the vehicle, banging on the window while cursing, Stop! My clothes are caught. Are you deaf? Stop the car. What was Wang Lang up to? At that moment, several classmates arrived, observing Wang Lang's antics with suspicion. Gu Chuan shrugged. Looks like a case of extortion. After all, that's a common means to wealth. Oh, the others nodded in agreement. Subsequently, a particularly astute classmate seemed to grasp something, his eyes widening. Could it be that Wang Lang's family's fortune was accumulated bit by bit in this manner? Gu Chuan chuckled. giving him a thumbs up. My friend, you possess the cunning of a hidden dragon and a phoenix. The group then entered the hotel. Their private room was on the 4th floor. Upon entering the lobby, they were greeted. Hello, this way please, the attendant said, leading them to the elevator. Brother Chuan, don't you think that guy's attire looks somewhat familiar? Liu Bowen inquired as they stepped out of the elevator, a hint of suspicion in his voice. The others nodded. Feeling a sense of déjà vu, Gu Chuan smiled, but remained silent. And upon reaching the private room, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. After they left, Wang Lang continued to run after the car, much to the astonishment of the doorman. What kind of extortionist runs around instead of lying down? Wang Lang, what on earth is wrong with you? You're drenched in sweat. At that moment, Lin Xiuyue and her companions approached. Seeing Wang Lang hunched over, panting, Chen Xiaoman could not help but inquire. Upon noticing Lin Xiuyue, Wang Lang straightened up, wiped the beads of sweat from his brow, and adjusted his suit, smiling. Chu, you're here. Oh, I recently got a gym membership to tone my abs. I like to stretch whenever I have free time. Let's go. The homeroom teacher has arrived and is waiting for you. With that, Wang Lang assumed a gentlemanly demeanor, gesturing for her to go first. Lin Xiuyue said nothing but nodded, her beautiful eyes scanning the area as if searching for something. Has Gu Chuan arrived? She asked, turning to Wang Lang. Today, she had donned a pure outfit, a white t-shirt and denim shorts, exposing her long, slender legs, making her particularly eye-catching, a style Gu Chuan had once favored. A look of disdain crossed Wang Lang's face. He is already inside. What is there to be concerned about someone so poor? He was about to say more when he noticed Lin Xiuyue had already dashed off, leaving him no opportunity to flaunt his new car. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaoman stared at Wang Lang in disbelief. Why are you still in a suit on such a hot day? Wang Lang chuckled. As an adult, one must always embody elegance. Chen Xiaoman nodded, albeit skeptically, before curiously asking, that suit must be quite expensive, right? Wang Lang waved his hand dismissively, feigning nonchalance. Not really, just over 10,000. It was custom-made by an Italian designer. The classmates around him were taken aback. Wow, over 10,000. Wang Lang, you're quite wealthy. Wang Lang seemed to revel in the flattery, though he pretended to be indifferent. It's nothing, really. I wear this regularly. As they entered the lobby, a figure approached with a professionally feigned smile. Hello, this way. Before finishing, he paused upon seeing Wang Lang's attire. Dear sir, are you sure you've come to the right place? Hearing this, Wang Lang turned his gaze from the group to the server, furrowing his brow, ready to reprimand. But upon noticing that the server wore the same suit, his expression fell. Damn! The classmates exchanged glances between Wang Lang and the server, their expressions growing increasingly intriguing. The Royal Salute Hotel is indeed affluent. Even the servers are clad in suits worth thousands. Wang Lang's face flushed with embarrassment and anger as he yelled at the server. Get your manager here. These unscrupulous salespeople dare to claim that the attire worn by the staff is high-end. How deceitful. No wonder it feels like ants are crawling on me. Inside the private room, the classmates were already seated, and, as Gu Chuan entered, they all turned their gazes toward him, their eyes sparkling with admiration, as if he was enveloped in a halo. No longer could anyone compare the past Gu Chuan to the present. The contrast was stark, akin to a powerful strike online versus peddling chickens on a tricycle in reality. Dashing, affluent, and talented, he was a far cry from the timid, studious Gu Chuan of yesteryear. Even Lin, the campus belle, had transformed from indifference to longing in her gaze. Feeling the fervent stares of his peers, Gu Chuan felt a twinge of discomfort, yearning for the days of anonymity. Though surprised, he maintained his composure and returned their glances with polite smiles, embodying the grace of adulthood, which dictates that one must greet all, regardless of their stature, with a warm smile. Even if the next moment demanded the overturning of tables, one must still do so with elegance, unless absolutely unavoidable. Brother Chong, how is Annie's health? Scanning the surroundings, most seats were occupied, leaving only a vacant spot beside Brother Chong. After all, despite their close relationship, sitting beside a teacher often brings a degree of discomfort. Gu Chuan, however, with a thick skin, strode over without hesitation and greeted him with a smile. Opening with concern for family is hard to critique. Upon seeing Gu Chuan, Wang Xiaoqiang was momentarily taken aback, adjusting his glasses to ascertain the identity before exclaiming in surprise. Is it you, Gu Chuan? Has there been a change of head? The transformation is rather remarkable. Wang Xiaoqiang, the homeroom teacher of Class 10 in the 3rd year, was a man in his 30s, tall and slender, exuding a somewhat refined demeanor, although he maintained a good rapport with the students outside of class. The term Brother Chong still caught him off guard. Let us keep our roles distinct. In school, you are our homeroom teacher, and outside, you are Brother Chong. Gu Chuan nodded with a smile, retrieving a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and skillfully pulling out 2 to offer to Brother Chong. Here, Brother Chong. Give this Beijing brand a try. I bought it just yesterday. Despite Brother Chong's genteel appearance, he was known to be a heavy smoker, needing to step out 4 or 5 times during a 45-minute class. Wang Xiaoqiang gazed at Gu Chuan in astonishment, blinking rapidly, questioning whether this was truly the exemplary student under his guidance. So, you're meek in school, yet indulge in cigarettes and alcohol behind the scenes? After a moment's hesitation, Wang Xiaoqiang accepted the cigarette, still somewhat incredulous. When did you learn to smoke? Gu Chuan remained silent, pulling out a lighter from his pocket to ignite the cigarette for Brother Chong, chuckling, well, as men, I send it natural to smoke a bit and drink a little. Wang Xiaoqiang shot him a glare, mockingly chiding, you're all just kids. What do you know about smoking? Although his students were now adults post-graduation, in his eyes, they were still children. But I must say, this smoke from Beijing is undeniably different from the 5 yuan a pack ones we have in our small county. Nearby, Liu Bowen watched the scene unfold, his eyes nearly popping out. Internally exclaiming in disbelief, he thought, this is the first time I've seen someone offer cigarettes to a homeroom teacher. Brother Chuan is indeed audacious. The other classmates also wore expressions of shock, imagining themselves mimicking adults by offering cigarettes to Brother Chong, but none managed to pull it off without feeling awkward, like children trying on oversized adult clothing. In contrast, Gu Chuan appeared effortlessly at ease, smiling and conversing with Brother Chong as if they were 2 adults engaged in casual banter. There was an air of maturity about Gu Chuan that seemed beyond his years, rendering the fantasies of his classmates mere childish play. After being rejected in a confession, I guess I'll drown my sorrows in alcohol and smoke away my feelings. Just then, the door to the private room swung open, and a few latecomers entered, prompting Wang Lang to speak in a sarcastic tone. Hearing this, Lin Qiya furrowed her brows, casting an annoyed glance at Wang Lang. Her relationship with Gu Chuan had already plunged to an icy low, and Wang Lang's taunts only aggravated her. The attention of others shifted towards them at that moment. Gu Chuan and Brother Chong, both heavy smokers, took a deep drag from their cigarettes before looking up. Meeting Wang Lang's gaze, Gu Chuan's lips curled into a faint smile, stirring an ominous premonition within him. As expected, Wang Lang's next words shattered his composure. Oh, aren't you the waiter from the Royal Salute? We haven't even ordered yet. And you've arrived? Chapter 51. When I go out to eat, it's always the girls who pay the bill. With drinks flowing and glasses clinking, the table was filled with a multitude of figures. The freshly graduated students, lacking in drinking capacity, were already flushed after just a few bottles of beer. Some were spinning in place, their tongues lolling, while others, emboldened by alcohol, attempted to read palms and predict fortunes for the girls they fancied. Oh, your hands are so small and soft. Liu Bowen had begun to chatter incessantly, gripping a boy's hand and rubbing it vigorously. Xiao Li, if you stick with me, I promise you'll live the good life. I'll buy you a sports car and a villa. Liu Bowen's eyes were glazed over, thumping his chest as he made these outrageous promises, creating a scene that made onlookers cringe. Brother Chuan, who is Xiao Li? The boy asked, his face flushed with embarrassment. Gu Chuan lit a cigarette, chuckling, a foot massage therapist from Dream Paris. What? The boy nearly lost his mind upon hearing this, and before he could inquire further, Liu Bowen had already begun to grope him playfully. Xiao Li, how about you come with me tonight? The boy turned crimson, his voice rising in panic. Bro, don't force me. Even if you pay more, I can't. Lin Qiya, having had a few drinks herself, now bore a slightly dazed expression, her cheeks flushed. The alcohol dulled her senses, leaving her to gaze intently at Gu Chuan. Several times she mustered the courage to rise, yet each time faltered, biting her lip in frustration. Unbeknownst to her, she had lost the assertive demeanor she once carried around Gu Chuan, becoming increasingly cautious, even in her attire, which now catered to his taste. However, since entering, Gu Chuan had not glanced at her even once, as if she were invisible at this gathering. This left her feeling a swell of grievance, her eyes misting over as if on the verge of tears. In the past, Gu Chuan had been most attentive to her. During gatherings, his focus had always been solely on her. He even used to peel shrimp for her and remove fish bones. Now, as he chatted with the homeroom teacher, a sunny smile adorning his face, he appeared so at ease, a stark contrast to his former awkwardness. Gu Chuan had indeed changed, blossoming into someone remarkable, exuding a maturity that seemed inappropriate for his age. Yet, the cost of his excellence was that he no longer held affection for her. As the drinks circulated, Wang Xiaoqiang's face also turned red as he voiced some heartfelt sentiments. Many sentimental classmates, moved by his poignant words of farewell, found themselves misty-eyed. At that moment, Gu Chuan rose to his feet and stepped outside, prompting Lin Qiya to bite her lip in determination before summoning the courage to follow. Upon exiting, she saw Gu Chuan walking directly towards the lobby. Lin Qiuya quietly trailed behind, her heart racing with suspicion. Was Gu Chuan leaving? As Gu Chuan reached the lobby, he approached the counter, murmuring something to the staff. Before long, he turned back towards the hotel lobby, and just as Lin Qiuya prepared to step forward, their homeroom teacher appeared, causing her to retreat her foot. Spotting Wang Xiaoqiang, Gu Chuan greeted him with a smile. Brother Chong, why are you over here? Did you come to use the restroom? Wang Xiaoqiang looked at Gu Chuan in surprise and shook his head. No, I came to settle the bill. As the homeroom teacher, it was customary for him to treat the meal, a tradition upheld every year. Even if the students would later reimburse him, this gesture was part of his goodwill. Gu Chuan smiled, offering a cigarette to Brother Chong. The drinks are flowing, no need to rush to settle the bill. Let me keep you company for a couple more rounds. Have you secretly settled the bill already? Wang Xiaoqiang could easily discern his intentions and promptly inquired. Gu Chuan shrugged, without any intention of concealing his thoughts, and instead, he jested, Annie usually keeps a close watch on you. Perhaps you should save that pocket money for yourself and purchase a couple of packs of cigarettes. Wang Xiaoqiang was aware that Gu Chuan seemed to have made some money, yet he believed that this meal should not be his responsibility to pay for. With a stern expression, he remarked, You, a student, where do you find the funds? Even if you do have some, you shouldn't squander it. Save it for university, perhaps to treat a girlfriend later on. Gu Chuan waved his hand dismissively, draping an arm around Chong Gu's shoulder as they strolled back. Rest assured, when I dine with the ladies, they cover the bill. I hardly spend my own money. Besides, a significant portion of the money I've earned is thanks to our classmates, so consider it will taken from the sheep's back. Chong Gu treated him well, and the classmates were lively and endearing. Aside from a few foolish ones, it was only fitting to treat everyone to a meal. After several rounds of polite insistence, Wang Xiaoqiang ultimately succumbed to Gu Chuan's determination, giving him a resigned glare. Though he feigned reproach, he felt a flicker of solace within. Compared to those who buried themselves in their studies or those who flaunted their wealth, individuals like Gu Chuan thrived in society. Teachers do not seek rewards from their students. It suffices if, at some future moment, they are remembered. Those who frequently return to pay homage are not necessarily the top students, but are often the ones who leave a lasting impression. Wait a moment. The one who buries himself in his studies seems to be this fellow. Lin Qiuya concealed herself in the shadows, observing the retreating figures of the two. Her expression tinged with complexity. In that fleeting moment, she fervently wished Gu Chuan was merely evading the bill, not wanting to partake in the shared expense. For that would imply he had flaws, that he was not a paragon, and perhaps she could let go of her obsession. Yet, Gu Chuan did not fulfill her wish. Rather, he demonstrated through his actions that true excellence lies not solely in appearance, but also in one's character and demeanor. In the bar, Gu Chuan was undeniably avaricious. Yet moments ago, he treated money as if it were worthless refuse. His carefree departure seemed to deepen the imprint he left in Lin Qiuya's heart. In the hotel lobby, everyone, please hand your contributions to me. I will settle the bill, announced class leader Lin Hui, maintaining order among the crowd. The group nodded in confusion and began to rummage through their pockets, but at that moment, Wang Xiaoqiang interjected. No need, I'll cover it. Before he could finish, Gu Chuan preemptively chimed in with a smile. No worries. Changgu has already settled the bill. Everyone can just pack up and leave. Oh, and Changgu also mentioned that you need not reimburse him. He suggested you keep the money for when you're in college to treat your girlfriends. After saying this, he playfully patted Changgu's shoulder and exchanged a knowing glance with him. His actions were not for recognition. He simply wished to treat everyone to a meal, and the gratitude should be directed toward Changgu. As he hoped, a meal may not be worth remembering, but in some future day, recalling their former homeroom teacher would be worthwhile. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaoqiang was momentarily taken aback, eager to explain, but was silenced as Gu Chuan stuffed a sausage into his mouth, leaving him with no choice but to accept this favor with resignation. However, warmth flowed through his heart. He had not anticipated that Gu Chuan had seen through his thoughts, which reflected a teacher's hopes and aspirations. Looking at Gu Chuan, Wang Xiaoqiang felt a surge of emotion. It was his honor to have taught such a student. Indeed, the bill has already been taken care of. Let everyone keep their contributions as a future dating fund, so when dining out later, the girls won't have to foot the bill. After uttering this statement, Wang Xiaoqiang cast a pointed glance at Gu Chuan, as if addressing him directly. Gu Chuan's expression darkened. If I were to say that the girls were eager to treat me, would you believe it? Meanwhile, Lin Qiuya, who grasped the situation's nuances, gazed at Gu Chuan with increasingly bewildered eyes. He seemed to possess a certain magnetism that drew people in, ensnaring them in his allure. If it were someone else, they would likely boast about their wealth and extravagance. Yet Gu Chuan offered this kindness to his teacher without seeking any personal gain. simply wishing for everyone to remember him in the future. Though he had appeared greedy in the bar just moments ago, he dismissed money and fame as trifles. This stark contrast continually rattled Lin Qiuya's heart, and unbeknownst to her, she had seemingly fallen for him entirely. Once, such an outstanding young man was within her grasp. But now, even a calm conversation felt like a distant dream. Reflecting on this, an overwhelming sense of regret enveloped Lin Qiuya, and 2 streams of tears cascaded down her cheeks, unbidden. Chapter 52. Mr. Gu, here is your Portia. Outside the hotel lobby, figures bustled about, exchanging farewells. Graduation season is always bittersweet, as everyone prepares to scatter to the 4 corners of the earth, making future reunions seem improbable. Under the blazing sun, Lin Qiuya's intoxication faded slightly as she observed Gu Chuan smoking on the steps. With newfound courage, she took a couple of steps forward, approaching him. Gu Chuan, are you free tonight? I would like to treat you to dinner and discuss some matters. After speaking, Lin Qiuya stood in place, her fingers entwined nervously, her beautiful eyes fixed on the figure before her, brimming with anticipation. The classmates who had gathered nearby halted at her words, the effects of alcohol seemingly dissipating as their pupils widened in disbelief at this unexpected scene. Lin Qiuya was inviting Gu Chuan to dinner. This was indeed a remarkable occurrence. Surely, it couldn't be a figment of their imagination. Hadn't she already rejected Gu Chuan's confession? Even her close friend, Chun Xiaomin, stared at her in astonishment. It was unimaginable that the typically aloof Lin Qiuya would address Gu Chuan with such a pleading tone. Once Lin Qiuya finished speaking, Gu Chuan lifted his gaze to her, his brows furrowing slightly. This woman, why couldn't she take a hint? Amidst his disdain, he felt a twinge of surprise. Lin Qiuya inviting him to dinner was indeed a first. Was she plotting to poison him and inherit his fortune? Truly, the most venomous of hearts reside in women. Some covet my wealth, while others desire my very kidneys. I must steer clear of women henceforth. Otherwise, I will inevitably meet my demise at their hands. Of course, exceptions exist for wealthy women. With this thought in mind, Gu Chuan responded coldly, I'm sorry, but I already have plans for dinner. With that, he rose to leave, but Lin Qiuya stepped in front of him, blocking his path. What about tomorrow? I'm not free then either. Gu Chuan rejected her once more. It wasn't he that he was petty. Rather, he felt no kindness toward her. To maintain a calm demeanor while conversing with her was already a testament to his restraint. Dinner together? Sorry. But even sitting across from a dog would be preferable to sharing a meal with you. Gazing at Gu Chuan on the steps, Lin Qiuya's eyes flared with anger as she bit her lip, her chest heaving with emotion. A profound sense of grievance welled within her, tears welling up in her eyes. She had already extended an invitation in a pleading tone, yet Gu Chuan had rejected her without a second thought. Did she truly repel him so much? I already know I was wrong. What more do you want from me? Seeing her tears, Chun Xiaomin hurried forward to console her. Wang Lang did not neglect to capitalize on the opportunity presented by his neighbor, Old Wang, and approached with determination. Xiuya, allow me to escort you home. It's sweltering out here, and walking is quite uncomfortable. Navigating through the throngs of people, he arrived before Lin Qiuya, waved his hand, and summoned the driver, who promptly brought forth his newly purchased BMW. The gleaming white paint shimmered under the relentless sun, rendering it strikingly conspicuous. Originally, he had intended to drive it himself to impress others, but alas, he had failed the driving test 5 times. Wow, Wang Lang, is this your brand new car? A BMW. My lifelong dream has been to own one, and you've already achieved it. This must be a 3 Series, right? It must have cost over 300,000 yuan, exclaimed a classmate, her eyes wide with admiration. Wow, Wang Lang, you must be incredibly wealthy. As the car rolled in, it instantly captured the attention of many classmates who flocked around like curious children, their gazes roaming in awe. Wang Lang basked in this adulation, standing there like a victorious general. Though internally elated, he maintained a facade of indifference, waving dismissively. Oh, it's nothing, just a small sum. What is so impressive about a mere BMW? Once my adoptive father gets close to a wealthy woman, he'll surely buy something far superior, Liu Bowen scoffed, unable to hide his disdain for Wang Lang's ostentation. His muttering, though soft, was still caught by Wang Lang, who sauntered over to him and retorted mockingly. With his capabilities, he'll probably never afford one in his lifetime. At that moment, Qin Yuhang approached, unnoticed by the gathering, as if he were a ghost. Unable to contain himself, he chimed in to assert his presence. That car costs over 300,000. Although Gu Chuan has made some money, I doubt he can afford that. Lin Hui, unable to tolerate the disparagement, interjected, Gu Chuan earned over 100,000 this summer. He will undoubtedly earn even more in the future. Buying a car like that is not out of reach. As the debate intensified, the group exchanged sharp words. While the focal point of their discussion sat on the steps, smoking a cigarette, oblivious to the clamor around him, appearing as an outsider. After extinguishing his cigarette, Chuan rose from the steps and tilted his head towards Liu Bowen, signaling him to follow. Liu Bowen, currently embroiled in a heated argument with Wang Lang, seized the moment and exclaimed, "Chuan Ge, this scoundrel claims you can't afford a BMW." Chuan nodded in agreement, responding with sardonic humor, "Indeed. I'm as poor as can be. How could I possibly afford such a luxury vehicle?" Liu Bowen was momentarily taken aback, as were the others, exchanging bewildered glances. Had he just admitted it outright? Given his adoptive father's usual demeanor, one would expect a retort, not this resignation. How could one so young and spirited so easily concede defeat? At the very least, a rebuttal was warranted. Wang Lang and Qin Yuhang stared at Chuan in astonishment, both thinking this isn't right. How can you be so candid? It undermines our pretense. The sensation was akin to striking a punch into a pile of cotton, or reaching a climax only to be interrupted by a sudden query from a young lady. "Have you entered yet? I'm leaving. Listening to these barking dogs is grating on my nerves." Chuan yawned. He had little interest in such pointless comparisons. If the opposing party were a wealthy woman, he would have been intrigued, for winning her over could yield substantial rewards. Wang Lang, perceptive to the mockery in Chuan's words, dare not provoke him further and merely barked back. After all, behind that handsome facade lay a genuine brute capable of delivering a crushing blow. "Chuya, do not stoop to the level of such a pauper, flaunting his meager wealth. Come, let us get in the car. I shall drive you home." Liu Bowen, hearing Wang Lang's derogatory remarks, rolled up his sleeves, ready to deliver a slap. "You insolent fool. You think you can mock me without consequence? Do you want me to rearrange your teeth?" Wang Lang chuckled derisively. "What? Did I say something incorrect? If you're capable, go buy a car yourself." Chuan, uninterested, grabbed Liu Bowen and prepared to return to the bar for some much-needed rest. With a fool, one could only offer a sympathetic glance, for engaging further would merely invite trouble, akin to contracting rabies from a bite. Ding-dong. Just then, his phone buzzed with a new message from Liu Xin. "Did you receive the gift I sent?" Chuan's expression turned contemplative. "Gift? What gift?" Beep. Before he could respond, a BMW pulled up and halted before the group. Coincidentally, it was also a 3 Series. From it emerged 2 figures clad in suits. "Excuse me, who is Chuan?" One young man inquired with a smile. "That's me. What's the matter?" Chuan replied, momentarily pausing his finger from tapping the screen. Upon hearing his response, the young man eagerly approached, retrieving a stack of documents from his briefcase. "Mr. Gu, good day. This is the Porsche Cayenne you ordered from our dealership. There are some details that require your signature." Chapter 53. I wish to remain low-key, but the wealthy lady forbids it. "A Cayenne? Porsche?" Chuan's eyes widened in suspicion as he scrutinized the man. Surely, he isn't a fraud, is he? However, upon reviewing the documents, his doubts deepened. Have scammers advanced to this level of sophistication? Ding-dong. Just then, another message notification chimed. "So do you like the gift?" Reading the text, Chuan suddenly understood. This was indeed the lavish gift from Sister Xin. Wow, wealthy women truly are exceptional. Their generosity knows no bounds. Yet, he pondered whether such an extravagant gift was overly lavish. Although he was not one to rely on others, it was hard to refuse when the offer was so enticingly presented. As Chuan hesitated to decline, another message from Liu Xin appeared, seemingly reading his thoughts. "Don't even think about refusing. This car isn't a freebie. Whenever I want to return home, you'll drive it to pick me up." Upon receiving this message, Chuan felt an immense weight lift off his shoulders. With a decisive flourish, he signed his name on the contract. "Since your driver's license is still in the probationary period for safety reasons, you will need to personally pick up the vehicle in South City," the young man said carefully, tucking away the contract with a smile. Chuan nodded, appreciating Liu Xin's foresight in recognizing that he had just obtained his license. This vehicle was intended for his use while studying. If it were to be sent to Shanxiang before he drove it to South City for school, it would pose a risk, especially as a novice driver. Although he had exceptional driving skills in his previous life, to Liu Xin, he was merely a fresh graduate with a recently acquired license. New drivers required ample practice and support. Wait a minute, am I really thinking about the car? This insufferable desire to please is influencing me. One could not deny that mature women truly understood the intricacies of the heart. Wow, how could I start to miss her so soon? As he watched the BMW slowly depart, the hotel lobby fell into a hushed silence, all eyes fixated on Chuan. They couldn't have heard incorrectly, could they? A Porsche? A Cayenne? This truly is an extravagant vehicle, a veritable chariot for wooing the fair sex. With a price tag nearing $2 million upon its arrival, where one might wonder, did Gu Chuan acquire such wealth? In front of the crowd, Wang Lang's expression had darkened to an extreme, his molars grinding audibly as he concealed the BMW key behind him, akin to a disdained and discarded spouse. The Porsche Cayenne was the car of his dreams. Even with his father's affluence, he could never fathom being gifted such a luxury. Yet now, the very person he regarded as a pathetic pauper possessed the automobile he had long coveted, a reality more agonizing than death itself. This was especially true considering that just moments earlier, he had been barking derisively at Gu Chuan for his inability to afford a car. But in the next instant, a salesperson from Porsche had arrived personally, delivering the contract to him. The pain he felt was no longer merely discomfort. It was as if he had been dealt a crushing blow, searing and humiliating. To make matters worse, even the Porsche salesperson was driving the same model, starkly highlighting the disparity between him and Gu Chuan. Gu Chuan, however, did not linger, shoving his hands into his pockets and uttering a remark to Liu Bowen before departing. He had no desire to flaunt, for such crass theatrics clashed with his persona. Yet, there were always some foolish enough to provoke him, barking like dogs, "Come at me." He had little inclination to engage with such dim-witted individuals, yet circumstances dictated otherwise. Who could blame him for clinging to the affluent matron's coattails? Furthermore, there was the allure of the black silk. The slap he had received was courtesy of Sister Exen. Alas, sometimes, being too wealthy could be a burden in itself. Liu Bowen, momentarily stunned, nodded like a zombie and followed suit, his expression betraying the shock that still enveloped him. After a prolonged silence, his dulled eyes regained their spark. And he bellowed, "What the hell? A Porsche? Am I dreaming? Foster father, you truly have hitched your wagon to a wealthy woman?" Without waiting for Gu Chuan to respond, Liu Bowen dashed back like a frenzied bear, grasping Wang Lang's ear and bellowing, "Bark on, will you? Keep barking. Is your face swollen yet? You deserve it. Why provoke my foster father? Now, I declare your old clunker to be just that. Moving forward, remember to keep a low profile." After a frenzied tirade, Liu Bowen strolled away, his grin stretching from ear to ear, making it seem as though he had just acquired a Porsche himself. Observing the departing figures of the two, many classmates in the classroom wore bewildered expressions, and once they regained their senses, an uproar of astonishment ensued. Upon learning what a Cayenne truly was, disbelief was etched across every face. What the hell? 2 million? I've never seen so much money in my life. A Porsche? This is the epitome of luxury. I've only ever seen such things in magazines. Where did Gu Chuan procure such wealth? Could it be that he is a hidden scion of a wealthy family? I wouldn't even mind just taking a spin in such a car. At that moment, Lin Kuya was also gazing at that figure, lost in a daze, feeling as though she were in a dream. Yet in this dream, that silhouette seemed to drift farther away. A tumult of emotions swirled within her, as the bitterness of regret threatened to engulf her. Time slipped away silently through the cracks of the fingers, and soon, the start of the new semester drew near. After completing her third driving test, Li Ling felt as liberated as a spirit released from confinement, ready to embark on her journey to Sioux City. Before departing, she called out to Gu Chuan, "Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on your wife and ensure she doesn't wander off." Initially, Li Xiangshan intended for Li Ling to take Gu Chuan with her to Nan City, but she had flatly refused, citing her independence. The 26th of the month marked the official commencement of classes at Nan University, and Gu Chuan had already secured his ticket, preparing to arrive a day early for registration. On the 24th, Gu Chuan rose early, purchased some supplies, and made his way to the train station, embarking on his journey back home. Although Nan City was not excessively far, it still required several hours of travel. Once at university, opportunities to return home would be scarce. Before leaving, he felt compelled to visit the old man. Upon disembarking, Gu Chuan hoisted his belongings and strolled towards the village, not bothering to call the old man, knowing that a visit on such a hot day would likely earn him a scolding. The village entrance was adorned with numerous tall willow trees, their branches swaying elegantly in the breeze, creating a shaded respite from the summer heat. Before noon, the information center at the village entrance was bustling with people. Despite Gu Chuan's thick skin, he was reluctant to venture through the throng. Unfortunately, there was only one path into the village. Summoning a signature, albeit forced, smile, he navigated through the crowd. "A good day, sir. It's quite cool here. Madam, you still appear to be in splendid health. Uncle, is that you? Little Shui should be starting high school this year, right? Auntie, didn't you go to the farm today? Oh, it's the weekend." Gu Chuan greeted those familiar faces, recalling their names and relations, engaging in a small talk that flowed easily. "Isn't that you, madam? Not taking your daughter to school today?" At that moment, Gu Chuan spotted a familiar figure in the crowd. It was Wang Guifang. He raised his voice several decibels, feigning surprise. "Oh dear, you see, she has fallen into the ditch, hasn't she?" Upon hearing this, Wang Guifeng reacted as if someone had stepped on her tail. Springing up from her seat, "You little brat, can't you say something sensible? If it weren't for your cursed tongue, how could my daughter have scored so poorly?" As the school year approached, her daughter had failed to even gain admission to a vocational school, effectively becoming a recluse at home. All the blame fell squarely on Gu Chuan's shoulders. "If it weren't for that little jinx of yours, my daughter would surely be in college this year." Gu Chuan wore a look of feigned astonishment. "Oh, your daughter didn't T-score 250, did she? You ought to take her to the hospital. Perhaps there's a genuine issue with her head." Gu Chuan held no fondness for Wang Guifeng. Despite her being an elder, her behavior was far from respectable. As Gu Chuan mocked her, Wang Guifeng's face contorted into a sharp, bitter mask. "You little brat, don't get cocky. I've already submitted a complaint to the authorities. Your score must have been obtained through cheating. With that sullen demeanor of yours, how could you possibly score over 600? Even if your ancestors were to rise from the grave, you wouldn't have such luck." Gu Chuan nodded thoughtfully. "Indeed. Unlike you, whose lineage has produced a daughter that couldn't even manage to enter a vocational school. Perhaps the feng shui is off, where your name was miswritten in the family record. I suspect that 250 is a score you inherited. Perhaps you should consider removing your name from the family tree altogether." After saying this, Wang Guifeng's fingers trembled with rage, and she opened her mouth to scold him. But Gu Chuan would not grant her the opportunity. He immediately responded with a mocking tone. "Oh, you took that as a joke? I'm just a child. You're of an age where you shouldn't be quarreling with a kid, right? Wouldn't you agree?" With that, Gu Chuan picked up his belongings and began to walk away. Suddenly, he remembered something and turned back. "Oh, by the way, if your daughter doesn't manage to get into college next year, I could lend her my notes for a quick review. However, I find it rather unnecessary. With you around, it seems that this foolishness is inescapable." After Gu Chuan concluded his remarks, he strode away, leaving Wang Guifeng's face a shade of green with anger as she seized a stool and chased after him. "Oh dear, at your age, why do you still insist on sending this younger generation off? Please, no more goodbyes," she lamented. "Look at this, I told you not to send me off. And now you've fallen into a ditch." No sooner had they taken a few steps than Gu Chuan was startled by a rolling sound from behind. Turning around, he beheld Wang Guifeng, resembling a plump ball, tumbling into a pit, sitting upright in a daze for a moment. She began to pound her thighs and rant like a shrew. "Oh, this life is unbearable. Are we to live like this?" At noon, Gu Chuan was enjoying a drink with the old man in the house. In the yard stood a jujube tree, and the big yellow dog lay beneath it, basking in the shade. "What is this swill? It's horrendously undrinkable," the old man remarked after sampling the fine wine Gu Chuan had brought back. Wrinkling his nose and uttering a phrase from the national essence, Gu Chuan rolled his eyes and retorted, "I told you a wild boar cannot digest fine grains." The old man, upon hearing this, playfully thumped Gu Chuan's head with a fan. "A dog's mouth cannot emit ivory. A university student spouting filthy language is quite unbecoming." Gu Chuan chuckled and took a sip from his cup. Not bad at all. This bottle of wine had cost him 500 yuan, a considerable sum in those times. "Delicious? It's like swallowing razor blades. Try this," the old man said, pouring a small cup of his own rough brew for Gu Chuan. Gu Chuan grimaced. Even at 5 yuan a pound, this barely covers the alcohol content. Nevertheless, he took a small sip, smacked his lips, and his eyes sparkled. "You know, this wine is surprisingly soft and fragrant, almost like a young maiden." He then sampled his own bottle again, frowning. "What in the world is this swill? Truly horrendous." Perhaps recalling something, Gu Chuan's gaze brightened, and he grinned at the old man. "Where did you procure this wine? Could you inquire if the recipe for the brewing grain can be sold to me?" "From the crippled Wang in the neighboring village," the old man replied after savoring another sip. Gu Chuan paused in surprise, then remembered, "Is it the same one I usually brew my own wine with?" The old man nodded. Gu Chuan beamed. "Great. I'm off to find him." With that, he hopped onto the old man's bicycle, bursting with enthusiasm, as if he were headed to marry a bride. The old man, witnessing this, muttered, "You rascal, finish your meal before you dash off. Are you in such a hurry to be reborn?" Before long, Gu Chuan returned, awkwardly pedaling his bicycle, a note clutched in his hand, laughing like a fool. Wang did not ask for money. He was not greedy. He loved good wine, whether it was fine or foul. He drank it all. In that era, rural life lacked the spirit of comparison, and people were simple in character. After hearing Gu Chuan's intentions, Wang generously shared his brewing grain recipe. The recipe was not ancestral, but rather a result of his own experimentation and enhancement. He loved wine and enjoyed sharing it, finding joy in allowing more people to savor the fruits of his labor. The recipe detailed precisely what grains to use and their quantities, clearly outlined. Although the recipe was given for free, Gu Chuan pressed 1,000 yuan onto his well cover, not as a transaction, but as a gesture of friendship. "Old man, I'm about to leave. Could you let me take another look at that enamel bowl of yours, the one that's missing a few pieces? After securing the recipe, Chuan popped a couple of peanuts into his mouth and approached the old man with a sly grin. The old man shot him a sideways glance. You rascal. I could tell the moment you walked in that you came back specifically for that bowl, didn't you? Chuan vehemently denied. Of course not. I came back to see you. Then, with a chuckle, he added, and to take a look at that bowl. It's in the cupboard. Go fetch it yourself. The old man replied with a glare. All right. Upon receiving permission, Chuan eagerly rose and carefully retrieved a wooden box from the cupboard. Opening it, he revealed 3 small bowls, about the size of a fist, gleaming golden and translucent, adorned with exquisite patterns. These were genuine antiques, acquired by the old man during his days of scavenging. It was said there were originally 4, belonging to the 4 great tax officials of the Qing dynasty, which were lost to the ravages of war. In his past life, after the old man's passing, Chuan had taken these 3 bowls with him, never selling them even during his most destitute times. While these bowls were priceless, they served as cherished memories. I'll be taking that book with me, Chuan said, carefully placing the small bowls back into the cupboard as he discussed matters with the old man. Besides these treasures, the old man also possessed an ancient book, made of sheepskin, the age of which was indiscernible. He had brought it back during his scavenging days, filled with many bizarre tales, reminiscent of a tomb raiding chronicle. Yet, it was interspersed with rich narratives of artifacts, detailing the distinctive features of antiques from various eras with remarkable thoroughness. This was also a reason for Chuan's exceptional performance in history, ultimately leading him to apply to the archaeology department. The old man had initially kept the 3 enamel bowls because of this book. Chuan, too, had ventured into this field, opening a studio to appraise treasures and became a second-hand dealer of antiques. As long as you don't covet my treasures, take whatever you like, the old man said, taking a sip, disinterested in further discussion. Chapter 55, Work hard, and next year I'll get you a sister-in-law. As evening fell, Chuan boarded the bus back to the city, with the old man seeing him off, which he did not refuse. After all, once he departed, it would be uncertain when he could return. Smoke less, drink less, and stop trying to find me a wife, were Chuan's parting words to the old man. His mother frequently visited, so there was no need for concern. The old man also had a telephone at home, allowing him to call occasionally to check in, listening to a few words of traditional culture, bringing him comfort. That night, the bar closed its doors to patrons. Chuan treated Chen Gang, Yin Shui, and other staff members to a feast, and among them, Chen Shui, Su Wanner, and others also attended. Naturally, the campus belle Chu did not miss the gathering, arriving with Lu Xin as scheduled. As the revelry escalated, the group sang and danced, their raucous voices startling even the cats engaged in their own nighttime escapades next door. Chuan stepped outside to light a cigarette and snapped a photo with his camera, promptly sending it to Lu Xin, accompanied by a brief message, reporting in tomorrow. All is well. Chuan. Just then, someone suddenly called out to him from behind. Turning around, he was surprised to find Chen Shui. He smiled. Why are you not inside having fun with them? Chen Shui shook her head, gathering her skirt as she settled beside Chuan, then turned to him, her face beaming with a smile. Can I be your girlfriend? The unexpected request caused Chuan to momentarily freeze, forgetting to flick the ash from his cigarette. Regaining his composure, he looked at her with calm eyes. Why? Chen Shui did not shy away from his gaze. Their eyes locked because I like you. Chuan nodded slightly, acknowledging that it was indeed a difficult reason to refute. Then why do you like me? Chen Shui's delicate face momentarily faltered, but she soon smiled and replied, does one need a reason to like someone? Chuan shook his head. No, not at all. However, I currently have no plans to enter a relationship. Chen Shui gently inclined her head, her beautiful visage betraying no sign of disappointment, but rather curiosity as she inquired. Is it because of Lu Yao? Chuan shook his head. No. Is it because of that beautiful senior, your English teacher? Chen Shui's curiosity intensified. Chuan extinguished a cigarette, rising to his feet, and stated, my decision to not be your boyfriend has nothing to do with anyone else. Is it because I'm not good enough? Chen Shui questioned. Chuan shook his head. It is my issue. Upon hearing this, Chen Shui's gaze gradually lowered, her expression taking on a peculiar hue. Is there something wrong with you in that regard? Chuan was taken aback, following her gaze and suddenly feeling a wave of embarrassment. What are you thinking? I'm in excellent health. How could there be a problem? Chen Shui's cheeks flushed slightly, and she playfully stuck out her tongue. Then what is the reason? Chuan thrust his hands into his pockets, his gaze drifting towards the star-studded night sky. His expression tinged with melancholy, because I am a person from the stars. Chen Shui's pretty face showed a hint of disdain as she scoffed. I thought Chuan might offer some profound reasoning, but it seems to be mere nonsense. Subsequently, she too stood up, her face devoid of disappointment from the rejection. Well then, I wish you find someone who shares your celestial origins. Her affection for Chuan was her own affair, while whether Chuan reciprocated was his own. Or perhaps, her feelings were not love per se, but rather an attraction stemming from his charismatic personality. Even if it were genuine affection, it did not necessitate a shared future. Relationships often do not culminate in happy endings. They may even result in estrangement. Yet, friendship allows one to remain close to the person they admire. As for why she confessed to Chuan that night, there was a selfish motive behind it. In university, he would encounter individuals far more exceptional than herself. By then, she might not even qualify as a friend in his eyes. Although her confession was rejected, it would undoubtedly leave a trace in Chuan's memory, perhaps softening the sting of her unrequited feelings. Watching Chun Shue's retreating figure, Chuan breathed a sigh of relief. Thinking to himself, women only slow down my path to wealth. Love is something even dogs avoid. Of course, he added with a smirk, except for rich women. The following morning, the group embarked on their journey to the station. Chuan, Chu Liao, Lu Xian, and Lu Bowen. Chuan, why did you bring nothing at all? Chu Luyao pouted, observing that he carried only a deflated backpack, despite having reduced her own belongings multiple times. Her suitcase was still packed to the brim, heavier than a pig being sent to slaughter. Initially, her father planned to drive her and Lu Xian to South City. But upon hearing Chuan's intention to go alone, she eagerly tagged along. However, she did not anticipate how heavy her suitcase would become. Yeah, Yi. Why do you seem like you're going on a vacation instead of to school? Lu Bowen, dragging his suitcase, remarked with a hint of exasperation. Liu Xin, while not carrying much, also had a suitcase. Now, seeing Chuan empty-handed, she too raised an eyebrow in suspicion. Chewing on gum, Chuan casually replied, because everything is available for purchase at university. Unlike you, I have money. Lu Bowen's face darkened at this remark, his nostrils flaring like a steam locomotive. Yet he struggled to find words of rebuttal. Chuan, can you bear to see this delicate and fragile lady struggle with such heavy luggage? Chu Liao's face scrunched up with feigned grievance. And you promised my father you would take good care of me. Her large, sparkling eyes gazed imploringly at Chuan, and anyone else would likely have succumbed to the urge to assist her with her luggage. The high and mighty school beauty's pleading gaze. Who could resist such a sight? Only a certain heart of stone remained unmoved, hands in pockets, casting a glance towards Lu Bowen. What did you call me? Lu Bowen blinked in surprise. Gu Yi. And what do you call her? Lu Bowen scratched his head, smiling innocently, sister-in-law. So, do you have a problem with helping your sister-in-law carry her suitcase? Lu Bowen, caught off guard, chuckled and shook his head. No problem at all. Chuan smiled, displaying a look of mentorship as he patted his shoulder. Keep it up. And next year, I'll strive to get you a new sister-in-law. Chu Luyao, initially pleased by the title of sister-in-law, suddenly glared at Chuan, her brows knitting together. Chuan, say that again. Chuan chuckled sheepishly, hastily concocting an excuse to evade her ire, and hurriedly led Chu Luyao towards the station. Meanwhile, Lu Bowen stood rooted, nodding foolishly, muttering a goodbye. Yet as he regained his senses and watched the two depart, his eyes widened in disbelief. He hoisted Chu Luyao's suitcase, nearly straining his back, his face turning as red as cooked liver. Damn, you really are a dog. Liu Xin, observing Chuan's vanishing figure, scoffed and glanced at Lu Bowen with a hint of sympathy. In the future, remember to keep your distance from this guy. He's not as good as he seems. Be careful not to get sold while you help him count the money. With that, she grabbed her suitcase and rushed to catch up, leaving Lu Bowen alone to grumble in frustration. Once they managed to load all the luggage onto the bus, Lu Bowen intended to confront Chuan, but was immediately swayed by the promise of a foot massage that evening. With a lovesick grin plastered on his face, he began to refer to Chuan as father, as if the toil and hardship of the day had been whisked away by the skilled hands of the technician. Chuan reclined in his seat, his eyes barely open, casting a sidelong glance at Lu Bowen, and sighed quietly to himself. See that? Without the ability to lead a team, one can only work themselves to the bone. How many bosses are genuinely good people? I have become quite adept at navigating the ugly face of capitalism myself. Alas, capitalists attract controversy and disdain, but only someone as upright, kind-hearted, innocent, and handsome as I can truly excel in this realm. Chapter 56. The owner of the Sichuan restaurant. The journey from Mountain City to South City took just over 2 hours, enough time for a few rounds of landlord. In his previous life, Chuan's studio was located in South City, making it a familiar yet slightly foreign place for him. Upon exiting the station, he gazed at the buildings that were both familiar and strange, greedily inhaling the air of South City. South City ladies, here I come. I wonder if your steel wool is ready for me? Gugu, is this really South City? It's enormous. Lu Bowen epitomized the experience of arriving in a new city for the first time. His eyes darted around, taking in the provincial capital, while the hurried passersby made him feel like a country bumpkin, awkward and unsettled. Yet, his face was alight with excitement and anticipation for the life that awaited him at university. Chu Lu Yao and Lu Xian were similarly captivated, their beautiful eyes scanning the surroundings like two curious children. Let us drop off our luggage here first, and we can pick it up after we eat. Chuan instructed Lu Bowen before striding confidently out of the station, his nonchalant demeanor resembling that of a traveler rather than a newcomer filled with uncertainty. Chu Lu Yao nodded obediently, trailing behind like a little lost lamb, fearful of losing herself in the bustling city. Although she had visited this city, she was quite directionally challenged. Once she stepped out of the attractions, she would hop into a taxi, as the streets and alleys all seemed indistinguishable to her. Lu Bowen curled his lip, while Lu Xian wore an expression of discontent, pouting as if her lips were about to reach the heavens. Why is that fair? We're lugging our luggage around, while they seem like a young couple here on vacation. It's utterly unjust, ah? Fuan Yi. It seems you've never been to Nanchang before, yet you appear so familiar with this place, Lu Bowen remarked as they navigated the streets, taking in the sights with curiosity before glancing at his adoptive father. I've been here in my dreams, Chuan replied dismissively, leading the group into a quaint little restaurant nestled deep within an alley. The establishment was modest, approximately 20 square meters, with only 3 or 4 tables, and the owner doubled as the sole staff member. It was a Sichuan restaurant, a place Chuan cherished for its flavors, surprisingly in operation since 2008. He recalled the owner mentioning that she had started from a small eatery, keeping her signature dish unchanged, Nan Sang Wai, an unusual yet distinctive name, easily recognizable. Eventually, the owner prospered, opening numerous branches, yet this original location remained, frequented by loyal patrons. What shall we eat? The owner, a woman in her 30s, was strikingly beautiful, embodying the essence of a southern belle with a gentle demeanor. Her curvaceous figure radiated maturity, her long hair elegantly pinned up, clad in a pink apron, reminiscent of a tofu princess from a cinematic tale. After her husband's passing, she had opened this Sichuan restaurant, and she had a daughter. The menu remained unchanged, albeit limited. Chuan glanced over it briefly. Boiled fish, spicy lung slices, and mapo tofu. Shall we have a drink? Hanru invited. Just some beverages will suffice. Chuan replied. Hanro nodded with a smile, suggesting, let us start with some tea. The dishes will be served shortly. With that, she placed a teapot on the table and headed to the kitchen. Should we chase after her for another glance? Chu Liao observed Chuan's fixed gaze and puffed her cheeks, feeling a twinge of jealousy. Chuan, unfazed, replied earnestly, I was merely checking for drinks. Chu Liao let out a scoff, clearly unconvinced. Chuan Go, I thought you were here for the Sichuan cuisine, but it seems you have your sights set on the owner. Lu Bowen twisted open a bottle of soda, grinning widely. Chuan shot him a glare. If you can speak, then do so more often. Lu Xian, seated nearby, muttered under her breath, scumbag. Just then, a delightful little girl dashed out from the kitchen, her grape-sized eyes sparkling and brimming with innocence. She timidly approached Chuan and tugged at his shirt. Chuan smiled, lifting the girl onto his lap and gently pinching her cheek. What is your name? The little one counted on her fingers, blinking as she murmured, I'm Xiaoya. I'm 4 this year. Chuan affectionately ruffled her hair, his eyes filled with tenderness. Who would have thought that this cheeky little girl would be so adorable in her youth, plump and rosy, with 2 sky-high ponytails resembling a tiny Neza? What an adorable little girl. Chu Liao exclaimed, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she gazed at Xiaoya, her heart aflutter. The little girl, seemingly unafraid, opened her arms and stumbled into Chu Liao's embrace. With a soft smack, Xiaoya planted a kiss on her cheek, giggling with delight. Missing a front tooth, her silly grin was irresistibly charming. Lu Xian appeared equally captivated by the girl's charm, instantly smitten as she made silly faces to amuse her. Such a delightful little girl. I'd love to hug her mother, Chuan remarked playfully while twirling his chopsticks, joining in on the fun with Xiaoya. Wow. Adoptive father, you truly are a dog, Lu Bowen chuckled, nodding in agreement, only to later ponder the implications, his eyes widening in realization as he stared at Chuan. Is he a foreigner? Xiaoya's head peeked out from Chuan's embrace, her big, watery eyes fixed on Lu Bowen, her voice timid. Chuan chuckled, nodding yes. This brother is from Africa. Lu Bowen, initially grinning at Xiaoya, suddenly scowled at the revelation. Yet, he found himself at a loss for a rebuttal, opting instead to sip his drink, feeling a bit dejected as he observed Chuan and Chu Liao's fair skin. Why is that? Life is so unfair. Xiaoya, come down, your brother will get tired, Han Ro chimed in, carrying a plate of mapo tofu from the kitchen, eyeing Xiaoya. No worries. The little girl is adorable and not heavy at all, Chuan reassured. However, Xiaoya obediently listened to her mother and, like a koala, climbed down from Chuan's lap and scampered back into the kitchen. Han Rou smiled apologetically, saying, I'm sorry. Xiaoya can be a bit mischievous. I hope she hasn't caused you any trouble. Chuan shook his head, smiling. I dream of having such a lovely daughter. Han Rou paused, momentarily taken aback. But before she could respond, Xiaoya poked her head out from the kitchen, asking, Will I have a daddy now? Her big, glistening eyes were filled with joy and anticipation as she looked at Chuan. Han Rou shot her a reproachful glance. Don't say such things. She then turned to Chuan, her cheeks slightly flushed with embarrassment as she apologized. I'm sorry. Xiaoya hasn't met her father, so as she spoke. Her eyes dimmed, hinting at a sense of guilt. Chuan smiled gently. Children speak without a filter. He then picked up his chopsticks and sampled a piece of mapo tofu, glancing at the owner. This tofu is quite authentic. Not long after, the dishes arrived, and the group began to devour their meal ravenously. Chuan was particularly hungry. After a few bites, he resumed playing with Xiaoya. Han Rou scolded the little girl a few times, but she remained unyielding, clinging to Chuan like a koala and refusing to let go. Han Rou Sayedin exasperación. This little girl was usually well-behaved, yet today she displayed this rebellious streak, clearly enamored with Chuan. It was indeed peculiar, although Xiaoya was generally sociable. She had never been this affectionate with anyone before, leaving Han Rou astonished. After their hearty meal, Han Rou reluctantly pried Xiaoya from Chuan's embrace, waving her little hand to bid farewell. Guogua, remember to come back to see Xiaoya. With her big, sparkling eyes, Xiaoya nestled in Han Rou's arms, bore an expression of reluctance. Chuan smiled and waved. Sure, brother will come back to see you whenever he has the chance. With that, he turned to leave. The Sichuan restaurant was currently in its nascent stage, a golden period of investment. Although he had already taken a liking to it, the timing wasn't right yet. At the very least, he needed to become familiar with the owner first. Otherwise, she might mistake him for a scammer. As Han Rou watched the group depart, she gently pinched Xiaoya's cheek, pondering, what is it about that brother that you like so much? Xiaoya, fiddling with her fingers, looked a bit puzzled. Shaking her head, Guogua, he feels like a daddy. Upon hearing these words, Han Rou's beautiful eyes quivered slightly as she planted a gentle kiss on Xiaoya's face. Her expression tinged with a hint of guilt. My dear, I am truly sorry. Xiaoya, displaying a remarkable understanding for her age, tenderly cupped her mother's face in her small hands and planted a kiss, exclaiming, Hello, Mama. Afterward, she nestled her little head against Han Rou's shoulder, mimicking the gentle patting she had seen on television. Wow, Brother Chuan, is this the Qian? It's absolutely magnificent. Outside the 4S dealership, Liu Bowen gazed in awe at the brand-new Porsche, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. Setting aside the price, the sleek body, flawless curves, and round, bulbous headlights left Wang Lang's BMW trailing far behind. Beside him, Chu Liao and Liu Xan also stared at the white vehicle in astonishment, their mouths agape in disbelief. Did you buy this? Liu Xan looked up at Chuan, unable to fathom it. Chuan nodded, casually deflecting with a vague remark. Should he reveal that this luxurious car was a gift from Sister Xan, the illustrious Chu campus belle would undoubtedly pry deeper, stripping him of all secrets. After all, who would believe that an ordinary friend would gift such a lavish vehicle? Where did you get all this money? Chu Liao questioned, her gaze fixed incredulously on Chuan. Although the dividends from the sewing machine bar were substantial, they certainly did not reach the level of affording such an extravagant car. Chuan shrugged and fabricated a response. I sold the rights to 2 songs. Father, please support me. Liu Bowen caressed the pristine car body, his grin stretching from ear to ear as he struck a pose. Winking at Chuan, if you annoy me further, you can walk back to school yourself, Chuan threatened, giving him a sharp look. Seeing this, Liu Bowen quickly fell silent, obediently getting into the car, fearing that one more word would cost him a trip to the bathhouse to broaden his horizons. Liu Xan smartly took a seat in the back, while Chu Liao opened the door to the passenger seat, poised to climb in. However, Chuan suddenly interjected. You can't sit in the passenger seat of a new car, otherwise you might end up a widow. At these words, Chu Liao practically leapt up, her beautiful eyes fixed on Chuan, full of suspicion. Is that true? Chuan nodded gravely, stating, absolutely. I have a friend who sat in the passenger seat of a brand new car and then became a widow. He then raised an eyebrow, adding, if you do end up sitting there, turning into a widow is one thing, but don't implicate me in your misfortune. At this, Chu Liao's lovely brows shot up. Go to hell. Who wants to be your widow? Chuan continued to weave his tale. When I have the chance, I'll visit a temple to obtain a talisman for safety to hang in the car. After dispelling the evil, then you can sit. Just think, doesn't Uncle Chu have a talisman hanging in his car? Despite realizing Chuan was likely spinning a yarn, Chu Liao found herself inexplicably believing him. After all, her father did indeed have a talisman in his vehicle. After a moment's hesitation, Chu Liao obediently took her seat beside Lu Exine in the back. As the saying goes, better safe than sorry. Chuan's life was his own to lose, but if she truly became a widow, that would be a different story. Through the car's mirror, she sought to discern any hint of deceit on Chuan's face, yet his thick skin proved impenetrable. Chuan, relieved, silently commended his cleverness. He had promised that the passenger seat was reserved for Sister Exine. If the little rich girl occupied it, how would he explain that? With a sigh, Chuan lamented. Having too many wealthy women is indeed a vexing problem. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He could buy some stickers, inscribe their names on them, and designate who gets to sit in the XX reserved seat. I truly am quite clever. With a rumble, the car roared to life as Chuan pressed the accelerator. Departing the 4S dealership, Lu Bowen was set to attend South City University, while Lu Xian was off to South City Normal University. Chuan planned to drop them off before heading to South University for registration. Father, why not drive through the campus for a spin? At the entrance of the Tech University, Lu Bowen grinned like a lovesick fool, addressing Chuan. Driving a Kian to register would be so impressive. It could at least make my semester. Chuan, fully aware of his intentions, chuckled and retorted, scram, before dropping off his luggage and striding away. This lad relied on his parents at home and on his adopted father outside. It was high time he learned some self-sufficiency, lest he starve once he ventured into society. University life is grand, he mused. You rascal, why don't you help me carry my things inside? Lu Bowen coughed as he inhaled exhaust fumes, grumbling a bit before dragging his luggage into the Tech University campus. He had barely taken a few steps when murmurs reached his ears, causing his expression to darken. Hey, does our school still accept foreigners this year? Next, Chuan dropped Lu Xian off at Normal University, offering the same treatment, justifying it with the notion that adults must face their impending university life independently. Why don't you drive into the school? Outside the gate, Chu Liao observed as Chuan turned off the engine and exited, her beautiful face reflecting skepticism. Chuan donned a baseball cap to shield himself from the blazing sun, declaring, I am but an unremarkable university student. This car does not suit my station. Unlike Lu Bowen, I am not one to flaunt. If he drove into campus, he'd miss out on the warm welcomes from the senior girls, which would be a tremendous loss. I've heard that the senior girls at South University are quite open-hearted. University life is delightful. Having been reborn, he was determined not to miss any experience. Driving the shabby car into the school, 1T earned me a pure love story. No, that is not right. Love dogs don't talk about love. It's merely the favor of a wealthy woman. With that, Chuan hummed a tune as he strolled toward the school gate, his nonchalant demeanor making him appear as if he were a visiting dignitary. Chuan, can you bear to see me lugging such heavy things? Just a few steps in. Chu Liao, irritated, called out from behind, her lovely brows furrowing. Chuan turned and flashed her a radiant smile. As adults, we must face our impending university life alone. Having been reborn, who would still play the fool? Why am I using we? And why is my pinky finger raised like this? I don't care. You promised my dad you would take responsibility for me. Before Chuan could gather his thoughts, Chu Liao's voice rose several decibels, drawing the attention of numerous onlookers. Although the details of the situation remained unclear, the scene was unmistakably vivid. The beautiful girl shouted at the handsome boy, You said you would take responsibility for me. A declaration that could easily label him as a scoundrel. Soon, a crowd of onlookers began to point fingers at Chuan. Wow. Chuan's expression darkened as he rushed over to cover her mouth, lowering his voice to say, I only promised Uncle Chu to safely deliver you to school. I never agreed to take responsibility for you. Don't tarnish my reputation here. Thanks to her outburst, he had inexplicably become a heartbreaker. How would he navigate school life after this? What would the wealthy older sisters think if they learned of this? Like an irate kitten, Chu Liao bit Chuan sharply, hissing, I don't care. If you don't take care of me, I'll call Auntie and tell her you're bullying me. Chuan's face darkened as he shot her a fierce glare, then extended 5 fingers. $500. 500? Why don't you go rob a bank? Chu Liao zito angli. Chuan shrugged nonchalantly and turned to leave, stating, Then you may take it back yourself. He felt the necessity to distinguish himself from the likes of sycophants and warm-hearted gentlemen. Even though they had shared a bed, it was merely the purity of friendship between friends. One ought to be clear and equitable. Chapter 58. Hey handsome, shall we exchange QQs? After a strenuous tug of war, Chu Liao ultimately succumbed to Gu Chuan's imposing demeanor, reluctantly parting with the exorbitant sum of 500 yuan. In return, she unwittingly gifted Gu Chuan 3 welts on his arm, prompting him to lament the ferocity of the mosquitoes at Nanda. Nanda boasts 3 campuses: the East District, the North District, and the main campus. Chu Liao was enrolled in the finance department, situated at the main campus. Although her official registration was not until the following day, the entrance was already teeming with students, with seniors warmly welcoming newcomers. As Gu Chuan and Chu Liao approached, the crowd momentarily fell silent, only to be swiftly inundated by a swarm of eager seniors. Exclamations of awe filled the air, all captivated by the beauty of the campus belle, akin to hungry wolves spotting a lamb. Wow, what a stunning junior! Heavens! Her looks are undeniably goddess-like. Junior, may I assist you with your luggage? Junior, let's exchange QQs. Which department are you in? Allow me to guide you through registration. In an instant, countless seniors surrounded the pair, their enthusiasm bordering on overwhelming, leaving many new students stranded in their own registration processes. Some, disheartened, rolled their eyes. Yet upon glimpsing the campus beauty, their expressions softened in admiration. She was indeed breathtaking. The fervor of the seniors seemed excessively fervent. Even someone as seasoned as Chu Liao found herself momentarily taken aback. Gu Chuan stepped forward, positioning himself protectively behind the campus belle, glaring at the ravenous seniors. What is the matter? Have you never seen a girl before? Each of you looks like a misshapen fruit, yet you dare to pursue the campus flower. What audacity! This school is meant for welcoming new students, not for you to flirt with girls. Want exchange QQs? Come, add me. I'll keep you company until dawn. Gu Chuan's eyes glimmered with a wild intensity, his scathing rebuke sending several would-be suitors retreating in fear. He coldly remarked, with such cowardly demeanors, "How dare you pursue a junior? At night, you should focus on your studies instead of chasing after girls. And if you want to pursue a junior, I know someone who can make a spare key. Are you interested? Interested? In what?" Behind him, Chu Liao watched Gu Chuan engage in verbal sparring with the seniors, a smile creeping onto her lips, inexplicably pleased. That 500 yuan had truly been well spent. Perhaps it was a matter of being sold while still counting the money for others. Finance Department Dormitory, Building 3, Room 402. Though formal registration was set for the next day, 3 beds were already occupied. The Finance Department is a popular major and with a high annual intake. The dorms accommodate 6 students. As the door creaked open, the 3 occupants turned their gazes toward the entrance, their eyes brightening upon seeing Gu Chuan. What a handsome guy! "Hello, ladies," Gu Chuan greeted as he assisted Chu Liao in settling her belongings. The occupant of bed 3, Li Qingqing, was a girl with voluminous waves cascading down her shoulders, her youthful exuberance matched by an audacious fashion sense that barely contained her curves. Bed 2 was occupied by Chun Jing, a demure girl adorned with black-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of quietude. Bed 4 was home to Lu Xiaowen, tall and slender. Though her face bore freckles, yet her smile was gentle. The trio nodded in acknowledgement, their smiles widening as they beheld Chu Liao behind Gu Chuan, their expressions transforming into awe. What a beautiful girl! Tall and exquisite, her features were nearly flawless. Even Li Qingqing, who considered herself the belle of the class, felt a twinge of self-doubt upon seeing Chu Liao. "Chu Liao, my high school classmate," Gu Chuan introduced. "She's beautiful, but has a temper. So I hope you ladies will be forgiving." "Wow, personally escorting your girlfriend to school. How enviable!" Li Qingqing exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with mischief. While others have their parents send them off, this campus beauty is accompanied by a handsome guy. What else could they be but a couple? Upon hearing this, Gu Chuan quickly waved his hands. "We're merely high school classmates. Let's not twist things. Dating? Not a chance. If I were to claim to be the boyfriend of the campus belle, how could I negotiate multi-million deals with wealthy women? This needs clarification." Chu Liao shot him a fierce glare, her beautiful eyes narrowing in irritation. "This is none of your business. Just leave, high school classmate." She emphasized the latter part, her teeth grinding audibly. This guy was insufferably annoying, acting as if she were desperate to be his girlfriend. Li Qingqing laughed teasingly. "So, Mr. Handsome, are you still single?" Gu Chuan nodded. "If you know someone suitable, do introduce me. A wealthy woman would be ideal." Li Qingqing chuckled, "But I don't even know your name yet." Gu Chuan grinned broadly. "My surname is Lao. With a single character name, you may call me Lao Gong." Li Qingqing rolled her eyes playfully. What an antiquated joke. Yet, when it comes from you, it's quite charming. "Let us exchange QQs, and if I find someone suitable, I'll inform you." Gu Chuan nodded, taking out paper and pen to jot down Lu Bowen's QQ number. It was perfectly normal for a godfather to seek benefits for his son. However, Gu Chuan sensed that Li Qingqing was on a different level, since she had been unabashedly eyeing the Porsche key hanging from his belt since his entrance. But allowing the young lad to gain some experience could be beneficial. After all, in his previous life, he had been undone by women. Well, I shall take my leave for now. We can chat more later, Gu Chuan said with a smile, waving goodbye to the three before exiting. As he departed, Li Qingqing watched his retreating figure, a smile brightening her face as her gaze subtly assessed the aloof campus beauty. Meanwhile, Chu Liao continued to organize her belongings. Outwardly calm, but inwardly fuming, already plotting to put Gu Chuan in his place. Ah, Gu Chuan, you insufferable scoundrel. How detestable. After delivering the campus bell to her dormitory, Gu Chuan slung his small backpack over his shoulder and strolled back to the school entrance, eager to bask in the new student experience. The limelight had been stolen by the campus beauty, depriving him of opportunities to seek out wealthy patrons. Indeed, as soon as he stepped inside, numerous seniors and juniors flocked to him. Setting aside all else, just based on his looks, Gu Chuan stood out among the crowd, drawing countless gazes. Junior, which department are you in? Junior, why aren't you carrying any luggage? Junior, need a campus card? There are discounts for new students. Wow, Junior, you're so handsome. Do you have a girlfriend? Let us exchange QQs. Hey, you there, back off. I was here first. Junior, add me, I have long legs. Junior, add me. I have a slim waist. Junior, add me. I'm talented in singing and dancing. Gu Chuan chuckled as he maneuvered through the throng, pushing past the seniors to embrace the welcoming arms of the senior girls. The seniors stood there bewildered. It appears there are dogs, though I'm uncertain. I shall observe further. Ah, this tranquility feels too oppressive. This one seems acceptable, yet its ambience fails to ignite enthusiasm even with the lights extinguished. After surveying the surroundings, Gu Chuan felt a tinge of disappointment. Setting aside the wealthy ladies, where are all the beautiful faces? Is this the extent of Nanda's sincerity? Is this how you welcome newcomers? Subjecting them to such trials? Which new student could withstand such a test? As he watched the senior female students flock towards him like a swarm, many new students and upperclassmen present wore expressions of discontent. Is being handsome truly that remarkable? I still have my own charms to flaunt. With a disdainful curl of his lips, Gu Chuan pushed past the ravenous seniors and ventured to the security office to engage in idle chatter, aiming to familiarize himself. He also registered his vehicle, which would prove advantageous for future business dealings with the affluent ladies. Suddenly, a voice cut through the crowd, exclaiming, "Wow, who is that? So beautiful!" At that moment, a commotion erupted, drawing the attention of both new students and seniors towards the school gate. Chapter 59, The Freshman with an Adam's Apple. Gu Chuan's eyes narrowed, stretching his neck like a giraffe as he stood up, and soon he caught sight of a tall figure, approximately 1.78 meters in height. Adorned in a flowing black gown, her silhouette was elegant and well-proportioned, with a subtle touch of makeup that enhanced her beauty. Her neck was alabaster, resembling that of a noble swan, exuding an air of grace. However, she appeared somewhat flat, lacking the voluptuousness of Li Qingqing. Gu Chuan's eyes sparkled. Was this not the arrival of the wealthy lady? He promptly pushed through the crowd to approach her, donning a facade of congeniality. How could one allow a junior to carry her own luggage on such a sweltering day? Allow me, senior will assist you, he declared. Senior? Wasn't he a newcomer? When did he become a senior? Senior, I told you, there are indeed dogs about. However, midway through his approach, Gu Chuan halted, scrutinizing the figure for a moment, his eyes widening in astonishment. What on earth? How does this freshman possess an Adam's apple? A fraction of a second later, Gu Chuan grasped the situation entirely and hastily pushed the onlooking senior forward, muttering complaints. How could one allow a junior to carry their own luggage in such heat? Such a lack of awareness. Damn, what bad luck. On the very first day of school, he encountered a cross-dresser. Gu Chuan squatted on the curb, his expression dark as coal, filled with dismay. He had anticipated meeting a wealthy lady, only to be confronted by a cross-dressing male. Though undeniably attractive, he was not Liu Bowen. How could he engage in such a farcical pursuit of affection? Make way, make way. Can't you see the banner? He grumbled. Oh, you dare insult me? Do you believe I won't stuff a freshly unearthed head into your bed tonight? Just then, a ruckus emerged from the crowd as several seniors struggled to hang a massive banner on a tree. Those who obstructed their path were threatened, causing many to wear expressions of displeasure. In all his years, Gu Chuan had never encountered such intimidation, yet there was little they could do. After all, they were from the archaeology department, capable of executing such antics. Gu Chuan chuckled to himself, squatting on the curb to observe the spectacle, but soon found himself the center of attention. The banner boldly proclaimed, "Welcome new student Gu Chuan to the Nanda Archaeology Department. All faculty and students of the Archaeology Department extend a warm welcome." For anyone else, such a banner might be a mark of honor, but to Chuan, it felt akin to being paraded around in the nude, utterly humiliating. Had he not boasted about his prowess at driving school, only for it to manifest into reality today? Initially, he had intended to linger, assisting the wealthy ladies with their enrollment, yet upon the unveiling of that banner, he felt as though ants were crawling all over him. Unable to remain, even for a quarter of an hour, he hastily retrieved his acceptance letter from his bag, akin to a thief, and stealthily approached the archaeology department's registration area, preparing to escape unnoticed. However, the senior welcoming new students in the archaeology department turned out to be a fool akin to Liu Bowen. Upon glancing at Chuan's acceptance letter, he leapt onto the table with a flourish. "Look here, this is our archaeology department's top student this year," he bellowed. Chuan's expression shifted dramatically, internally exclaiming, "What the hell?" He no longer cared for his acceptance letter, bolting to escape. He had seen many storms in his life, but this scene was truly unbearable. Yet, before he could flee, he was surrounded by a throng of archaeology seniors, 6 or 7 of them lifting him with grins that practically touched their ears, their faces adorned with mischievous glee. "Ah, Junior, the professor specifically instructed us to ensure you don't escape. I advise you not to resist. Come along with us obediently." Chuan forced a smile. "Why would I run? However, might we negotiate to avoid displaying that banner? It's too mortifying." Hearing this, Wu Yang promptly ushered Chuan beneath the tent, even fanning him with a hand. "You mustn't overheat. We haven't had a student with such high scores in years. You are now our department's treasure." Chuan's expression darkened. It was one thing for the senior to be dim-witted, but how could he misinterpret the situation? Wu Yang chuckled again. The banner was personally instructed by the professor, meant to instill a sense of belonging within our archaeology department. Chuan forced a smile, thinking yes. After such humiliation, burying myself in the archaeology department does indeed foster a sense of belonging. The commotion from the archaeology department attracted numerous onlookers, transforming many into spectators, craning their necks to observe. Does this person have a screw loose? Scoring 666 to enroll in the archaeology department. Has he lost his mind? That score, especially in the humanities, ranks among the best at Nanda. No wonder the archaeology department was making such a fuss. They had caught a big fish. Ha ha. I usually don't laugh unless it's a snicker, but I can't help it. After unraveling the circumstances, many at the orientation transformed into entertainers, laughing uproariously. That banner was not a badge of honor, but rather a blatant humiliation. What's the dog barking about? I ask you, what is the dog barking about? Do you believe I won't stuff a freshly unearthed female corpse into your bed tonight, creating a ghostly love affair? Faced with ridicule from students of other departments, the archaeology seniors struggled to maintain their composure, their eyes wide as saucers, resorting once more to their intimidation tactics. Under the tent, Chuan covered his face with his hand. Am I truly about to fall into a pit? For reasons unknown, he felt an overwhelming sense of being duped. Just then, a senior approached from a distance, holding a large red flower, grinning widely, which sent a chill of foreboding down Chuan's spine. Sure enough, before he could escape, the large red flower was draped around his neck. Several seniors began to shout, parading Chuan through the streets for all to see. No matter how thick-skinned Chuan was, he could not withstand such a spectacle, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to hide within. After enduring a series of mortifying moments, Chuan finally made his escape. The archaeology department was located in the East Campus, the largest area filled with the most trees, where laughter echoed the loudest at night. Archaeology? Surely they're not studying the ant of the young ladies? Had he known it would be this far, he would have driven over. Surely it would not exhaust him to such extremes. Wiping the beads of sweat from his face, Chuan felt a pang of regret. At last, after 20 minutes, Chuan arrived at the archaeology department's dormitory. As expected of an archaeology department dormitory, it is probably older than I am. With a hint of sarcasm, Chuan ascended the stairs, eager to discover what sort of individuals, akin to himself, would choose such a morbid field of study. Creaking open the door, he found himself in a 5-person room. Given the sparse population of the archaeology department, it was rare to see all 5 beds occupied. 3 of the beds, numbers 3, 4, and 5, were already adorned with bedding. At that moment, 3 figures were huddled beneath bed number 3, crouching suspiciously, so engrossed in their activities that they failed to notice Chuan's entrance. Approaching, Chuan observed the trio gathered around a computer, which was displaying some rather questionable footage. The volume was turned down low due to its illicit nature, and in that instant, Chuan understood why they were hunched over in such an odd manner. It turned out they had indeed pitched a tent. The film was ancient, its quality far from clear, yet the 3 were watching it with rapt attention. You fellows seem quite passionate about archaeology, Chuan remarked with a chuckle. Whoa! At the sound of his voice, The three jumped in unison, their makeshift tent collapsing instantly. They turned to glare at Chuan, resentment evident in their expressions. Chapter 60. Junior, are you sharing this dorm with me? Seems like you guys share similar interests. Chuan smiled at the trio and tossed a few cigarettes from his pocket. After a brief round of introductions, he gathered a basic understanding of these three characters. Bed number 4 was occupied by Wang Shui, a native of Chang'an, whose refined exterior concealed a rather reserved nature. He shared a passion for films with Liu Bowen, having seen countless titles and mastered numerous skills, though most were merely theoretical. In bed number 3 was Zhou Hongyu, a resident of the bustling metropolis, Shanghai, who fancied himself the foolish son of a landlord, prone to showing off and flaunting wealth. Though his youthful bravado often clashed with his desire to appear as a composed man, his laptop, brimming with archaeological data, was prominently displayed. Finally, in bed number 5 lay Chun Kai, a native of Nangguang, an unremarkable lad with a thick accent who tended to talk excessively. Unfortunately, his speech was often difficult to comprehend, reminiscent of a foreigner. I can't, Wang Shui shyly waved his hand. I'll take one. The occupant of bed number 2 readily accepted a cigarette, lighting it with a flourish and pretentiously blowing a smoke ring. He coughed a few times, tears streaming down his face. Though he didn't tea smoke often, he believed that blowing smoke rings exuded a certain maturity. After all, one must establish their social standing upon entering a new environment. I can. Chun Kai cheerfully took a cigarette and lit it, albeit holding it awkwardly, reminiscent of a factory worker. Chuan lowered his gaze to smoke while his fingers danced across the keyboard, chatting with his editor, a sweet and endearing girl. With the publication of Dragon Clan imminent, there were matters that required discussion. During a brief silence, the three scrutinized Chuan. He was indeed quite handsome, yet there was an untamed aura about him, exuding a roguelike charm reminiscent of a street thug, leaving them puzzled as to how he gained admission to Nanda. Living under the same roof might create a certain pressure, yet he seemed rather easygoing at present. Suddenly, the dormitory door swung open again, and a figure entered. Upon seeing her, the three stood up almost simultaneously, eyes wide with disbelief, rubbing them to ensure they weren't mistaken. Chun Kai swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Miss, are you sure you've come to the right dormitory? Upon hearing this, Chuan turned around with suspicion, and his expression shifted dramatically as he recognized the newcomer. Whoa, ISNT that the girl I mistook for a wealthy classmate at the school gate? What is she doing in my dorm? He silently hoped she wasn't sharing the same room with him. Zhuang Chun seemed to recognize Chuan as well. Her elongated eyes shot him a glare before she placed her luggage on bed number 2. Had a beautiful girl given him such a dismissive look, Chuan might have playfully whistled and flirted. However, the intensity of her gaze sent a shiver down his spine, and he instinctively clenched his backside. Are you also in this dorm? Zhou Hongyu inquired, sizing Zhuang Chun up. With a fleeting glance in his direction, Zhuang Chun nodded. Zhuang Chun from the capital. Her voice was relatively normal, leaning toward the masculine, yet retaining a hint of femininity. After removing her shoes and climbing into bed, she turned back to glare at Chuan. Have you finished staring? Chuan took a deep drag from his cigarette, striving to maintain his composure. Yes. I've seen enough. That skirt is quite lovely. However, sharing a roof with these three fellows might prove to be a torment for her. With that, Chuan grinned mischievously, a hint of perversion in his smile. In the afternoon, the four from room 301 ventured to the supermarket, returning triumphantly as if they were bandits laden with spoils. Unsurprisingly, the bulk of their purchases consisted of toilet paper, the purpose of which remained a mystery, though none dared to inquire, perhaps for personal amusement. Friendships among men often form swiftly, built on a foundation of trust established through mere conversation. I'm heading out tonight. Your sister will be home alone. Is that so? My godfather. As the phone rang, Chuan answered, instantly greeted by the booming voice of his friend, the toilet knight. You little rascal. You didn't even bother to inform me about your arrival. Chuan shrugged. What's the matter? You didn't kill me at home. And now you're not letting me be here? Chuan, are you itching for trouble? Li Ling roared from the other end. You're back from Sioux City? Yeah, just arrived today. And, Senior Shun? Why? Have you missed your wife so soon? I'm just worried for her safety being with you. Chuan replied helplessly. During the summer, Liu Bowen practiced driving with her, and it left her with lasting trauma. The moment she touches the steering wheel, I dash to the restroom, convinced that South, the only place the goddess of fortune, would protect me. Li Ling scoffed. Don't worry. Your wife is doing just fine. I've been pampering her. Let us have dinner tomorrow night, she concluded before hanging up. Chuan grimaced, pondering how a person like Uncle Li could father such a fiery daughter. Adjusting his glasses, Wang Shui, the scholarly type, leaned closer, raising an eyebrow. Girlfriend? Chuan shook his head. Relationships? Not worth the trouble. Unless, of course, she's wealthy. Zhuang Chen scoffed at this comment. Before he could retort, Chuan leaned in with a grin, arching an eyebrow. Do you have an older sister? This guy clearly seemed like a privileged heir from a wealthy family. Someone whose single dress could easily equate to 3 years of an average household's expenses. Zhuang Chen froze momentarily before quickly regaining composure, glaring at Chuan. You better get lost. This fellow had a distinctly roguish demeanor, and Zhuang Chen was determined not to introduce his sister to such a character. Indeed, he had a sister, and she was quite stunning, just 3 years his senior. Zhou Hongyu, with a playful toss of his bangs, declared, Love isn't worth my time anymore. I've had my fill. Wang Shui's eyes sparkled with admiration. Is Zhou Xiao that impressive? Having been single since birth, Zhou Hongyu had indeed harbored feelings for girls but lacked the courage to confess, often resorting to solitary indulgence in video games. Thus, he had developed an obsession with those who could navigate romantic relationships. Chun Kai's gaze was filled with envy. He had only experienced a single romance throughout his life, which ended abruptly after high school graduation. They had merely held hands, never having shared a kiss, let alone progressed to more intimate encounters. Zhou Hongyu waved his hand dismissively, maintaining an air of composure, asserting that such matters were trivial. Men often harbor a peculiar obsession regarding romance, akin to a foot massage therapist pressing on your kidney reflex zone. No matter the outcome, they must proclaim success. This concern touches upon a man's dignity and the status secured within the dormitory. Naturally, the frequency of romantic entanglements should resemble Han Xion's military deployments. More is always preferable. He then turned to Gu Chuan, a smug expression adorning his face, and inquired, So, old Gu, how many girlfriends have you had? Among the 4 students of Dormitory 301, there was only one girl, and in terms of looks, Gu Chuan was undeniably the most handsome, thus he regarded him as a rival. Gu Chuan shook his head, replying, Not a single one. What even is a girlfriend? I only have one female friend with whom I've shared bed. How about introducing me to your sister? The trio was momentarily taken aback, their expressions a mix of shock, and even Zhuang Chen cast a dubious glance, questioning the truth of his statement. Gu Chuan's demeanor suggested a playboy, making it hard to believe he had never been in a relationship. Is it so rare to be single? I'm a pure love warrior. Nothing is more fragrant than making money, Gu Chuan stated with complete nonchalance, showing no signs of embarrassment. Zhuang Chen shot him a disdainful look. You must have been dumped by a girl, right? A playful smirk crept onto Gu Chuan's lips as he replied mischievously, Well, wasn't I just kicked by you this afternoon? Get lost, Zhuang Chen retorted, though his tone, despite being male, carried an undeniable elegance, surpassing many girls in grace. The group then turned their attention to Zhuang Chen, momentarily at a loss for words. Should they inquire about his boyfriend or girlfriend? Zhuang Chen's expression darkened. His long fingers clenched audibly as he bit his cheek and said deliberately, My sexual orientation is perfectly normal, all right? Besides, I already explained this afternoon. I was attending a comic convention. Then how many girlfriends have you had? Wang Shui asked with curiosity. Zhuang Chen feigned a cough to mask his discomfort and then stated, I've never been in a relationship either. His upbringing had been strict. His parents forbade early romance. In middle school, a girl had sent him a love letter, only for his sister to deliver a sound thrashing. Zhuang Chen believed she was merely seeking revenge for their parents' restrictions on her dating. What the heck? The group exclaimed in unison, disbelief etched on their faces. Is this some kind of joke? The 2 most handsome guys in the dormitory have never dated? Are the girls blind? Gu Chuan, equally astonished, observed Zhuang Chen, who, despite being dressed in women's clothing, appeared quite dashing. It was hard to fathom he had never experienced romance. Leaning closer, Gu Chuan whispered conspiratorially, Are you perhaps incapable? I know a urologist. I could take you to see him. At this, Zhuang Chen's expression darkened instantly. You better get lost. He felt that Gu Chuan was his nemesis. Typically, he spoke with finesse and composure, never uttering a curse. However, since encountering Gu Chuan, his calm demeanor often unraveled, easily provoked by his words. Meanwhile, Zhou Hongyu's grin widened, his expression radiating joy. Despite boasting about his romantic exploits, he had yet to even hold a girl's hand, showcasing a cowardly facade. He had inflated his reputation to avoid losing face in front of others. Yet, he was taken aback to discover that even the exceptionally handsome Gu Chuan had never been in a relationship. If we are all zeros, then who dares to mock him? Suddenly, Wang Shui exclaimed, Wait, who is that? She is stunning. His voice conveyed astonishment as he fixated on a beautiful figure approaching from afar, his eyes wide with disbelief. Look at you, acting like you've never seen a woman before, Zhou Hongyu remarked disdainfully, attempting to impart a sense of calm. Yet before he could finish, he too caught sight of the radiant silhouette, his throat constricting as words failed him. My goodness, that beauty could easily be the campus belle. Dan, edlimit. His accent evident as he spoke. Zhuang Chun looked up, astonished by the captivating presence before him. It seemed this girl rivaled even his own sister's beauty. But she doesn't seem to be a senior from our university. Perhaps she is also a freshman like us, Zhou Hongyu conjectured. Before the semester began, he had already researched the campus belles of Dongda University, identifying 3, with the literary major Shen Yanan reigning as the most beautiful. However, the girl before them did not match any of those 3, suggesting she was indeed a new student. Such an exquisite beauty would certainly attract the attention of some fortunate suitor, Zhou Hongyu mused. Wang Shuyi and Chen Kai nodded in agreement, acknowledging that such a campus belle was beyond their reach. Wait, she is actually walking toward us, Wang Shuyi exclaimed, suddenly flustered, scrambling to tidy his clothes. Zhou Hongyu was even more agitated, standing rigidly, wishing he could smooth out every wrinkle with his tongue. Chen Kai, refusing to be outdone, flamboyantly ran his fingers through his hair. Their efforts were not merely for the sake of impressing such a beautiful girl. It stemmed from a genuine respect. Chuan rolled his eyes, somewhat disdainful, wondering why these students, capable of gaining admission to such a prestigious university, could not maintain their composure like him. Old Gu, why aren't you tidying up? What if the campus belle takes an interest in you? Wang Shuyi prompted, unable to contain himself. I admit, Old Gu is slightly more handsome than I am, but pursuing a campus belle of that caliber? I doubt it, Zhou Hongyu added. Chuan shook his head, flashing a grin at the two. I don't need to make an effort. Perhaps the campus belle will even assist me in tidying up. At this, the trio exchanged disdainful glances, bemused by his apparent daydreaming. Wait, she's really coming toward us. As the enchanting figure drew closer, the previously composed Zhou Hongyu could no longer contain his excitement. He felt bashful, unable to lift his gaze, his earlier bravado diminished to a mere whisper. Wang Shuyi averted his eyes from her piercing, deep gaze, fearing his impure thoughts would tarnish this pure maiden. Shen Kai was no better off, his head lowered as if he were an ostrich. In contrast, Zhuang Chun remained composed, standing beside Chuan, appearing as docile as a devoted spouse. What brings you here? Chuan asked, surprised to see the beautiful girl before him. The East Campus was quite distant from the main campus, and she had hurried over, visibly exhausted, beads of perspiration glistening on her forehead. Why didn't you just call me? I could have come and pick you up, he said, feeling a twinge of concern. You owe me 500 yuan. You better treat me to dinner tonight, Chu Liao said, her alabaster chin slightly raised as she naturally linked her arm with Chuan's. Yet, discreetly, her hand pinched his waist, her voice dropping to a whisper only they could hear. Has Li Qingqing added you on QQ yet? Her beautiful brows arched, and her delicate nose crinkled in frustration. Even when angry, she remained exceptionally charming. To her, Li Qingqing was no different from Lin Qia. Thus, she was quite vexed. Indeed, do not doubt it. Chuan winced in pain, grinning as he clarified, I saved Lu Bowen's penguin, not my own. Chu Liao blinked her beautiful large eyes. Really? Chuan chuckled. Well, other than her ample bosom, Li Qingqing truly lacks any other remarkable attributes. She is not to my taste. Chu Liao's small hand tightened again. Huffing in indignation, oh, I see you've been quite observant. Chuan made a wild gesture, akin to a person afflicted with a seizure, drawing in a sharp breath. I'm not blind. I can see just fine. You scoundrel. Chu Liao like the hoop fet. Allow me to introduce, this is my roommate, Zhuang Chun. Chuan said as he thrust the items into Chu Liao's hands and rubbed his lower back in introduction. Roommate? Chu Liao cast a suspicious glance at Zhuang Chun, then turned back to Chuan, finding it hard to believe his claims. In a little dress, black stockings, and long hair cascading down her back. You say she yes, your roommate? I may be foolish, but I'm not blind. Zhuang Chun cleared her throat to mask her embarrassment. Hello, I am Chuan's roommate. I just returned from a comic convention. Upon hearing the explanation, Chu Liao's expression shifted to one of realization, and she smiled apologetically. My apologies. I am Chu Liao, a high school classmate of Chuan. Meanwhile, Zhou Hongyu and the others stood like dazed fools, until Zhou Hongyu pinched old Wang, snapping them back to reality. Whoa, this ISNTA dream. That scoundrel Gu actually knows the campus goddess and is holding her hand? You call this never having been in a relationship? They felt an inexplicable sense of embarrassment, akin to being splashed with urine, and it felt as if it had been done in the wind. The sensation was strong, bitter, devoid of any sweetness. Chapter 62. The Free Fish Therapy of Campus Goddess Chu. Don't pinch me. Wang Shuyi's face contorted like a crumpled piece of dried sweet potato. Gritting his teeth. Zhou Hongyu, an upgraded version of Wang Lang. Wang Shuyi, the refined version of Lu Bowen, he summarized succinctly, gesturing towards the 3 behind him. Hello. Chu Liao nodded gently, displaying a courteous smile, instantly identifying the two. Hello to you as well. Zhou Hongyu's face flushed a deep crimson. Lacking any semblance of the nonchalance one might expect from someone who has traversed through a myriad of beauties, fidgeting like a bashful maiden. Wang Shi was not much better off, stumbling over his words, under the cold gaze of Chu Liao. He felt as if he might reveal his true self at any moment. Morning, darling. Could you please take these things back for me? When you come back in the evening, I'll bring you your favorite jelly, Gu Chuan said, stuffing the items into Zhuang Chen's hands. Then like a domineering CEO, he wrapped an arm around his little wife, planting a kiss on her forehead, leaving her no chance to refuse, and whisked Chu Liao away. How disgusting. After being kissed by Gu Chuan, Zhuang Chen instantly felt like a startled turkey, her skin crawling, her teeth ground together, her face radiating anger, wishing she could kick him into the artificial lake. With her cleanliness obsession, she had never been kissed on the forehead before. Her first time was unexpectedly stolen by this scoundrel. How's it going with your roommate? By the side of the Mandarin Duck Lake, Gu Chuan removed his shoes, relishing the natural fish therapy. Chu Liao let out a soft hum. It's all right, though it feels quite different from high school. High school friends were so pure. Our conversations revolved around exams and which boy in the class was more handsome. University students seemed to be more pragmatic, with a heightened sense of competition. This sudden change has left me somewhat unaccustomed. Gu Chuan chuckled. University is merely a microcosm of society, a transition before entering the real world. Relationships become complex. Classmates and roommates hail from all corners of the globe, and cultural differences along with family backgrounds forge diverse personalities. Learning to interact with others is an essential lesson in university. University roommates are akin to opening a blind box. One can never predict what sort of characters one will encounter. Especially in female dormitories, the relationships are intricately woven, with 6 girls forming 32 groups. Resembling the melodrama of a soap opera, encountering amiable individuals is naturally a blessing. However, being trapped under the same roof as a bunch of difficult personalities can be a torment. Chu Liao gazed at Gu Chuan with her beautiful eyes, deep as if reflecting a galaxy, realizing that this guy had changed immensely. Not only had his personality become much more cheerful, but he also exuded a rogue charm. Yet he maintained a sense of propriety, exhibiting a maturity beyond his years. For instance, he used to show no interest in his own feet. Her charming face flushed with a hint of crimson, and Chu Liao shot him an angry glare. How long are you planning to play around? Gu Chuan paused momentarily, looking down to find that, unbeknownst to him, he had removed Chu Liao's shoes, her smooth little feet cradled in his embrace. Oh, does our esteemed campus goddess not wash her feet? Caught in his misdeed, Gu Chuan opened his mouth to feign innocence, disdainfully tossing her foot back into the water, where it was soon surrounded by little fish. Pervert! Chu Liao shot him an indignant glare, removing her other shoe and dipping it into the lake. However, inside, she felt a little thrill, relishing the sensation of the soft touch on her smooth foot. Wait, how come this guy is so skilled? Does he often give girls foot massages? Or do girls often massage his feet? With this thought, Chu Liao shot Gu Chuan another angry glare. Scoundrel! Gu Chuan responded with a puzzled expression. Who told you to put your feet in the lake? Just then, a bright beam of flashlight illuminated the darkness. Hurried footsteps approached. And not far away, several figures clad in security uniforms rushed toward them. Upon seeing this, Gu Chuan sprang to his feet, grabbing his shoes and pulling Chu Liao along as they bolted away. Chu Liao let out a quiet gasp, her beautiful face betraying a hint of panic, her heart racing. For some reason, it felt akin to being caught by a teacher while dating in high school, tense yet thrilling. Though clad in a skirt, her dainty feet moved swiftly, her enchanting eyes sparkling, a smile blossoming at the corners of her lips, radiant as a flower. Don't run. Stop. The next day, old Gu, why are you making such a racket this early? Are you practicing for a donkey's bray? In dormitory 30, Zhou Hongyu was roused from his slumber by the clattering sounds of Gu Chuan, peeking out with a bedhead like a disgruntled woman, muttering his discontent. Indeed, Brother Chuan. ISNT today the new students' registration. Classes officially start tomorrow. Wang Shui chimed in, also poking his head out, confusion evident in his sleepy eyes. Chun Kai remained silent, yet cast a perceptive look of inquiry. Gu Chuan shook his finger. Have you ever heard the saying? If you can't find a partner in your freshman year, you'll likely remain single throughout your university life. Wang Shui bolted upright in bed. Is that true? Ever since being splashed with humiliation by Gu Chuan the previous night, Wang Shui had developed a deep admiration for him. Being embraced by campus goddess was something one could only see in sci-fi movies. Zhou Hongyu shot him a disdainful glance. Weren't you just saying yesterday that lovebirds are for fools? Gu Chuan nodded. Indeed, lovebirds are for fools. But rich women are the exception. Encounter a good person for marriage, a noble person for a career, and a wealthy woman for both. So, Brother Chuan, are you planning to go? Wang Shui stared at Gu Chuan, unsure of what he was truly intending to do. Gu Chuan turned back, flashing him a smile. Of course. I'm heading to fetch the junior sisters. Junior sisters? The three individuals exchanged glances filled with suspicion. After all, were they not merely freshmen? What could possibly warrant the presence of a junior? Gu Chuan popped 2 pieces of chewing gum in his mouth, asserting that as long as 1 foot crossed the threshold of the campus, they too would be considered senior. It was only natural for seniors to extend a warm welcome to the juniors, was it not? A senior is akin to an elder brother, and in this context, an elder brother is like a father. Thus, calling out dad should not be deemed inappropriate. Upon hearing this, the trio felt as if they had unlocked the door to a new realm, exclaiming in disbelief, "What the heck? Foster father, let the classes commence. I'm all ears." This was indeed their first encounter with such a playful perspective. Surely, it was only fitting for a senior to assist a junior with their luggage. And adding a contact on QQ should be a given, right? Once acquainted, sharing a meal together would pose no issue. And since they had dined together, watching a movie would not feel out of place, would it? After the film, with dormitory doors closing, it would naturally follow for the freshmen to check into a hotel with their identification cards, wouldn't it? And as for an elder brother being like a father, calling out dad in the hotel should pose no problem, should it? Gu Chuan's succinct remarks encapsulated the essence of romance. Truly remarkable, indeed. Chapter 63. Hello, Junior, please leave. Where's Morning Baby? Why has she vanished so early in the morning? As they walked along the path for welcoming the new students, Wang Shui pondered aloud. Ever since Gu Chuan bestowed a name upon Zhuang Chen the previous night, Morning Baby had firmly adhered to him, despite his fervent resistance. He ultimately succumbed to Gu Chuan's threat of loosening his belt. We went for a morning jog at the playground, Gu Chuan stated nonchalantly. It must be said that the quality education of science from prestigious families surpasses that of ordinary folk. They possess not only sharp minds but also exceptional physical prowess. The true offspring of wealth are not the fools one might imagine. Their upbringing has endowed them with a perspective far beyond that of the average person. Even should their grades falter, personalized tutoring is readily available, allowing them to leverage their financial resources to bolster their academic performance. Wow, it's as crowded as a bustling market. There are just too many people. Upon reaching the entrance of the campus, Zhou Hongyu gazed at the throng before him and could not help but exclaim, "Hey, Chuan, which one should I choose?" Wang Shui looked to Gu Chuan, blushing like a bashful maiden. To the initiated, it was clear they had come to welcome newcomers. To the unknowing, it might have seemed a matchmaking event. Gu Chuan replied coolly, "When searching for a girlfriend, one must look beyond mere appearances." Wang Shui nodded in agreement. "Yes, I understand. One must also consider their inner qualities." Chen Kai concurred. "Indeed, compatibility is essential." Gu Chuan shook his head, grinning broadly. "One must also take a glance at one's own appearance." Wang Shui's expression suddenly shifted to one of embarrassment, realizing that in comparison to Gu Chuan, he was quite unremarkable, lacking any allure for the ladies. However, upon noticing Zhou Hongyu beside him, his wounded pride found some solace. "Wow, old Wang, what kind of eyes do you have? I am the equivalent of the handsome Peng Yuyan from Shanghai, yet you look as if you've received some comfort," Zhou Hongyu exclaimed. Understanding the meaning behind Wang Shui's gaze, Zhou Hongyu began to stomp his feet, his face reddening like a liver. Chen Kai laughed like a simpleton. Gu Chuan chuckled, gesturing towards a dog squatting nearby. "Look, that dog is urinating." Zhou Hongyu stiffened. "What does that have to do with me?" Wang Shui chuckled, translating Gu Chuan's words. "Chuan Gu means you should take a look in the mirror." Zhou Hongyu paused for a moment, then suddenly realized, snorting like a steam locomotive. "Damn, you old Gu are quite the scoundrel. Your insults are truly harsh. Wow, Chuan Gu is impressive. Our department even hung a banner for you." Fen, Kida Market. Spotting the grand banner and gazing at Gu Chuan in admiration, Wang Shui also gave a thumbs up. "Chuan Gu, I never expected you to be this remarkable." Initially believing Gu Chuan was merely good-looking, they were astonished to learn of his impressive academic achievements. Zhou Hongyu pouted. Although he said nothing, his envy was unmistakable. If his name were displayed, how grand would that be? Surely it would grant him preferential treatment in dating throughout university. Meanwhile, Gu Chuan was left bemused, thinking, why is this ridiculous banner still hanging? Is it meant to announce to everyone that this year a fool scored a staggering 666 in a cursed major? At the welcoming event, Zhou Hongyu and the others busily helped the junior students with directions and luggage, embodying the quintessential eager helpers. Whenever they encountered a junior, they would collectively smile and kindly say, "Please leave." Yet, after much effort, they had yet to acquire even a single QQ number. Wang Shuyi was too shy to ask, while Zhou Hongyu seemed to have inadvertently offended some deity, as every junior he approached happened to already have a boyfriend. Each time he mustered the courage to speak, he would be met with a polite, "Thank you, senior. You are a good person," leaving him fuming. On the other hand, Chun Kai managed to add a fellow townsman's QQ, engaging in a lively conversation filled with their local dialect, which grew more amusing by the minute. As for Gu Chuan, he strolled about like an inspecting leader, casually chewing on a piece of grass, seemingly indifferent to the newcomers, while firmly instructing the juniors to leave. He had undeniably become the most striking figure at the entrance of the campus. TSK, how come I haven't spotted a wealthy lady yet? In terms of appearance and affluence, none can compare to Morning Baby, Gu Chuan remarked, somewhat disheartened. What on earth is this person doing? They resemble a street vagabond. I have no idea. They've been wandering about all morning without participating in the welcoming, simply lounging beneath the tent. Not a single drop of the water brought for the newcomers has passed their lips. It has all gone into this scoundrel's stomach. Observing Gu Chuan seated like a lord beneath the tent, legs crossed and fanning himself while chatting animatedly with a senior girl, many of the older students felt a twinge of discontent. Yet, seeing his confident demeanor, it was evident that he was not to be trifled with. They approached with smiles, asking, "Which year are you from, senior?" Most of the welcoming committee comprised second-year students, judging by Gu Chuan's nonchalant attitude. He appeared to be at least a third-year student. Gu Chuan tilted his head and flashed a grin. "I'm a freshman." "A freshman? And here you are, acting all high and mighty. It's sweltering, and you're flirting with the senior girls. Why don't you just ascend to the heavens?" Gu Chuan stood up, defiantly addressing the seniors. "What is the matter? Not convinced? I am Zhou Hongyu from class 1 of the archaeology department. Go ahead and deduct my credits if you dare." "I fear nothing." "Achoo! Why do I feel like there's a dog around?" On the path, while helping the junior girls with their luggage, Zhou Hongyu suddenly sneezed. Looking puzzled, "What is that smell? It reeks." Just then, a commotion erupted at the school gate. Many seniors stepped back, gazing at a frail figure approaching. Carrying a tattered burlap sack, their brows furrowed. "Wow, what is that smell? So foul." The crowd at the entrance began to disperse, many holding their noses in disgust. Their brows knitted in distaste as they turned their attention to the emaciated figure. It was a girl about 1.7 meters tall, with a slender frame, yet her body was gaunt to the point of being skeletal. A gust of wind might very well carry her away. Her hair was long and jet black, obscuring half her face, leaving only her chin and pale lips visible. Her attire was exceedingly simple, consisting of a pair of faded jeans that had long since lost their color, riddled with holes, not in a fashionable sense, but rather worn down. On her upper body, she wore a black tank top, bleached to a grayish hue, the fabric of poor quality, dotted with numerous lint balls. On her back, there were remnants of white stains left behind by sweat-soaked fabric that had since dried. On her feet, she wore a pair of white athletic shoes, the cheap leather peeling away in places, the seams already coming apart, and stubborn stains lingering despite her best efforts to scrub them clean. In her hand, she clutched a bulging plastic bag filled with urea, its bottom showing signs of wear from dragging across the cement floor. The source of the odor emanated from this frail girl before me. Her faded tank top exuded an unmistakable musk of perspiration, and the tips of her hair near her cheeks were dampened by sweat. In this moment, she stood amidst the crowd, scrutinized by the gazes of others, as though she were some sort of grotesque creature. People recoiled, covering their mouths and noses, their eyes betraying a disdain they could not conceal. It was evident that this girl, too, was a newcomer. Yet the once warm and welcoming senior students now regarded her with trepidation, as if she were a venomous snake. Their stares weighed heavily upon her, like lead poured into her chin, compelling her to bow her head lower, as if wishing to bury herself beneath the earth. Her frail form trembled. Each gaze felt like a harsh punishment, rendering her almost too afraid to breathe. She had believed she possessed the courage to, like others, inquire about the matters of enrollment and face the impending university life. However, upon stepping through the school gates and being treated as a monster, her courage was mercilessly trampled underfoot. Is everyone blind? Can't anyone lend a hand? Just then, a harsh voice cut through the crowd, brimming with raw intensity, causing many to shudder in fright. Turning to look, she saw Gu Chuan had approached, his eyes glinting with a fierce light. His mere glance made one instinctively take 2 steps back. Chapter 64, The Odorous Girl. With a soft snap, Gu Chuan lit a cigarette and ambled towards her, his tone laced with irritation. "Give me the admission letter." Su Nanjun stood rigidly in place, the scorching sun beating down upon her, making her feel as if she might melt away. At that moment, a tall figure appeared before her, blocking the searing sunlight and granting her the only respite from the summer heat. Summoning her courage, Su Nanjun timidly glanced at Gu Chuan before hastily lowering her gaze, as if her eyes might tarnish him. The admission letter, can't you hear? Gu Chuan inhaled sharply from his cigarette and spoke again, his impatience palpable. For reasons unknown. Upon first laying eyes on the girl, an inexplicable anger flared within him, not directed at her, but rather a reflection of an inner agitation he was all too familiar with, as if he were gazing into a mirror. Once Gu Chuan had endured such embarrassment himself, understanding the torment within. It was a profound, bone-deep inferiority, a shadow that refused to dissipate. In those moments, he had yearned for someone to stand by him, even if just to exchange a few words, but alas, there was none. Having weathered the rain, one might expect him to offer shelter to others, yet Gu Chuan seemed devoid of such awareness. But upon seeing the girl, he could not help but speak. It was as if driven by compulsion. He was not helping her, but rather the version of himself that once stood alone in a crowd, overwhelmed by self-doubt. Oh, Gu Chuan's voice startled her, causing her frail body to shiver. She quickly rummaged through her patch bag and produced the admission letter, neatly wrapped in a plastic bag. Upon receiving the letter, Gu Chuan glanced at it. Agricultural studies? Observing Gu Chuan's rough handling of her document, Su Nanjun murmured in a timid voice, Please be gentle. This letter was her most treasured possession, and she could not allow it to be damaged. Yet, witnessing Gu Chuan's brutish demeanor instilled fear in her, compelling her to issue a soft warning. Gu Chuan paid her no heed, continuing his stride towards the archaeology department's registration area. Su Nanjun, seeing this, attempted to follow with her belongings, but the intensity of Gu Chuan's gaze made her retreat a few steps. Stay put. Gu Chuan's tone was cold, and his aggressive eyes petrified Su Nanjun in place. She dared not move an inch, as if disobedience would result in dire consequences. Before long, Gu Chuan had completed her enrollment procedures. Meanwhile, many curious eyes remained fixated on him, pondering the nature of his connection to the disheveled girl. Others were simply intimidated by the wildness in Gu Chuan's gaze. Returning to Su Nanjun's side, Gu Chuan did not hand her the enrollment paperwork. Instead, he reached for her luggage. To Su Nanjun, Gu Chuan seemed more fearsome than a pack of wolves. As he approached, she instinctively stepped back. Her slender figure stood protectively in front of her belongings, as if they were her last vestiges of dignity. Hurry up, I'm starving. Gu Chuan shot her a glare, causing her to retreat 2 steps, her head nearly buried in the ground. Yet, she mustered all her strength to reply, And no, I can carry it myself. Gu Chuan remained silent, proceeding to take her luggage without hesitation. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed in the air, and the previously quiet surroundings fell into a hushed stillness. What on earth? Why is it so heavy? Gu Chuan inwardly cursed. Having spent his youth working in the fields, he had developed considerable strength. Typically, his peers felt as light as chicks in his grasp. Yet now he found himself bested by a mere burlap sack, his back protesting under the strain. I'll help. Su Nanjun offered, having heard the creaking of Gu Chuan's bones. Gu Chuan said nothing, merely watching the girl before him in silent contemplation. He could not fathom how such a slight frame could bear the burden of this sack to school. Was she not afraid of being crushed? Even dragging it seemed far beyond her fragile capacity. At that moment, Gu Chuan finally understood why her clothes were drenched in sweat and reeked of body odor. Perspiration itself bore no scent, but prolonged dampness could ruin fabric. In his own experiences toiling in the fields, he rarely emitted an odor, only when drenched in sweat under the blazing sun. He wondered how the frail girl had managed to arrive here. Had she run? Wait here, Gu Chuan instructed, setting down the luggage before stepping out of the school gate. Su Nanjun felt the urge to flee. She had never encountered such a situation before, being the focus of countless eyes, as if she were being roasted alive. Yet, with her enrollment documents in Gu Chuan's possession, she knew she could not simply run away. Just then, the roar of an engine erupted, and a sleek white Porsche approached amidst the astonished stares of onlookers. Gu Chuan stepped out, nonchalantly opening the trunk to stow Su Nanjun's belongings, commanding in an unmistakable tone, Get in. Su Nanjun stood frozen, bewildered by Gu Chuan's insistence, her body rigid with uncertainty. Although she had no prior experience with automobiles, the vehicle before her exuded an air of opulence. She could scarcely afford a taxi, let alone ride in Gu Chuan's car. If it were to get dirty, she could not afford the cost, and taking a car incurs expenses, a fact that she considered common knowledge. Hastily, she shook her head, insisting, No, it's fine. I can walk. Gu Chuan furrowed his brow, his voice tinged with impatience as he retorted, I told you to get in the car, so just do it. Why the fuss? I don't have the patience to wait for you to stroll over. I have to eat. With that, Chuan strode over, flung open the car door, and unceremoniously shoved her inside. Su Nanjun struggled, but she was no match for Chuan. Mere stubbornness did not equate to strength. Those who had done farm work knew that some people, though not particularly strong, could carry burdens that others could not. With a resounding thud, the door slammed shut. Chuan reminded her to fasten her seatbelt, but noticing her awkward demeanor, he soon bent down to get closer. The scent of sweat-soaked fabric filled the air. But Chuan found it familiar rather than unpleasant. As he leaned in, Su Nanjun stiffened like a startled rabbit, instinctively leaning back. Yet in doing so, she inadvertently transferred the sweat from her clothes onto the car, plunging into an awkward and tense situation. Her head reclined while her body remained rigid. Chuan adjusted the seatbelt for her, casting a cursory glance that held a hint of scrutiny. This girl was slender, but her form was surprisingly ample. With a roar, the engine propelled them away from the school gate, heading towards the girls' dormitory of the agricultural department, the sound of the engine fading into the distance. Wow, is that car his? It's so incredibly handsome. I noticed that yesterday. He must be ridiculously wealthy, a rich second generation. That car costs nearly $2 million. It's not worth dying for, even for a laugh. As they watched the white silhouette recede, the once silent crowd erupted in chatter. The Porsche, surrounded by a throng of students, had finally found its owner. Envy filled the boys' eyes. This car was the unattainable dream for many, and merely riding in it would suffice for their satisfaction. The girls, too, exhibited a fleeting glimmer of envy, but their admiration was not directed at Chuan, but rather at the unfortunate girl who reeked of sweat. Handsome, wealthy, and academically accomplished. What an idealized male persona. If only they could sit in the passenger seat. They would undoubtedly become the envy of many. Yet, they failed to comprehend why Chuan would allow a girl who smelled unpleasant onto his car, unconcerned about potential stains. If that car belonged to them, they would have been loath to let her in, eager to erect barriers to maintain a 3-meter distance from others. Naturally, there were also those who expressed disdain, their jealousy manifesting as contempt. It's just because she has a wealthy father. What's so impressive about that? I could drive a car like that through my own efforts in the future. Chapter 65. Annie, can I use my face to pay? Soon. Chuan arrived at the girls' dormitory of the agricultural department. After parking, he unbuckled his seatbelt, opened the trunk, and retrieved the luggage. Weighing it in his hands, it was indeed substantial. In the passenger seat, Su Nanjun cautiously unfastened her seatbelt, fearful of any bumps. After stepping out, she even used her handkerchief to wipe the seat clean, maintaining a semblance of tidiness, though her scent lingered within the car. This made her feel a twinge of guilt as she approached Chuan, mustering the courage to look up and speak softly. How much does it cost to wash a car? I can pay you. As she spoke, she produced a handkerchief that had faded from washing, neatly containing 200 yuan bills and some loose change. Gazing at the money in the handkerchief, Su Nanjun hesitated, uncertain of which bill to offer. She had no concept of the cost of a car wash. After a moment's deliberation, she tentatively extracted one of the 100 yuan bills and extended it toward Chuan. She was unsure if it would suffice, but it was the maximum she could offer within her understanding. It represented her living expenses for an entire semester. And while parting with 100 yuan pained her, she did not want Chuan to think of her as someone who shuns responsibility. Chuan looked at her in surprise, taken aback by her willingness to pay for the car wash. Are you sure you want to give me this? He asked, eyeing her intently as his fingers slowly inched toward the bill. Though reluctant, Su Nanjun nodded, her heart heavy. She believed she should compensate for dirtying his car. It was a lesson instilled in her since childhood by her grandmother. If I'm not mistaken, this should be your living expenses for the semester, right? If you give it to me, what will you eat? Chuan spoke casually. Su Nanjun shook her head, murmuring, it's okay, I can find a job. As she spoke, her voice dwindled to a whisper, her head bowed deeply, resembling an ostrich hiding from the world. Chuan grimaced, feeling the money in his hands was uncomfortably hot. He liked money, but he wasn't the type to accept just any money. He then shook his head, stuffing his hands into his pockets. No need. It's not like someone threw up in the car. It's not that precious. Upon hearing this, Su Nanjun lowered her head even further, feeling as though Chuan was disparaging her money. In a barely audible voice, she replied, my money isn't dirty. Chuan was momentarily taken aback. A bullet fired in his youth suddenly struck his heart at that moment. Her awkwardness reminded him of his first experience in a car. He recalled a day when he and his grandfather went to sell melons, only to be caught in a torrential rain on their return, their clothes muddy. A kind passerby offered them a ride, but their muddy shoes sullied the car's mats. Upon disembarking, his grandfather had given him some money to wash the car, which the kind stranger had declined to accept. That incident lingered in Chuan's mind. Perhaps the kind man hadn't been disdainful, but simply wished to lend a helping hand. Yet, Chuan was left with a sense of guilt. Had the man accepted his grandfather's money, he would have felt reassured. Sensitive and insecure, he often found himself troubled by matters that others dismissed as trivial. After a moment of silence, Chuan nonchalantly declared, "I never take money from women. If you really feel bad, just wait for a rainy day and help me find a rag to wipe it down." Chuan understood Su Nanjun's feelings well. If he ignored her, it would leave a lingering sense of guilt within her. But accepting her money would not only burden her, but would likely haunt him with nightmares at night. After speaking, he waved at the senior girls at the dormitory entrance. "Hey, pretty ladies, come help out." In no time, the seniors assisted Su Nanjun in gathering her bedding, several of them carrying her luggage up the stairs. Su Nanjun stood at the foot of the dormitory, her fingers fidgeting nervously, summoning her courage to raise her voice as much as she could. "Thank you," she said to Chuan. He waved dismissively, no need to be polite. It's what a senior should do. With that, Chuan turned and got back into the car, pressing the accelerator as he swiftly drove out of Su Nanjun's sight. Once the car faded into the distance, Su Nanjun gradually lifted her head. Her eyes were stunning, clear as the night sky, resembling the Milky Way, innocent and seemingly untouched by the world's impurities. Her face was equally beautiful, though gaunt to the point of being unrecognizable. Beauty lies in the essence, not merely in the skin. If she were to indulge a little more, perhaps she could pry a piece of cement from Chuan's heart. The car came to a halt by the roadside, and Chuan lit a cigarette, puzzled by his newfound regard for Su Nanjun. He was no lovesick fool, and she was no wealthy heiress. Yet, why was it that she occupied the passenger seat, a place that even the most esteemed beauty of Chu University had never graced? Without invoking a shred of repulsion in his heart, was she truly beautiful? It was hard to say. Her lustrous black hair obscured her features, leaving little visible. And even if she were beautiful, what of it? His heart was encased in cement. After much contemplation, Chuan realized that his attitude towards her stemmed from a reflection of his former self. The same awkwardness, the same inferiority. Even their living expenses were wrapped in a handkerchief. It wasn't merely a resemblance. It was akin to gazing into a mirror. Su Nanjun, a name quite melodious, once dreamed of wandering the world with a sword in hand. Just then, his phone rang, and upon answering, he heard Liu Bowen's boisterous voice. "Father, a girl added me yesterday. Could it be a scam?" Liu Bowen felt something amiss about the sudden addition from a stranger and had yet to accept it. Scams for seduction were acceptable, but not for his money. Chuan was taken aback by his friend's vigilance. "She's not a scammer. She's a girl with quite the curves. I'm helping you find a wife," he replied, and on the other end, Liu Bowen erupted in disbelief. "Is this for real, father?" Initially, he had been sulking over Chuan not taking him to a bathhouse to broaden his horizons. But now it seemed his father had arranged a girlfriend for him first. Suddenly recalling something, Liu Bowen added, "Oh right, brother Chuan Lin, the campus beauty, has come to Nanjing. She messaged me yesterday wanting to meet you." At the mere mention of that name, Chuan instinctively felt a wave of discomfort. Why couldn't that woman take a hint? "No time," he replied curtly before hanging up, tossing the car into a school parking spot and heading straight for the cafeteria. It was only after he had filled his plate that he remembered his meal card was uncharged, leaving him somewhat embarrassed as he smiled sheepishly at the cafeteria lady. "Auntie, can I pay with my face?" The aunt chuckled and told him to get lost. Chuan huffed, "Fine, I'll get lost." Just then, a meal card suddenly appeared behind him, swiped on the machine. "Let me pay for him." Chuan turned around, instinctively blurting out, "Wife?" Chapter 66. Once again drenched in confusion, realizing his slip of the tongue, Chuan quickly spat out a few sounds of protest. It was all Sister Ling's fault. She kept calling him husband, leading him astray. He then asked in surprise, "Senior, what brings you here?" The newcomer was none other than Shen Yanan, introduced to him by Li Ling as his future daughter-in-law. Moreover, her attire seemed familiar, a purple long dress, precisely the one Chuan had bought for her back in Shanxing. It appeared the lyrics were indeed fitting. His sister had said purple held a certain charm. Hearing Chuan call her wife, Shen Yanan's cheeks flushed slightly. "I came to eat," she replied. The archaeology and literature departments were both located in the East Campus, so their encounter was not surprising. "You returned yesterday?" Chuan set his tray on the table, looking at the neighborly sister across from him. Shen Yanan nodded softly. "I came back with Lingling. She mentioned she wants to treat you to dinner." Chuan grimaced. "She's treating, and I'm paying? The abacus beads would be hitting me right in the face." Shen Yanan smiled brightly, patting her small bag. "I could treat you." After a moment, she seemed to remember something, muttering softly before springing up and scampering away. Midway, she turned back, her sparkling eyes fixed on Chuan. "What would you like to drink?" Chuan's lips curled into a sly smile as he responded, Taro bubble tea, hold the taro, hold the tea. Shun Yanen's delicate face momentarily froze, her expression slightly dazed. Taro bubletea. But without taro and without tea. What does he want? Suddenly, her beautiful eyes widened in realization, and her cheeks flushed crimson. She quickly turned and dashed off. I'll see what I can get. Without taro and without tea, what remained but the bubbles? I should jot this down for future reference. Watching Shun Yanen's retreating figure, Gu Chuan grinned like a seasoned rogue. Life was mundane. It was only through teasing senior sisters and charming younger ones that he found solace. Old Gu, you rascal. You come to eat and don't even give us a heads up. Just then, Zhou Hongyu and his companions approached, brimming with enthusiasm. Glancing at Gu Chuan, who showed no signs of sweating, they felt a pang of inequity. Oh, Brother Chuan is feasting on 3 dishes, 2 meat and 1 vegetable. Quite lavish. Wang Shui drooled over the chicken leg on Gu Chuan's plate. So how did it go? Gu Chuan pushed some rice around his plate. Gazing at the trio of lovesick fools, Wang Shui grimaced. I, along with old Zhou, toiled all morning and didn't snag a single girl. Old Chun, however, seemed at ease, having connected with a junior, their eyes exchanging flirtatious glances. Chun Kai chuckled. She's my fellow townsman, hence it went smoothly. Zhou Hongyu, feeling a bit embarrassed, stubbornly defended himself. I just have high standards. At least 8 or 9 girls wanted to have my contact today, but I turned them all down. His mantra was one of quality over quantity. Gu Chuan nodded, giving him a thumbs up. Our nation's shield tunneling technology is still maturing. Your mouth could be used to dig tunnels. Upon hearing this, Wang Shui and Chun Kai burst into laughter while Zhou Hongyu's face turned red, as if his dignity had been stripped away. Let's not just talk about us. How many girls did you manage to add this morning? Zhou Hongyu retorted, eager to regain some pride. Gu Chuan shrugged, not a single one. Zhou Hongyu's wounded pride was instantly soothed, and he grinned widely. While his own failures were disheartening, his friend's success was even more excruciating. Seeing Gu Chuan return empty-handed brought a sense of balance to Zhou Hongyu's heart. But then a soft, adorable girl approached, bashfully extending her phone. Her lively eyes met Gu Chuan's, her face slightly flushed. Hello, can I add you on QQ? Gu Chuan was taken aback, while the other 3 looked on with envy and jealousy. It felt as though he'd been doused in confusion once again. Gu Chuan smiled and nodded, sure. He then left his QQ contact for her, thinking that in a dorm of 5, not everyone could remain single. After a busy morning, one had to yield some results, right? Father, next time something like this happens, keep me in the loop. Wang Shui exclaimed, his admiration palpable, addressing Gu Chuan with a familiarity that rivaled Liu Bowen. Zhou Hongyu gritted his teeth in frustration. Just moments ago, he had mocked Gu Chuan for returning empty-handed, only to witness a girl approach him asking for his QQ. Not to mention, the girl was quite pretty, an adorable little lowly. Brother Chuan, when did you recharge your meal card? Chun Kai inquired, his stomach growling audibly. Having barely ventured outside since yesterday, and spending the morning scouting for junior girls, he and T had the chance to recharge his meal card. Hey, Brother Chuan, could I borrow your meal card? Wang Shui chuckled. Exactly, don't be so stingy. I'll treat you all to a grand dinner tonight. Zhou Hongyu chimed in, tapping the table to urge Gu Chuan to hand over his card. Gu Chuan nodded and promptly retrieved his meal card from his pocket, only for Chun Kai to snatch it and dart away. However, the situation turned awkward when they attempted to pay for their meals, as there was, quite frankly, no money on the card. Brother Chuan, why is there no money on your card? The 3 of them returned to their seats with sullen faces, resembling disgruntled wives. Gu Chuan shrugged nonchalantly and replied, I never claimed there was money on it. Then how did you manage to get this meal? Wang Shui inquired suspiciously. I paid with my face, Gu Chuan stated. The trio exchanged glances before turning back to the counter to get their meals again, simultaneously declaring, we paid with our faces. The ant at the counter paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. You lot can get lost. After receiving a scolding from the ant, their faces flushed with embarrassment. They hurried back, casting a disapproving glare at Gu Chuan. Why do we get scolded? They demanded. Gu Chuan, with an air of justification, replied, did you not expect to be reprimanded for trying to mooch off me? I also got scolded when I tried to pay with my face. The 3 of them darkened at this, clenching their fists. Then where did you get your meal? Gu Chuan shrugged, unperturbed, and said, a lady treated me. Zhou Hongyu shot him a disdainful look. How did you manage to get a lady to treat you to a meal? Why hasn't any lady treated me? Gu Chuan shamelessly replied, perhaps it's due to my handsome appearance. Zhou Hongyu spat in disbelief. You dare boast in front of me? The epitome of charm in our city? Wang Shui chuckled and leaned in, asking, Brother Chuan, was it that goddess-level beauty from last night? Gu Chuan shook his head, no. Is she pretty? Chun Kai asked curiously. Just average, really. I'm somewhat face-blind and can't distinguish beauty. Gu Chuan made a classic statement. Zhou Hongyu, preening his hair, declared proudly, just knowing a goddess-level beauty is a stroke of luck. You two treat this like stamp collecting? That brat is a tad more handsome than me. But a goddess of that caliber is hardly a match for Gu. Having just been dismissed by Gu Chuan, Zhou Hongyu itched to retaliate. No sooner had he spoken than a melodious voice interrupted from behind. Here you go, your milk tea, with coconut jelly added. A delicate hand presented a cup of milk tea to Gu Chuan, her beautiful eyes twinkling as she addressed Zhou Hongyu. Excuse me, but you were sitting in my spot. Zhou Hongyu, puzzled, wondered if Gu Chuan's lunch was indeed treated by a lady. Upon looking up, he was struck dumb, his mind going blank as he recognized her. His face transformed dramatically as he pointed at the stunning figure before him, stammering, "Why, you're the beauty from the literature department?" Chapter 67. The literature department goddess's feet have killed the fish at the adjacent table. Zhou Hongyu and his companions were chewing their rice with exaggerated fervor, as though Gu Chuan were the one being devoured. Their chopsticks clattered against the metal tray, their eyes fixed on the neighboring table. That scoundrel deserves to be punished. At that table, Gu Chuan and Shen Yanan were laughing and chatting, exuding the sweetness of a couple in love, the air thick with the scent of romance. This aroma invaded their nostrils, rendering them unable to open their eyes, their back teeth nearly ground to dust. Why did such a goddess-like beauty associate with that scoundrel? Yesterday as literature department goddess, and today as senior beauty, each one a paragon of grace and allure. Why did it have to be that scoundrel who knew them? And, judging by their laughter, their relationship seemed quite intimate. Wasn't that scoundrel supposed to be the type to avoid romantic entanglements? Especially Zhou Hongyu, who had just mocked Gu Chuan for not being the type to rely on others, only to find himself eating crow. The flavor was deep yellow and bitter, with nary a hint of sweetness. That was the literature department's senior beauty, the most talented girl from Nanda, a white moonlight in the hearts of countless admirers. Before the semester even began, Zhou Hongyu had already idolized her as his goddess. Now that he finally laid eyes on her, the turn of events was decidedly unexpected. How could such a perfect goddess be involved with that scoundrel? After lunch, Gu Chuan escorted Shen Yanan back to her dorm and then strolled around campus. The orientation was in full swing, yet he found little enthusiasm for it. Sitting by the Mandarin Duck Lake, he lit a cigarette and noticed several fish carcasses floating to the surface, his surprise evident. These fish from a prestigious university are quite different. They even know how to float on their backs. However, after a moment's contemplation, Gu Chuan's expression turned peculiar. Could these fish have been suffocated last night? With a click, he snapped a blurry photo and sent it to the literature department goddess. The power of your feet is akin to nuclear weapons. The fish in a Mandarin Duck Lake have all perished because of you. Meanwhile, Chu Liao was seated at her computer, engrossed in a drama, when her phone lit up with Gu Chuan's message. Upon seeing the fish floating in the lake and reading his text, her beautifully arched brows shot up, and her lips puffed in annoyance. Her slender fingers flew over the keyboard, typing furiously, "It's clearly your feet that stink. So stop slandering me." After sending the message, she glanced down at her fair feet, her gaze drifting to her roommate. Noticing no one was paying attention, she quietly lifted her foot to sniff, pouting, "I knew it. It's clearly your stinky feet. Yao Yao, what are you doing?" As soon as she set her foot down, a teasing voice came from behind. Unbeknownst to her, Chun Mingming had appeared, arms crossed, a smile on her face as she scrutinized her. Chun Mingming, Yao Yao's roommate from Bed 6, was a carefree girl from the northeast with long legs, a slim waist, and a slightly baby-faced appearance, making her quite adorable. Chun Mingming's sudden appearance startled Chu Liao, who straightened her posture and casually replied, "Oh, nothing, just watching a show." Yet the blush creeping onto her cheeks betrayed her nervousness. She stole a glance at Chun Mingming, who continued to stare at her. "Were you chatting with that handsome guy from yesterday?" Chun Mingming leaned in, her face a mask of curiosity. Since she had just arrived today, she hadn't met Gu Chuan, but had heard about him from her roommates. Chu Liao hurriedly shook her head, vehemently denying, "Of course not. I would tea-chat with that scoundrel." "Oh, is that so? Let me see." Chun Mingming's smile widened. "Ah, weren't you going to take a shower? Hurry up. Were there 1 TB any hot water left?" Chu Liao pushed her away, urging her to leave. "TSK, TSK, TSK. You must be extraordinarily handsome to make our Liao act like this." Chun Mingming grew increasingly curious about Gu Chuan. "Lin Jing, tell me, what does that handsome guy look like?" Chun Mingming moved her stool closer to Lin Jing, transforming into an eager spectator. Lin Jing adjusted her glasses and tilted her head, remarking, "He is quite refined, handsome in the sunlight, tall as well, and has a charming smile. He seems amiable and should be easy to get along with." Meanwhile, Li Qingqing was lost in thought, staring at Gu Chuan's chat interface. She had added him yesterday and exchanged a few words, yet something felt off. The person behind the screen seemed entirely different from the Chuan she had met the previous day. Could it be that reality is meek while the online persona is strikingly bold? As Chuan strolled back to his dormitory with his hands in his pockets, he pondered, sketching out a vision for his business endeavors. Having already secured his first pot of gold, it was time to make bold moves in his strategic planning. Yet, what should he do next? Real estate, while notoriously lucrative, would hardly yield a ripple with the meager funds he possessed. The vastness of Nan City, coupled with the convoluted nature of redevelopment plans, made it implausible for him to delve into meticulous investigation. For now, he would pass on that. The internet and e-commerce were on the verge of becoming the next big thing, requiring minimal initial investment, but promising substantial returns later on. However, the limitations imposed by the mobile era would inevitably hinder the growth of online shopping and the internet itself. Although 3G technology had emerged and gained traction, the era of smartphones had yet to dawn. Chuan scratched his head, taking a deep drag from his cigarette, reflecting that perhaps this reincarnation had not come at an opportune moment. Complaints aside, numerous developmental opportunities remained, albeit constrained. The unrestricted avenues were still beyond his financial reach. It was undeniably frustrating. Never mind, he thought. I'll have a thorough discussion with the boss lady, strengthen our rapport for future endeavors. The e-commerce era had yet to fully materialize, and the demise of brick-and-mortar industries had not yet arrived. There was still a chance to profit. With the funds at his disposal, he could certainly enhance the recipe for the liquor. Chuan extinguished his cigarette, his mind now set on his plans. As he prepared to drive around Nan City, seeking suitable opportunities, he suddenly collided with someone, causing a plastic bag to burst and its contents to scatter across the ground. "I'm so sorry," the figure exclaimed, quickly crouching down to retrieve the fallen items. Chuan waved his hand dismissively, not particularly concerned, but upon closer inspection, he realized the figure bore a striking resemblance to a girl he had seen earlier. Chapter 68, Beware the Dog Within. At that moment, Su Nanjun had changed out of her sweat-soaked attire, now clad in a simple yet clean white t-shirt that exuded a subtle fragrance. She wore faded jeans that looked slightly worn, giving her an appearance of frailty. This confirmed Chuan's earlier assumption that she was not the disheveled person he had imagined. Bending down, Chuan assisted her in gathering her belongings, noticing that, apart from some inexpensive daily necessities, there were several packets of pickled vegetables. Originally, her grandmother had intended to prepare some pickled delicacies for her to take to school, but the heat and distance would spoil them quickly. Thus, she resorted to purchasing pickled vegetables from the campus supermarket as a side dish, silently gathering the pickled vegetables and placing them into the plastic bag. Chuan refrained from asking questions. Some individuals are meticulous in preserving their dignity, a predicament he too had encountered. Sometimes, not inquiring is a form of kindness. With a slight grin, Chuan inwardly cursed his fate. "I've been reborn, yet you still arrange a mirror for me?" While his past as a love-struck fool was behind him, why was his inner insecurity still on display? Not asking did not equate to inaction. The girl had become so emaciated, and if she continued subsisting on such meager fare, she might not even graduate, having succumbed to malnutrition. Even electronic pets deserved better care. Stuffing the packets of pickled vegetables into the plastic bag, Chuan inquired of Su Nanjun, "Do you have any money on you? I rushed out and forgot my wallet. Could you lend me some? I'll pay you back when I can." Su Nanjun blinked in surprise, timidly raising her gaze, and through her thick bangs. She recognized Chuan standing before her. "Oh yes, I have some," she replied softly. When faced with a stranger asking to borrow money, the prudent response is to decline. Yet, inexplicably, she felt a sense of trust towards this boy who had previously helped her. Hesitating, she began to pull out a handkerchief from her pocket, carefully unfolding it, but then faltered, unsure of how much Chuan wished to borrow. Ultimately, she offered the handkerchief to him. Chuan accepted it without ceremony, taking the handkerchief along with the loose change and tucking it into his wallet. The audacity of his actions left Su Nanjun momentarily stunned, and she could only lower her head further in embarrassment. Besides, hadn't he brought a wallet? Perhaps it was empty, she reassured herself. "Here, this is my phone number. Call me if you need anything," Chuan said, pulling out a small card from his pocket that bore his name and phone number. Originally intended for welcoming new students, it seemed more appropriate to hand it to Su Nanjun now, considering she was his creditor. Knowing she lacked a phone, he presented her with a card that only had his number. Having said that, he turned to leave, while Su Nanjun stood there, staring blankly at the small card in her hand. Red Romantic Bath at an 80 discount? As Chuan drove away from the campus, he cruised around the city, but failed to uncover any promising business opportunities. Present-day Nan City bore little resemblance to what it would become in a decade or so. Although it was a provincial capital, many buildings still appeared dilapidated, with 10-story structures considered quite tall. In the future, countless skyscrapers would rise, exquisite and opulent. Yet, Chuan had a fondness for the rustic charm of the old city, rich with the essence of life. Driving his Porsche to a street stall for a meal was, in his eyes, the epitome of elegance. Leaving the city behind, Chuan headed toward the outskirts, recalling a distillery that seemed on the brink of collapse. In a decade, it would transform into a software park, with the land appreciating exponentially. Half an hour later, Chuan arrived at the distillery, which was not particularly large, covering a few dozen acres and appearing somewhat rundown. However, though small, it was well equipped, with factories, warehouses, and the necessary equipment all present. After parking his car outside, Chuan approached the door and knocked. Clang, clang, clang. After 3 knocks, the door swung open. Bang! The rusted iron gate collapsed with a resounding crash, sending dust swirling into the air, causing him to cough. On the doorframe to the right, a sign read, "Beware the dog, please do not approach." Woof woof. Indeed, as Chuan stepped inside, he was greeted by a menacing bark. Cautiously, he picked up a brick, scanning his surroundings. Soon, he spotted a chain as thick as his arm, secured to the wall. Startled, Chuan exclaimed, "What kind of ferocious dog requires such a heavy chain?" Following the sound, he quickly discovered the true nature of the beast, a few black lines appearing on its forehead. "Damn, is this what you call a vicious dog? It barely reaches my ankle." Tethered at the base of the wall is indeed a dog, yet its size is scarcely larger than the brick held in his hand. Its fur is a pale shade, dusted with a hint of grime, and its ears perk up as it barks menacingly at Chuan. Nevertheless, there is an undeniable charm to its appearance. One could almost be tempted to sit upon it and end its barking. Is it a violation of some divine law to bind it with such a thick iron chain? Withdrawing an unopened sausage from his pocket, Chuan waved it enticingly before the small creature, causing its barking to diminish instantly. The dog began to circle around the wooden post, its tail involuntarily lifting, and though the barking persisted, it was accompanied by a rather honest stream of drool. "Hey, what are you doing? There is no need for such courtesy. Your presence alone suffices, let alone bringing food," remarked Xiaobai. Chuan grinned broadly, tossing the sausage at Xiaobai's feet before turning to enter the factory. In this era, many factories still stand as brick edifices with only a smattering of steel frameworks, exuding a certain heaviness and a palpable sense of history. Upon entering the courtyard, Chuan was met with the sharp scent of fermented grains wafting through the air, where numerous items lay drying on a distant table. "Manager Chuan, if we don't receive our wages today, we may just have to move in with you," one worker declared. "Indeed, it has been 3 months without pay. I can hardly afford sanitary products, let alone face my monthly cycle," another lamented. "You promised us that this month we would clear the outstanding debts. Yet not a single cent has materialized." "Calm down. How can we possibly remain calm?" As Chuan stepped into the factory, he was greeted by a cacophony of voices raised in protest. He then unexpectedly pulled out a bag of sunflower seeds, seated himself on a chair, and began to indulge in the spectacle. Inside the factory, nearly 20 figures were gathered, all clad in blue work uniforms, a mix of men and women, their faces etched with anger, the atmosphere thick with tension. At the center of their ire stood a woman in her late 20s, her figure curvaceous and adorned with black-rimmed glasses that accentuated her attractive features. Yet at that moment, she appeared somewhat frazzled, her shirt stained with sweat, revealing glimpses of her white undergarments. She wore a black skirt that, combined with her attire, exuded the essence of a professional woman. Chen Yan, surrounded by the agitated crowd, attempted to explain, "Everyone, please listen to me. I am also a victim here. The factory manager absconded with my sister-in-law, leaving us unable to disburse wages. I am in a worse predicament. I haven't been paid in 6 months and was just evicted by my landlord last night." She was the manager of the distillery, recently transferred, only to be confronted with this crisis. The factory head had fled with funds, leaving her to shoulder the burden. Is this what humanity has come to? "We don't care. The manager fled, and you are the one in charge here. If we don't seek our dues from you, whom shall we seek them from?" "Exactly. Spare us the empty words and just give us our money." The workers were unconvinced by her words. Their sole desire was for payment. Chen Yin felt tears welling up. She truly had no funds left. "If you don't believe me, feel free to check the accounts. If you manage to find any money, please share some with me for my rent." "Manager Chun, we are not trying to make it difficult for you. We are simply unable to keep our households afloat. 3 months without pay. How are we to survive?" Chen Yin rubbed her forehead, her expression heavy with despair. "I understand everyone's anxiety. I am anxious too, but what can be done? All the funds have been taken by the factory head, and we are out of money. This distillery had been put up for sale. Though the process was complete, inquiries were scarce. But rest assured, I promise that regardless of whether the distillery changes hands or continues operations, as long as funds are secured, I will ensure that all owed wages are paid. Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances before letting out a collective sigh. We shall trust manager Chuan one last time. With that, the factory workers dispersed. Clearly, they understood that Chuan Yin was merely an employee herself. No matter the pressure, she could not conjure money from thin air. Watching the crowd depart, a bittersweet smile crept upon Chuan Yin's face. Selling this distillery was no simple feat if it had been managed appropriately. The factory head would not have fled with his sister-in-law. The thought of the factory head filled Chuan Yin with frustration. He was the quintessential absentee manager, only appearing when it was time to count money. Completely ignorant of the business, he relied solely on his father's wealth to keep the operation afloat. Due to his father's legacy, the distillery had always prioritized quality over quantity, utilizing only the finest ingredients, which naturally drove up costs. How could they compete with cheaper, diluted spirits in the market? The poor drank for taste while the wealthy sought prestige. Thus, the distillery found itself in a precarious position. If it priced its products too high, the poor could not afford them, and if it lowered prices, the affluent would turn their noses up. Who will be the first to fall? Despite the factory head's reckless ways, he clung to his father's principles, which was indeed a curious paradox. Suddenly, Chuan Yin caught sight of Gu Chuan seated not far off, and her demeanor shifted to one of caution. Who are you? The distillery had no employees of his youth, and he appeared unfamiliar, likely not a relative of anyone here. Gu Chuan tossed aside the remnants of his sunflower seeds, rising with a smile as he approached Chuan Yin with his hands tucked in his pockets. Don't come any closer. If you do, I'll call for help. Chuan Yin retreated 2 steps, eyeing him warily. With the workers gone and the duty room at a considerable distance, she wondered if she could escape if he intended to do harm. Gu Chuan nodded with a grin. Go ahead, shout as loud as you can. Chuan Yin backed against the wall, seizing a stick to brandish as a makeshift weapon. Who exactly are you? She inquired, stalling for time while her other hand discreetly reached for her phone. However, in the blink of an eye, Gu Chuan was before her, swiftly snatching her phone from her grasp. Peering at the old Nokia in his hand, Gu Chuan chuckled as he deleted the number she had dialed, fixing his gaze on her. Quite clever of you to think of calling the police. However, even if you do, it won't help. The officers won't take me away. Chuan Yin gasped, slowly inching backward, fear etched across her features, her voice trembling. I warn you, don't do anything rash. If you do, Gu Chuan, intrigued by her spirited response, decided to toy with her. What will you do if I act recklessly? Chuan Yin's mind raced, searching for a way to evade this lecherous threat. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck her. I have a disease. Yes, I have a contagious condition. And if you act inappropriately, you might catch it. Gu Chuan froze, astonished by her unexpected declaration. He had not anticipated such a bold retort. Yet, it was undeniably a clever tactic. Chuckling softly, Gu Chuan saved his phone number in her contacts, handing it back to her. You've overthought it. I'm not a lecher. I merely saw the listing for your sale, and came to take a look. Upon concluding his words, Gu Chuan turned and departed, his demeanor exuding a nonchalance reminiscent of a carefree rogue who had just completed his mischief. As he reached the entrance of the factory, he glanced back, waving a hand at Chuan Yin. Once you've come to a decision, do give me a call. I shall await your quotation, he remarked before vanishing from her sight. Though the distillery was experiencing difficulties, Gu Chuan felt no urgency to take the reins. The longer the delay, the more favorable the price would become. He was unconcerned about someone else seizing the opportunity. From an investor's perspective, this distillery was merely a money pit, without sufficient assurance and confidence. Any endeavor would only result in financial loss. Naturally, should someone else take over, it was of little consequence, for there were other distilleries to consider. Left standing, Chuan Yin gazed blankly at Gu Chuan's retreating figure. Upon regaining her composure, she exhaled sharply, gently patting her sturdy chest. That was close. Her beautiful visage bore a hint of relief, and she couldn't help but admire her own cleverness. However, upon glancing at the unfamiliar number that had appeared on her phone, a wave of suspicion washed over her. Selling? Quotation? Could it be that he intends to take over this distillery? A few hurried steps later, Chuan Yin sprinted out of the factory, only to find Gu Chuan had already vanished. Reflecting carefully, doubts crept in. After all, Gu Chuan was rather young, akin to a student who had yet to graduate. What financial means could he possibly possess to acquire a failing distillery? Perhaps he had been frightened off by his own illness, concocting this pretext to escape. Yet, why leave a phone number? What a stunning car. Where did you acquire it? Surely, it cannot be stolen? I must remind you, engaging in illegal activities is unwise. Otherwise, you'll find yourself in the system, stuck behind a sewing machine. At Nanda's East Campus, Li Ling stared incredulously at the gleaming white Porsche before her, her eyes nearly bulging in disbelief as she fixed her gaze upon Gu Chuan. Beside her, Shen Yanan also regarded the car, recognizing its emblem. Gu Chuan, uninterested in explanations, deflected with a jest. Isn't the system grand? A lifetime of steady meals. Where shall we dine? He inquired, noticing the two in the back seat fastening their seatbelts. Barbecue, of course, Li Ling replied bluntly. And perhaps some oysters to replenish the two of you, she teased, linking her arm with Shen Yanan's, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. Shen Yanan's cheeks flushed slightly as she playfully admonished, Ling Ling, do not say such things. Gu Chuan, letting her words drift past him, suddenly recalled something and glanced at Shen Yanan through the mirror. Senior, I've heard your novel is quite good. Could I possibly have a look at it? At this, both girls in the back seat froze momentarily. Li Ling's smile blossomed as she eagerly offered, absolutely. I'll send you the link right now. Meanwhile, Shen Yanan, flustered, scrambled to interject, her face now a deeper shade of crimson, betraying her usual composure. That novel isn't finished yet. I'll share it with you once it's completed. Only Li Ling was aware of her online writing, which had gained popularity, yet no one knew she was the author. After all, many of the novel's contents were quite explicit. If discovered, how could she continue at Nanda? What would Gu Chuan think if he learned that beneath her demure exterior lay a woman of such desires? No, she must not let him see it. She would delete the novel upon returning. In the dormitory of the agricultural department, several girls were preparing to head out for dinner when they turned to the quiet girl in bed 6. Nanjun, are you joining us for dinner? Soon Jun gently shook her head, responding, I'll pass, you all go ahead. The other girls nodded, linking arms as they exited the dormitory. Very well, we shall proceed. After their brief time together, they had come to understand Sunan Jun's nature. Introverted and socially anxious, she rarely spoke in the dorm. If one did not pay particular attention, she could easily be overlooked. As the door clicked shut, Sunan Jun slowly raised her head, sitting at her desk, staring at the small card Gu Chuan had given her. Her stomach grumbled softly. She seemed to be growing hungry. Yet, all her money had been borrowed by Gu Chuan, and her meal card had not been recharged in time. Even to purchase a bun would be a stretch. Setting the card aside, she carefully opened a packet of pickled vegetables and began to chew slowly, her delicate nose crinkling slightly at the salty and somewhat spicy flavor. Hey, you rascal, how much money do you really have? I heard from Aunt Lon that you haven't even asked your family for tuition or living expenses. At the outdoor barbecue stall, Li Ling, having ordered several plates of oysters, looked at Gu Chuan with a gleeful curiosity. Gu Chuan shrugged. I'm broke, penniless, where would I find money? Li Ling rolled her eyes at him. Such a miser. I'm not after your fortune. Don't forget, I'm your sister. Surely, offering a few coins is only fair? You're so generous with Yanan, but stingy with me. Sigh, sisters are just not as cherished as wives. Yanan, I'm feeling envious. Li Ling bolda dramatically, wrapping her arms around Shen Yanan's, beginning to wail playfully. Shen Yanan's cheeks flushed as she shot Li Ling a playful glare, then patted her small bag, declaring with a hint of pride, no worries, I can support you. I have money. Seeing Shen Yanan's adorable demeanor, Li Ling couldn't resist cupping her face and planting a kiss on her cheek. Hee, our Yanan is the best, unlike some ungrateful wretches, she said, casting a fierce glare at Gu Chuan. Gu Chuan, unaffected, let her words fall upon deaf ears, continuing to smoke and marking a few skewers on the menu. He pondered whether to register a company. Otherwise, many subsequent matters would become cumbersome. However, he had heard that there were policies supporting college students in entrepreneurship, which would be advantageous to save some funds. After all, his means were limited, and he needed to spend wisely. He had saved the contact number of an archaeology professor on his phone. He could inquire tomorrow. After all, one should seize any opportunity for savings. Now that he had decided to become a capitalist, it seemed necessary to lower his moral standards. After all, without a conscience, profits could soar. Yet, the thought of that professor filled him with dread. He had heard from seniors that banners were set to hang at the school gate for an entire semester. And 2 more had been added just this morning. 3 banners displayed at the entrance were a source of annoyance for him, and by now, every freshman at Nanda likely knew of it. This year, there was a particularly foolish student who had scored high marks to enroll in a notoriously difficult major. What of old Gu? That scoundrel hasn't gone off chasing girls again, has he? On the streets of Nanda, the trio of hopeless romantics was scouting for a place to eat when Zhou Hongyu suddenly spoke up, addressing his companions. I have no idea, Wang Shi replied, shaking his head. I haven't seen him since lunch. Chen Kai scratched his head. Didn't Chuan say he wasn't dating? Zhou Hongyu scoffed. That scoundrel never speaks the truth. If his words were to be trusted, pigs could climb trees. What Chen Bao? Wang Shi inquired again. Chen Kai pondered for a moment before stating that he seemed to be off to dine with friends. Wang Shuyi, with a fervent spirit of gossip, adjusted his glasses with a mischievous grin and inquired, "What kind of friends? Are they female friends?" Shaking his head, Chen Kai expressed his ignorance. "So, where shall we eat?" he asked. "How about hot pot? Have you lost your mind? Eating hot pot in such sweltering weather is absurd. We should definitely opt for barbecue." "Hey, it doesn't matter what we eat. After all, it's on you, Ge." Zhou Hongyu puffed out his chest proudly, exuding an air of extravagance. "Now you see who truly cares for you, right? Stick with you, Ge, and you shall feast in luxury. But following that scoundrel Ge, all you'll get is dog food." However, upon finishing his speech, he noticed that the two were staring intently across the street, leaving Zhou Hongyu fuming with indignation. "Is this how you treat your benefactor?" Just as he was about to affectionately chide them, his gaze was captured by a graceful figure, causing the words to die on his lips. "Wow, that girl is quite stunning." Following his gaze, he spotted several young women across the street, likely students like them. Among them, one stood out, exceedingly beautiful in a white dress, with a delicate waist and striking features, radiating brilliance beneath the streetlight, capable of dazzling the entirety of youth. "Ye. Why not go over and make a move?" Chen Kai urged from his side. Wang Shui nodded in agreement. "Yes, you Ge. You are a wealthy heir of the Magic City. Surely you can win her over." Encouraged by their flattery, Zhou Hongyu's confidence surged, his eyes glinting with interest. "Are you serious?" "Absolutely." With a sly grin, Zhou Hongyu straightened his shirt, tousled his hair flamboyantly, and declared, "My dear younger brothers, wait here. I shall return shortly." With that, he dashed across the road, almost getting hit by oncoming traffic, followed by a chorus of curses. "Damn it, are you blind? Watch where you're going." Zhou Hongyu chuckled awkwardly, hastily apologizing, wishing he could vanish into the ground. Truly a case of social suicide before even making a move. Afterward, he arrived under the streetlight, spat to clear his throat, tidied his hair, and retrieved his expensive phone, striding toward the most beautiful girl. With a lewd grin mixed with the brashness of a nouveau riche, he uttered, "In the river's shallows, the graceful lady, what is your QQ?" Hearing this, Lin Qiya glanced up at him, her delicate brows slightly furrowing as she thought, "What a foolish boy." Casting him a cold glance, she turned to leave, but Zhou Hongyu persistently followed, introducing himself. "Hello, fellow student. I am a freshman from the archaeology department at Nanda University. I mean no harm. I merely wish to get acquainted." Upon hearing this, Lin Qiya abruptly halted, turning back to fix her beautiful gaze on Zhou Hongyu. "You are from the archaeology department at Nanda?" Zhou Hongyu nodded, a smile spreading across his face, his heart blooming with joy as he thought, "Aha, she must be impressed by my talents." The reputation of Nanda was indeed significant among students. However, Lin Qiya's next question darkened his expression. "Do you know Gu Chuan?" "Gu Chuan? Why do you want to know him?" Zhou Hongyu's smile faded, his demeanor stiffening. Internally, he began to curse. What the hell? Did that scoundrel Gu stir up trouble with a beauty? Why does every pretty girl seem to be connected to him? You're truly incorrigible. Lin Qiya's eyes sparkled with renewed interest. "You know Gu Chuan?" Zhou Hongyu reluctantly nodded. "He is my roommate. Can you take me to see him?" Lin Qiya asked, her voice brimming with excitement. She had wanted to invite Gu Chuan herself, but since she had deleted him from QQ and faced repeated rejections, she had contemplated asking Liu Bowen for help, only to be met with excuses. "May I ask, what is your relationship with him?" Lin Qiya inquired, momentarily taken aback. "Yes. What was her relationship with Gu Chuan?" He had once harbored feelings for her, but after she had rejected his confession, he seemed to transform entirely. Now, their connection might merely be that of former classmates. Reflecting on this, a hint of melancholy flickered in Lin Qiya's eyes. "We were high school classmates." Zhou Hongyu's face, previously stiff, regained some semblance of a smile. If that were the case, perhaps he still had a chance. "No problem, leave it to me. I will take you to find him. But first, could we exchange QQ? Lin Qiya paused for a moment, then smiled and nodded sure. Although Gu Chuan had clearly stated that their relationship had ended, Lin Qiya refused to believe he could truly forget her. After all, she had come to Nanchang chasing after him. How could she easily give up? Perhaps this roommate of Gu Chuan's approaching her to exchange QQ was actually a ploy orchestrated by Gu Chuan himself, seeking to indirectly inquire about her well-being. With this thought, Lin Qiya's eyes sparkled with newfound determination, and her expression regained its former pride. "You claim not to eat, but your body is quite honest. The lamb skewers. You ordered those, didn't you?" At the barbecue stall, Li Ling gazed at Gu Chuan with disdain. Gu Chuan, unfazed, replied, "I simply wish to replenish my yang energy. Given that I'm pursuing a career in such a grim profession, what if I encounter a ghost at night?" Li Ling rolled her eyes. Even if the universe exploded, I bet your mouth would remain unyielding. Suddenly recalling something, Chuan added, by the way, eat slowly. Leave some leftovers, or else no one will settle the bill later. Li Ling and the others exchanged puzzled glances. No one will settle the bill? Xin Yanin patted her small bag. That's all right. I have money. Chuan shook his head. How can I let a senior pay when we are out dining together? It would be quite uncouth to spend your own money when there's a benefactor at hand. Just earlier, he had received a call from Zhou Hongyu, inviting him to join for barbecue, and he had been worried about who would foot the bill. Now, his benefactor had conveniently arrived. Li Ling's lips curled into a subtle smile. Oh, you haven't even married yet, and you're already learning to save money for us, Yanin. Xin Yanin's cheeks flushed, and she gently pinched Li Ling before sampling a lamb skewer. Her lovely brows furrowed slightly, and her delicate nose scrunched up. This flavor is overwhelming. It's hard to swallow. But why did Chuan seem to enjoy it so much? If you can't eat it, don't force yourself. Let that silly boy have it. Observing Xin Yanin's conflicted expression, Li Ling kindly took the skewer from her hand and placed it on Chuan's plate. She could hardly tolerate the taste herself, let alone Xin Yanin, a girl from the south. Chuan, however, did not mind and relished the skewer that Xin Yanin had just bitten into. Watching him eat from the spot she had just nibbled, Xin Yanin felt her cheeks heat up even more. Was this considered an indirect kiss? She had never experienced such a thing, but she had read about it in books. Senior Shun, on which website are you currently serializing your novel? Chuan inquired, curiosity shining in his eyes as he gazed at Xin Yanin. Upon hearing this, Xin Yanin hesitated, her rosy cheeks reflecting a hint of turmoil as she pondered whether to allow him a glimpse of her novel. The content was rather explicit, and the thought of potential misunderstandings made her anxious. Chuan fixed his gaze upon Xin Yanin, his expression taking on an odd quality as he mused to himself that Shun, the senior, could not possibly be writing such a novel. This was something he had to see. After all, if it were to be banned in the future, he might never have the opportunity again. However, Chuan refrained from shattering this delicate veil of secrecy, instead articulating his own intentions. I'm actually considering establishing a website, he disclosed. I plan to create a section for novels, and if you're interested, I would like to invite you to serialize your work on my platform. Rest assured, the compensation will be fair. Xin Yanin shook her small hand dismissively. It's quite all right. I can forego payment. After all, she merely wrote novels to pass the time. Although the remuneration was substantial, it held little significance for her. Yet, Li Ling interjected with a haughty demeanor. Why should you decline? This is money earned through hard work. Otherwise, when you two marry, considering this little one's stingy nature, he might not even grant you pocket money. Shouldn't you bolster your savings in advance? Xin Yanin playfully pinched her, her face flushed with embarrassment as she replied, It's fine, I don't lack money. Li Ling, however, continued to nudge her elbow outward. Yanin, let me tell you, you must never allow this tightwad to manage your finances. He is miserly to the core. Am I really that frugal? Chuan retorted, his drink spraying forth as he shot a fierce glare at Li Ling. What do you mean by frugal? When have you ever seen me being stingy? Li Ling, unfazed by her choice of words, continued unabated, while Shun Yanin's cheeks turned a deeper shade of crimson, akin to a ripe apple. As a writer herself, she was acutely aware of the nuances of language, and her mind began to wander astray upon hearing those phrases. Yanin, what's wrong? Why is your face so red? Are you coming down with a fever? Li Ling observed Xin Yanin's flushed complexion, unable to suppress her curiosity. Xin Yanin remained silent, shaking her head vigorously, her gaze averted, fearful of revealing any telltale signs. Across the table, Chuan maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, though internally, he was already reveling in silent laughter. It seemed his suspicions were not unfounded. This senior's novel was undoubtedly crafted during a moment of fervor, and one misstep could lead to the proverbial wheels of fate rolling over her. Old Gu, look who I brought for you. At that moment, a familiar voice erupted from behind, and turning to look, they were met with a trio of devoted admirers from the dormitory. Leading the pack, Zhou Hongyu was grinning broadly at Chuan, his expression brimming with the glee of a triumphant hero. Chuan regarded the smile on his face with a peculiar expression. In this day and age, how could one be so blissfully unaware of being the biggest fool? However, when the trio caught sight of the campus beauty seated across from Chuan, their expressions darkened instantly. A wave of unspoken curses directed at him for being such a scoundrel. It was no wonder he had declined their invitation to dine. He was clearly on a date with the senior. You're truly despicable. Suppressing his vitriol towards Chuan, Zhou Hongyu seemed to unveil a hidden trick. As the three of them sidestepped to reveal the striking figure behind them, their eyes met, and as soon as Chuan laid eyes on her, the warmth in his expression evaporated. Chapter 72, No Girlfriend But a Wife. Surprised, are you? I brought your high school classmate. Zhou Hongyu exclaimed at the barbecue stand, akin to a cat returning home with a mouse, proudly seeking accolades. Beside him, Wang Shui and Chun Kai wore beaming smiles, as though they had accomplished a great deed. Yet, for Gu Chuan, the protagonist of this little drama, there was no joy to be found, although a smile graced his lips. It was tinged with a hint of forced bravado. He promptly gave Zhou Hongyu a thumbs up. Thanks if it weren't for you. I might not have seen this high school classmate again. Zhou Hongyu appeared oblivious to the sarcasm embedded in Gu Chuan's words, puffing out his chest with pride as he replied, "Come on, we're all roommates. No need for pleasantries." Across the table, Li Ling and Shun Yanan exchanged glances, their smiles gradually fading. How should one articulate this? Gu Chuan's roommate was indeed a clever one. They were aware of the events that transpired between Gu Chuan and Lin Qiuya. At this point, he was doing everything he could to avoid her, while this well-meaning roommate had inadvertently brought her right to him. Truly a heart of gold. Under Gu Chuan's cold gaze, Lin Qiuya seemed to lose her earlier composure, an unfamiliar nervousness creeping into her heart. It felt as if their roles had been entirely reversed since his confession was rejected. In the past, she had commanded him with the authority of a queen. How could she now feel such tension and discomfort? Gu Chuan, can I speak to you privately? Lin Qiuya inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult of emotions within her as she slowly began to speak. Gu Chuan, fighting against his physiological response, replied indifferently, I have made my feelings abundantly clear. I do not harbor any affection for you. We are merely high school classmates, devoid of any relationship, now or in the future. He had repeated this statement countless times, yet she still failed to comprehend. He had severed ties with the past, allowing it to dissipate like smoke. Why was this matter dragging on interminably? As Gu Chuan's words hung in the air, the trio stood frozen, their expressions a tapestry of astonishment as they gazed between the two. What was unfolding before them? Hadn't they just agreed to be mere classmates? How did feelings come into play? Moreover, from Gu Chuan's tone, it appeared that this beautiful girl had been rejected by him. What in the world was this bizarre narrative? Lin Qiuya clenched her fingers tightly together, her nails digging into her flesh, her expression imbued with a stubborn defiance. I refuse to believe it. Gu Chuan's lips twitched involuntarily, his thoughts spiraling into exasperation. What sin had he committed in his past life to find himself enamored with such a peculiar person? Beneath her beautiful facade lay a relentless echo of the same phrase. After a moment of silence, Lin Qiuya stubbornly continued, I enrolled in Nanjing University for you. Doesn't that move you at all? Gu Chuan shook his head impassively, not in the slightest. In fact, until Liu Bowen informed him. Gu Chuan was unaware that Lin Qiuya had even applied to Nanjing. Even if he had known, it would not have moved him. Tears glistened in Lin Qiuya's eyes as Gu Chuan's cold indifference struck her. Yet, she held her head high, refusing to let the tears fall. If you truly do not care for me, why did you send your roommates to inquire about my well-being? Don't tell me this is mere coincidence. Gu Chuan furrowed his brows, replying coolly, I have no interest in how they know you. I have never instructed them to check on your situation. Please do not misinterpret my intentions. Meanwhile, Zhou Hongyu and the others were utterly bewildered, yet they managed to interject. Miss, you might be misunderstanding. I had no prior knowledge that you were acquainted with old Gu. I merely wanted to add you as a friend on QQ. This was not orchestrated by him. Although unaware of the complete picture, Zhou Hongyu had surmised from the atmosphere between the two that he might have inadvertently made a mistake. Immediately, she approached Gu Chuan with a hint of apology, saying, Old Gu, I'm so sorry for bothering you. Gu Chuan waved his hand dismissively, replying, It's nothing. Just settle the bill. Zhou Hongyu's expression darkened. Damn it, you rascal. Even at this moment, you're still thinking of taking advantage of me. However, he recognized that he was indeed at fault, and paying for his mistakes seemed reasonable. Yet, why did he feel that something was amiss? Was there a dog in this matter? Lin Qiuya gazed at Gu Chuan with misty eyes, her fingers tightly clenched. Then tell me, why have you grown to dislike me? Gu Chuan replied indifferently. I have already answered this question last time. Lin Qiuya shook her head vigorously. Even if you've amassed enough disappointment to leave, why must you be so heartless towards me? Do you not have any regard for our past feelings? Ever since that day, she rejected Gu Chuan's confession. He had transformed into a completely different person, treating her with an indifference that was utterly unbearable. Gu Chuan could share laughter with everyone, yet with her, he was so cold that it left her struggling to accept it. Gu Chuan couldn't help but chuckle at her words. Feelings? Do we even have feelings between us? Even if we did, it was merely my unrequited affection. He genuinely couldn't fathom how Lin Qiuya had the audacity to utter the word feelings. Who gave her the courage? Liang Jingru. Lin Qiuya discerned the mockery in Gu Chuan's tone, her fingers digging into her flesh. causing pain that paled in comparison to her heartache. How ironic it was. What right did she have to mention their past feelings? What did she sacrifice for him? Had she not accumulated enough disappointment, Chuan might not have left. Sniffling, Lin Ka looked at Chuan. Her voice choked with emotion. I was wrong before. I failed to recognize your presence. Now, I only hope you can give me a chance to pursue you. Will you be my boyfriend? Lin Qiya clasped her hands tightly. Her eyes filled with anxiety as she awaited his response. Chuan, with a self-deprecating smile, replied, I don't know what I did to give you such an impression. Or perhaps it is your own understanding that is flawed, misinterpreting my intentions. So now, let me reiterate one last time. There is no possibility between us. Neither now nor in the future. Do you understand? Seeing the heartless expression on Chuan's face, Lin Qiya could no longer hold back her tears, which streamed down her cheeks as she shook her head vigorously. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. She had already taken the initiative to apologize to Chuan, even willing to change herself for him, setting aside her pride to confess. But why was he so cruel, showing her no mercy at all? Had he truly grown to despise her to such an extent? At that moment, Shun Yanan suddenly approached, standing quietly beside Chuan as she regarded Lin Qiya. Are you certain that your feelings for Chuan are genuine affection? Or is it merely the unwillingness to accept that something that once belonged to you has been taken away? Do you wish to reclaim him and then flaunt it to everyone, asserting that what belongs to you cannot be taken? Once obtained, would you discard him as before? With tear-filled eyes, Lin Qiya stared at Shun Yanan, shaking her head emphatically. No, it's not like that. Yet she could not conceal the panic in her gaze. Though she desperately wanted to deny it, her thoughts had been exposed, leaving her feeling vulnerable. Lin Qiya stepped closer, grasping Chuan's arm, her expression pleading. Chuan, please believe me, I am not as she describes. Chuan remained silent, simply meeting her gaze with calm eyes. Whether he believed or not made no difference to him. Lin Qiya shook her head vigorously. No, it's different. You don't have a girlfriend. Please, agree to this. I promise to be by your side. Just then, Shun Yanan interlaced her arm with Chuan's, smiling politely at Lin Qiya. I'm sorry, but Chuan indeed has no girlfriend. However, he is married. Moreover, it's the kind where the parents have already met. Chapter 73. I'm coming down. I brought you dinner. Chuan, I hate you. Lin Qiya left in tears, looking heartbroken. Yet no one knew whether her sorrow stemmed from genuine heartbreak or the disappointment of not reclaiming what was once hers. Lowering his gaze at the arm Shun Yanan had intertwined with his, Chuan softly said, Thank you. Upon hearing this, Shun Yanan snapped back to reality. Realizing she was still holding on to Chuan's arm, quickly letting go, her cheeks flushing a soft pink. I'm sorry, I didn't ask for your permission. Shaking his head, Chuan smiled gently. There's no need to apologize. After all, what the senior said is the truth. Hearing this, the blush on Shun Yanan's face deepened as she lightly pinched Chuan before returning to her seat. Her heart raced, pounding like a deer in headlights. Did he just acknowledge their relationship? TSK. Our Yanan is impressive. Just standing there exudes the aura of the rightful partner, Li Ling remarked, linking arms with Shun Yanan, laughing uncontrollably. Meanwhile, the trio of love-struck fools were utterly dumbfounded, staring blankly at Chuan and the schoolflower, as if their world had collapsed. Did I hear that right? The schoolflower just claimed to be Chuan's wife? Is this world going mad? Moreover, the beautiful girl Zhou Hongyu brought, who was crying like a rain-soaked pear blossom, was pleading to be Chuan's girlfriend. Most astonishingly, Chuan, that rascal, had coldly rejected her. What sort of fantasy narrative was unfolding? It was surreal. The ultimate fantasy of the love-struck fools seemed to pale in comparison. In that instant, they felt as if they had been plunged into a pit of despair, with Chuan standing at the edge, mocking them. They couldn't taste any sweetness in their lives. Was this what Chuan meant by saying even a dog in love wouldn't be treated this way? Clearly, he wasn't dating anyone. He was heading straight for his wife. You truly deserve this. You all continue. I'll take my leave. Chuan wiped his mouth and stood up, saying this to the trio before departing the barbecue stand with Shun Yanan. Am I dreaming? Wang Shui stared blankly at the trio's departing figures, his expression dazed. Chun Kai nodded, feeling as though the scene before him was unreal. Zhou Hongyu, however, was straightforward, slapping Wang Shui, curiously asking, did that hurt? Wang Shui's face darkened instantly, covering half of his face while cursing. Why don't you smack yourself? Zhou Hongyu smirked, feeling as if he had been doused in cold water, muttering, this ISNTA dream. Damn it, old Gu, that rascal truly deserves it. The two nodded vigorously, agreeing that this rascal deserved to be wrapped up and deep-fried until golden, then tossed into a hot pan. After dropping the two back at their dormitory, Chuan found a parking spot, lit a cigarette, and headed toward the dorm. Yet for some reason, he felt as though he had forgotten something. Reaching into his pocket, 2 cards with names appeared in his hand, which he discarded into a nearby trash bin. But just after a few steps, Chuan suddenly realized, his eyes widening, his expression shifting dramatically. What the hell? How come both cards were in my pocket? Since the card was in his pocket, what was the card he handed to Su Nanjun? Red Romance Bathhouse. Oh no, my illustrious reputation could be ruined in an instant. With this thought in mind, Chuan extinguished his cigarette and dashed away. He finally recalled what he had forgotten. Before long, he appeared, drenched in sweat and carrying a lunchbox, at the foot of the agricultural college dormitory. How could he have been so preoccupied with his own meal that he forgot about the young lady? However, upon reaching the dormitory, Chuan found himself in a predicament. The orientation was over, and entry to the female dormitory was no longer permitted. If he sought someone to smuggle him inside, what would become of his card's dubious history? Perhaps he could return to his dormitory, borrow a wig from Chuan Bao, and disguise himself in women's clothing to sneak in? No, he was a man of principles. He couldn't be so reckless. After much contemplation, Chuan ultimately opted for the most socially mortifying yet effective solution. Su Nanjun, come out. I brought you lunch, he bellowed, his voice echoing like a broken gong beneath the 303 dormitory. Soon, numerous girls leaned out from their balconies, intrigued. Wow, what a handsome guy. Is he delivering food to his girlfriend? How enviable. Indeed, if I had such a boyfriend, I would slap myself for arguing. Is he a new student at our school? Su Nanjun, what a lovely name. The girls in the 303 dormitory also heard Chuan shout and gathered at the balcony, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Is he calling for Nanjun? One girl asked curiously. It seems so, the others nodded in agreement. They then turned to the frail girl, quietly reading within, beaming with smiles. Nanjun, it seems someone is calling for you. Upon hearing this, Su Nanjun raised her head slightly, her clear eyes reflecting confusion. Lin Xiaoya, smiling sweetly, waved at her, urging, come see. After a moment's hesitation, Su Nanjun stood up and approached the balcony, where she spotted a familiar figure. There stood Chuan, waving at her like a fool. Nanjun, is that your boyfriend? He is quite handsome, Lin Xiaoya remarked, her face lit with a playful smile. The other roommates cast envious glances at Su Nanjun, their curiosity piqued. Hearing this, Su Nanjun's cheeks flushed crimson as she hurriedly shook her head. No, he is not my boyfriend. Please don't misunderstand. Come down. Chuan called out, noticing Su Nanjun on the balcony, waving and smiling. Hurry up, your boyfriend is calling you. Lin Xiaoya teased, raising an eyebrow as if relishing the moment. With her face still burning, Su Nanjun trotted down the stairs and soon arrived at the foot of the dormitory. Spotting her slender figure, Chuan waved cheerfully. Sorry about today. Things got a bit hectic and I forgot. You haven't eaten yet, right? Here, this is for you. He extended the lunchbox towards her. Su Nanjun quickly shook her head. No, it's fine, I've already eaten. Nonsense, I borrowed your money. How could you afford dinner? Chuan replied knowingly. Yet, Su Nanjun persisted in declining, wanting to add, you just need to return my money, but the words caught in her throat. If you don't want it, I'll just throw it away, Chuan teased, employing a playful tactic. However, contrary to his expectations, Su Nanjun remained silent, her head down, her fingers fidgeting as if caught in a tangle. All she could think about was escaping this situation as more and more onlookers gathered on the balcony, their gazes piercing like burning coals, making her feel increasingly uncomfortable. Nevertheless, to leave abruptly would be rude. Chuan had kindly come to bring her food, and leaving him there would surely embarrass him. Though his playful tactics failed, Chuan, with his thick skin, felt no embarrassment at all. Instead, he boldly placed the lunchbox into her hands. All right, it's getting late. You should head back. Eat the lunch while it's warm. Otherwise, it will lose its appeal. With that, Chuan turned and walked away, leaving no room for her to refuse. In his mind, he cheerfully mused about how dashing his retreat must appear, thinking that the young girl would surely be smitten. However, when he glanced back, he found no trace of Su Nanjun. The area beneath the dormitory was deserted. Chuan's mouth twitched in disbelief. Why isn't she following the script? He then laughed heartily, pointing to the sky to mask his embarrassment. Ah, the moon is particularly full tonight. But seems to be overcast. There is no moon. Yet, they all seem to overlook one crucial detail. Chuan still had not retrieved his little card, and Su Nanjun's money remained tucked away in Chuan's pocket.